Chapter 1171, A person not to be trifled with. 5. That person is the Sacred Lady of the Secret Order. The old man took a deep breath before he continued. I heard that the clan elder had brought the Sacred Lady back 20 years ago. The holy beast of the Secret Order had bestowed the title of the Sacred Lady to her. However, no one knows what the Sacred Lady looks like, and neither do we know her name. All we know is that the Sacred Lady is almost 40 years old now. Therefore, you must be very careful when you're outside in case you end up provoking the Sacred Lady of the Secret Order. Not even the Lord Governor can protect you then, let alone me. Murom-Kian nodded solemnly. I understand, grandfather, I won't ever step on the Secret Order's tail. The Secret Order simply sounds too scary. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. You can go now. The old man waved his hand as he spoke lovingly. I'll take my leave now. Murom-Kian flashed a charming smile before she left the old man's side and made her way out of the study. At Overlook Town, the bustling streets were completely silenced after Gu Ruan's arrival. It was obvious that the citizens of the town had carved Gu Ruan's image into their minds since the competition. Now that she has made an appearance again, they could not help but glance at her with their eyes filled with longing and admiration. After all, Great Master Wu Yin was already powerful in the eyes of Overlook Town's inhabitants. Yet, if a person like Great Master Wu Yin could lose to her, was this not entirely shocking? Are you Gu Ruan? Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of Gu Ruan and blocked her way. Gu Ruan raised her brow as she stared at the two who were standing in front of her. A glint flashed in her eyes. Their powers are just below the rank of an exceptional state martial saint. She mused. That's right, Gu Ruan nodded. I'm Gu Ruan. May I ask what business do you have with me? My sir had witnessed your competition against Grand Master Wu Yin, so he's extending you an invitation. The man in grey was not exactly friendly, but he had spoken with a hint of respect. A pillmaster was enough for cultivators at the exceptional state to lower their pride. Gu Ruan thought for a moment before she replied, lead the way. She was really curious about the identity of the person who wishes to meet her. A man dressed in embroidered robes was leaning against the window of an inn as he sipped quietly on his tea. His eyes were fixed on the scenery outside the window and no one could tell what he was thinking. The man looked rather emaciated, as if he had been bedridden for a long time. His handsome face was rather pale too, as if not a drop of blood was left and that his life would fade away at any moment. However, what made Gu Ruan fall silent was the fact that there was no hint of spiritual energy fluctuations in the man at all. His aura was just like a normal person's, which moved up and down indefinitely without remaining steady. If those two powerful cultivators had not tagged along with him, it was easy to assume that this man was merely a common citizen. Nevertheless, Gu Ruan knows that the first city was not like the mainland. Commoners who have no cultivation abilities were virtually non-existent in the first city. The reason that this man does not emit any spiritual energy fluctuations was very simple. He must have run into an unfortunate event which had exhausted and damaged his powers. Sir, I have brought the person that you've requested to meet. The man in grey robes approached the man and joined his fists respectfully as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the man finally turned to look at Gu Ruan. My initial objective for coming to Overlook Town was to send a request to Great Master Wu Yin to ask for his help with some matters. Now that I've witnessed both your performances, I'd like to ask you for help. Chapter 1172, A person not to be trifled with. 6. Gu Ruan curled the corners of her lips and stared at the man's pale face with a forced smile. You want me to serve you? No, the man shook his head. His voice was rather frail, as if he could disappear at any moment. I want to ask for your help. I can reward you for it. May I ask what reward you're offering? Gu Ruan smiled indifferently and replied in a nonchalant manner. If the reward suits me, I might think about it. The man looked at Gu Ruan and slowly responded. My name is Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing. Gu Ruan's gaze sharpened when she heard his name. You're a member of Wind Valley? She inquired. The hedonistic, good-for-nothing second young master of Wind Valley. It was common knowledge that the second young master of Wind Valley had a rebellious and mischievous nature. Later on, he had been stripped of his powers due to a secret plot. This was how the position of young master had then fallen into Fang Xiaoxiao's hands. However, based on her current observation, the second master of Wind Valley does not seem to be as unreasonable as the rumors say. Fang Yuqing smiled. That's right, I am indeed the hedonistic, good-for-nothing second young master of Wind Valley. Of course, if I had not been so naughty and mischievous, I'm afraid that Fang Xiaoxiao would have murdered me long ago. However, despite using my hedonistic ways to mask my cultivation, she had not spared me in the end. No matter what, you are the second master of Wind Valley. You had known of Fang Xiaoxiao's murderous intent towards you from the beginning. Why didn't you say anything then? Gu Ruan knitted her brows as she asked. In Wind Valley, Fang Yuqing and Fang Xiaoxiao held different positions. Fang Yuqing, as the son of the first wife, was actually afraid of a concubine's daughter. Even though not many people know of Fang Xiaoxiao's birth, both their positions could not be compared on equal footing. Hence, Gu Ruan could not understand why Fang Yuqing had preferred to hide his true nature instead of exposing Fang Xiaoxiao's actions. Fang Yuqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Fang Xiaoxiao is a dark schemer, I cannot defeat her. Besides, after I had wised up to what was going on, she had already brought most of the elders of Wind Valley into submission secretly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had so much support from the elders who had pushed for her promotion when my powers had been crippled. To avoid creating chaos in Wind Valley, I, lacking evidence, could not overthrow Fang Xiaoxiao. I haven't even spoken to my father about this. Even Fang Yuqing found it difficult to believe that Fang Xiaoxiao, who had only been a child at the time, had forced so many elders into submission. He had no chance to retaliate at all. If he had stepped forward to accuse Fang Xiaoxiao without any evidence, it would certainly start a civil war within Wind Valley. This was something that he does not wish to see. Hence, in order to cause Fang Xiaoxiao to loosen her vigilance, he had masked his true nature once he had reached adulthood by becoming the hedonistic disciple that everyone knows of today. However, he never thought that Fang Xiaoxiao would still launch an attack on him despite those circumstances. Even though he had managed to escape with his life, he had been reduced to a good-for-nothing. If I help you, what reward will you grant me? Gu Ruoan raised her brows, her gaze landed upon Fang Yuqing's pale features. Wind Valley must not fall into Fang Xiaoxiao's hands. A murderous light flashed in Fang Yuqing's eyes. Hence, I want to ask you to help me take back the young master of Wind Valley's position. I will give you half of Wind Valley as a reward. Gu Ruoan narrowed her eyes. For the sake of the position as young master of Wind Valley, Fang Yuqing has given his blood and sweat. There are many powerful cultivators in Wind Valley. I am only a newly minted martial saint, so I can't help you on my own. Chapter 1173, A person not to be trifled with. 7. Logically speaking, Gu Ruoan and Wind Valley do not have a friendly relationship. If Fang Xiaoxiao was to find out about Gu Ruoan's arrival in Wind Valley, she would most certainly come looking for her. This means that she would certainly help Fang Yuqing to regain his position. Only then would she be able to prevent Fang Xiaoxiao from causing trouble for her. Besides, she also has her relationship with the fire spiritual beast. She had once promised the fire spiritual beast that she would help restore his clan to freedom. Yet, she had rejected him. Fang Yuqing had not expected Gu Ruoan to reject him instantly either. He was shocked and a sense of astonishment flashed in his eyes. You don't want half of Wind Valley. My apologies. If I want something, I can take it with my own 2 hands. I don't need you to gift it to me. Gu Ruoan smiled indifferently. Besides, I am a person who values her life. I do not wish to take this risk for the sake of someone who is insignificant to me. My powers are still quite low at the moment and I can't go up against forces like Wind Valley. I think it would be better for you to look for someone else. Gu Ruoan knows that Fang Yuqing had come to look for her not simply because of her competition with Great Master Wu Yin. As he was the second young master of Wind Valley, he must have known of the conflict between her and Fang Xiaoxiao. This was the crux of his invitation. Lady Gu, do you feel that half of Wind Valley is not enough? Fang Yuqing's lips gently trembled. You can tell me what you want. As long as it's within my power, I will get it for you. Gu Ruoan shook her head. You don't understand what I'm saying. You and I are total strangers, yet you want me to risk danger simply for the sake of an insignificant half of Wind Valley. I'm sorry, I am not that great yet. I can't willingly sacrifice myself for the sake of helping others. An insignificant half of Wind Valley. Upon hearing this, the 2 men in grey robes who were standing by Fang Yuqing's side could not contain themselves from rolling their eyes. This woman was probably the only person who would underestimate Wind Valley in this manner. Their sir had put half of Wind Valley as remuneration. Was there any greater reward than this? Yet she has rejected him without any hesitation. Lady Gu, can I exchange this with something else? Fang Yuqing steadied the waves in his heart as a light flashed in his eyes. A site of historical ruins had just been unearthed in a high mountain not too far away. I'd like to ask if you could accompany me there. Of course, I will also provide you with substantial rewards. Historical ruins. Gu Ruoan was shocked. She then eyed Fang Yuqing suspiciously and wrinkled her brows. What kind of ruins are they? I don't know the specifics. It is said that it had been left behind by a powerful cultivator 10,000 years ago. Those who are lucky enough to enter the ruins will be able to obtain that inheritance. Fang Yuqing took a deep breath and said, if I can have that inheritance, I would then have enough power to defeat Fang Xiaoxiao. I only need you to protect me on my journey there and help me to obtain that inheritance. Ultimately, I will still reward you with half of Wind Valley. Gu Ruoan fell silent. Honestly speaking, she was not particularly interested in obtaining half of Wind Valley. However, those ruins have piqued her interest. There is one thing that I can't seem to understand. She had not lost all reasoning when she heard Fang Yuqing's words. Instead, she asked, you already have 2 powerful cultivators at the exceptional state by your side. Why must you have me by your side with them around? My usefulness seems to be far less significant compared to these 2. Fang Yuqing smiled. I want you to come along because you are a pill master. Those ruins are fraught with dangers. With a pill master on our side, we would have a guarantee at least. That's why I've invited you to come with me. Chapter 1174, The Woman in White. 1. I can agree to your request. Gu Ruoan fell silent for a moment before a light flashed in her eyes. However, regardless of whether you can obtain that inheritance or now, half of Wind Valley will still belong to me. Gu Ruoan was really not very interested in obtaining half of Wind Valley, but she would not turn down the opportunity either. Furthermore, she paused before she continued to speak. If I ever find out that you have any ulterior motives, believe me, even a pill master can become a poison master. I don't think I need to elaborate on the consequences. A man who had been able to conceal his true nature for so many years was more dangerous than Fang Xiaoxiao. Hence, Gu Ruoan would not trust him so easily. You, the grey-robed men's expression changed drastically as their eyes filled with anger. One of them was just about to speak when Fang Yuqing raised his hand to cut him off. Fang Yuqing's gaze landed upon Gu Ruoan's face. He then smiled gently. Don't worry, you're extremely useful to me. I won't do anything to you. However, if I can't obtain that inheritance, I cannot give you half of Wind Valley because I may not be able to regain the position as young master of Wind Valley successfully. However, I can agree with your other requests. All right. After a bout of deep thought, Gu Ruoan nodded. When do we leave? Let's leave now. We should be able to reach that place before it gets dark. Fang Yuqing slowly rose to his feet before he declared serenely, let's go. On a high mountain. There was a sudden influx of powerful cultivators along the rugged and uneven road. As a result, the quiet mountain range was filled with humans in its habitat. At this time, Gu Ruoan was sweeping her gaze across every single person while she was halfway up the mountain. Her heart sank when she sensed the scale of their powers. It seems that these ruins have attracted quite a few powerful cultivators. Some have even reached the late stage of the exceptional state and are only one step away from the refined state. Fang Yuqing may have brought 2 exceptional state cultivators along, but those 2 were at the early stage of the exceptional state. They could not be compared to a late stage cultivator. The other cultivators have clearly noticed the group who had just arrived. After seeing that the newcomers' powers were of no threat to them, they did not say much before they quickly turned away and made their way towards the top of the mountain not too far away. The ruins should be at the top of the mountain. Fang Yuqing's gaze sank and his expression showed a sense of seriousness. Lady Gu, if any danger should arrive after this, I want you to hide behind Fang Yi and Fang Wu. The ones addressed as Fang Yi and Fang Wu were the two grey-robed men who had followed Fang Yuqing very closely. Fang Yuqing had asked them to protect Gu Ruan not because he wanted her to stay safe but for his own benefit. After all, a Pearl Master's existence would be extremely useful in a party like this. Hence, she must never be endangered. Otherwise, they could not be sure of what might happen. Gu Ruan gently nodded and did not say much. Even though her safety was ensured as she has Sixi by her side, under most circumstances, she does not wish to expose Sixi to the eyes of the world. Suddenly, Gu Ruan's eyes diverted towards a woman in the crowd. When she noticed the markstone carried by the woman, a light flashed in her eyes. The Charm Sect. I never thought that I would run into members of the Charm Sect again at a place like this. The woman from the Charm Sect clearly sensed the eyes staring at her from behind. She furrowed her willowy brows and turned towards Gu Ruan. However, the woman's gaze did not rest long on Gu Ruan before it turned towards Fang Yuqing who was right next to her. Chapter 1175. The Woman in White 2. TSK, TSK, TSK. The woman from the Charm Sect giggled seductively as her coquettish gaze wandered about. Her pretty and charming figure then glided towards Fang Yuqing. I never expected the second young master of Wind Valley to turn up in a place like this. Could it be that you're interested in these ruins as well, Sir Fang? The second young master of Wind Valley. The cultivators around them turned towards Gu Ruan and the others when they heard this as their eyes filled with shock. Wasn't the second master of Wind Valley reduced to a good for nothing? What's he doing at a place like this? I heard the news about the unearthed ruins in this area. I only want to take a look and bring some treasures back for my father and older sister Xiao Xiao while I'm at it. Fang Yuqing curled his lips as he replied softly, so what did the members of the Charm Sect are here as well? Then again, Elder May, you really are getting more and more beautiful. Because of your presence here, I feel as though these ruins have lost their attractiveness. Fang Yuqing no longer carried his calm and composed air. His entire persona was now like a hedonistic son of a rich family who was teasing a lady. However, no one knows that deep down in his heart, Fang Yuqing was ready to vomit. This woman may look young but she was actually past the age of 50 and he was still forced to sprout such nauseating words. It was really disgusting. TSK, TSK. Elder May giggled seductively but a hint of loathing flashed in her eyes. This fellow is quite good looking but it's unfortunate that he's only a good for nothing. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the second young master of Wind Valley, I wouldn't even bother myself with this good for nothing. He's teasing me like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Young Sir Fang, may I ask who this woman is to you? She frowned gently as she spoke, observing Gu Ruan. Fang Yuqing's heart shivered yet he continued to carry a bantering smile. Elder May, when it comes to a woman who is tagging along with me, who do you think she is to me? The meaning behind his words was vague and Elder May was immediately enlightened. The second young master of Wind Valley has always been promiscuous. He would change his female companions like he was changing clothes. Therefore, any woman who was allowed to tag along with him can only be one of his lovers. Elder May turned towards Gu Ruan as she thought of this. She then raised her brows and asked, My lady, may I ask for your name? Nianye. My name is Gu Nianye, came Gu Ruan's slow reply. The Charm Sect and Wind Valley share a rather friendly relationship, so Elder May must be aware of Gu Ruan's name. Besides, based on Fang Yuqing's response, it was obvious that he wants to conceal her identity. Under these circumstances, she had no choice but to use her alias again. Gu Nianye. Elder May fell momentarily silent. She has never heard of this name before and her suspicions were alleviated. Young Sir Fang, let me give you a piece of advice. These ruins are far too dangerous. Based on your level of power, coming here would spell doom for you and you've even brought a stepchild along. Elder May's eyes flickered as she exclaimed, if Lady Xiao Xiao was to find out about this, I'm afraid that she would be furious. Fang Yuqing burst into laughter. I never thought that you would care about me so much, Elder May, I am truly overwhelmed by your favor. How about you come and see me at Wind Valley after this? I've long wanted to sleep with you, Elder May. Elder May's expression turned into ice. However, she soon reverted to her normal demeanor and smiled seductively. Don't joke around, young Sir Fang, how can I accept your generosity? I must leave now as I have some matters to attend to. I'll see you again at the ruins. Chapter 1176. The Woman in White 3. Even a good for nothing would have delusions of having me, he must be dreaming. Elder May scoffed as she wiggled her delicate little waist and headed towards the Charm Sect's party. Fang Yuqing exhaled as he watched her leave. She's finally gone. I was afraid that I would accidentally expose your identity if she continued to ask questions. Lady Gu, you must not let them discover that you are Gu Ruan, no matter what. Gu Ruan nodded. Her gaze had remained fixed upon Elder May's disappearing figure but her thoughts were concealed from others. By the way, Fang Yuqing turned towards Gu Ruan before he continued, you're probably not aware of the situation at Charm Sect. Due to the unique cultivation techniques, the Charm Sect requires its members to sleep with men to absorb their power to replenish their vitality. Hence, the disciples of Charm Sect are not only talented and powerful, most importantly, they have the recipe for eternal youth. Elder May might look very young but she's already more than 50 years old now. Gu Ruan curled her lips. It looks like you have quite a hardcore preference to even consider someone of that age. Fang Yuqing's expression froze when he heard this. He then smiled bitterly. I don't have much of a choice, do I? Everyone knows that I'm flirtatious and promiscuous so I can only use these methods to chase her away. Otherwise, if she insists on entering the ruins with us, how do we refuse her? Heaven knew how much he had wanted to vomit as he was saying those words. However, he had no other choice but to act this way to chase Elder May away. Let's go. The crowd has begun to move and Fang Yuqing rose to his feet as well. His wise and far-sighted eyes flickered with a faint light. At the high mountain. Even though there were many spiritual beasts around, they had hidden away when they sensed the great number of powerful cultivators, afraid of provoking these gate crushers. Hence, Guru Owen and others did not run into any fearsome spiritual beasts along the way up the high mountain. However, Fang Yuqing's expression has grown even more somber. His eyes stared darkly at the top of the mountain a short distance away as a light flashed in his gaze. I can sense it, there seems to be something abnormal at the top of this mountain. His eyes then slowly sank. Perhaps our exploration of these ruins won't be as easy as I had thought. Nevertheless, he has to try. This was the only way he could defeat Fang Xiaoxiao. Besides, if he could obtain that inheritance, not only would he regain his powers, he would even rise to a whole new state. Elder Mei, why do you think that Fang Yuqing has come all the way here? A black-robed woman in the charm sect group raised her willowy brows urgently as she stared at Fang Yuqing with a complicated look on her face, deep in consideration. Do I really need to mention it? Elder Mei laughed icily. Why else would a good-for-nothing like Fang Yuqing be here? He's here to find out if there's anything in these ruins that can help restore his power, what else? Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tries, he'll never be able to do it. Elder Yun, we don't need to inform Fang Xiaoxiao about this. This good-for-nothing Fang Yuqing is going to come back empty-handed anyway. The woman who had been addressed as Elder Yun's gaze sank. After a long pause, she turned her attention towards Gu Ruan and exclaimed, I don't know why but I can't shake off the feeling that this woman isn't as simple as she seems. Elder Mei glanced at Gu Ruan and sneered, this woman is only sticking to Fang Yuqing's side because she's taken a fancy to his title as the second young master of Wind Valley. Otherwise, why would she curry favor from a good-for-nothing? Chapter 1177, The Woman in White 4. Elder Yun did not reply but her eyes remained fixed upon Gu Ruan, unsure if she was mistaken or not. She could not shake off the feeling that this woman was not all that simple, at least not like what Elder Mei says Gu Ruan was. Let's go. She pondered for a short while before she ordered calmly and turned away. Roar. Just as the crowd was about to reach the top of the mountain, an angry roar rang out from the top of the mountain. It was so powerful that the entire mountain range shook. Looks like someone is battling against a spiritual beast at the top of the mountain. Fang Yuqing's eyes sank as he fixed his gaze on the top of the mountain. He was momentarily silent before he said, Come, let's go have a look. I can sense that the cultivator who is battling against that spiritual beast is very powerful. Her power seems to surpass everyone amongst us. Gu Ruan's heart gradually reached an all-time low. Honestly speaking, she had not come to the ruins for the sake of helping Fang Yuqing. She was here for the inheritance as well. Hence, when she sensed the strong energy fluctuations from the battle, her heart sank. She must have that inheritance in the ruins no matter what. A sense of determination filled her eyes. Gu Ruan no longer analyzed the situation further as she made her way towards the top of the mountain. An angry roar sounded. The scene of a huge black dragon battling with a white-robed woman in midair was then revealed to them. The woman was dressed in snowy white robes. Her incomparably beautiful features were frosted over with a layer of ice while her eyes were exceptionally cold and distant. The white-robed woman was staring at the black dragon scornfully. However, when Gu Ruan's eyes fell upon the absolute beauty's features, her heart suddenly soared. This woman's facial features were far too similar to hers, it was as if they had been carved from the same mold. Only, in contrast with her clear and cold aloofness, the white-robed woman's features were clearly more gentle. Evil creature, I'm only passing by. Why must you stand in my way? The woman in white glared at the black dragon icily. The chill in her voice could cut one to the bone. Those who trespass will die. The black dragon roared loudly before its gigantic body charged towards the woman in white once again. Since you insist on digging your own grave, I don't mind slaying a dragon. The white-robed woman laughed icily. Her white robes pierced through the skies as she charged towards the black dragon at top speed. The crowd could only see a blur as the white-robed woman, who was several meters away from the large dragon, reappeared in front of it. Roar. As the woman in white appeared in front of him, the large dragon spat out its dragon's breath. A black and rotten-smelling dragon's breath then burst towards the woman in white's beautiful features. Swoosh. The woman in white raised her sword and sliced the oncoming dragon's breath into two. She then appeared behind the black dragon in a flash. The long sword moved like a flash of light before it sliced fiercely at the dragon's body with great force. Slash. The long sword pierced into the black dragon's back. He shrieked from the agony and violently thrashed, trying to throw the woman off his back. This is price you will pay for standing in my way. Slash. The woman in white swiftly pulled the longsword out and black-colored blood splattered out like a fountain. She then took several steps back before raising her longsword once again. Instantly, the heavens and earth lost their color while the sun and the moon dimmed as an infinite amount of power gathered into the longsword. This power slowly condensed into a round ball of wind around the longsword. The whirling ball then slashed downwards along with the sword. A loud bang sounded before the world returned to peace after the tremors. Chapter 1178, The Woman in White 5. The black dragon's body swayed a little before it fell weakly onto the ground. His body was so big that it covered the entire mountain's peak. Blood flowed endlessly and soon covered the entire ground in a rotten-smelling black gunk. She's so powerful. Fang Yuqing's gaze sharpened. For such a powerful black dragon to be rendered defenseless in her hands, just how powerful was this woman? Gu Ruan's lips gently trembled as her eyes remained fixed upon the fairy-like figure in white robes. She could not contain herself from stepping forward as her gaze turned from its initial calm demeanor to excitement. Her heart was trembling now. Is that her? If that isn't her, who else in this world could possibly look so much like me? However, before she could speak, the woman in snow-white robes stepped into the void and disappeared before everyone's eyes. She never spared the crowd at the bottom of the mountain a single glance as if she had not noticed their existence. That's right, that must be her. Gu Ruan's heart slowly filled with determination as her eyes stared fixedly at the spot where the woman in white had been. Her gaze was now filled with a new resolution. Since she's here, I must find her even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth. The woman in white had left too quickly, leaving Gu Ruan no chance to react at all. However, as long as Dongfang Yu was in the first city, they would meet each other sooner or later. The ruins should be right behind the Black Dragon. Fang Yuqing did not seem to notice the peculiar look on Gu Ruan's face as he turned his attention towards the ancient ruins to their front. If my guess is correct, this Black Dragon must have been a spiritual beast placed here to guard the ruins. He would stop anyone from entering the ruins. It was a good thing that the white-robed woman had helped us to solve this problem. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we can't possibly defeat this Black Dragon even if we had all joined forces. However, I wonder where that woman's origins were to have such great power. Admiration filled Fang Yuqing's eyes. He really hopes to have the power to slay dragons someday. Gu Ruan smiled and walked towards the dragon which was lying in the pool of blood. She then took out the broken sword from the ancient divine pagoda and slowly bent down. What is that girl doing? Who knows? The crowd was shocked at the sight of Gu Ruan's action, yet no one paid any attention to her. Very soon, when they saw what Gu Ruan was doing, they were dumbstruck. She had used the broken sword to slash the black dragon's stomach open. She then dug out the dragon's heart. When the bloody dragon's heart came into view, everyone stared blankly and even more foolishly than before as they fixed their astonished stares upon Gu Ruan. Lady Gu, what are you doing? Fang Yuqing, who was also shocked, asked. A black dragon's heart is a rare treasure. Gu Ruan smiled. This black dragon was not like the rest of the dragon clan. They were vegetarians and used medicinal herbs for sustenance. Hence, a black dragon's body, which has been tempered by countless types of medicinal herbs, was a treasure from head to tail, especially the dragon's heart. When one uses the heart to refine pills, it will bring rather impressive effects. However, it was a pity that she could not take the dragon's body with her. Otherwise, it would draw too much attention. Gu Ruan shook her head and put the black dragon's heart away. She then headed to Fang Yuqing's side. Let's go, she said with a raised brow. Let's go and find out what kind of treasures lie within these ruins. Chapter 1179, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 1. Elder Yun, who was standing with the charm sect's group, stared attentively at Gu Ruan. A light flashed across her charming eyes before she turned away and looked at the ancient ruins in front of her. The door to the ruins was shut tight and emitted a dull green glow beneath the sunlight. It looked mysterious and ancient. Let's go. Elder May ordered authoritatively before she led the members of the charm sect towards the closed great door. Gu Ruan had calmed down after her initial excitement. However, she did not make any move as her clear and cold eyes gravitated towards the ruins. No one could tell what she was thinking. Bang! 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 The crowd watched anxiously as the door to the ruins burst open as if it was welcoming their arrival. They felt uneasy as they stared into the depths of the ruins in front of them. Ultimately, the greed overcame the uneasiness and they walked into the ruins. Wait. Just as Fang Yuqing was about to step forward, Gu Ruan reached out to stop him. He paused without hesitation and stared blankly, furrowing his brows at the crowd who was advancing into the ruins. What? Elder May noticed Fang Yuqing, who was standing very still, and smiled. Young Sir Fang, aren't you here for the ruins? Why aren't you coming in with us? Could it be that you're scared? Fang Yuqing's eyes were conflicted. He stared carefully at the ruins in front of him and his voice trembled as he replied, This. You're more powerful than me. I'm only a good-for-nothing, so I think it's best that I walk behind you. He looked so cowardly that Elder May could not help but sneer. This good-for-nothing is really scared now. Elder May no longer hesitated and she led the charm sect into the ruins. Boom. Just as the crowd reached the great door, a powerful beam of black light burst from within the ruins. When she saw the black fire, Elder May screamed, Retreat. Retreat now. Whoosh. Everyone felt the danger and hurriedly tried to retreat. Unfortunately, those who had charged towards the gate at the front, most of the group did not have any time to run away. They disappeared under the blazing black flames. Amongst them were a few cultivators at the exceptional state as well. Elder May's expression was an ugly sight to behold. Her eyes were filled with shock. If she had been a little less cautious, she would probably have been turned to ashes as well. These ruins are truly dangerous. They're far more dangerous than any of the other ruins that she had excavated before. How did you know that we would be in danger? Fang Yuqing returned to his senses and lowered his voice, speaking in a tone that only he and Gu Ruan could hear. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and smiled in a nonchalant manner. Ruins are tombs left behind by powerful cultivators long ago. The graves must still be inside, so why should they open the doors and welcome you? Therefore, you don't need to think too much to know that it's not a good sign when the doors to the ruins had burst open. However, these ruins have been around for a while, so whatever witch is guarding it should not have much power left. If we had been here 100 years ago, I reckon that not a single one of us would be left alive now. Chapter 1180, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 2. She has the ancient divine pagoda so she could have temporarily escaped the danger. Everyone else, however, would not be as lucky. They would all disappear in front of the ruins with no soul spared. Fang Yuqing's expression slowly sank. He then stared at the great door to the ruins, which was now wide open, and exclaimed darkly, I sense that there are many more dangers lying within these ruins. I'm now unsure whether coming here was the right decision or not. However, if he was given another chance, he would still have made the trip here. Purely because of the inheritance. As long as he could obtain that inheritance, he might be able to defeat Fang Xiaoxiao. Elder Yun looked somber as she stared at Gu Ruan and Fang Yuqing, who had stayed at the same spot. A dark, puzzled yet gloomy light flashed in her eyes. Were you aware of the dangers in the ruins? Otherwise, why would they have chosen to stand still unlike those other madmen? Elder Yun, you've overestimated them. Elder May overheard the woman's question and sneered. Her charming eyes were filled with disdain as she continued, they merely lack the courage, they can't possibly be aware of the dangers within the ruins. Elder Yun did not reply, but her expression remained icy. She could not shake off the feeling that the woman by Fang Yuqing's side was not as simple as she seems. Otherwise, Fang Yuqing would never have brought her to a place like this. That was right. Fang Yuqing may be a hedonistic son with no achievements, but that does not mean that he was a fool. He was still very conscious of what should be done and when. Let's make a move. Elder May stared at Gu Ruoan disdainfully and led the crowd from the charm sect into the ruins. The danger has passed, we shouldn't run into any other traps for the time being. However, as these ruins are not like any other, it's best that we keep an eye out. Elder Yun thought for a moment as she glanced at Elder May and the rest who were making their way towards the ruins before she ran after them. Everything was old and rusty in the ruins. It was so quiet in the ruins that only the crowd's footsteps could be heard echoing throughout the deserted ruins. After the first trap had been sprung outside the ruins, the cultivators who had survived were now less than half of the original number. However, the remainder was still very powerful. It would not be an easy task to grab the inheritance from beneath the noses of so many people. Who on earth are you? Just as Gu Ruoan was observing the situation in the ruins, a low voice rang out beside her ear. Furthermore, you're tagging along with the young Sir of Wind Valley. What are you planning? Gu Ruoan was shocked as she turned towards Elder Yun's questioning eyes and curled her lips indifferently. I am only a nameless nobody. Who on earth do you think I could be? The charm sect must have this inheritance no matter what. Elder Yun's eyes darkened with viciousness as she replied icily, if you dare go against us, all that awaits you is the fate of being hunted down and killed by the entire charm sect. So, my lady, you'd better reconsider whether you really want to help Fang Yuqing. Once she had said her piece, she did not say anything else and headed towards the charm sect's party. Elder May gently furrowed her brow. She was clearly unsatisfied with Elder Yun's words. Hadn't this girl seduced the second young master of Wind Valley merely to gain Wind Valley's favor? What power could she possibly have? Besides, this inheritance shall belong to the charm sect in the end. No one else should have the power to fight with us. Chapter 1181, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 3. Lady Gu. Fang Yuqing glanced at Elder Yun, who had left and mildly lowered his gaze before saying, Elder Yun is not like Elder May. She's very intelligent and I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to hide your identity from her. However, I can't let go of this inheritance either. You may carefully consider whether you want to help me or not. It goes without saying that Fang Yuqing was not inferior when compared to Fang Xiaoxiao. However, as Fang Xiaoxiao was several years his senior, by the time he had grown some sense, the entire Wind Valley had fallen into Fang Xiaoxiao's hands. Hence, regardless of how great his power was, he has always had to conceal it. Fang Yuqing understood that Gu Ruoan was not someone that he could easily control. If he tried to mislead her, he would end up receiving the complete opposite of the desired result. Therefore, it was best to clearly explain the charm sect's power and to let her choose whatever she wishes. Gu Ruoan smiled. The inheritance. I had come here for the inheritance as well. Hence, I have no intention of compromising for the charm sect or Fang Yuqing. Foolish humans, who gave you the permission to enter our land? Just as the crowd reached a passage in the ruins, a wild laughter burst into the air. Everyone paused when they heard the sound of the laughter. Who's that? Elder May's expression changed and she clutched her sword tightly in her hand while her face filled with vigilance. HMPH. Just as the muffled cry sounded, the entire ruins began to shake. The crowd watched cautiously as a loud crash reverberated in the ruins. A rock had fallen from the sky and smashed a large hole in the ground. The ground then began to move as the crowd watched. Sir, watch out. Fang Yi and Fang Wu's shocked faces had drained of color. They rushed to unsheath their swords and stood in front of Fang Yuqing, defending him. They then exclaimed with an ugly look on their faces, this fellow is very powerful. Foolish humans, intruding on another's territory without permission requires you to pay a price. The rock spoke in a low and hoarse voice. That voice carried an air of domineering arrogance as if a loud thunder was crashing into their hearts. The rock is talking. Some of them were stunned. It was likely that they had never seen anything quite as supernatural as this before. A rock which can actually talk. This is a stone man from the ancient times. Elder Yun's eyes darkened as she slowly responded, it's a species of spiritual beast. However, the Stone Men clan have vanished more than 10,000 years ago. I never thought that it would appear in these ruins. It seems that these ruins must be more than 10,000 years old. Gasp. These old ruins are 10,000 years old. Just how powerful was the master of these ruins? Perhaps they might never figure it out. Some of them were already beginning to feel regretful. Why couldn't we have controlled our greed and stayed out of these ruins? What if we ended up losing our lives here? That would not be a good deal at all. Unfortunately, the exit to the ruins was now closed. No matter how regretful they were now, it was useless. HMPH, human, you have some knowledge at least. You still know who I am despite the many years. It is unfortunate, however, that anyone who enters these ruins will never leave. The stone man laughed icily and slowly rose to its feet from the ground. The ground shook with every step its large body took. You're merely a stone man, not some impenetrable defense. I simply do not believe that you can go up against so many of us. Under the stone man's oppression, a cultivator charged forward. His fist was enveloped in a layer of energy as it flew fiercely towards the stone man's body. Chapter 1182, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 4. Slam. The cultivator's fist landed on the stone man's body and everyone heard a brittle, cracking sound. A shriek, similar to a pig being slaughtered, then echoed through the ruins. Ah. The cultivator's entire arm was twisted and the back of his hand was bloody with trails of blood trickling down slowly. The stone man cracked his head as he staring disdainfully down at the cultivator who had gone pale. Human, it exclaimed with ridicule, go home and cultivate a few more years before you can think about fighting me again. Oh, right, I forgot that you can't ever leave this place now. The stone man had not been harmed by the full forced attack from the early stage martial saint in the exceeding state. Furthermore, the stone man had not attempted to dodge the attack and had allowed the cultivator's fist to slam directly against his body. Let's attack together. There's so many of us, don't tell me that we can't even wound this fellow. Elder May gritted her teeth as she gave the order. That's right. Though one person alone cannot defeat it, why can't we injure it when there's so many of us? Whoosh. After saying his piece, another cultivator then charged towards the stone man. Everyone else looked at each other as they drew their weapons and charged forward as well. One of them slashed their sword down, causing a wave of wind to slice down from the sky and slam fiercely towards the stone man's head. The stone man stood very still and did not move. He did not even bother to resist and only smiled at the group of puny humans struggling in front of him. Thunk. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Countless attacks shot towards the stone man on the ground, emitting a groaning sound which echoed throughout the ruins. The stone man turned his head and spoke in a disdainful voice. Is this the extent of your strength, humans? You are far too inferior in contrast with the ones who had come before you. Do you think that you can hurt me by attacking together? Your attacks had barely tickled me. How can this be? The crowd took several steps back as they panted and stared at the stone man. This stone man's power is probably at the late-stage exceptional state martial saint rank. There are quite a number of late-stage exceptional state martial saints amongst us too. How is it that we've been unable to hurt him? Elder Yoon, who had not joined in the earlier fight, paused and explained, even though this stone man's power is at the late-stage exceptional state martial saint rank, the stone men race have always had a rock-hard body. It would be difficult to harm him even for those at the early stage refined state. Ha ha. The stone man burst into laughter. Human, you are correct. Even though my powers have regressed now, I still have a solid shell. Hence, you cannot harm me. Are you all prepared to die now? Boom. A powerful energy exploded from the stone man's body and flew towards the cultivators in front of him, reaching the cultivators' faces instantly. Crack. The stone man's fist landed fiercely on a cultivator's head with a force as great as a large mountain falling on him. The cultivator's head exploded and his brains dribbled out, splashing all over the ground. Watch out. Elder May cried out as she led the attackers towards the stone man. You've overestimated your abilities. The stone man laughed icily before he threw his fist at Elder May. The fist landed heavily on Elder May's stomach with a loud thud and sent her body flying out of the way. She landed violently on the ground and large mouthfuls of blood began to sputter out from her mouth. She could only stare at the stone man who was standing in front of her as her face turned ashen. Chapter 1183. The Initial Search at the Ruins, 5. Elder May. The charm sect disciples surrounded Elder May while their eyes stared vigilantly at the large and solid stone man in front of them. The gaze was filled with seriousness. Anyone else? The stone man burst into mad laughter. Does anyone else want to throw their lives away and fight me? I'm going to show all of you the power of the stone men clan. His laughter then echoed throughout the ruins. That crazed laughter was the only sound in the ruins. The humans have long been scared witless. Who would dare to challenge this mad piece of rock? Since none of you plan to make a move, allow me to do so. The stone man swept his maddened gaze across every human in sight before he sneered. So, who amongst you would like to die first? The crowd's expression changed over and over again. They all understood that this mad piece of rock had no intentions of letting them go. Does this really mean that they were all going to die in these ruins? No. They would never surrender so easily. Let's keep going and fight him to the death. Otherwise, if this keeps up, we can forget about the inheritance. We might even lose our lives here. Elder May gritted her teeth as a fierce light flashed in her eyes. That's right. The elder from the charm sect is right. We're going to die anyway, so we might as well go down fighting. A cultivator had stepped out to support Elder May's decision as soon as she had spoken. This rock does not plan to let them go and they would likely to end up dead whether they fight or not. Since that was the case, why not fight? During that period of time, only the good-for-nothing Fang Yuqing and Gu Ruoan had not made any moves. Everyone had launched their attacks against the stone man, including the two men in grey robes who had stood by Fang Yuqing's side. Boom. Boom. Boom boom. They attacked over and over again but only managed to cause a small spark in the end. Their attacks had not even left a scratch on the stone man. However, their attacks have clearly angered the stone man and he roared loudly as he stomped angrily towards them. How could they possibly hold their own against a late-stage stone man at the exceeding martial saint rank? Very soon, all the human cultivators continuously spat blood under his attack. Those whose powers were at a slightly inferior stage had instantly lost their lives. Sir. Fang Yi and Fang Wu retreated to Fang Yuqing's side. They then spoke in a serious manner. This stone man may be at the late stage exceeding martial saint rank but his powers are so great that it's absurd. Even with so many of us, it was impossible for us to touch him at all. Fang Yuqing's expression slowly sank. He then entered into deep contemplation as he stared at the huge stone man. It was also at this moment that the stone man's attention turned towards him and Gu Ruoan. I never thought that a good-for-nothing and an early stage martial saint would dare to enter these ruins. Since that's the case, allow me to use you two as my opening sorter. Boom. The stone man's fist carried a heavy coercion as he struck it towards of Gu Ruoan. Gu Ruoan's eyes narrowed. Just as she was about to release Sixi, a flash of black robes descended from above. The black-robed figure landed in front of her like a heavenly god and blocked the stone man's fist with a loud bang. Thud. The stone man stumbled back before he lifted his head in astonishment and stared at the man in black robes before him. The man was dressed in black robes while his face was covered by a black mask. His deep eyes stared at the stone man solemnly as his sensual lips curled into a cold angle. Gu Ruoan did not know why but she felt a sense of familiarity as the masked man stood in front of her. Chapter 1184, Ruins, Inheritance, 1. Human, you're digging your own grave. The stone man was enraged after his attack was blocked. He then attacked again and fiercely aimed his fist towards the man in black's chest. There was an unstoppable aura wrapped around the stone man's fist as it flew forward with an irresistible force. Bam! The black-robed man raised his hand and grabbed the stone man's fist in a tight grip. Though the stone man's punch had pushed the black-robed man back several steps, there was no sign of emotion in his deep and grim eyes. An indifferent light from his masked face flashed against the ruins. Gu Ruan's eyes were fixed upon the black-robed man in front of her. There was a slight ripple of emotion in her clear and cold gaze. Could it be him? It can't be. Big Brother should be in the West Strip mainland, so how could he possibly be in the first city? Besides, if he really is Gu Shangshao, he would never have concealed himself and refused to see me. Where had my savior come from? Human, stop fantasizing about defeating me. That's an impossible feat, so I advise you to beg for mercy instead. The stone man was still enraged about the fact that the black-robed man had been able to block his attack. His angry eyes looked as if they could spit fire. The black-robed man gently pursed his lips, but his grim gaze remained fixed upon the stone man. He did not say a thing, and no one could comprehend the expression beneath his black mask either. Nevertheless, the chilly aura emanating from the man's body was quite intimidating. Boom. Just then, the man in black released his attack. The stone man laughed icily and raised his fist to block him. As their fists collided, a powerful energy surged through the man's arm and transferred itself into the stone man's body. A clear and loud cracking then echoed through the ruins. The stone man's expression has changed from his initial disdain to fear. His eyes slowly widened before he cried out in a shrill voice, "No!" Crack. His entire body had been penetrated by the black-robed man's powerful energy. The crowd then watched as the stone man's body cracked open and exploded into pieces. Countless shattered pieces of rock fell to the ground in small piles. The stone man's eyes, once filled with fear, slowly turned pitch black before losing its spark. The black-robed man clenched his fist as blood dripped down from his arm onto the ground. It was obvious that he had sustained some heavy injuries from the last attack. Wah! Everyone in the ruins immediately plunged into a riot as they gazed curiously at the black-robed man in black. They wanted to know where this man had come from to have such great power. Elder May's eyes slowly darkened. With this man around, their chances of obtaining the inheritance from these ruins would be greatly diminished. The black-robed man was still standing with his back towards Gu Ruan and made no move to turn around to look her. It was as if he was not acquainted with her at all. "Who are you?" The woman's clear and cold voice rang out behind him. "Do we know each other?" The black-robed man's body stiffened. However, he stopped himself from turning around. He continued to stare into the distance as he replied in a grim yet hoarse voice, "We do not." "Really?" Gu Ruan curled her lip indifferently. There was no way her intuition was wrong. This man was definitely acquainted with her. However, she could not comprehend what could have possibly happened to have caused him to be unable to face her. "Lady, aren't you overthinking this?" Elder May sneered before she chimed in with a voice filled with mockery. "This man has such great power. How could someone like you, who is trying to curry favor from the second young master of Wind Valley to obtain a high position, possibly be acquainted with a powerful cultivator like him? However, you really are something. You would even rush to gain favor from anybody who seems powerful by pretending that you know him. You." Chapter 1185, Ruins, Inheritance, 2. Her speech came to an abrupt end. Elder May's expression turned pale and her eyes displayed a sense of terror. The reason for this was because the black-robed man had turned his gaze towards her with clear murderous intent in his cold eyes. Elder May felt as if a hand was clasped around her neck. It was suddenly very hard for her to breathe. "Your tongue is too impertinent." The black-robed man's voice was just as cold as ever and the murderous intent on his body was undiminished. "If you say another word, I will send you to your grave." Boom. A powerful force then charged towards Elder May. She could not avoid it in time and the attack landed straight onto her chest, causing her to stumble backward. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned deathly pale. "Elder May." Elder Yun's expression changed abruptly. She then hurriedly supported Elder May's body as she stared vigilantly at the black-robed man. She might have been mistaken, but she felt as if this man had attacked Elder May because she had insulted Gu Nianye. How could Elder May possibly have the audacity to say another word at a time like this? She could only stare at Gu Ruan hatefully. To Elder May, this woman had caused her to offend such a powerful cultivator. If it had not been for her, Elder May would not have had to endure that attack. "It's fine if you don't tell me who you are." Gu Ruan walked to the man's side and thought for a moment before saying, "One day, I shall find out your identity myself." After saying her piece, she continued further into the ruins. The black-robed man stared at her as she left and his initially chilly gaze became gentler. His eyes were filled with a frustrating struggle. The path in the ruins was made from metal and made a clanking sound when walked on. This sound was particularly obvious in the silent ruins. The black-robed man followed Gu Ruan every step of the way, but he did not say a word to her at all. He was quiet the entire time, but his cold eyes were fully alert with a serious look beneath his black mask. "Hey, there's a room here." Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded amongst the crowd. The crowd immediately saw that there was indeed a room to their left. That room had been fused together with the wall, which was why they had not noticed its existence at first. Since this tomb had been built by a powerful cultivator 10,000 years ago, there should be other treasures aside from the inheritance. Perhaps this room has precious things inside. Elder May curled her lips as her eyes filled with greed. "Come, let's go have a look." She then opened the large golden door and stepped into the room. The room was filled with treasure chests which emitted a dazzling radiance, lifting one's spirits. Heavens, they're spiritual weapons. So many spiritual weapons. And spirit stones. These spirit stones have an abundance of spiritual energy. If I could absorb all these spirit stones, I might even break through to the next stage. Spirit stones were a type of miracle stone on the mainland. They contain powerful spiritual energy which can be absorbed by cultivators. However, spirit stones had disappeared along with pill formulas 10,000 years ago and only a precious few could be found. A spirit stone placed in an auction could be sold for sky-high prices. "These are mine, ha ha ha, all mine." One cultivator could not resist the lure of so many treasures and burst into laughter. He then charged forward with an insane look on his face. Chapter 1186, Ruins, Inheritance, 3. However, before he could reach the treasure, a sword was suddenly thrust forward and pierced through his chest. His body shook as he turned around in disbelief and looked at the person who had stabbed him. You actually, he asked in a trembling voice. There's not much treasure here. The less of us there are, the more chances we will have to get something so you can go to hell. The attacker then pulled his sword out emotionlessly. Even the way he had spoken was extremely cruel and he showed absolutely no mercy at all. Splatter. Fresh blood gushed out from the cultivator's body like spring water. He then slowly crumpled to the ground, landing in front of everyone with a thud. Everyone immediately drew their weapon and struck the person standing next to them. They must slaughter their own kind for the sake of obtaining the treasure. Sir, should we join the fray as well? Fang Yi stared at Fang Yuqing in confusion as he asked. Before Fang Yuqing could reply, a cold and indifferent voice chimed in, if you trust my word, leave these things alone. Nothing good can come from taking these treasures. Fang Yuqing fell momentarily silent before he slowly nodded. We'll listen to Lady Gu. Knowing this woman's character, she would never open her mouth to spout delirious ravings. Since she has asked them to give up on obtaining these treasures, there must be a good reason why they should leave these treasures alone. Otherwise, they might end up throwing their lives away senselessly. Most importantly, with so many powerful cultivators fighting for the treasure, they really could not expect anything good to happen. What was it all for? Actually, Elder May was more worried about the black-robed man joining the fight. It was a good thing that he did not react at all and had remained standing behind Gu Ruoan like a statue. Elder May does not know why, but when she saw this, a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Why do I feel as if this man is like a bodyguard and is protecting the woman's safety? She quickly sneered at herself for having that thought. How could that be possible? How could a woman who needs to gain the second master of Wind Valley's favor possibly have such a powerful bodyguard? Perhaps the black-robed man was just minding his own business behind her. He certainly can't be acquainted with her at all. In the room, countless cultivators have fallen into a pool of blood as a result of the massacre. But this time, they never thought that they would end up being murdered by their friends after surviving the Stone Man's attack. And it was all for the sake of the treasure in those chests. It's almost done. Elder May wiped the blood from her face and said, now there should be enough people to divide the treasure amongst us. We only need to discuss who will take what. Even though many have lost their lives here, we still don't know what's going to happen next. However, she paused before she turned towards Gu Ruoan and the others. She then smiled as she said, those of you who did not take part in the battle can't claim any of the treasure. To me, this treasure is not quite as important as you, Elder May. I'd rather you give yourself to me, Elder May, instead of having this treasure. Fang Yuqing peeked at Elder May with narrowed eyes, looking like a hedonistic son through and through. Elder May felt disgusted, but she did not show it on her face. Instead, she chuckled before saying, don't worry, once we leave these ruins, I won't treat you unfairly. However, that would require them to actually leave the ruins in one piece. My lord. After Elder May had spoken, she lifted her head towards the black-robed man in black who was standing behind Gu Ruoan and addressed him. She flashed a pretty and charming smile as she spoke with an attractive expression on her face. I wonder if any of these treasures have caught your eye. I'll leave one especially for you. Chapter 1187, Ruins, Inheritance, 4. The black-robed man ignored her completely. He did not even look at her as if she was completely transparent. His deep, grim eyes were staring somewhere else as if each word Elder May had said to him was blasphemy. Elder May realized her failure in boot-licking and looked rather embarrassed. She was about to speak again when Elder Yun, who was right next to her, pulled her back. With such great power, why would he need these treasures? Elder May, it's no use for you to do this. We better hurry up and divide these treasures so we can continue our journey. This man's eyes clearly showed that he was not interested in these treasures at all. Otherwise, based on his level of power, if he really wants these things, would there be anything left for them to divide? Funnily, Elder May had tried to use these treasures to get into this man's good graces. In the end, he had not been impressed at all. After everyone had divided the treasure, the group continued on their journey. The long passageway was like a path to another world. Though it was long, a bright light soon came into view and everyone's heart leaped with joy. They exclaimed excitedly, we're finally at the end. Is it possible that this is where the inheritance is? There was only one inheritance. Hence, everyone by their side was an enemy. They had previously attacked their friends for the sake of those treasures. Now, one single mistake would result in their own deaths by the sword. Once the crowd had reached the path's end, their excitement soon turned to disappointment. They were greeted with a single plank bridge swaying all alone at the end of the path. Beneath it was an endlessly dark void. Fear crept into their hearts and they felt as if something could jump out from beneath the bridge at any moment. Looks like this is not the location of the inheritance. It's like what I've said, we can't possibly have found the inheritance so soon. The master of these ruins would not possibly let us enjoy the inheritance so quickly. It seems that if we want to obtain the inheritance, we shall have to cross this single plank bridge. The hearts of the crowd sank. After all, the trials in the ruins would only get more and more dangerous. The stone man earlier on was already very powerful and they do not know what was waiting for them next. Let's go. Elder Yun took a deep breath and walked around the crowd to stand at the front. We must pass through here no matter what. Everyone else followed suit. They had already gone through so much peril, how could they go back now? Besides, they have no way of retreat. Shortly, everyone had set foot on the single plank bridge. Due to the weight from so many people, the bridge began to wobble and seemed as if it could collapse at any moment. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. Just as the crowd was crossing the bridge with great difficulty, a loud succession of roars sounded underneath the bridge. When the crowd looked down, they were so frightened that their souls nearly leaped out from their bodies. Countless black dragons were rising up from beneath the bridge as they widening their bloody, ferocious mouths and roared loudly. If these black dragons had not been bound by chains, the cultivators would probably have been frightened to death. Watch out, don't fall down. If you do, you will become the black dragon's meal. Elder Yun's eyes darkened as she ordered in a low voice. Creak. Even though the crowd was already walking very carefully, the single plank bridge wobbled ceaselessly as if it could collapse at any moment. Chapter 1188, Ruins, Inheritance, 5. Frankly speaking, if the group had gone across the bridge one by one, this might not have happened. Unfortunately, no one wanted to fall behind and they were afraid that someone else would get to the inheritance first. Hence, they did not want to concede even one step. As for flying through the air, that was impossible. Perhaps the master of the ruins had wanted to prevent cultivators from flying through the air, so he had placed water caltrops on the single plank bridge as well. If anyone tries to fly, they would end up badly bruised by the spikes from the water caltrops. Hence, the crowd had no choice but to slowly cross the single plank bridge. Gu Ruoan had dared to step onto it because she was certain that she would be able to escape from the dragons. Just then, an arm reached out from the side and someone, who had been caught off guard, fell off the bridge. The black dragons, which had been lying in wait for the delicious meal, quickly opened the bloody mouths to catch it. Before the man could cry out for help, the black dragon had swallowed him whole. What are you doing? After that unfortunate soul had been swallowed by the black dragon, his friend turned towards Elder May, who was the person who had pushed the unfortunate soul down. He screamed angrily at her and his eyes were spitting balls of fire. You can all see it, this bridge can't take any more weight. If there's less of us, perhaps we can still stand a chance in crossing safely. Elder May sneered. You shouldn't blame me, my actions have brought you hope. It's every man for himself and the devil will take those who fall behind. As long as we can cross this bridge, what's wrong with sacrificing one or two of us? Despite the angry look in the unfortunate man's friend's eyes, he did not say another word. Elder May was right. Every man for himself and the devil will take those who fall behind. Humans have always been a selfish species. What was the harm in sacrificing one or two people for the sake of survival? I think there's still an overload of weight here, so we must sacrifice a few others to save ourselves. As she spoke, her gaze turned towards Gu Ruoan and the rest. Gu Ruoan raised her brow and stared straight into Elder May's eyes. Her unwavering gaze showed no sign of fear. Sir Feng, even though we've known each other for so many years, you've pretty much dug your own grave by coming to these ruins with your powers in that state. Please take your subordinates and that woman. You should jump before I take action. Feng Yuqing's eyes sank. Are you not afraid of receiving retribution for these actions? Ha ha ha. Elder May burst into laughter. Now that Feng Xiaoxiao is the young master of Wind Valley and will soon take the top position, do you think that Wind Valley will avenge you? Besides, the Charm Sect have long been allied with Feng Xiaoxiao. The friendship between the Charm Sect and Wind Valley was purely because of Feng Xiaoxiao alone. If Feng Xiaoxiao found out that Elder May had killed Feng Yuqing, she might feel very excited. Sir, watch out. Feng Yi and Feng Wu quickly pulled Feng Yuqing protectively behind them as they glared at Elder May angrily. Elder May, you've crossed the line. Our sir is also a direct descendant of Wind Valley, yet you would treat him as such. We will inform the Valley Lord about this once we leave this place. You just wait. Leave. Elder May sneered. Do you think you'll have that chance? You will die here today. You should feel proud for being given the opportunity to sacrifice yourselves for us. Gu Ruoan crossed her arms across her chest and stared at Elder May with a forced smile. Her eyes were filled with mockery. When Elder May noticed the mocking smile on Gu Ruoan's face, she was immediately enraged. She then exclaimed icily, you are going to die very soon, so why are you smiling? Lady, you should have thought of the consequences of your greed for influence. Especially since the person that you're trying to gain favor from is the good-for-nothing second young master of Wind Valley. Chapter 1189, Ruins, Inheritance, 6. Elder May has shed all pretenses of cordiality and no longer cared about camouflaging her intentions. Since these people are going to die anyway, why should I keep this act up? Whoosh. Suddenly, a black wave of energy shot towards her and pushed Elder May several steps back. A grim voice then chimed in and her heart froze over. Shut your mouth unless you plan to become dragon food. Tui. Elder May spat out a mouthful of blood as she stared in shock at the black-robed man behind Gu Ruoan. Her face was completely drained of color. She could not understand it. Why was this man standing up for Gu Ruoan? Of course, as soon as this thought appeared in Elder May's mind, she could not help but blurt out the question. My lord, why are you helping them? If they go down, we'll have another thread of hope. After all, this bridge can't take so many of us. That's right. The black-robed man laughed icily. It's true that this single plank bridge can't hold such a great weight and some of us should get off. Why don't you sacrifice yourself to protect us instead? Elder May's expression changed several times. She simply could not understand why this man would protect Gu Ruoan. My lord, these people aren't very powerful, so they wouldn't be of much use in the next battle. I, on the other hand, am already a late-stage martial saint in the exceeding state and am much more powerful than them. Under these circumstances, the weaker ones should sacrifice themselves for those of us who stand the fighting chance. The man in black robes curled his lips into a disdainful smile, but his eyes were as grim as ever. Murderous intent rippled from his body, turning the atmosphere on the single plank bridge deadly. The thing is, I don't even want to see you at all. I should sacrifice myself. I'm not related to them at all, so why should I sacrifice myself for their sake? Elder May. Elder Yun lowered her voice and interrupted Elder May. She then turned towards the group in front of her and said, Lady Gu, Sir Feng, my apologies. Elder May was only thinking for the benefit of everyone's safety. That's why she had made such a decision. Allow me to apologize on her behalf. There are many more dangers ahead, so all I'm asking is for you to not start any further internal strifes. Obviously, Elder Yun was much more intelligent than Elder May. Elder Yun may be apologizing to Gu Ruoan, but the underlying meaning in her words indicated that Gu Ruoan was fully to blame. In her apology, Elder Yun made it sound like Elder May had done it for everyone's safety. That was why she had wanted to feed Gu Ruoan to the dragons. Therefore, Gu Ruoan's party's refusal to sacrifice themselves was harming everyone's best interests. They were the ones who were wrong. Indeed, after hearing Elder Yun's words, all eyes have turned towards Gu Ruoan's little group. Those eyes were filled with accusation and dissatisfaction, as if they all believed that Gu Ruoan had hurt the benefits. Gu Ruoyan smiled icily but did not bother to defend herself. In the eyes of these greedy souls, everyone must sacrifice themselves for their benefit. Otherwise, it would hurt their interests. Hence, when faced with people like them, she felt much too lazy to say anything. The black-robed man furrowed his brows when he heard Elder Yoon's explanation. Though the murderous intent was still evident in his grim eyes, he restrained himself in the end. These people were still useful for now. There were countless dangers ahead and he still needed them to scout ahead. Roar. After enjoying the delicious meal, the dragons once again waited for more humans to drop towards them. In the end, they did not receive any more food no matter how long they waited. They were enraged and let out a furious roar. Chapter 1190, Ruins, Inheritance, 7. After all, these dragons have been starving for more than 10,000 years. They've finally received food after such a long wait, how could they give up so easily? Hence, some of the dragons began to bang their heads against the single plank bridge in an attempt to knock all the humans down. Elder May jumped in fright and quickly retreated. She then exclaimed anxiously, "What should we do? What if we really fall down there? We would die for sure." The crowd did not reply. However, they were grumbling about Gu Ruoyan, Fang Yuqing and the rest in their hearts. If they had allowed themselves to be sacrificed, the others would not be facing so many problems now. They do not even have an ounce of heroism at all. People like them were not fit to be considered humans. Do they not know that even if they managed to go through this trial, there would still be many more dangers ahead? Based on their level of power, they might not even be able to escape these ruins at all. Since that was the case, why not make things easy here and sacrifice themselves for the ones who have greater power? Let's keep going. Elder Yoon issued the order with a sunken face when she noticed that Gu Ruoyan had ignored her. Due to the black-robed man's intervention, the crowd did not dare to act carelessly, so no one schemed against their friends at all. They carefully journeyed forward, but no matter how cautious they were, the single plank bridge still wobbled endlessly. Elder May tried not to overanalyze the black-robed man's attitude. Instead, she relegated him to the type of person who could not stand any sort of injustice. However, she had forgotten to consider that if he really was that sort of person, he would have reacted and stopped her when she pushed that unlucky soul off the bridge instead of taking action later. We're almost at the end. Elder May wiped the sweat off her brow when she noticed the path close by and stepped softly forward. She could almost feel the dragon's mouth close to her feet. If she was not careful enough, she would be devoured. Fortunately, everyone finally reached the path in front of them after creeping along carefully. They all heaved a collective sigh of relief when they set foot on solid ground. This. However, before they could celebrate, the next thing they saw had frightened the wits out of them. Countless spiritual beasts were charging towards them from further up. Dust was stirred up all over the place, followed by their roaring, which nearly stopped the cultivators' hearts from beating. They had just escaped the dragons, yet there were so many fearsome tigers in front of them. Was the master of these ruins not going to let anyone out alive? We're finished. These spiritual beasts are all late-stage martial saints at the exceeding state. Furthermore, our numbers are fewer than the spiritual beasts. We can't defeat them. After the last battle, there were only around 10 cultivators left. There were more than 20 spiritual beasts here. How could they possibly defeat so many of them? If it had not been for the previous battles, they might still be able to go up against these spiritual beasts if they had joined forces. However, there was no if now. They have already given up on this chance for survival. No. That's not right. The crowd's eyes lit up as a thought came into their minds all of a sudden. How could they have forgotten about the mysterious black-robed man within the group? If he was to attack, these spiritual beasts would be no match for them. Unfortunately, the black-robed man only stood with his hands behind his back and has no intentions of pacifying their troubles. Thump. Elder May blocked an attack from one of the spiritual beasts before she stared at the black-robed man in a puzzled manner. Does this man not fight against injustice and would draw his sword to help? Why does he not have any intentions of helping despite seeing so many of us under attack? Besides, those spiritual beasts seem to know about the man's power and are too afraid of going near him. Chapter 1191, Ruins, Inheritance, 8. Gu Ruoyan's little group was standing next to the black-robed man and were temporarily sheltered from the spiritual beast's attack. Elder May felt a little jealous. If she had known that this would happen, she should have fought for the place to stand next to him. She should not have given up on such a good opportunity simply because she had feared the man. If she was by his side, perhaps the spiritual beasts would not dare to attack her. Obviously, Elder May was not the only one who has that idea. One cultivator realized that he could not defeat the powerful spiritual beast and quickly rushed towards the black-robed man to hide behind him. However, his actions were in vain. Even after he had hidden behind the black-robed man, the spiritual beast had still run after him and ripped its claw right through his chest. Elder May was confused now. Weren't these spiritual beasts afraid of the black-robed man? Why was Gu Ruoyan and her group protected but not the rest of them? Slash! At that moment, a spiritual beast attacked Elder Yoon and tore her clothes with one strike, causing the spirit stone hidden in her clothes to fall out. Elder Yoon's shocked face drained of color and she quickly tried to pick up the spirit stone. However, just as she was about to pick the spirit stone up, the spiritual beast which had been attacking her turned around and charged towards the other cultivators. Elder Yoon fell silent when she noticed this. After a long pause, she seems to figure something out and quickly cried out, "Throw away all the treasures that you've picked up from that room." What? Elder May was dazed as she turned towards Elder Yoon and bellowed, "Is something wrong with your brain? These are the spoils of our victory in these ruins and you're asking us to throw them away." Elder Yoon's eyes darkened as she replied in a low voice, "Throw those things away if you want to live. Otherwise, don't blame me for not advising you." Elder May stared at Elder Yoon's serious face and chose to believe her in the end. The other charm sect members pulled out the treasures and threw them onto the ground. Their eyes were filled with confusion and reluctance. Once they had discarded those treasures, the spiritual beasts immediately gave up on them and charged towards those who were still holding onto their treasure. Those who had followed the charm sect and discarded their treasures managed to escape with their lives. The others were torn to pieces by the great number of spiritual beasts and died tragically. These precious treasures are cursed with death. Elder May finally returned to her senses and her expression changed. However, we've paid a great price to obtain these things. Must we throw them away? Elder Yoon's heart was filled with reluctance, but she felt much more light-hearted compared to Elder May. We don't have any other choice. Those spiritual beasts are too powerful. If we don't throw those treasures away, we would certainly be attacked by other spiritual beasts. We have no choice but to abandon them. Elder May's heart was filled with resentment. If that black-robed man had made his move, they would not have needed to throw their treasures away. Nevertheless, she did not dare to complain about the black-robed man. Hence, she put all of her rage onto Gu Ruan's head instead. Were you aware of the dangers that would come with taking those treasures? Is that why you had not fought a piece of the treasure? Quite a number of Charm Sect members had died for the sake of those treasures. Therefore, as an elder of the Charm Sect, how could Elder May not feel heartache over this? It's all this woman's fault. If she had said something sooner, the Charm Sect might have discarded those items as well. Elder May grumbled away in her heart. If Gu Ruan had warned them of the dangers in those treasures previously, they probably would not have believed her. Instead, they would have accused her of lying to them in order to reap the great number of treasures for herself. Chapter 1192, Ruins, Inheritance, 9. Gu Ruan stared at Elder May in shock. Most valuable treasures in ruins are usually guarded by powerful spiritual beasts. Also, what made you think that these treasures were gifts for you? You only need to ponder a little more to know that there must be other dangers ahead. That's simply common sense, right? As for what kind of dangers there are, how would I know that? I watched how you had fought for the treasures you wanted, so I thought that you must have enough confidence to overcome any danger. You. Elder May was so angry that her face turned ashen and she glared at Gu Ruan bitterly. This damn girl was actually accusing him of lacking common sense. Forget it, Elder May, it's not a big loss anyway. Let's just consider it as, we never got the treasure in the first place. Elder Yoon was afraid that the black-robed man would get angry, so she quickly stopped Elder May. She then shook her head and said, don't forget, we're here for the inheritance. If we can obtain this inheritance, it would be much more important than those treasures. Elder May took a deep breath when she heard this and suppressed her rage. She glared at Gu Ruan angrily but turned away and did not say a word. Her heart was bleeding at this point. Elder Yoon pursed her lips and stared at Gu Ruan with a complicated look in her eyes before she followed Elder May and walked off. Everyone had also put the blame on Gu Ruan's head. If she had warned them earlier on, would this have happened? It's all your fault. One cultivator could not endure this irritation. He charged towards Gu Ruan with eyes full of insanity as he yelled, it's your fault that I had lost her after getting these treasures. Furthermore, my older brother had lost his life for the sake of those treasures. It's your fault that he had died for nothing. Why didn't you warn us in the first place? Why? He roared angrily as he glared at Gu Ruan with reddened eyes. It was almost as if Gu Ruan had murdered his older brother. At that moment, the crowd had forgotten that if it had not been for their earlier greed, perhaps so many of them would not have lost their lives. They would also not have run into the spiritual beasts or endure the heartache of their losses later on. However, they never considered it as their own mistake. They only knew how to throw their problems onto others and to vent their anger. Stab. The black-robed man finally made his move when the cultivator charged towards Gu Ruan. A sharp blade pierced towards the cultivator and slashed through his throat. Blood began to pour out like a blooming red rose and slowly trickled down the cultivator's body. I won't be giving any of you a second chance. He would never give any of them the opportunity to hurt this girl. That cultivator glared angrily at Gu Ruan even as he died. His vicious gaze was like a poisonous viper, piercing through her skin. If looks could kill, Gu Ruan would probably have been cut to pieces under everyone's glare. Gu Ruan frowned as her eyes turned towards the black-robed man. You've helped me time and time again and you still claim that we don't know each other. The black-robed man's back stiffened. He annoyed me, he replied in a hoarse voice. He had killed him because he had been annoyed by the cultivator. No one in the area believed his explanation, least of all Gu Ruan. However, it was very obvious that because of his actions, no one else dared to cause trouble for Gu Ruan. The black-robed man did not say anything else as he made his way towards the deeper end of the ruins. Gu Ruan went deep into thought as she stared at his back. Chapter 1193, Ruins, Inheritance, 10. After the last fight, the atmosphere in the ruins had returned to silence. As for those who had died under the claws of the spiritual beasts, no one bothered too much about them and trampled over their bodies as they continued on their journey. Suddenly, when they had reached the middle of the long pathway in the ruins, a powerful aura was sensed by them all. However, the powerful spiritual beasts who were hidden away did not charge out at them. Instead, they began to probe their bodies as if they were trying to find something. When their search turned out to be fruitless, the spiritual beasts retracted their aura and allowed the cultivators to pass through the long pathway. Everyone sighed with relief. It was a good thing that they had listened to Elder Yoon's advice and left the treasures behind them. Otherwise, the hidden spiritual beasts would definitely attack them again. I never thought that humans would come here again after so many years. Suddenly, an ancient voice sighed and echoed throughout the silent ruins, worming its way into everyone's hearts. Everyone quickly drew their weapons as they stared vigilantly around them. They were trying their best to identify the source of that voice. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find the source of that voice. There's no need to look around, I am only a remnant of a memory, so you won't be able to find me. That voice rang out again as faintly as before, like an intangible cloud or mist. However, there's only one inheritance and I can't guarantee that everyone's body can suit this inheritance. One thing's for sure, only one of you can have the inheritance. Have all of you decided the person who should receive the inheritance? Elder May's eyes sharpened and the light flashed in her eyes. Elder Yoon, give this inheritance to me. When we return to the Charm Sect, I'll give my spiritual weapon to you. Elder Yoon nodded in agreement. As long as this inheritance falls into the Charm Sect's hands, it does not really matter who it went to. Now we only need to deal with the rest. Elder May laughed icily. Her eyes then turned towards the crowd and her greedy face was laid bare for all to see. The inheritance will belong to the charm sect. If you're willing to give it up, we might spare your life. Give it up. What a joke. They had gone through so much trouble and endured heavy injuries to arrive at this point. How could they willingly go home with their tail between their legs now? They must have this inheritance even if they had to fight to the death. I think we should dispatch the Wind Valley members first. Though they don't have a lot of power, they still have 2 early-stage martial saints in the exceeding state anyway. What if they end up benefiting from this dispute while both our parties suffer? I'm afraid that the gains do not make up for the losses. A cultivator from the group had spoken up and brought a general consensus across the group. It was very obvious that they were furious with Guru and so they would certainly get rid of her first at a time like this. It did not matter if the black-robed man had stood up for her. Under these circumstances, who would not fight for the inheritance? That black-robed man must certainly be here for the inheritance as all. Therefore, he should not attack for Guru and Sake this time. Go to hell. Slam. Just as the cultivator had spoken, a low, grim voice rang out in his ears. The cultivator was shocked, unable to comprehend when the black-robed man had appeared next to him. He was dazed when an arm reached into his chest, causing his body to shake. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 1194, Ruins, Inheritance, 11. Slish. The black-robed man pulled his hand out as he stared coldly at the cultivator while a chilly light enveloped his black mask. His lips were gently pursed but he did not say a word at all. Elder May's eyes instantly widened as she stared at the black-robed man who had killed another without any sign of mercy. Her voice shook as she asked, "What are you doing? Are you here for the inheritance as well?" This was the only thing that Elder May could think of. If it had not been for the sake of the inheritance, why would he have killed someone in cold blood? As for Guru, that was completely impossible. She simply does not believe that this woman would have any connection to such a powerful man. If they were acquainted, she definitely does not need to gain the second young master of Wind Valley's favor at all. The black-robed man remained silent. In Elder May's heart, his silence verified her question. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let's join forces. Perhaps if we work together and fight him, even if it's no use, it's better than sitting here and waiting for our deaths." Honestly speaking, Elder May does not want to fight the black-robed man but it seems like she does not have any other choice now. If she does not kill him, she would never be able to obtain the inheritance. Attack. Elder Yoon's voice sank as she issued the order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, everyone pulled out their weapons and faced the black-robed man. Boom. A great wind rose and his black robes danced in the wind. The man lifted his grim eyes as he stared at the crowd charging toward him. A murderous intent then flashed in his eyes. Just as the group was about to reach him, his power exploded like a flood. The group did not even have time to react before their bodies were flung fiercely out of the way. Blood splattered out from their mouths and their faces turned extremely pale. It was clear that the man's power had surpassed their imagination. This isn't good. Elder May's expression changed several times. She quickly retreated as her eyes filled with an eerie light. Elder Yoon, this man is too powerful. We're no match for him unless our sect master was here. Only then will we stand a chance against him. Elder Yoon did not reply. She looked at the black-robed man in front of them and thought for a moment before saying, "Elder May, let's give up on the inheritance." What? Elder May's expression drained of color. Their objective in coming here was for the sake of the inheritance. Now, after giving so much, this was the conclusion they would receive. How could she accept that? No, I don't want to give up. I must have that inheritance. Her eyes turned red as she screamed maniacally. Elder May. Elder Yoon quickly pulled Elder May back and knitted her willowy brows. The inheritance is indeed very important but at the end of the day, it's not as important as our lives. Also, for the remaining Charm Sect members, we should also let it go. As long as the Green Hills are there, one need not worry about firewood. We will have the chance for vengeance in the future. Give up on the rest of the Charm Sect members. Elder May stared at Elder Yoon in astonishment. Was she saying that they should both run away and abandon the rest of the Charm Sect members? How could Elder Yoon say such a thing? Instantly, a cold and chilly sensation rose in Elder May's heart. Even though she was typically very aggressive, she was not the kind of person who would discard the lives of the Charm Sect members. However, Elder Yoon was more vicious than she. No matter how many Charm Sect members there were, in her eyes, there were things that she could discard at any moment. Chapter 1195, Ruins, Inheritance, 12. Let's go. Elder Yoon was far more composed in comparison to Elder May. She was also more adaptable to the circumstances. She then grabbed Elder May's arm without giving her any chance for consideration and pulled out a marked disc from her sleeve. Is this a transportation disc? Did the sect master give this to you? Elder May's eyes were filled with shock when she saw this as if she never thought that their sect master would gift such a valuable item to Elder Yoon. Elder Yoon did not give her any chance for further consideration. There was a popping sound as the two women who had been standing in front of the black-robed man suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. The black-robed man's eyes grew even colder as his body emitted an ill-intentioned aura. After a long pause, he turned his gaze towards the other people who had been left behind. The two elders of the Charm Sect had been lucky enough to escape but everyone else was clearly not as fortunate. Furthermore, after the cumulative amount of curses and indignation they had hurled at Guru, the black-robed man had completely flipped out. He attacked them relentlessly, targeting their vulnerabilities as if he wants to kill them instantly. Very soon, everyone had fallen into a pool of blood. Guru and the three people from Wind Valley were the only ones left alive in the ruins. "Sir, be careful." Fang Yi and Fang Wu quickly pulled Fang Yuqing protectively behind them as they stared vigilantly at the black-robed man. They reckoned that after the black-robed man was finished with the others, it would soon be their turn. However, the black-robed man did not react at all. He had his back towards them as his black Blood-drenched robes fluttered in front of them like the grim night, emitting a mesmerizing aura. Are you Gu Shangshao? Gu Ruoyan asked slowly as she stared at the man's back. The figure in black's back clearly stiffened when he heard that question. However, he did not turn around to look at Gu Ruoyan at all. No, came his indifferent reply. I don't know why you won't look at me, but you should know that father misses you. Gu Ruoyan ignored his reply and continued to speak. Besides, I've reunited with father and we're waiting for you and mother. No matter what your reasons are, I want us to recognize each other. No matter how great your difficulties are, we can solve it together. Isn't that what it means to be a family? That was right, this man must be Gu Shangshao. Only her father and Gu Shangshao could give her the feeling that she could rely on them. Big brother, you had once concealed your identity and protected me by my side to prevent the Spirit sect from causing trouble for me. I've thought it over for a while now and I can't think of anyone else who could stand up for me like you. Gu Ruoyan slowly approached the man as her voice grew gentler. Ever since we were little, you have always protected me. You've never let me help you at all, so I want to help you just this once, big brother. No matter what it is, you can tell me. We can face it together, alright. The black-robed man lowered his eyelids, concealing the complicated emotions in his eyes. He dearly yearned to turn around and pull her into his arms, but even so, he had to force back his emotions. You've really got the wrong person. It's just that I can't abide by these people's actions. I am not acquainted with you. Really? Gu Ruoyan paused in her footsteps as her eyes filled with disappointment. Big brother, you may still refuse to acknowledge me, but it's alright, I can wait. I'll wait until you're willing to take off that mask. Chapter 1196, Ruins, Inheritance, 13. The black-robed man's heart began to throb when he heard the disappointment in her voice. He gently pursed his lips while an apologetic light flashed in his eyes. Yunsa, I'm sorry but I can't acknowledge you yet. I'll come back for you once I've solved those issues. Your powers are far too weak at the moment. How can I bear to drag you down and cause you to risk your life for me? Just then, the voice which had been silent for a very long time slowly ran aloud again. Humans, I've been watching your every move since you've entered these ruins. You aren't like the other humans because you aren't controlled by greed, fear, or death. You have successfully passed my test, which is why I'm willing to give this inheritance to you. Fang Yuqing trembled as his eyes filled with excitement. Are you saying that we were being tested? That's right. The voice sighed gently. However, I'm not human, I'm a spiritual beast. Therefore, my inheritance can't be given to a human. Only a spiritual beast can accept it. What? Fang Yuqing was in shock and his entire being froze in place. What did he just say? Did he just say that this inheritance can't be accepted by a human? Only a spiritual beast can accept it. Doesn't that also mean that we've wasted our effort? The inheritance is at the back, anyone who wishes to accept it can go there. However, if a human accepts this inheritance, he or she will explode and die. Only a spiritual beast will be able to successfully accept this inheritance. Furthermore, this inheritance is something which can be accepted by more than one spiritual beast. I had said that previously because I wanted to see the humans kill each other. Does that mean that any amount of spiritual beasts can accept this inheritance? Gu Ruoyan rubbed her nose before a smile appeared on the corner of her eyes. Greed, selfishness, cowardice, weakness, these are man's special traits. I had built this tomb to instigate these traits in humans. However, I never thought that you would be able to avoid being greedy in the face of so many treasures. When faced with that wobbling single plank bridge, you also had not pushed your friends down out of fear. Simply because of these actions, I won't hurt you. You may leave this place after this. Whatever the master of the tomb had said later on never reached Fang Yuqing's ears. All he had heard was the first part of the speech. A human cannot accept this inheritance. At that moment, Fang Yuqing's heart filled with disappointment. It's likely that not many people could accept such a great disappointment. I want this inheritance. Gu Ruoyan rubbed her nose. As a means of repaying you for bringing me here, I can help restore your powers. What did you say? Fang Yuqing, who had been filled with disappointment, felt his spirit stir when he heard Gu Ruoyan's words. He quickly lifted his head to look at her and his eyes filled with excitement. How about this? You should leave the ruins while I go and have a look at that inheritance. I'll meet you at Wind Valley after a while. Gu Ruoyan shrugged her shoulders and said, also, I'll only be helping you to restore your powers. I won't help you defeat Fang Xiaoxiao. After all, she did not have a complete falling out with Fang Xiaoxiao and Fang Xiaoxiao was now in charge of Wind Valley. She would not risk her life for Fang Yuqing alone. Even with Zixi in hand, she would not do it. After all, exposing Zixi in the first city for the sake of someone that she had just met was not worth the risk at all. Chapter 1197, Ruins, Inheritance, 14. Of course, Gu Ruoyan had refused to help Fang Yuqing not because she was afraid of Fang Xiaoxiao. She really does not want to attract any more trouble to herself. If this were her master, Yi Nuo, or someone close to her, she would certainly do everything to help them. That's enough, that's enough. Fang Yuqing's face filled with excitement. As long as there was a chance for him to restore his powers, he has the hope of defeating Fang Xiaoxiao. He would never let Wind Valley fall into that woman's hands. You should return and wait for me. I'll look for you after this. Gu Ruoyan paused before she turned around towards Fang Yuqing and said, also, you can't tell anyone that I'm the one who restored your powers. I understand. Fang Yuqing nodded rapidly as he replied excitedly, don't worry, I won't let anybody find out, including my father. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyan smiled gently before she headed into the inner section of the ruins. A sculpture of a dragon was lying on an altar, looking sacred and inviolable. When Gu Ruoyan and her companions reached the altar side, the voice rang out again. This is the location of my inheritance. Actually, according to my calculations, you are the second person to enter this place. The last person who had come here was a matter which had happened a long time ago. It was so long ago that I've forgotten it myself. The funny thing was, that person had delusions of accepting my inheritance into a human's body and the person's fate was to ultimately explode and die. You're from the Dragon Clan. Gu Ruoan looked at the sculpture on the altar as she asked in a low voice. That's right, I'm the ancestor of the Dragon Clan. I wonder how the Dragon Clan has been since my passing. The voice then lamented, little girl, when you leave this place, help me to check on my grandchildren in the Dragon Clan. You can consider it as my reward for giving you the inheritance. All right. Gu Ruoan nodded seriously. Once I've completed my tasks, I'll check in on the Dragon Clan for you. Thank you so much. The Dragon Clan's ancestor then laughed. Little girl, I sense that you carry the auras of spiritual beasts. Let your spiritual beasts out. Only spiritual beasts can accept my inheritance. Gu Ruoan thought for a moment before she asked, spiritual beasts are divided into clans as well. Is your inheritance only for certain clans? If I had left the blood inheritance behind, only the direct descendants of the Dragon Clan can enjoy it. However, this inheritance only contains power. Furthermore, I need to remind you that the power that I have left behind is not the power I had possessed at my peak, but it is still very potent. I'm afraid that one spiritual beast alone cannot support it. If the inheritance fails, they will explode and die. You must be prepared for that. Upon hearing the ancestor's voice, Gu Ruoan chuckled. I understand. I'll let him out to accept the inheritance, ancestor. Whoosh. As soon as she had finished speaking, several figures appeared by her side in an instant. Zixi, the Snow Wolf Bao Bao, the four divine beasts such as the Azure Dragon and the others. The Dragon Clan's ancestor was clearly shocked and did not say another word. After a long pause, he sighed, little girl, don't you have too many spiritual beasts? Not only do you have the four divine beasts, even the ancient divine phoenix, Zixi, is on your side. Can my friends accept your inheritance? Gu Ruoan asked as she stared at the space above her. Yes, they can. The Dragon Clan's ancestor sighed, you may now allow him to accept the inheritance. My power won't go to waste. However, I had a reason for leaving my power here to find an heir. Little girl, if you allow your friends to accept this inheritance, you must promise me one thing. Chapter 1198, Ruins, Inheritance, 15. What is it? Gu Ruoan fell momentarily silent before she asked. The Dragon Clan ancestor's voice slowly grew serious. In the future, if the Dragon Clan encounters any danger, I hope that you can extend your hand and help them one time. I can't protect them anymore and I had hoped to find someone who can help them. The reason why I built these tests was to prevent humans with greedy hearts from entering this place. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would end up putting the Dragon Clan into disastrous danger. If the Dragon Clan don't provoke me, I'll help you. Gu Ruoan slowly replied. However, if they hurt me first, forget about helping them, I will personally destroy them. The Dragon Clan ancestor was silent. After a long pause, he replied, little girl, I admire your moral traits. You are not like those humans who cheat and swindle. If you were to simply deceive me, you could receive the inheritance very quickly. However, you told me your true feelings in the end. I'll still give the inheritance to you. If the Dragon Clan truly does provoke you, it just proves that the Dragon Clan was useless now. Even if you weren't here, they could have crossed many others. However, the Dragon Clan ancestor paused. I still believe in my clan members. The members of the Dragon Clan are very proud and powerful. They would never provoke a human unless the human had provoked them first. You can rest assured with that knowledge. Gu Ruoan nodded before she turned towards the spiritual beasts next to her and said, go ahead and obtain this inheritance. Yes, master. The spiritual beasts answered in unison and walked towards the altar. Zixi, however, had remained by Gu Ruoan's side and did not make any move towards the altar. Zixi, don't you need it? Gu Ruoan stared at Zixi in astonishment as she asked. Zixi shook his head. If I were to obtain the inheritance, that means that this won't be my own power. I should slowly absorb my source of energy and leave this inheritance to them. I don't need it. All right. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders and turned her gaze towards the vermilion bird and the others. She then raised her brow. They will need some time to accept the inheritance. Let's wait here. Once that's done, we can leave this place. Gu Ruoan then slowly turned around. However, at that moment, she suddenly noticed that the black-robed man who had followed her into the inheritance chamber had disappeared. She was shocked and her eyes filled with disappointment. He had left, just like that. Did he leave because I'm not in danger anymore so there's no need for him to stay? Furthermore, he had left without even saying a word. Gu Ruoan sighed as a sense of exasperation appeared on her delicate and pretty features. I am pretty sure that he was my big brother but I don't know why he won't acknowledge me. Zixi fell silent for a moment before he slowly replied, perhaps he has his own reasons. You only need to believe that he won't hurt you, that's all. Hearing this, Gu Ruoan laughed bitterly and did not pursue the topic any further. The spiritual energy in these ruins is pretty good. I'm going to cultivate for a while as we wait for them to accept the inheritance. After saying that, Gu Ruoan slowly sat down and crossed her legs as a faint spiritual energy hovered around her body. In the ruins, it was difficult to differentiate day and night so Gu Ruoan did not know how long she had been cultivating either. As she was cultivating, her spiritual beasts completed their acceptance process of the inheritance one by one. They received great changes in their power level as well. Chapter 1199, Ruins, Inheritance, 16. The Snow Wolf, Bao Bao, also received a fair share of the inheritance. Every spiritual beast has broken through to the Martial Saint rank one by one. Yan, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise's powers have even reached the late-stage Martial Saint rank. Though the power in the inheritance was not limited to certain clans, the Azure Dragon, who was from the Dragon Clan, had received better benefits than the other spiritual beasts. Hence, he, who had been much weaker than the Vermilion Bird, managed to reach the mid-stage Martial Saint in the exceeding state rank at the same time as the Vermilion Bird. He was only one step away from the late stage. Master, Master. The Vermilion Bird happily threw herself into Gu Ruoan's arms. Her little face was like a pink powder puff. She was absolutely adorable. I've finally reached the exceeding stage. From now on, you won't have to be afraid of those beastards. Also, this fellow, the Azure Dragon, has also reached the mid-stage of the exceeding state just like me. He had managed to absorb a little bit more power than me. She looked rather sulky as she spoke. After all, the Azure Dragon was the leader of the 4 divine beasts. However, due to the fact that all 4 of them had suffered serious injuries, the Azure Dragon's powers had been reduced to 0. Even though he had managed to regain quite a bit of his power with great difficulty, he was still a far cry off from the Vermilion Bird's power level. She, on the other hand, finally had the chance to show off in front of her leader. However, she never thought that the Azure Dragon would surpass her not too long after that. One could imagine how unhappy the Vermilion Bird was. Master, I have made a decision. I am going to find the Vermilion Bird clan's inheritance. This way, I can enjoy more of the power than the Azure Dragon. The Vermilion Bird pouted as she exclaimed indignantly. The honest and good-natured Black Tortoise, Ling Xiao, glanced at her and exclaimed, "You're the only Vermilion Bird clan member in this world." The Vermilion Bird felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured onto her, leaving a penetrating coldness in her heart. Her little face broke down defeatedly and she pouted sulkily at Ling Xiao. "I'm just telling things as it is." Ling Xiao rubbed his head at the sight of the Vermilion Bird's pitiful gaze and replied in a good-natured manner. "All right, the inheritance has been accepted. It's time for us to leave now." Gu Ruoan slowly rose to her feet, curled her lips and said, "You'd all better go back to the ancient divine pagoda now and consolidate the power from your breakthrough." After she said that, she returned all of them back into the ancient divine pagoda without giving them any chance to react. She then headed towards the ruins exit. After she had left, the voice which had become quiet for a while spoke up once again. "I don't know if giving the inheritance to this little girl would bring fortune or calamity to the Dragon Clan. I hope that no one in the Dragon Clan offends her. Otherwise, with Zixi and the 4 divine beasts on her side, their powers alone could crush the Dragon Clan even without my inheritance. Even though Zixi's powers aren't at his peak now and the 4 divine beasts have regressed greatly, the Dragon Clan would not be able to resist them once they've grown. If the Dragon Clan does offend her, I hope that this little girl would spare the Dragon Clan members' lives on account of this inheritance." The Dragon Clan ancestor's voice became more feeble as if he was going to disappear at any moment. "However, the inheritance has been passed on, so it's time for me to leave forever." He sighed, still feeling a certain fondness towards this world. However, in the end, he slowly passed on as if he had never existed in this world at all. Outside the ruins, Gu Ruoan stepped out and felt the warm rays of the sun. She smiled and murmured, "We've finally left that place and our harvest is rather generous this time. I never thought that the Black Dragon's body would still be here after such a long time. Since that's the case, I'm going to take it with me." Chapter 1200, Ruins, Inheritance, 17. Gu Ruoan then placed the Black Dragon's body into the ancient divine pagoda. The spiritual beasts who were in the middle of consolidating their breakthrough in the ancient divine pagoda all jumped in shock from this sudden arrival. They then returned to normal when they saw the Black Dragon's body. Gu Ruoan also remembered to take the treasures that Elder May and the others had left behind. Now that there was no one left in the ruins and her spiritual beasts have accepted the inheritance, she does not need to be afraid of being attacked by the other spiritual beasts. "Where do you plan to head to next?" Zixi's hoarse yet demonic voice rang out from within her soul. Gu Ruoan fell silent for a moment before she lifted her head to look at the sky and slowly replied, "I want to go to Wind Valley for a while. After all, I've promised Fang Yuqing that I would help to restore his powers. I've also agreed to meet Xiao Yi at Wind Valley. It's been quite a while, I wonder if Xiao Yi has already arrived in Wind Valley." "What did you say?" In Wind Valley, Fang Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on a chair, gently furrowed her willowy brows. A glint then flashed in her eyes. "You say that Gu Ruoan has arrived in the first city?" "That's right, eldest lady. I heard that she was involved in a conflict with the Charm Sect members outside the city gates. However, we lost all trace of information about her after she had stepped into the first city. We don't even know where she is now." An old man joined his fists in front of Fang Xiaoxiao as he replied with reverence. Fang Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered. She then gently stroked her chin and chuckled. "Elder Bai, I want you to send out scouts with Gu Ruoan's portrait to find her. If a woman like her is in the first city, she can't possibly have disappeared into hiding. The only explanation for this is that she's using an alias. If that's the case, finding her would be a little more challenging. Furthermore, once you've found her, don't touch her yet. I want you to do what you can to entice her to join Wind Valley." She then paused before she continued to speak. Gu Ruoan had previously rejected Wind Valley's invitation because she was outside the first city. No matter how unsatisfied Wind Valley was, we had to abide by the first city's rules. That was why she had felt secure enough to refuse. However, now that she has arrived in the first city, things are now completely different. You will first use gentle measures, and if that doesn't work, do it the hard way. You must make her join Wind Valley even if you have to use bribes and threats. "Eldest lady, what if even bribes and threats don't work?" Elder Bai questioned as he looked at Fang Xiaoxiao. Fang Xiaoxiao fell silent. After a long pause, she lifted her pretty gaze and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Gu Ruoan has a personality that is difficult to control. Honestly speaking, I cannot guarantee that I would be able to control her. I should never have to resort to such measures on a genius from the beginning, but she's more than a genius, she's a pill master too. If the pills that she had refined during the medicine sect's general meeting ends up in the hands of Wind Valley's enemies, it would certainly bring Wind Valley a lot of trouble. Thus, I have no choice but to do it this way. You must do everything you can to pull her to our side. If you really can't accomplish that, you have no choice but to kill her to make sure that she cannot join our enemies." Fang Xiaoxiao's fist was tightly clenched before she took a deep breath. Honestly speaking, Fang Xiaoxiao does not want to have Gu Ruoan killed at all. Not only because she feels a certain tenderness towards Gu Ruoan's talent, more importantly, if the assassination was to fail, she would certainly bring Wind Valley an infinite disaster. Unfortunately, she has no other choice. It was Gu Ruoan's fault for becoming a pill master. Furthermore, she holds such precious pill formulas in her hands. Hence, if they cannot entice her, they can only kill her. Chapter 1201, Ruins, Inheritance, 18. Elder Bai. A murderous light flashed in Fang Xiaoxiao's eyes as she said, you must remember one thing, kill her only when you have a 100% guarantee. If you don't have that guarantee, don't make any moves. I won't give her even the slightest chance at all. Understood, eldest lady. Elder Bai joined his fists. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and said, by the way, eldest lady, I have a rough sketch of the person you're searching for. Instantly, Fang Xiaoxiao's breathing quickened and the space between her brows which had held a murderous intent was instantly replaced by excitement. What did you say? You have news of him? Thud. Her hand slammed heavily onto the desk as she rose to her feet in excitement. Her eyes were fixed squarely upon Elder Bai. Eldest lady, I've scoured through the mainland and only one person matches your description. Elder Bai looked at Fang Xiaoxiao, the Grand Lord of Red Lotus Territory. What? Fang Xiaoxiao was in shock. The man that she has been searching for was the Grand Lord of Red Lotus Territory. That glorious man with unlimited potential who even shocked the first city. Fang Xiaoxiao gently pursed her lips and slowly closed her eyes. I understand, you may leave now. As the eldest lady of Wind Valley, she has long heard of the genius who had appeared on the mainland. Perhaps Grand Lord Hong Lian's power does not count for much in the First City 1. He had once utilized his power as a high-level martial supreme to escape despite being surrounded by countless martial saints at the time. He even managed to kill 2 martial saints in the process. This news was far too shocking. This was how she had first heard about Grand Lord Hong Lian. However, evidently, she has never met him. Fang Xiaoxiao certainly never expected the man whom she had met when she left the First City for a trip to the secular world was actually the infamous Grand Lord Hong Lian. After being separated from you for so many years, I finally found you. Fang Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and a hint of sadness drifted through her gaze. However, I never thought that you would turn out to be Grand Lord Hong Lian. According to rumors, Grand Lord Hong Lian already has a wife. Furthermore, he has been searching for her for more than 20 years. Yet, she just had to fall for a married man. Fang Xiaoxiao felt a throbbing pain in her heart at the thought of this. However, I don't want to give up. After all, I've been searching for you for so many years. Even if you once had a wife, I want to try and see if I can enter your heart. Besides, his wife was missing. This would be her chance too. Gu Ruoyan leaned against an old tree in a shady mountain range before she slowly opened her eyes and sighed. I never thought that the first city would turn out to be so big. It's even more vast than the mainland outside. I've walked for nearly 10 days and I'm nowhere close to Wind Valley at all. I don't know if Xiao Yi is waiting for me there now. If she wishes to reach Wind Valley, she would need to go through Wind City. Wind City was also an organization which belongs to Wind Valley. Gu Ruoyan rose to her feet at this thought and turned her gaze towards the sky. A dark and obscure light flashed in her eyes as she said, it's getting late, I need to keep going. I hope I'll reach Wind City before it gets dark. Without any further delay, she headed down the mountain. A large and ancient gate stands tall and silent under the sky, simple and dignified as it guarded the entrance to Wind City. However, 2 guards were holding a portrait in their hands and diligently surveying every newcomer in Wind City outside the gate. When they realized that the woman in the painting was not there, they shook their heads and allowed the newcomers to enter Wind City. Chapter 1202, Ruins, Inheritance, 19. Stop. The 2 guards quickly checked the portrait in their hands once Gu Ruoyan appeared. They looked at each other before turning the gaze towards Gu Ruoyan. Miss, our elder wishes to see you. Elder. Gu Ruoyan frowned as she asked, what does your elder want with me? This isn't something that we know. If you want to know the reason, come with us to meet our elder. The guard sighed with relief. They never thought that they would find the woman in the portrait after so many days of inspection. This way, they could give their elder an explanation. Lead the way. Gu Ruoyan thought for a moment before she agreed to see the elder of Wind Valley. She wants to find out why the elder of Wind Valley wishes to see her. One of the guards made a welcoming gesture and led the way. The other guard had stayed behind to watch the gate. At Wind City. An old man sipped his tea as he sat in front of a table in a guest house's room. When the room's door was pushed open, his brows moved a little and he turned his gaze towards Gu Ruoyan who had followed the guard into the room. Lady Gu, I've been waiting for you. The old man mildly curled the corners of his lips and smiled at Gu Ruoyan who had just entered the room. Gu Ruoyan's expression slowly sank as she looked at the old man in front of her and asked, how did you know that I would be here? Hee, the old man chuckled. Actually, I've sent men with your picture to many places other than Wind City to look for you. I never thought that I'd actually find you. Lady Gu, I've asked you to come here because I wish to discuss something with you. What is it? Gu Ruoyan furrowed her brows and asked. Wind Valley has taken an interest in your talents so we'd like to invite you to join Wind Valley. What do you think, Lady Gu? Apologies. Gu Ruoyan smiled faintly but her eyes remained just as clear and cold as ever. I've already rejected your offer back at the medicine sect. My answer remains the same. I won't join Wind Valley 1 so you better give up. Elder Bai's eyes sharpened as a near undetectable light flashed through his eyes. The corners of his lips had remained fixed in a smile. Lady Gu, think about it. Joining Wind Valley will only bring you benefits and no disadvantages. Besides, you're aware of Wind Valley's prestige. As long as you're willing to pledge your allegiance to Wind Valley, we can give you a position where no one else is above you but our master. Furthermore, no one would have the courage to touch you in the first city. He paused before he continued to speak. Furthermore, Lady Gu, your powers are at the level of an early stage martial saint and there are countless powerful cultivators in the first city. You can imagine the dangers that you will face. If you agree to join Wind Valley, I assure you that no one would dare to cause trouble for you. My lady has always appreciated talented individuals so she won't treat you unkindly. There was an indifferent smile on Gu Ruoyan's face. Her gaze remained clear and cold as she exclaimed, I enjoy my freedom and I don't want to be restricted. I appreciate the eldest lady of Wind Valley's kind offer but I must turn it down once again. Lady Gu, Elder Bai's eyes sank. He slowly steadied his emotions and replied with a small smile. You should stop rejecting Wind Valley's offer. I'll give you one more chance to think it over. Besides, I can assure you that Wind Valley won't restrict your freedom. You only need to supply Wind Valley with pills on a regular basis and that would be enough. Wind Valley will help you to take care of everything else. The freedom that you want. Wind Valley can give it to you. Chapter 1203, Ruins, Inheritance, 20. A clear and cold light flashed in Gu Ruan's eyes, but her lucid and elegant features remained as indifferent as ever. In my opinion, joining any organization would cause me to be restricted. Hence, I will never agree to your request. Besides, it was not worth giving up her freedom to devote her service to one mere Wind Valley alone. Since that's the case, Lady Gu, I hope that you won't forget your decision today. Elder Bai's eyes sank and his voice no longer held its initial amiable tone. Instead, it was now tinged with a chilly air. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. Gu Ruan glanced at Elder Bai as she spoke in an indifferent tone. Please. Elder Bai scoffed before closing his eyes and did not say anything more. Gu Ruan did not delay any more either as she immediately turned around and headed out of the guest house room. She had not bothered to turn back and look at Elder Bai the entire time. A murderous intent flashed across Elder Bai's eyes as he stared at Gu Ruan's disappearing figure. He had balled his hand on the table into a tight fist. Gu Ruan, I had given you one more chance. Since you didn't value it, don't blame Wind Valley for being merciless. Night time. Under the clear moonlight. Gu Ruan was seated on the bed with her eyes closed in meditation in a room at the guest house. A faint spiritual energy circled around her and seeped into her body as she inhaled and exhaled. Just then, she felt a sudden peculiar movement. Her brows twitched and she slowly opened her eyes. I never thought that someone would cause trouble for me the moment I set foot in Wind City. However, I wonder who on earth they could be. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, countless figures smashed through the window and entered the room to stand in front of Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan stared at the unwelcome guests before her and smiled indifferently. Shall I guess who you are? Only Wind Valley is aware of my arrival in Wind City. If my guess is correct, you must be Fang Xiaoxiao's assassins. I never intended to become mortal enemies with Wind Valley, yet you won't let me off. From the moment Elder Bai had asked to see her, she knows that Wind Valley would definitely make a move against her. She never thought that they would move so quickly. That was right. She had previously refused to help Fang Yuqing because she does not want to have a total falling out with Wind Valley. However, that does not mean that she had made that decision because she was afraid of Wind Valley. Instead, she believes that there was no need for her to cause trouble for herself for the sake of someone whom she had just met. HMPH. The young leader of the group scoffed icily and did not reply to Gu Ruan's question. Instead, he attacked her immediately. Boom. A fist landed and the entire bed shattered into pieces. Gu Ruan rose to the sky and moved threateningly towards the group with a cold look in her eye. You've sent a group of assassins at the exceeding state to deal with an early-stage martial saint like me. Wind Valley has really overestimated me. Elder Bai had followed Fang Xiaoxiao's orders exactly. If he wants to move against Gu Ruan, he has to kill her in one strike. Otherwise, it would lead to endless trouble. This time, he had pulled out the big guns. The lowest ranked amongst the assassins sent to carry out this task were at the early stage of the exceeding state. Hence, Gu Ruan could not help but sigh in grief. She was not exactly on friendly terms with Fang Xiaoxiao, but she could not help but admire this woman. This woman was not the type of person who was extremely conceited or entitled. Instead, she was cautious in everything that she did. Fang Xiaoxiao knows that if she does not kill Gu Ruan this time, she could never be able to control her in the future. Hence, that was why the assassins she had sent were all cultivators at the exceeding state, including one who was already at the late stage of the exceeding state. Chapter 1204, Wind Valley 1. Unfortunately, Gu Ruan was not an average person. Most early-stage martial saints would be so frightened at the sight of so many exceeding state cultivators that they would be unable to retaliate. Even if she does not have her spiritual beasts on hand, no one could stop her if she wanted to escape. Regardless of how cautious Fang Xiaoxiao was, she had still underestimated her. I don't have any trouble with Fang Xiaoxiao, yet she has sent her subordinates to kill me. Since that's how she wants to play, I have no choice but to push back. Gu Ruan laughed icily as she slowly spoke. Tiancheng, you guys can handle these people. Whoosh. As soon as she had spoken, two figures immediately appeared by her side. One of them was very handsome and has a stately look on his face, carrying the awe-inspiring authority of a sovereign who had descended from the sky. The other was a cute and petite little Lolita. Her powder-puff face was absolutely endearing. However, her eyes do not display the innocent and pure look that most children would have. All they could see was a cold and distant bloodlust as well as an infinite amount of murderous intent. Master, the vermilion bird curled the corners of her lips as her large eyes stared at the members of Wind Valley seriously. Leave these people to lead a Tiancheng and I dare nothing but a bunch of ants. So what if they have a late-stage martial saint in the exceeding state? I will still bash them up like dogs. Once she has finished speaking, the vermilion bird's tiny body suddenly charged towards the young man in front of her as quickly as a bolt of lightning. With a wave of her little hand, a ray of fire shot out from her palm and jetted straight towards the young man's face, which was inches away from her. Even though the little girl seems to be around 5 years of age, the young man who had experienced many battles could sense her power. He did not dare to show the slightest sign of carelessness, as he pulled his weapon out and brandished it at the vermilion bird's tiny body. Clang! The vermilion bird lifted her hand to catch the oncoming weapon while a smile flashed on her adorable little face. TSK, TSK. Are late-stage exceeding state cultivators all that great? I don't think that you were even born yet when I had proclaimed supremacy over the four corners of the earth. Even the tiny little Wind Valley has delusions of forcing the master of the four divine beasts into servitude. What wild fantasies you've got. A person of my master's noble standing cannot be controlled by tiny little Wind Valley. Even though my master isn't powerful enough at the moment, she will surpass everyone in your Wind Valley sooner or later. The vermilion bird has great faith in Gu Ruoan. After all, Gu Ruoan had not originated from the first city. Instead, she had come from a far more lowly mainland. However, she has achieved such great accomplishments by the age of 24 and had single-handedly shot down this entire world. From the ancient times till this day, who else could possibly achieve such greatness? Funnily enough, Wind Valley sure has some good ideas to actually want to force her master into servitude. If her master does submit to them, does that not mean that they, the 4 divine beasts, would become lower than humans? No. Their status would become twice below that of humans. The 4 divine beasts do not want this kind of ending. Slam! A wave of energy shot out from the vermilion bird's small hand and pushed the young man several steps back. He looked absolutely shocked as he stared at the vermilion bird's cute face in astonishment. He could not comprehend why he, a late-stage martial saint in the exceeding state, could not defeat a mid-stage martial saint. Do you know why you can't defeat me? The vermilion bird pursed her lips. That's because you humans use too many precious treasures to increase your power. It wouldn't be much of a problem if you had used those things once or twice, but if you rely on them completely, that would result in an unstable foundation. That's why I can bash you up like dogs. The young man's face turned into an ugly shade before he finally said his first words since he smashed into the room. Attack together. Kill them all. Chapter 1205, Wind Valley 2. Upon hearing the young man's orders, everyone behind him immediately charged towards the vermilion bird in front of him. At that moment, the entire guest room was filled with a cold and eerie murderous intent. Gu Ruoan stayed standing on the large, ruined bed as she stared coldly at the situation. Her eyes flashed with a clear and cold light. Bunch of foolish humans. The vermilion bird laughed icily. Her body then slowly enlarged as the crowd watched, turning into a flaming firebird and tearing the entire room to pieces. Roar. The vermilion bird roared before she angrily hurled a mouthful of flames towards the humans in front of her. The ones at the lower rank of power were instantly burned to ashes from her flames. They never even had the chance to struggle. Now, I'm going to give you all a taste of the vermilion bird's firepower. Let's see if you foolish humans would still have the audacity to underestimate my master. Each time the vermilion bird remembers the things that Elder Bai had said to Gu Ruoan, she would feel infuriated. The flames on her body then burned brighter and brighter before it shot towards the entire group. The young man's expression sank. With a wave of his sword, he sliced the oncoming flames in half. As he was heaving a sigh of relief, the flames gathered towards him from both sides as if they had grown eyes and they would not rest until they had burned him to death. It seems that I don't need to do anything now. The azure dragon Tiancheng slowly exclaimed. His handsome face carried a confident smile. The vermilion bird can defeat these people on her own. Besides, it's about time we disciplined her. That young man might be at the late stage of the exceeding state, but since his foundation was unstable, he does not have the full power of a late-stage martial saint. He was only considered to be slightly more powerful than a mid-stage martial saint. Of course, if he were a fully-fledged late-stage martial saint in the exceeding state, both the azure dragon and the vermilion bird's powers were still enough to subdue him. Slash! The young man tried to forcefully slice the flames in half again, but each time he cut the flames, they would join back quickly and attack him again. He began to pant from exhaustion as he stared at the vermilion bird behind the flames with an ugly look on his face. Your struggle is meaningless. I'd advise you to give up. Otherwise, our second young master will never let you off. Gu Ruoan nearly burst into laughter when she heard the young man's words. If it was not for the fact that she was acquainted with Feng Yuqing, the young man might have fooled her. You say that your second young master of Wind Valley wants to kill me. Gu Ruoan raised her brows as she stared at the pale young man with a forced smile. That's right. The young man gritted his teeth and replied, our second young master has taken a liking to you and wants to make you his concubine. That's why he had sent us to capture you. Our Valley Lord has always treasured the second young master. If you continue to resist, Wind Valley will hunt you down and kill you. Gu Ruoan narrowed her eye. What a good strategy, getting someone else to do your dirty work. Once this fellow knew that he had failed his mission, he had pushed the blame onto Feng Yuqing. Feng Yuqing has a reputation as a perverted hedonist. Even if this were to get out, everyone would undoubtedly believe the young man. If she knew that it was Feng Yuqing who had wanted to attack her, it would certainly create a dispute between Wind Valley and herself. The Valley Lord would then personally attack her in order to protect Feng Yuqing. Unfortunately, in all of Feng Xiaoxiao's rigorous schemes and deep foresight, she never anticipated that Gu Ruoan and Feng Yuqing would already have a predestined meeting. Chapter 1206, Wind Valley 3. You don't need to push the blame on Feng Yuqing 1. Gu Ruoan laughed icily as she continued, because I've already guessed the identity of the puppet master behind all of this. No one else would want to kill me aside from Feng Xiaoxiao. The young man never thought that Gu Ruoan would expose the truth at once. His expression changed, but he stubbornly denied it. I don't know what you're saying, we are not the eldest lady's subordinates. The second young master was the one who had sent us here to capture you. It's best for you to come with us. Once you become the second young master's concubine, you will enjoy endless luxuries and riches. Go to hell. The vermilion bird's eyes spat fire when she saw that the damned humans had the audacity to humiliate Gu Ruoan. She waved her hand and the flames, which were hovering on the side, once again hurled towards the young man. This time, the young man could not defend himself on time. The flames were as hard as a hammer and tossed his body from the center of the guest room onto a wall, immediately carving a deep indentation in it. Are you sure that Feng Yuqing is the one who wants to kidnap me? Gu Ruoan turned towards the pale young man as she smiled and said, if my memory serves, the trusted aide by Feng Yuqing's side of Feng Yi and Feng Wu. I've never seen any of you before. The young man instantly widened his eyes and stared at Gu Ruoan in disbelief. This woman actually knows who the second young master's trusted aides are. Is she acquainted with the young master? That's impossible. Didn't Elder Bai mention that this woman had only just arrived in the first city? How could she possibly have met the second young master? Also, Gu Ruoan paused and smiled icily. I've already promised Feng Yuqing that I would heal the wounds on his body. I had come here to pay him a visit. Since I'm going to meet him soon, why would he send someone here to capture me? The young man's heart shuddered with every word from Gu Ruan's mouth. His face has drained of color and his mouth trembled endlessly. Elder Bai had instructed him that if they should fail, push the blame onto the second young master. However, Elder Bai never mentioned that this woman would be acquainted with the second young master, and it seems their relationship was a friendly one. Vermilion bird, he knows too much. Kill him. Gu Ruan slowly turned around and no longer spared the young man a second look. As the young man's heart began to fill with fear, the vermilion bird laughed eerily. Human, it never ends well for those who offend my master. Besides, my master has told you too much. There's no other option but to make you into a sacrifice. Boom. The flames carried a scorching heat and rained down towards the young man in an earth-shattering fashion. The young man did not even have the chance to speak before he was turned into ashes from the flames. Not even his body was left behind. After that, the vermilion bird dealt with the rest of Wind Valley's members. After all, Gu Ruan had exposed the matter regarding Fang Yuqing to them too, so she could not give anyone the chance to reveal this information. It seems that whether I help Fang Yuqing or not, Fang Xiaoxiao won't let me off. Gu Ruan narrowed her eyes as a clear and cold light flashed across them. Since that's the case, I choose to stand with Fang Yuqing. Fang Xiaoxiao's first assassination attempt had failed. Next, she would probably send assassins at the refined state. Chapter 1207, Wind Valley 4. Hence, she was forced to retaliate. I don't go looking for trouble, but trouble comes to find me anyways. In order to prevent giving Fang Xiaoxiao any more chances to hunt me down, I'll have to make Fang Yuqing the young valley lord. Gu Ruan rubbed her chin and smiled indifferently. I'll make my way towards Wind Valley tomorrow. The end of the battle had attracted the attention of a few other people. However, by the time they had arrived, all they could see was a complete mess on the ground. They could not tell what had happened. After all that, Gu Ruan gave the guest house a few gold pieces as compensation and moved into a different room. At the foot of the mountain in Wind Valley, two guards noticed Gu Ruan's approach and blocked her way. Halt. Gu Ruan stopped and replied indifferently, tell Fang Yuqing that Gu Ruan is here to see him. Gu Ruan, you're Gu Ruan, the one that the eldest lady wants to meet. Evidently, the two guards have heard of Gu Ruan's name and a sense of shock flashed across their faces. They quickly recomposed themselves and exclaimed bluntly, I'm afraid that the second young master cannot see you. You should come with us and see our eldest lady first. Gu Ruan's eyes sank. I'm here to visit Fang Yuqing, not Fang Xiaoxiao. If you're going to stop me from meeting Fang Yuqing, I'm afraid that I shall have to force my way in. Damned girl, we've allowed you some dignity yet you choose to be shameless. Instantly, the guard's expression darkened and they glared fiercely at Gu Ruan. Our eldest lady had shown you respect by asking to see you, yet you don't know what's good for you. You're merely an outsider who had risen in the secular world. Our eldest lady wants to meet you because she holds you in high esteem. Otherwise, do you really think that you would be granted the opportunity to meet our eldest lady based on your position? There are way too many people who want to meet our eldest lady, yet you dare to refuse the opportunity. Are you an idiot? The guard laughed icily and stepped forward to grab Gu Ruan. You are going to come with me and meet the eldest lady. Boom. Just as the guard approached Gu Ruan, a wave of energy exploded from her being and threw his body out of the way. Damned girl, you can go to hell. The other guard saw how his companion had been bullied and was instantly enraged. Just as he was about to step forward, an elderly voice chimed in, what's going on? The guards shook upon hearing that voice. They quickly turned around to face the old man who was approaching them and replied with reverence, Elder Fang, this woman from the secular world is treating the Wind Valley in a condescending manner. She even attacked us, what audacity. Master, what are you doing here? Before the guard could finish his explanation, he was shocked into foolishness by Elder Fang's greeting. Master. Did I hear that right? Is Elder Fang calling this woman master? How can this be? Who is Elder Fang? He's the chief physician of Wind Valley. His medicinal skills are incomparably powerful and he could even bring a dying man back from the clutches of death. Even the Valley Lord would treat him with respect, yet now, the powerful Elder Fang is actually this woman's disciple. Isn't this woman the one that the eldest lady wants to attack? Master, are you here to visit me? Elder Fang hurriedly rushed to greet her. His elderly face no longer displayed the arrogance during their first meeting. In fact, it was replaced with admiration. Elder Fang was the elder from Wind Valley that Gu Ruan had met at the medicine sect. He was the one who had a pill refinement competition with her and had lost to her in the end. Chapter 1208, Wind Valley 5. However, when had she become his master? Gu Ruan was also in shock as she stared foolishly at the excited-looking Elder Fang who was running towards her. Are you mistaken? I don't think I'm your master. After all, this old fellow had repeatedly gone against her back then at the medicine sect. Now, has he not changed his stripes a little too quickly? Master, have you forgotten when we were at the medicine sect, I had especially paid you a visit before I left and asked to be your disciple. You had rejected me then, but it's okay, I have confidence in myself. I'll make you accept me as your disciple sooner or later. Elder Fang's entire face was filled with smiles and flattery as he spoke. Gu Ruan thought for a moment and remembered that something like that had indeed happened. However, she had not accepted him as her disciple then. By the way, Master, why are you being blocked outside the gate? Elder Fang seemed to remember something and he turned around to glare fiercely at the two dumbfounded guards. You two useless things, can't you even recognize my master? You had the audacity to block her way. Would you like to stop working here? If you don't want to work here anymore, tell me, I'll let you go to the back of the mountain and feed the wolves. The two guards jumped in fright and trembled all over. They never thought that Gu Ruan would be acquainted with Elder Fang. When they remembered how they had treated Gu Ruan, the fear in their hearts deepened. They threw themselves and knelt down on the ground with a thud, trembling as they pleaded, Elder Fang, please forgive us, we really didn't know that Gu Ruan is Elder Fang's master. If we had known, we would never have been so bold even if you had given us 100 doses of liquid courage. What's the use in you pleading with me? Elder Feng laughed icily. You should be begging her. If she agrees to spare you, I'll spare you. Upon hearing this, the two guards ignored all their dignity and hurriedly turned towards Gu Ruoan to kowtow. They cried, Lady Gu, we were blind and did not recognize you, so we had offended you by mistake. Please forgive us. Gu Ruoan glanced at them in an indifferent manner before she turned away and looked at Elder Feng. I'm here to see Feng Yuqing, please take me to him. Elder Feng was shocked. How was I not aware that Master and the second young Master are acquainted with each other? Actually, Gu Ruoan has a reason for being bold enough to ask Elder Feng to lead her to Feng Yuqing. She never forgot what that evildoer had once told her back at the medicine sect. Elder Feng may be arrogant and condescending to others, but he has one good trait. That was his loyalty to Wind Valley. Do not judge him simply because he had stayed by Feng Xiaoxiao's side. This was because Feng Xiaoxiao was the young Valley Lord of Wind Valley. As an elder of Wind Valley, he was duty-bound to ensure her safety and listen to her orders. That does not mean that he was Feng Xiaoxiao's trusted aide. He had stayed by Feng Xiaoxiao out of his sense of duty to protect the soon-to-be heir of Wind Valley. She must not run into any danger. If Feng Yuqing was the heir to Wind Valley instead, Elder Feng would do the same. Master, what is your connection to the second young Master? Elder Feng eyed Gu Ruoan in a peculiar manner as his heart filled with hesitation. Knowing the second young Master's hedonistic ways, could he have fooled around with my Master and angered her enough that she would storm in here to kill him? It's possible. Elder Feng secretly came to this conclusion. Chapter 1209, Wind Valley, 6. I have some business with him. Gu Ruoan replied indifferently, clearly unwilling to reveal anything to Elder Feng. Elder Feng suddenly felt apprehensive. He carefully eyed Gu Ruoan, trying to figure out what the second young Master could have done to offend her, which resulted in her storming into Wind Valley. Master, I'm not sure what grudge you have against the second young Master, but no matter the second young Master's abilities, it does not change the fact that the Valley Lord loves him. Therefore, Elder Feng exclaimed in confusion, if you really want to cause trouble for the second young Master, the Valley Lord would definitely step out to protect him. Gu Ruoan's gaze landed upon Elder Feng as she slowly replied, I've agreed to meet him here, so just take me to him. That's all you need to do. Agreed. Elder Feng was thoroughly shocked. Is Master saying that she and the second young Master have an agreement? Could it be that their relationship is not what I think it is? In the end, Elder Feng fortified his heart and said, come with me, Master. I am not your Master. After hearing Elder Feng address her in that manner, Gu Ruoan furrowed her brows and said, you don't have to call me that. No, no, no. Elder Feng shamelessly exclaimed, Master, I know that my powers aren't strong enough and that's why you won't acknowledge me. It's alright, I'll work hard and earn the right to become your disciple. A sense of exasperation flashed across Gu Ruoan's face as she stared at Elder Feng's shameless face. Take me to Feng Yuqing first. Yes, Master. When Elder Feng saw how she had not forced him to change his manner of address, his expression turned into one of flattery as he quickly led the way. Elder Feng jabbered on and on the entire way and did not stop talking at all. In the beginning, Gu Ruoan had given him a few half-hearted replies. In the end, she could no longer be bothered and would rather keep her mouth shut, ignoring the old man's long-winded ramblings. Previously, they had interacted while they were at the medicine sect as well. However, she never thought that the once proud Elder Feng would have such an annoying personality. She really could not understand how the members of Wind Valley could have tolerated him. At the North Park, the scene was desolate and there were only two servants sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Ever since the second young Master of Wind Valley's power had been crippled, he decided to move to the remote North Park that same year. No matter how much the Valley Lord had tried to stop him, it was useless. He had to leave him to it. To ensure a peaceful environment for his only son, the Valley Lord had issued an order declaring that no one was allowed to enter the North Park. Hence, without Elder Feng's escort, Gu Ruoan would never have been able to enter it. I never thought that the dignified young Sir of Wind Valley would be living in a place like this. Gu Ruoan laughed icily as she stared at the bleak and declining conditions of North Park. Her lips were curled into a small angle. Elder Feng felt a little awkward. Master, the second young Master had insisted on moving here. No matter how much the Valley Lord had tried to persuade him, it was useless. The Valley Lord had no choice but to leave him in his stubborn ways. He paused for a bit before he turned towards the quiet side room in front of him and said, we're here, this is the second young Master's residence. Master, I still don't know how you and the second young Master know each other. Such a powerful person like yourself shouldn't be acquainted with a good for. The words, good for nothing, nearly slipped out but Elder Feng managed to stop himself in time. He chuckled and his eyes darted back and forth. I'm really curious, how do you know each other? Chapter 1210, Wind Valley, 7. Gu Ruoan smiled and did not say much. She then pushed the door open and entered the room. A man dressed in embroidered robes was sitting in front of a desk in the room. He had a book in his hand and was reading quietly. He became aware of Gu Ruoan's arrival and his handsome face lit up with a smile. You're here, he exclaimed in a frail voice. Gu Ruoan nodded. I'm here to fulfill my promise and help you to restore your powers. All right, I've been waiting for you. He smiled gently but his eyes showed his excitement. Elder Feng listened to their conversation and his head felt foggy as he asked, what are you saying? Restoring whose powers? Furthermore, he does not know why but the second master seems very different today. Only now did Feng Yuqing notice Elder Feng who was standing close behind Gu Ruoan. He was shocked but he did not comment on it. Lady Gu had once promised me that she would come to Wind Valley and restore my powers. I've been waiting for her for a while now. Elder Feng was dazed and he turned towards Gu Ruoan with an astonished look on his face. Master, is this true? He asked in disbelief. Can you really help restore the second young master's powers? Usually, Elder Feng looks down upon the hedonistic Feng Yuqing but at the end of the day, he was the second young master of Wind Valley and the only son. If his powers had not been crippled, the position of young Valley Lord would never have fallen into Feng Xiaoxiao's hands. Hence, when he heard that there was a chance to heal Fang Yuqing's injury, his heart filled with excitement. Let me have a look at his injury first. Gu Ruoan slowly approached Fang Yuqing. The two men then watched as she gently checked his pulse. After a long pause, she released her grip and said, he had sustained heavy injuries at that time. Did you make him consume anything with a resurrection blossom? She looked calmly at Elder Fang as she slowly asked. Elder Fang was shaken and nodded. That's right, I had used the resurrection blossom to save his life. Are you saying that there was something wrong with our resurrection blossom? No. Gu Ruoan shook her head. If you had not used the resurrection blossom to save him, he might not be alive right now. However, the resurrection blossom need to absorb his spiritual energy in order to grow. This is the real reason why he has turned into a good-for-nothing. Can he be saved, Master? Elder Fang felt melancholic. He never thought that he was responsible for crippling Fang Yuqing's powers. Of course, as Gu Ruoan said, if Elder Fang had not used the resurrection blossom to save Fang Yuqing's life, the second young master would be dead by now. I have a way to help him. Gu Ruoan then turned towards Fang Yuqing. Your powers are being absorbed by the resurrection blossom. As long as we pull the resurrection blossom out, I can restore his powers. Hearing this, Elder Fang continued to speak dazedly. If we do this, without the resurrection blossom, the second young master would. He did not finish the rest of his sentence, but Elder Fang knew that Gu Ruoan understood what he meant. His wound isn't much of a problem, said Gu Ruoan as she curled her lips calmly. I can heal it. Even without the resurrection blossom, Gu Ruoan was certain that she could heal Fang Yuqing. Is there anything I can help with, Master? Elder Fang's eyes lit up when he heard Gu Ruoan's explanation. He then stared at Gu Ruoan with adoration. I, your disciple, will do everything I can to help you in whatever you need. Chapter 12:11, Wind Valley 8. Sure. Gu Ruoan gently nodded. I want to turn the resurrection blossom into a resurrection pill. At that point, I'll need you to help me watch Fang Yuqing. All right. Elder Fang nodded gravely. Even though he was on Fang Xiaoxiao's side, Fang Yuqing was the Valley Lord's only son. If they could cure him, the Valley Lord would be very happy indeed. Once the resurrection... When that time comes, I will use a silver needle to seal his body. He will then appear to be dead. You must remember to not let anyone disturb him. Gu Ruoan raised her head and looked at Elder Fang as she said, I will then need to be in closed-door cultivation for 3 days. I will refine the resurrection pill in 3 days. I understand, Master. Rest assured and go ahead. I won't let anyone disturb the second young master. Elder Fang's intonation carried a determination like never before. His eyes were filled with assurance as he replied. You must remember to not pull the silver needle out. Otherwise, not only will his powers never return, he will die instantly. A light of conviction flashed across Gu Ruoan's eyes as she stared at Elder Fang's elderly face and issued the instruction. Anyone who comes here must not be allowed to touch him. When Elder Fang saw the serious look on Gu Ruoan's face, he felt very nervous. He made a secret vow that he would never let anyone disturb the second young master. Find me a place where I won't be disturbed and I will refine a pill for him. Because the resurrection blossom has absorbed too much of his powers, it won't be easy for me to refine it into a pill. That's why I will need 3 days' time. Master, go to my territory. No one will disturb you there and you can refine the pill in peace. Elder Fang's elderly expression was filled with determination. Don't worry, I will guard the second young master for the next 3 days. Gu Ruoan nodded. I will extract the resurrection blossom from his body now. At South Park. Unlike the desolate air in the North Park, the South Park's courtyard was bustling and exquisite. There was a multi-story pavilion and countless handmaidens and footboys were walking around the place. At that moment in a side room at the courtyard, Fang Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. Her beautiful, dignified features were enveloped with a light of indifference. After a long pause, she opened her mouth to speak. Elder Bai, those people you sent last night have been gone for quite a while now. Why haven't they returned? Elder Bai knitted his brows. Logically speaking, those men should have returned very quickly after finishing their mission. Why have they not received any news? Eldest lady, maybe they failed. Elder Bai did not dare to imagine the answer to that. After all, the men he had sent were all powerful cultivators of Wind Valley. If those men had failed, how much power does Gu Ruoan have? Fang Xiaoxiao's expression changed. Elder Bai, have you forgotten what I've told you? She replied with a cold look on her face. You must succeed. There's no room for failure or it would bring a great disaster upon us. That woman's talents are far too horrifying. Even I cannot help but acknowledge that she is indeed an absolute genius. Unfortunately, she was unable to utilize a genius like her. What was the point in leaving her alive then? Eldest lady, don't you worry, I've instructed him to put the blame on Fang Yuqing if they fail. By then, if Gu Ruoan does wish to exact her revenge, she would only take it out on Fang Yuqing. When she arrives in Wind Valley to collect Fang Yuqing's dead, she would certainly draw the Valley Lord's ire. We can then use the Valley Lord's hand to kill her. Chapter 12:12, Wind Valley 9. Fang Xiaoxiao's face, which was initially calm, changed greatly when she heard this. Idiot, she shouted angrily. Her shout shocked Elder Bai into a daze. He simply could not understand what he had done to draw the eldest lady's ire. Are you not an idiot? Fang Xiaoxiao slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed with an ugly look on her face. How could a cunning woman like Gu Ruoan possibly believe your false charges so easily? If you hadn't said a thing, she would not have any proof that Wind Valley had been behind it. Even if she has her guesses, she would not use these guesses to conclude Wind Valley's actions. Yet you had put Fang Yuqing's name right out. While it does kill two birds with one stone, it also reveals that Wind Valley was behind the assassination attempt. A raging flame burned in her heart as she continued her scolding with a cold look on her face. Furthermore, you had met her that day and tried to recruit her. You then send assassins to her on the same night. She doesn't need to overanalyze things to know that we were the ones who had sent the assassins and not the good-for-nothing Fang Yuqing. More importantly, you want to use Father's hand to kill Gu Ruoan. Do you think that scenario would be possible? That woman is so cunning, why would she walk into a trap? She would never walk into Wind Valley while her powers are at a weak stage and give herself up so stupidly. Just as Fang Xiaoxiao was chastising Elder Bai, an anxious voice came rushing into the room. Eldest lady, I have some news to report. Fang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, looked at the person in front of her and asked, what is it? Eldest lady, someone has just informed me that the woman you've been searching for, Gu Ruoan, has arrived in Wind Valley. Furthermore, Elder Fang has brought her to see the second young master. What? Fang Xiaoxiao was dazed as her pretty eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Elder Bai was also dazed for several seconds before he burst into laughter. Eldest lady, you think too highly of this woman's intelligence. She's not as smart as you thought she was. She believed the Wind Valley assassin's words and has come to make Fang Yuqing pay. Ha ha ha. Fang Xiaoxiao racked her brain, trying to figure out a crucial point in all of this. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not seem to understand why Gu Ruoan would make her way to Wind Valley. When has her intelligence regressed to such a degree? Could she have believed in such an inferior lie? Impossible, this is definitely impossible. Fang Xiaoxiao shook her head and fell silent. There must be something that we're not aware of. A smart woman like Gu Ruoan would never walk into a trap. Elder Bai laughed disdainfully, curled his lips and said, Eldest lady, don't overestimate her. Based on my conversation with her yesterday, I could tell that she's not that intelligent. Now that she has come to cause trouble for the second young master, she has clearly been fooled by our lies. However, I never expected Elder Fang to help her and led her to the second young master. Perhaps he has turned traitor. Elder Fang. A glint flashed in Fang Xiaoxiao's eyes. She has finally found the unusual point in this matter. Elder Bai, I believe that something isn't right about this. I am well aware of Elder Fang's loyalty to Wind Valley, so how could he have turned against us? All these years, the reason why I have never been able to truly recruit Elder Fang was because he is far too loyal to Wind Valley. No matter how unsatisfied he is with Fang Yuqing, he would never let anyone harm him. I believe that this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Chapter 12-13, Wind Valley 10. Eldest lady, Elder Bai sneered and his entire face was filled with ridicule. Why don't we head over to the second young master's residence? We'll know the truth. If we don't, we stay here and continue the confusion. The second young master is already a good for nothing and is of no threat to you. Since that's the case, let's save him this one time. Perhaps we might even leave a good impression on the Valley Lord. Fang Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment before she gently nodded. No matter what Gu Ruoan's plans were, they only need to investigate to find out the truth. Come, let's make our way to the North Park and check on my beloved little brother. Fang Xiaoxiao gently curled the corners of her lips as a cold light flashed in her eyes. She said nothing more and headed out of the room. At the North Park, Elder Fang was standing guard outside the side room's door like a statue. After his experience with Gu Ruoan at the medicine sect's general meeting, he now holds a deep admiration towards her and would follow her orders through seriously. A group of figures suddenly approached him from outside the courtyard. A light of astonishment flashed in his eyes and he walked up to greet them without thinking too much about it. Eldest lady, Elder Bai, what are you doing here? Fang Xiaoxiao looked at Elder Fang who was standing guard and smiled. Elder Fang, I'm here to visit Yuqing. After all, it's been a while since he has left the North Park. As his older sister, I should show some concern to my little brother, right? Haha, there certainly isn't anything wrong with showing concern for the second young master, eldest lady. However, the second young master is unable to receive any visitors for now. Please come back in 3 days' time, eldest lady. Elder Fang laughed. He was not completely aware of Fang Xiaoxiao's actions, so he really thought that she had come here out of genuine concern for Fang Yuqing. HMPH. Elder Bai has long felt a strong dislike towards Elder Fang. He scoffed icily and said, Elder Fang, I heard that you've brought an outsider into Wind Valley and led him to the second young master's courtyard. What is your relationship with that person that you would give her so much help? It's like this. Elder Fang did not spare Elder Bai a second look as he turned towards Fang Xiaoxiao. Eldest lady, you've met the young lady as well, he said. She's the woman who had defeated me in the medicine sect's general meeting and successfully refined a pill. She's here to restore the second young master's powers. We are now at the crucial point of the process, so please come back in 3 days, eldest lady. Haha, what a joke. Elder Bai burst into laughter and butted into the conversation before Fang Xiaoxiao could reply. How can you be sure that this woman is sincerely trying to help the second young master? I heard that the second young master had secretly sent assassins after her last night, so she's here to take her revenge. I advise you to quickly step out of the way. What if something happens to the second young master? Do you think that the Valley Lord would forgive you? Hearing this, Elder Fang was completely dumbfounded. The second young master had sent assassins after master. Why didn't master say anything about it? Besides, knowing my master's personality, if the second young master really wanted to assassinate her, would she be talking cheerfully with him? Elder Bai. Elder Fang had treated Fang Xiaoxiao with courtesy, but when it comes to Elder Bai, there was no need for him to remain civil. Hence, he furrowed his brows and stared at Elder Bai irritably. If you don't have any definitive evidence, don't speak without thinking. Gu Ruoan is definitely not here to kill the second young master. I believe that she can help him. He waved his sleeves once he had spoken and continued with a sunken look on his face. Please go back. I've promised her that I won't let anyone disturb the second young master. Chapter 12-14, Wind Valley 11. Elder Feng. Elder Bai was enraged and he replied in a cold voice, do you know what you're doing? What benefits has this woman offered you to make you help her so much? If you continue to block us from entering, the second young master's life will be in grave danger. Are you going to abandon him like this? HMPH. Elder Feng scoffed and ignored the old man. His eyes then turned towards Feng Xiaoxiao. Eldest lady, you of all people should know what kind of person I am. Even if I betray everyone in this world, I will never betray Wind Valley. Please believe me this one time. I would never want to hurt the second young master. Feng Xiaoxiao fell silent. After a long pause, she raised her delicate and pretty features, looked at Elder Feng's elderly face and curled her lips indifferently. Elder Feng, let us go in and have a look. As long as I can see that Yuqing is safe and sound, I'll leave. Elder Feng's expression changed greatly. The second young master was currently in a state of death-like suspended animation. If they saw him now, it would be impossible to explain the situation to them. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes darkened at the look on Elder Feng's face. Could the situation be like what Elder Bai had said? Was Gu Ruoan really here to murder Feng Yuqing? That cannot be right. She wouldn't be so stupid to kill someone in Wind Valley. Doing so would just be digging her own grave. Besides, she had the ability to convince Elder Feng to trust her so much that he would stand guard outside the door and stop everyone from coming in. No. When the group insisted on making their way into the room, Elder Feng quickly blocked their way and exclaimed with an ugly look on his face. You can't go in. If you force your way in, you'll hurt the second young master. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered but her expression continued to display a gentle smile. That smile was like the wind, ethereal and faint. Elder Feng, don't forget that you're a member of Wind Valley. Feng Xiaoxiao may have been smiling when she said these words but the frostiness in her voice made Elder Feng's body shake. You've stayed by my father's side for so many years, you should know how much he treasures Yuqing. Even after Yuqing had turned into a good-for-nothing, he still protected him. If anything bad were to happen to Yuqing, can you bear the responsibility? She lifted her head but there was no longer a gentle smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes were now filled with a stern air. Elder Feng's expression shook before he frowned and said, Eldest lady, no matter what you say, I will not let you in for the sake of the second young master's safety. Ha ha ha. Elder Bai burst into laughter again. Elder Feng, are you sure that you want to do this? Fine, since that's the case, we're going to storm right in. I'd love to see what you've done to the second young master. Boom. Elder Bai's body turned into a sharp sword before he charged towards Elder Feng. Clash. Elder Feng pulled his weapon out and blocked Elder Bai's attack. The sheer force of their encounter caused an explosion, turning the surrounding trees into dust. I've told you, I'm not letting you in. Elder Feng's expression darkened and he snapped fiercely. If you insist on doing so, I have no choice but to raise my hand to stop you. Elder Bai, you should think this through thoroughly. Offending someone like me who is constantly by the Valley Lord's side won't end well for you. Ha ha. Elder Bai burst into laughter. You've joined forces with an outsider to try and harm the second young master. This is a single drawn offense. Do you think that you will have any position in the Valley Lord's heart to speak of? All these years, you've used the Valley Lord's trust to rain tyrannical abuse over Wind Valley. Everyone had to give way to you but I never thought that you would be so ungrateful until you wouldn't even spare the second young master. I've already sent some men to inform the Valley Lord of this. You will receive the Valley Lord's wrath very soon. Chapter 12:15, Wind Valley 12. Elder Feng's expression changed over and over again. Elder Bai's words made sense to him. No matter how much the Valley Lord trusts him, there were some taboos which he could never violate. That taboo was the second young master. If Elder Bai had really summoned the Valley Lord, he might not be able to stop these people at all. However, the master had mentioned that no matter what, he must prevent anyone from disturbing the second young master. Otherwise, if they removed the silver needle, the second young master could never be revived from the dead even if the gods were to arrive. Eldest lady, I have stayed by your side for so many years, don't you trust me at all? Elder Feng turned towards Feng Xiaoxiao. His face was filled with disappointment as he asked in a bitter voice. It's not that I don't trust you, I'm just worried that you've been deceived by Gu Ruoan. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes darkened. Therefore, I will only leave after I've seen Yuqing. Don't worry, I just need to see him once. If I see that he's safe and sound, I'll lead everyone out of here. Elder Feng shook his head and shut his eyes. Eldest lady, I know that you're worried about the second young master but I really can't let you in. Otherwise, the second young master's life will be in danger. 3 days. He just needs to hold on for 3 days. Once Gu Ruoan returns, this misunderstanding will be wiped off. Get out of the way. Elder Bai bellowed and waved his hand fiercely towards Elder Feng's chest. The power from his head was sharp, enveloped in a faint layer of spiritual energy. His eyes were filled with ferocity and no longer displayed their initial gentleness. HMPH. Elder Feng scoffed as he watched Elder Bai closing in on him. He raised his hand to stop Elder Bai's hand as he exclaimed gloomily, I won't touch the eldest lady but with you, I have no need to exercise patience. Boom. Their hands clashed against one another. Elder Bai's body stumbled backward as a sieve of blood trickled from the corner of his lips. He then glared icily at Elder Feng. In all of Wind Valley, Elder Feng's powers were second only to the Valley Lord. Elder Bai was no match for him. Enough. Feng Xiaoxiao furrowed her willowy brows and narrowed her eyes as she glared at the two elders icily. It won't help matters if you two fight here. We will make a decision when my father arrives. After saying her piece, she turned towards Elder Feng and asked, Elder Feng, I'll give you one last chance. Will you let us pass? If you're really going to wait for my father to arrive, his anger isn't something that you can handle. I'm sorry, eldest lady, I can't let you pass. Elder Feng continued to block the way to the room and his face was serious as he stood tall like a sculpture. I believe that in 3 days, you will understand that my actions were the right one. Prior to that, I can't let you pass. Feng Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and laughed icily. All right, I hope that you won't regret your decision. However, Elder Feng, I really never thought that you would turn out to be that kind of a person. I am sorely disappointed in you. The woman's gentle voice was tinged with clear disappointment and caused Elder Fang's heart to tremble. He closed his eyes for a long while before opening them again. A wave of determination filled his eyes, but he did not say another word. The Valley Lord has arrived. A loud cry echoed throughout the sky. The crowd watched as a handsome man in white robes traveled through the air. He has a tall and imposing body and emitted an air of domineering stateliness. Chapter 12:16, Wind Valley 13. 2 armed guards were standing behind the Valley Lord. Neither of them showed any sign of emotion on their face as they guarded him loyally from behind. One of the guards was the person who had announced the Valley Lord's arrival. The white-robed man slowly walked towards them. A domineering atmosphere of the highest quality spread out with every step that he took, causing everyone around him to lower their heads. This was a refined state cultivator, just that one bout of coercion could easily subdue others. Can anyone explain to me what's going on here? The Valley Lord's eyes scanned across every face from all 4 corners of the area as he spoke in a cold and distant voice. Reporting to the Valley Lord, Elder Bai sent Elder Fang an ugly glare as he turned towards the Valley Lord and replied, Elder Fang has conspired with an outsider in an attempt to harm the second young master. That outsider is implementing a form of horrible torture upon the second young master in that room. Elder Fang has refused to let us in and does not allow us to check on the second young master at all. Please, Valley Lord, support our cause. Upon hearing this, the Valley Lord's cold and distant eyes turned towards Elder Fang before he asked with a cold bite in his voice, is this true? Valley Lord, Elder Fang joined his fists with an ugly look on his face. It's like this. You probably remember the genius, Gu Ruoan, whom I have mentioned to you before. Gu Ruoan has arrived in Wind Valley and can help restore the second young master's powers. That's why I'm helping her. Elder Bai sneered and exclaimed disdainfully, Elder Fang, if it's really as you've said, why won't you let us see him? If she really does have the power to save the second young master, we won't disturb him, but you won't even let us look at him. Aren't you conspiring with her to harm the second young master? What else could it be? This. Elder Fang was at a loss for words. He then continued, Valley Lord, please believe me. My days here reflect my loyalty to Wind Valley. I would never have any intentions of hurting the second young master. If you really insist on barging into the room, the second young master will die. The Valley Lord fell silent and no one could tell what lay beneath his cold features. He did not say a word. Father. Fang Xiaoxiao looked at Elder Fang before she walked towards the Valley Lord. Her voice was light and gentle like the wind as it slowly echoed throughout the silent courtyard. I trust Elder Fang, he would never hurt my little brother. Elder Bai was in shock. He never thought that Fang Xiaoxiao would help Elder Fang. Were they not supposed to deal with Gu Ruoan? Clearly, Elder Fang has now chosen to stand on Gu Ruoan's side. Why was Fang Xiaoxiao backing Elder Fang now? Elder Fang never thought that Fang Xiaoxiao would ultimately stand up for him and send her a grateful look. After all, based on his earlier behavior, it was already good enough that eldest lady had not complained to the Valley Lord about him. What more stand up for him? However, Fang Xiaoxiao's eyes darted back and forth. Based on my understanding of Gu Ruoan's character, that woman is very smart and also very cunning. Elder Fang had taken pity on your love for your son and trusted Gu Ruoan's words easily. He's not in the wrong, it's the latter's fault for being too cunning. Elder Fang means well, but Gu Ruoan would never save Yuqing. Just last night, Yuqing had sent his men to capture Gu Ruoan and make her his concubine. Think about it, based on the current connection, why should Gu Ruoan save him? Fang Xiaoxiao no longer cared about Gu Ruoan's intentions here. As long as she was here in Wind Valley, she could manipulate her father to kill her. Chapter 12:17, Wind Valley 14. Besides, Elder Fang was so adamant about preventing them from entering the room. That proves that they could not see Fang Yuqing now. Otherwise, if it really was as he had claimed, Fang Yuqing's life would be in grave danger. Hence, she has to enter the room and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If Fang Yuqing dies, her father would never let Gu Ruoan get away with it. An unmistakable murderous intent flashed in Fang Xiaoxiao's pretty eyes when she thought of this. It goes without saying that Fang Xiaoxiao was very intelligent. She knows that the Valley Lord trusts Elder Fang a lot. If she had tried to frame Elder Fang, the result would work against her. Hence, she had no choice but to absolve Elder Fang of his mistakes and push all the blame onto Gu Ruoan. This way, her father would not believe Elder Fang and would only think that he was being manipulated. Elder Fang, step aside. Indeed, after hearing Fang Xiaoxiao's words, the Valley Lord's eyes turned towards Elder Fang as he issued the order in a low, hoarse voice. Valley Lord. Elder Fang's body stiffened from where he was standing in front of the door. He stared at the Valley Lord's icy features in astonishment. If you go in, you will end up hurting the second young master. Elder Fang, it looks like Gu Ruoan has bewitched you with the waters of oblivion. That's the only reason why you would believe her so much. Fang Xiaoxiao's gaze darkened as she spoke in an icy voice. If you continue to try and stop us, perhaps Yuqing is already dead. He was once in danger and we had managed to save his life with great difficulty. Do you want him to die again? Step aside. Just as Fang Xiaoxiao had spoken, the Valley Lord's cold voice rang out once again. If it were anyone else who wanted to enter Fang Yuqing's room, Elder Fang would stop them no matter the cost. However, this was the Valley Lord. Elder Fang's lips filled with bitter agony. He then shook his head in exasperation and sighed but ultimately stepped aside and let them pass. Thud. The Valley Lord pushed the door open and walked in very quickly. Upon entering the room, the first thing he saw was Fang Yuqing, whose entire body was pierced with silver needles from head to toe. At this moment, Fang Yuqing was lying silently on the bed as if he were dead. King Air. The Valley Lord's shocked face drained of color as he rushed towards Fang Yuqing. When he placed his hand to check for Fang Yuqing's breathing, his expression turned cold. A dense, cold air then erupted from his entire being. Elder Fang, I've told you before, that woman does not have any good intentions. Now, she has caused the second young master's death. Hand the woman over, otherwise, no one will be able to save you this time. Elder Bai exclaimed, taking joy in Elder Fang's calamity. He has never liked this old man. Just because Elder Feng had the Valley Lord's trust, he has always been condescending. Sometimes, he would even ignore the eldest lady. This was great, he had trusted a woman's lies too easily and has thoroughly offended the Valley Lord. Perhaps the Valley Lord would consider him guilty and kill him for his part in this. The Valley Lord took a deep breath and reached his trembling hand out to remove the silver needles from Feng Yuqing's body. His heart was now clenched in a tight grip and filled with a fiery rage. Valley Lord. When he saw that the Valley Lord was about to pull out the silver needles, Elder Feng's expression changed greatly. He then quickly rushed forward and grabbed the Valley Lord's outstretched hand. Valley Lord, you must not pull out the needles. If you do so, the young Valley Lord will die. Get out of my way. The Valley Lord's body was shrouded in a cold air as he spat icily. Chapter 12:18, Wind Valley 15. Usually, he would never treat Elder Feng in this manner, but now, he no longer cared about anything else. Besides, this old man was the cause of his son's tragic death. Why should he treat him with any courtesy? Valley Lord, please believe me this one time. Give me 3 days and I will return with a vigorous and lively second young master to you. I only need 3 days. Elder Feng held onto the Valley Lord's arm tightly as his eyes filled with determination. The Valley Lord glanced at him indifferently. Kinga's heart has stopped, how could he still be alive? Besides, I can sense that the resurrection blossom in his body is missing. You should know the consequences that come with losing the resurrection blossom, he can't be saved. Valley Lord, Guruan has promised me that she would return in 3 days. She will turn the resurrection blossom into a resurrection pill and use it to save the second young master. That's why she had used the silver needles to seal the second young master in a state of suspended animation. If you pull the needles out, the second young master will most certainly die. Hee. Elder Bai laughed icily before he spoke in a disdainful tone. When did you become so naive? A resurrection pill, what on earth is that? I've never heard of it. She's asked you to give the resurrection blossom to her and you had actually helped her to do it. You're clearly going to kill the second young master. Valley Lord, I believe that Elder Feng has deliberately gone against the rules. Please, Valley Lord, grant him a heavy punishment and avenge the second young master. Elder Feng grew anxious. If he had known that this would happen, he should have informed the Valley Lord first. Perhaps the situation would not have gone out of hand. However, how would Elder Feng have known that the usually desolate and overlooked North Park would draw Feng Xiaoxiao's attention? What do you want me to do to make you believe me? Elder Feng was panicking as he exclaimed with sweat pouring down his face. Valley Lord, if Guruan really doesn't have any power, do you think that I would trust her? If you really don't believe me, I can make a wager. If Guruan doesn't show up in 3 days, I will atone for my crimes with death. Elder Feng gritted his teeth. At this moment, he has placed all of his hopes onto Guruan's abilities. His heart prayed endlessly that she would show up sooner so that he could be free from this situation. Elder Feng, this matter has nothing to do with you. A light flashed in Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes as she said, besides, Yuqing is dead now and Wind Valley does not wish to lose a talent like you as well. I will not let you use yourself as collateral no matter what. What a joke, why should I possibly wait any longer? She was feeling rather suspicious. How could a person with Guruan's intellect possibly walk into a trap? Now, the situation was obvious. Guruan had really come here to cure Feng Yuqing. Why should Feng Xiaoxiao grant her those 3 days? What if she really does manage to save Feng Yuqing? Getting someone else to do her dirty work would not be so easy then. Eldest lady, I know that you're doing this for my own good but I have no other choice. Elder Feng turned towards the Valley Lord and spoke with a serious look on his face. Valley Lord, why don't you believe me just this once? If you pull out the needle, he will die. If you trust me, there is a chance that the second young master will survive. If I have been so unlucky as to place my trust in the wrong person, I will find her even if I have to go to the ends of the earth and I will bring her back to you. I will then atone for my crimes with death. The Valley Lord's hand, which had been placed on the needle, paused. A strange light then flashed across his cold features. After a long pause, he retracted his hand and replied calmly, all right, I'll trust you this time. Chapter 12:19, Wind Valley 16. Father. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed and a vicious light flashed in her beautiful eyes. We can't keep waiting like this, we must catch Guruan immediately. I believe that she's not too far away. What if we wait and she was to escape? All that awaits Wind Valley then is a disaster. That woman's talents are too frightening and if we let her grow, Elder Feng would not be able to control her. So, Father, I ask you to give the order to hunt Guruan down and let Yuqing rest in peace. Thud. Feng Xiaoxiao threw herself down and knelt on the ground as she implored calmly. I beg you, Valley Lord, to hunt down the culprit and avenge the second young master. Elder Bai and the others have knelt down as well and cried out pleadingly. Enough. The Valley Lord waved his hand as his stern voice echoed throughout the room. Even if you catch her, Yuqing can't possibly be revived. Since that's the case, let's treat a medically dead horse as if it was still alive. I will believe them for now. If she doesn't show up in 3 days, I will make her understand the consequences of crossing Wind Valley. I will find her and kill her even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, heaven, or hell. I won't rest as long as she's alive. Boom. The aura within the Valley Lord's body dispersed, breaking the table in front of him and threw everything into disorder. His eyes were filled with a cold light while his voice carried a murderous air. Elder Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that he has managed to protect the second young master. All he needs to do now is to wait for her to return. Master, I hope you won't let me down. Elder Feng lowered his eyelids and secretly whispered in his heart. Eldest lady. Elder Feng turned towards Feng Xiaoxiao. When he saw the extremely ugly look on her face, his heart shook. Feng Xiaoxiao did not speak. She pursed her lips and her once gentle gaze was now frosty. Her typically delicate and dignified features no longer held their initial warm prettiness. In fact, it was replaced with cold and distant lines. It was a good thing that everyone's attentions were now focused on Feng Yuqing. Hence, aside from Elder Feng who was next to her, no one had noticed the look on her face at all. Otherwise, they would probably reevaluate what they know of Feng Xiaoxiao's character. 3 days passed in a flash. Gu Ruoan wiped the sweat off her brow in the pill refinement chamber. Her eyes were focused upon the pill cauldron. I finally managed to refine the resurrection blossom into a pill. 3 days have passed and it's time for me to make my way over to the North Park and give Feng Yuqing this pill. I'm afraid that the silver needles will lose their effect if I delay any longer. Perhaps the entire Wind Valley never thought that Gu Ruoan was still in Wind Valley. She has been hiding in Elder Feng's cultivation chamber as she single-mindedly refined the resurrection pill. After putting the pill away, Gu Ruoan did not hesitate any longer and turned around to head out of the chamber. However, once Gu Ruoan stepped into the North Park, she sensed something peculiar which made her slow down a little. However, she ultimately continued to walk forward. The 3 days have passed. Elder Feng grew anxious in the room. Sweat rolled continuously down his face and his eyes would scan outside the door time and again. The concern in his eyes was evident. Elder Feng, I don't think she's coming now. Elder Bai laughed icily as he spoke disdainfully. Elder Feng's heart filled with panic when he sensed the increasing chill around the Valley Lord. He continued to pray endlessly in his heart, hoping that Gu Ruoan would hurry back. After all, he had made the vow 3 days ago that if Gu Ruoan does not return, his own life would be forfeit. Chapter 12:20, Wind Valley 17. Elder Feng never thought that he would place his life in the hands of a young woman one day. This was something that he had never expected at all. Creak. Just as Elder Feng was beginning to panic in earnest, the tightly shut door was finally pushed open. A green-robed woman then entered the room, appearing before everyone's eyes. Elder Feng nearly burst into tears at the sight of Gu Ruoan. Heaven knows how much pressure he has had to endure over the past 3 days. He had been terrified by the Valley Lord who emitted an icy aura constantly and has had to endure Elder Bai's snarky comments as well as managing his anxious feelings for Feng Yuqing's well-being. He has never been this emotional. At this moment, he felt that Gu Ruoan was almost like his own mother and he nearly knelt on the ground. You're finally here. He looked at Gu Ruoan as he trembled. His eyes were filled with excitement but his voice was filled with exasperation. If you had not come, these people would have slaughtered me. Gu Ruoan raised her brow and swept her gaze across the crowded room. She paused on Feng Xiaoxiao for a moment before she turned away and looked at Elder Feng again. How is the task that I've given to you? Has anyone touched the silver needles? Elder Feng nodded his head vigorously. I've successfully completed the task. There's no displacement in the silver needles from when you've left and right now. Please rest assured. All right, I will begin the process of saving him now. Gu Ruoan slowly walked towards Feng Yuqing who was lying on the bed. She then pulled his lips apart with one finger and stuffed the pill inside. When the pill entered Feng Yuqing's mouth, it turned into a clear stream and flowed into his lungs. Boom. A wave of energy erupted from Feng Yuqing and his entire body shook as if it had been shocked. Once I've removed the silver needles, you'll be able to wake up. The spiritual energy which had once been absorbed by the resurrection blossom will slowly return. After Gu Ruoan had finished speaking, she began to remove the silver needles from Feng Yuqing's body one by one. Ever since Gu Ruoan had entered the room, the Valley Lord had remained silent. However, his gaze was focused upon the woman's every move as the aura from his body grew more and more powerful. His grim features were cold and distant. The hand which he had placed on the chair was clenched into a fist while his eyes filled with a sharp air. If King Air does not awaken after she has removed the silver needles, I will make this woman join him in death. Feng Xiaoxiao pursed her lips tightly and her expression was an ugly sight to behold. Her thoughts were vastly different from the rest as she does not want Feng Yuqing to awaken. If Feng Yuqing dies, both Gu Ruoan and Elder Feng would die by her father's hand. Pop. Gu Ruoan raised her hand and removed the final needle. She then pulled out a handkerchief and slowly put the needles away before she slowly rose to her feet as her lips curled into a calm smile. All right, it's done. Russell. The Valley Lord quickly rose to his feet. His eyes were fixed upon the man on the bed. At that moment, his breathing quickened and his eyes filled with anticipation. It was clear that the Valley Lord dearly loves his only son despite the fact that the second young master has a bad reputation and was a good for nothing. The crowd watched as the man, who had been lying on the bed with tightly shut eyes, slowly opened them. He looked a little disoriented as if he could not understand what had happened. However, he was shocked when he saw the crowd of people around his bed. His vision then slowly became clear and bright. Chapter 12:21, Wind Valley 18. Father, what are you doing here? Feng Yuqing struggled to sit up. His face was just as pale as before. Also, there are so many people. King Air. The Valley Lord's heart leaped when he saw that the man had opened his eyes. He then appeared in front of the bed in a flash and clasped Feng Yuqing's hand in a tight grip as he asked in surprise, Are you all right? I thought you were. Father. Feng Yuqing smiled. I'm sorry, I had wanted to restore my powers so I asked Great Master Gu Ruoan to cure me. I did not inform you of that and I'm really sorry, I won't do it again. The Valley Lord was shocked and stared at the man in front of him with disbelief. Is this really my hedonistic and infamous son? Why do I feel as if he has turned into another person? After consuming the resurrection pill, your past injuries have now been healed. The Valley Lord was still in a daze when a clear and cold voice slowly rang out. Furthermore, your powers will be fully restored but it will take some time and you need to slowly regulate it. You can now try your luck at cultivating. When Feng Yuqing heard this, he quickly crossed his legs and tried to regulate his aura. Once he felt the surge of spiritual energy in his body, his expression changed from astonishment to joy. His voice was filled with excitement as he said, I can really cultivate again, Great Master Gu Ruoan, thank you so much. If it were not for you, I would never have had this opportunity. The Valley Lord was even more excited in comparison with Feng Yuqing. After all, his son's injuries have been his greatest heartache over the years. However, he never expected his son's powers to be restored one day. Great Master Gu, he rose to his feet, faced Gu Ruan and said, I have treated you rudely, please don't take it to heart. You've helped King Air, which means that you've helped all of Wind Valley. I will remember this great kindness for the rest of my life and I will never forget it. Gu Ruan smiled calmly. Fate had brought Feng Yuqing and me together, which was why I had saved him. This is nothing compared to what he's given me. If it had not been for Feng Yuqing, her spiritual beasts would never have been so fortunate as to receive the inheritance. Her power would never have grown so quickly either. Lady Gu. Feng Xiaoxiao quickly steadied her emotions before she slowly approached Gu Ruan. She then smiled and said, ever since the first time we've met, I knew that you were not a simple woman. I never thought that Yuqing's body would be restored to health thanks to your treatment. If there's anything that you need in the future, let me know. I will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Thank you. Gu Ruan chuckled softly. There's no need for that. By the way, I had run into a few assassins yesterday. It's a good thing that a powerful cultivator had happened to pass by and save me. As long as Wind Valley doesn't try to take my life like those assassins, I am already grateful enough. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically when she heard the implication in Gu Ruan's words. However, her face quickly went back to normal with a warm and breezy smile on her pretty and delicate features. Lady Gu, you are Wind Valley's benefactor. Why would Wind Valley bite the hands that feed us? You won't need to worry too much about that. Xiaoxiao. The Valley Lord was very satisfied with Feng Xiaoxiao's words. He then nodded and said, as the young Valley Lord of Wind Valley, you must take good care of Great Master Gu throughout her stay here. She must never be allowed to suffer any grief. Chapter 1222, Wind Valley 19. Father, don't worry, Lady Gu and I can be considered as old acquaintances. I will certainly take good care of her. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of smiles as she turned her gaze towards Gu Ruan and slowly curled her lips. Lady Gu, what do you think? The eldest lady of Wind Valley must be very busy. I reckon that you won't have time to entertain me. Gu Ruan's face lifted into a calm smile. I'm not expecting Wind Valley to entertain me, I can handle myself. The Valley Lord nodded. If you insist, Lady Gu, I won't force you. I will send my servants to make arrangements for you in while. If there's anything you need, Lady Gu, just send someone to inform me. I will definitely fulfill your every request. Alight. This time, Gu Ruan did not argue and agreed instantly. Also, to help speed up Feng Yuqing's recovery, I'll need to prepare a few more pills. Please help me make arrangements for a pill refinement chamber after this so that no one is allowed to disturb me. Pill refinement. Elder Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. Master, will you let me aid you? Don't worry, if you're not willing to teach me to refine pills, I won't learn on the sly. Besides, based on my level of intelligence, even if I did try to learn on the sly, I might not be able to get anything anyways. However, I'd like to stand next to you and observe you during the pill refinement process. This has been a lifetime hope of mine. Master, please indulge me. There was a pleading look on Elder Feng's face and he stared at Gu Ruan beseechingly once he has finished speaking. Even if he does not know how to refine pills, it would be an honor for him to be able to stay by a pill master's side. Even to witness the birth of a pill would be enough for him. Gu Ruan fell silent for a moment before she nodded her head. All right. Elder Feng nearly leaped when Gu Ruan voiced her agreement. He then exclaimed in excitement, Master, if any odd jobs come your way, leave them to me. I won't let you down. Gu Ruan shrugged but did not say anything more. The Valley Lord burst into laughter at the sight of this. His face no longer displayed his initial grim stateliness as he said, Lady Gu, as a token of our gratitude, my medicine storehouse is open to you. You may take whatever medicinal herbs you need. If you need to take all the medicinal herbs, that's fine too. To him, the entire medicine storehouse was nothing compared to Feng Yuqing's full recovery. Gu Ruan has helped restore Feng Yuqing's powers, gifting her the entire medicine storehouse was minor compared to that. If there's a need, I won't be modest about it. Gu Ruan smiled calmly as she replied. She would definitely not modest about it. After all, the next pills will be refined to help restore Feng Yuqing's body. Father, Feng Xiaoxiao tried to speak but hesitated. If there's something you wish to say, speak. The Valley Lord's face once again reverted to its stately air as he turned towards the confused-looking Feng Xiaoxiao. Father, I have a request. Feng Xiaoxiao spoke hesitantly. For my birthday next month, can you help me extend an invitation to someone? Oh, the Valley Lord raised his brows and noticed an inkling based on Feng Xiaoxiao's bashful face. He smiled calmly and said, I wonder who you would like me to extend this invitation to. It's Grand Lord Hong Lian. Feng Xiaoxiao's face blushed red. I heard that Grand Lord Hong Lian has arrived in the first city as well. I want to ask if you could help me invite him to Wind Valley as a guest. Grand Lord Hong Lian. Upon overhearing this, Gu Ruan, who was just about to leave, suddenly paused in her footsteps as a peculiar light flashed in her eyes. Chapter 1223, Wind Valley 20. Are you talking about the same Grand Lord Hong Lian who's fighting against the Lin family? The Valley Lord was astonished. Grand Lord Hong Lian is indeed a genius. I remember that he was only a martial king when the Lin family began to hunt him down, but he's grown to this stage under those circumstances. Now, the Lin family themselves are having a headache because of him. Xiaoxiao, are you interested in Grand Lord Hong Lian? Feng Xiaoxiao nodded. Father, Grand Lord Hong Lian is the man I have been searching for. The funny thing was, I didn't know it was him. Xiaoxiao, said the Valley Lord as he furrowed his brows. I do admire Grand Lord Hong Lian and I won't object to having him as my son-in-law. Based on his talents, as long as he trains with Wind Valley diligently, it won't be a problem. However, Grand Lord Hong Lian already has a wife. Do you plan to become his concubine? No. Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head and replied. Grand Lord Hong Lian's wife has been missing for over 20 years. No one knows if she's dead or alive. She might not even be in the land of the living anymore. Humans live for a very long time. Does he plan on staying alone forever? That's clearly impossible. I believe that I have a chance of becoming his wife. I have confidence in myself. Even though the news of Gu Ruan's identity as Grand Lord Honglian's daughter has spread throughout the mainland, this news still has not reached the first city. Hence, Fang Xiaoxiao was blissfully unaware that she was scheming on someone's father right in front of their own daughter. If she had known of Gu Ruan's identity as Grand Lord Honglian's daughter, she would never have brazenly discussed this matter out in the open. The Valley Lord thought for a moment before he slowly replied, Grand Lord Honglian is a little advanced in his age, but I do admire him very much. He's probably the only person from the secular world who holds my admiration. If you wish to marry him, I won't have any objections. I can help you to send the invitation. However, whether the Grand Lord wishes to marry you or not, that depends on your abilities. I can't help you there. Yes, father. Fang Xiaoxiao joined her fists. When she lowered her head, her eyes were filled with smiles. She has a good amount of confidence in her own abilities. There will be time for that later. She believes that she could slowly influence him in time. After listening into the conversation between the father and daughter, a queer look appeared in Gu Ruan's eyes, but she ultimately kept quiet. She had been worrying about how to inform her father about her whereabouts. Since Wind Valley is going to invite her father, she could just wait for him here. Once she meets her father, it will be time to find the Lin family to seek revenge. Grand Lord. In an inn, a figure appeared out of thin air with a whoosh behind the red-robed man who was standing in front of a window. Members of Wind Valley have recently been looking for you, Grand Lord. Wind Valley. The man gently raised his brow and slowly turned around. A cold smile then formed on his grim features. Why is Wind Valley looking for me? Apparently, it's the eldest lady of Wind Valley's birthday and they want to invite you, Grand Lord, to join the celebration. Eldest lady of Wind Valley. Grand Lord Honglian fell silent. If I remember correctly, this eldest lady of Wind Valley has caused trouble for Yunsa once. Since that's the case, I'm going to pay Wind Valley a visit. I want to see what they want. One can cross anyone but never cross this madman, Grand Lord Honglian. This madman has been known to hold a grudge. Fang Xiaoxiao had once caused trouble for Gu Ruan in the medicine sect and he has not forgotten about this matter. Hence, this was why he had accepted Wind Valley's invitation this time, all for the sake of a chance to avenge his daughter. Chapter 1224, Fang Xiaoxiao's Birthday, 1. At Wind Valley. Gu Ruan was focused on refining pills in the pill refinement chamber. Elder Fang was standing next to her as he eagerly supported her. He did not seem to think that his actions were unbecoming of an elder of Wind Valley. In fact, he was very proud. After all, not many people could accompany a pill master as a support while they refine pills. Bring this pill to Fang Yuqing and get him to take it. Gu Ruan waved her hand and lifted the cover off the pill cauldron. She then took the pills out and placed it in front of Elder Fang. Give him one a day and this will help his body to recover. As for his powers, they should fully recover in about a month. Elder Fang carefully clasped the pills in his hands as if he was afraid of dropping it. Master, I'll send this over to the second young master. There was a smile filled with adoration on his face. He then turned around and left the pill refinement chamber, closing the door behind him. Gu Ruan shook her head and sighed exasperatedly. She then turned her attention back towards the pill cauldron and continued to refine her pills. Elder Bai, has there been any news from Grand Lord Honglian? Fang Xiaoxiao and Elder Bai were in an unusual room in the South Park when she turned around with gloomy eyes and asked him. Eldest lady, don't worry, the Valley Lord has sent men out to spread the word. If Grand Lord Honglian has heard of it, he will come. Elder Bai smiled and replied soothingly. His tone then changed as he asked, Eldest lady, have you noticed that the second young master has completely changed into a different person? Elder Bai was more worried about the situation in Wind Valley rather than Grand Lord Honglian. After all, he has helped the eldest lady with a lot of matters all these years. If the eldest lady falls, he might not be able to survive in Wind Valley. Fang Xiaoxiao fell silent. Ever since Gu Ruan has healed Fang Yuqing's body, it really did seem as if he has changed into a different person. He no longer displayed his hedonistic ways. In fact, he was now far more composed. I'm not going to let the power fall into Fang Yuqing's hands no matter what. Otherwise, there won't be any place for me in Wind Valley anymore. A cold light flashed in Fang Xiaoxiao's eyes. She then declared, hence, on my birthday next month, I will make Fang Yuqing and his father disappear from the face of this earth. Wind Valley will only belong to me completely when they're dead. As for Gu Ruan, each time she thought of that name, Fang Xiaoxiao would grit her teeth in hate. If Gu Ruan had not interfered, Fang Yuqing would never have recovered. Hence, this woman must be buried at Wind Valley. Eldest lady, what should we do? Elder Bai eyed Fang Xiaoxiao doubtfully. He understood that after this matter, Fang Xiaoxiao could no longer tolerate the situation. If Fang Yuqing regains his powers, their many years of hard work would have gone to waste. I've already asked the charm sect to lend me a hand. If father wasn't so biased towards Fang Yuqing, I would never have wanted to take his life. All that I'm doing now is because they have forced my hand. Fang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and the light flashed in her eyes. Furthermore, I must meet Grand Lord Honglian before my birthday and make him completely mine. A vicious stare gradually filled Elder Bai's eyes. Eldest lady, don't worry, I will help you to secure the position of Valley Lord of Wind Valley. When that time comes, we won't have to pretend anymore. Chapter 1225, Fang Xiaoxiao's Birthday, 2. Fang Xiaoxiao laughed and her smile carried an icy murderous intent. This time, the sect master of the charm sect will personally help me. Besides, I've promised her that if she helps me to obtain the position of Valley Lord, I will give all the spiritual beasts of the Fire Spiritual Beast clan to her. Hence, with the charm sect master's help this time, we'll certainly be able to kill Fang Yuqing and his father. Her voice was cold, distant and merciless. It was as if the person she intends to kill was not her father, someone who has given her life and nurtured her, but an irreconcilable enemy. Father, don't blame me for being vicious. You may have treated me well all these years, but Fang Yuqing is the most important of all in your heart. If this continues, I'll never be able to stay as the young Valley Lord of Wind Valley. I will never give this position to anyone. No, she paused before she continued to speak. From the next month onwards, I will no longer be the young Valley Lord but the Valley Lord. After her father dies, Wind Valley might drop from a second-rate power to a third-rate power. However, that was acceptable. She has the confidence in herself that one day, Wind Valley would return to its golden age. Besides, Grand Lord Honglian could help her as well. At this moment, Guruan appeared in the ancient divine pagoda and was immediately mobbed by her spiritual beasts. Master, why don't you kill Fang Xiaoxiao now? Asked the vermilion bird furiously. Each time the vermilion bird thought of Fang Xiaoxiao's hypocritical face, her eyes would spit fire from the anger. There's no hurry. Guruan shook her head. Fang Xiaoxiao is now the young Valley Lord of Wind Valley. If I touch her, the Valley Lord would not sit back and do nothing about it. This Valley Lord is indeed very powerful, so I'm going to wait until Fang Xiaoxiao shows her true colors. The vermilion bird curled her lips. How long do we have to wait? Fang Xiaoxiao is so prudent that she would never expose herself so quickly. Just a few days ago, when you had healed Fang Yuqing, she was clearly gnashing her teeth angrily at you, but she still smiled at you. I've made it such that Fang Yuqing no longer needs to conceal himself and he can revert back to his true personality. It shouldn't be long until Fang Xiaoxiao loses her patience. Guruan curled her lips. Besides, father is coming next month. I'll wait for him in Wind Valley. Master, is Fang Xiaoxiao really going to lose her patience? Won't she continue to hurt Fang Yuqing? I'm afraid it won't be that simple this time. Yunya was very skeptical as she asked doubtfully. She won't be able to succeed if she does it alone. However, based on what I've heard, Fang Xiaoxiao has a pretty good relationship with the Charm Sect. During her birthday, the Charm Sect will definitely make an appearance. I'm guessing that when the Charm Sect members arrive, they would definitely join forces with them and attack Fang Yuqing. We must prepare ourselves before that. Guruan had never intended to involve herself in this matter in the first place. Unfortunately, Fang Xiaoxiao had tried to kill her after failing to recruit her. How could she continue to exercise patience this way? By the way, Guruan suddenly remembered something. She then turned towards the fire spiritual beast. I had received a pill formula back in the ruins. It's a pill that can help push a semi-saint spiritual beast into a breakthrough to the martial saint rank. I've now managed to successfully refine that pill. You can try it. Everyone knows that when a cultivator reaches the rank of a high-level martial supreme, they would arrive at a crossroad in their cultivation path. If they could successfully gain the martial saint rank after that, their future would become limitless. However, some cultivators would fail in their breakthrough and enter the rank of a semi-saint as a result of that failure. They would not be able to have a breakthrough for the rest of their lives. Chapter 1226, Fang Xiaoxiao's Birthday, 3. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. For example, there were pills. If one fails their breakthrough, they would enter the semi-saint rank and would be unable to cultivate anymore. However, with the help of a pill, a cultivator could emerge from the semi-saint rank. The only thing was, pills like these were very valuable. They were very hard to find even 10,000 years ago. Guruan never thought that you would find this pill formula in the ruins. The fire spiritual beast's eyes were filled with excitement. He stretched out his trembling claws and accepted the pill before swallowing it. A powerful force then erupted from his body with a bang, spreading throughout the ancient divine pagoda. A martial saint. I can finally break through to the martial saint rank. The fire spiritual beast was so excited that he could not speak. He stared gratefully at Guruan as his eyes filled with admiration. It seems that this pill really can help a semi-saint to break through. Guruan thought for a moment before she said, now, you better consolidate the powers you've obtained after your breakthrough. Your powers are a little unstable because you had used a pill to promote yourself to become a martial saint. You'll need a few days to consolidate it. The fire spiritual beast quickly nodded his head, clearly still overjoyed. Guruan took one last look at the fire spiritual beast before she left the ancient divine pagoda. At Wind City. This was the only way into Wind Valley. A flash of red robes appeared in Wind City. There was a grim air on the man's handsome features. His straight brows were slanted towards his temples and the corner of his thin lips contained a cold firmness. He then walked into Wind City without further hesitation. Once he stepped into the city, he was spotted by the guards who were at the gate. They immediately rushed to inform Fang Xiaoxiao. Is this true? Fang Xiaoxiao instantly rose to her feet. Her eyes were filled with excitement as her delicate, pretty, and dignified face flushed red. Is Grand Lord Honglian really here? Reporting to Eldest Lady, we have indeed spotted Grand Lord Honglian's arrival. That's why we've come back here to inform you. The guard joined his fists as he replied with reverence. All right, you can leave. Fang Xiaoxiao waved her hand as she held back the excitement in her heart. She then said, also, find out the name of the guest house that Grand Lord Honglian is staying in. I will go look for him shortly after this. Yes, Eldest Lady. After receiving his orders, the guard excused himself. In a room at the guest house, the red-robed man was sitting with his legs crossed in meditation. A gentle breeze drifted into the room which made his red robes flutter in the wind. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door and the red-robed man slowly opened his eyes. A peculiar light then flashed in his grim gaze. Who is it? His voice was low and hoarse, but its impact was like a hammer, slamming fiercely into the woman's heart even though she was outside the door. The woman's heart shivered as she stretched her hand out towards the room's door and gently pushed the door open. At that moment, the face which had haunted her thoughts day and night appeared within her sights. It's him. Grand Lord Honglian was indeed the man she had met before. However, she never thought that man would be him. Otherwise, she would have gone to the Red Lotus territory to look for him. Grand Lord Honglian. She took a deep breath and tried to restrain her rapidly beating heart. She then walked towards the red-robed man with a comforting smile on her pretty and dignified face. I am the eldest lady of Wind Valley, Fang Xiaoxiao. I've come here specially to welcome you, Grand Lord Honglian. I hope you don't mind, Grand Lord Honglian. Chapter 1227, Fang Xiaoxiao's birthday, 4. Grand Lord Honglian laughed icily in reply. His voice was as cold and grim as ever. You're the eldest lady of Wind Valley, Fang Xiaoxiao. Is this how the dignified eldest lady of Wind Valley conducts herself? You would barge into a man's room in the dead of the night. If you have any unmet needs, there are many men in Wind Valley, you can enjoy anyone you wish. Fang Xiaoxiao's face turned very pale in a split second. She never expected for Grand Lord Honglian to say such vicious things. He had implied that she had visited him to fulfill her lustful urges. Grand Lord Honglian, you've misunderstood my intentions. I'm only here to welcome you, I have no other intentions. Fang Xiaoxiao quickly reverted to her usual smile as if she had not heard the disdain in his voice. Even Grand Lord Honglian himself could not help but admire her. The eldest lady of Wind Valley was rather profound. He had insulted her, yet she still managed to smile at him as if nothing had happened. I am only an insignificant member of the secular world. How can I possibly deserve your personal greeting, eldest lady? Grand Lord Honglian's eyes grew cold as his dark eyes stared icily at Fang Xiaoxiao, who was standing in front of him. That was right. To the people of First City, no matter how powerful the Grand Lord was, he was only a member of the secular world and cannot be compared with the First City's cultivators. Therefore, Grand Lord Honglian simply could not figure out Fang Xiaoxiao's purpose in all of this. Her reasons must not be all that simple. Fang Xiaoxiao's eyes darkened as she bit her lips. Grand Lord Honglian, are you that suspicious of me? I'm here to pay my respects to your arrival in Wind Valley. I have no other intentions. Besides, my father is very interested in you and would like to meet you. She slowly approached Grand Lord Honglian as she spoke. Her pretty eyes gleamed like clear, crystalline pools of water. The Grand Lord felt as if some unknown force was deeply attracting his heart. Slowly, the Grand Lord Honglian's disdainful, cold black eyes turned dazed and hazy as if he was under a spell. His eyes were misted over, making everything muddy and unclear. Like a puppet on strings, his eyes lost focus. Phew, Fang Xiaoxiao exhaled before her lips curled into a smile. Thank goodness I had secretly learned the glamour spell from the charm sect. I can now put it to good use. I had not planned to use it at first, but you keep trying to oppose me. I had no choice but to use this method to make you listen to my orders. Fang Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze and her pretty eyes turned towards him as they filled with adoration. She wanted to reach out and stroke the man's face but stopped herself when she was a few millimeters away. Grand Lord Honglian, very soon, I will no longer be the eldest lady of Wind Valley but the Valley Lord. I will then make you my other half. Of course, before that happens, I need your help. Don't blame me for using you, I'm doing this because I love you too much. Only when we destroy all obstacles can we truly become immortal companions. As if she could already picture their beautiful future, Fang Xiaoxiao giggled softly while her eyes filled with tenderness. Don't worry, I won't lay a finger on you here. Once we are married, we will make love. Didn't you say that I had lustful urges? Only you can fulfill this need. Fang Xiaoxiao gazed upon Grand Lord Honglian's handsome face with a sweet and tender air before she spoke lovingly. Ah, that's right. Grand Lord Honglian, I still don't know your name. Won't you tell me? Chapter 1228, Fang Xiaoxiao's birthday, 5. Grand Lord Honglian's eyes were dull as he replied emotionlessly like a machine, Gu Chan. Gu Chan. Fang Xiaoxiao raised her willowy brows and chuckled softly. This name really doesn't suit you, but that's alright. As long as it's your name, I'll learn to like it. I have to leave now, my birthday is only a few days away. That day shall become our wedding day as well. Furthermore, it was the day that she would ascend to the position of Wind Valley's Valley Lord. Fang Xiaoxiao smiled as a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Grand Lord Honglian has been bewitched by her, so there was no need for her to put up a front for him. Instead, she reverted back to her vicious nature. If Wind Valley's members were to see this, they would certainly feel very shocked. In their eyes, the eldest lady has always conducted herself morally and was dignified and magnanimous. How could she possibly be this villain who was plotting to seize the throne? At Wind Valley, the Valley Lord, who was in the study, raised his head in shock when he heard what his daughter had just said. He stared at her face in astonishment and said, Xiaoxiao, is this true? Grand Lord Honglian has agreed to marry you. Fang Xiaoxiao nodded as she blushed. Father, I had gone to pay Grand Lord Honglian a visit to discuss our marriage. Since he has agreed, I'd like to have my birthday and my wedding on the same day. Is that all right? Grand Lord Honglian's power may not be very powerful now, but his potential was limitless. As long as he could be nurtured, his name would eventually send shockwaves throughout the First City in the future. Of course, if Grand Lord Honglian was powerful enough, he would never have allowed himself to fall under a spell. The charm sect's glamour spell only works on those at a lower level of power. Xiaoxiao, are you certain that Grand Lord Honglian has agreed to marry you? The Valley Lord fell silent before he asked. I heard that Grand Lord Honglian is still head over heels in love with his missing wife. He has been searching for her whereabouts for over 20 years. How could such a devoted man fall in love with someone else so easily? Honestly, the Valley Lord's admiration towards Grand Lord Honglian had stemmed from one source. The Valley Lord greatly admires the Grand Lord's devotion to his missing wife. As a lovesick man himself, he naturally understood the feeling. Yet he never thought that Grand Lord Honglian would be so easily moved and give up on his wife whom he had been searching for many years. Father, don't you believe me? Fang Xiaoxiao tugged on the Valley Lord's arm and smiled. Grand Lord Honglian has promised to marry me. He may be lovesick over his wife, but his wife isn't alive anymore. That's why he had promised me. Fang Xiaoxiao lowered her head as she said those words. Tears filled her eyes as if she was feeling heartache for Grand Lord Honglian's sake. Did you say that Grand Lord Honglian's wife is no longer alive? The Valley Lord was shocked and felt great sympathy at the same time. As a lovesick man himself, he had hoped that the Grand Lord's story would have a happy ending. Fang Xiaoxiao gently pursed her lips and nodded. Grand Lord Honglian had told me this himself. All right, the Valley Lord thought for a moment before he said, I want Grand Lord Honglian to come and see me. I'd like to discuss the matters regarding the wedding. See him. How can that be possible? If Grand Lord Hong Lian really does meet my father, my lies would be exposed. Besides, my father would easily notice that Grand Lord Hong Lian has been bewitched. Furthermore, Gu Ruoan was in Wind Valley as well. Chapter 1229, Fang Xiaoxiao's Birthday, 6. As a Pillmaster, that woman would certainly have the power to awaken one Grand Lord Hong Lian. This was not the outcome that Fang Xiaoxiao desires. Father, Grand Lord Hong Lian had to leave soon after arriving in Wind City as he had some matters to attend to. However, he has promised me that he would return on our wedding day. I want to take care of everything myself. All he needs to do is to return as the groom. Fang Xiaoxiao smiled gracefully as she explained. Even if her father manages to notice anything peculiar about Grand Lord Hong Lian on the day of the wedding, it would be too late. Besides, that would also be the day for the Valley Lord to die. Even with Gu Ruoan's powers, she would be powerless to defend her side. Why would she awaken Grand Lord Hong Lian from his spell then? All right. The Valley Lord has faith in Fang Xiaoxiao and he nodded. Xiaoxiao, if what you say is true, I will help to organize this wedding for you. I just hope that nothing will disturb this wedding and the groom will show up. If the groom fails to appear, Wind Valley will be made into a laughingstock in the first city. Fails to appear. Fang Xiaoxiao chuckled. How could that be possible? Grand Lord Hong Lian is now under my spell, so why should he disappear? Father, don't worry, this kind of thing would never happen. Fang Xiaoxiao smiled and her eyes filled with a gentle light. Besides, I know Grand Lord Hong Lian's name. I want you to send the wedding invitations out after this and ask everyone in the first city to send their blessings. Sigh. The Valley Lord was unsure if he was being overly concerned, but he could not shake the feeling that something was not right. Would a lovesick man like Grand Lord Hong Lian fall for another so easily? However, if that was not the case, why was Fang Xiaoxiao so certain that Grand Lord Hong Lian would make an appearance at the wedding? Nevertheless, his daughter has always been a reliable person from a young age, so he feels quite at ease. She would never say this unless she has a complete guarantee. Xiaoxiao, I'll believe you this time. The Valley Lord returned to his senses and said, however, if Grand Lord Hong Lian does not appear at the wedding, you would be stripped of your position as the young Valley Lord. Do you object? Fang Xiaoxiao mentally sneered but showed no emotion on her face. This fellow has finally shown his true colors. She knows that her father intends to strip the position of young Valley Lord from her and give it to his son. Unfortunately, he would never have that chance. Father, I have no objections. Fang Xiaoxiao raised her head and turned to face the Valley Lord's grim features. She definitely has no objections. Very soon, she would not be the young Valley Lord any longer but the Valley Lord who reigns above all. Since you've agreed to my terms, I'll send out your wedding invitations now. Should any consequences arise, you will carry the responsibility yourself. The Valley Lord's expression sank as he spoke in a dominating voice. I understand. Fang Xiaoxiao lowered her head as a cold light flashed in her eyes. I'll take my leave now. She then slowly turned around and walked out of the study. Everyone in the first city was well aware of the grudge between Grand Lord Hong Lian and the Lin family. It has even brought shame upon the Lin family. However, the fairy-like eldest lady of Wind Valley, Fang Xiaoxiao, was now going to marry him. This headline-worthy news was now spreading through the first city. Chapter 1230, Fang Xiaoxiao's Birthday, 7. What did you just say? At the Lin family residence, the old man slammed his hand on his desk and rose to his feet as he bellowed angrily. That beast-starred Grand Lord Hong Lian is going to marry the eldest lady of Wind Valley, Fang Xiaoxiao. If they do get married, it would be difficult for us to attack him. Master, everyone in the first city knows about this. The footboy carefully looked at the old man and trembled with fear as he spoke. The old man threw his body heavily down on a chair as the expression on his elderly face changed erratically. After a long pause, he sighed, you can leave. I need to think of a good countermeasure. Yes, master. The footboy quickly left, afraid that his master would soon release his anger on his head. At a tea house not too far away, a woman in white was sitting in a corner of the room as she slowly sipped her tea. A cold, distant air surrounded her features, which were very similar to Gu Ruoan's, putting off anyone around her who had any intentions of hitting on her. Have you heard? A voice sounded from inside the tea house. They say that Grand Lord Hong Lian is going to marry the eldest lady of Wind Valley. When you say Grand Lord Hong Lian, do you mean he's the same one who is always going against the Lin family? The same Grand Lord Hong Lian who had grown into power while being hunted by the Lin family. TSK. That Grand Lord is indeed very talented to be able to grow into such heights in the secular world. I also heard that when he was a high-level Martial Supreme, he had managed to escape after being surrounded by Martial Saints from the Lin family. He even managed to kill 2 Martial Saints. The Lin family. The woman in white put the teacup down when she heard that name. Her willowy brows twitched as she silently listened in on the gossip. However, regardless of how powerful Grand Lord Hong Lian is, he's no match for the eldest lady of Wind Valley. For a man from the secular world like him to be able to marry Fang Xiaoxiao, he's climbing up the social ladder. Oh, have you heard Grand Lord Hong Lian's real name? Apparently, his name is Du Qian. Boom. That news crashed into the woman in white like thunderstrike on a clear day, causing her body to tremble as she sat in the corner. The cold air surrounding her turned dense and soon filled the entire tea house. She then picked up her sword and rushed out the door without a backward glance at the tea house. The icy temperature in the tea house dispersed once she had left. The news of Grand Lord Hong Lian's marriage to Fang Xiaoxiao has reached Gu Ruoan's ears as well. When she heard the conversation, she raised her brows and a cold smile appeared on her face. It looks like Fang Xiaoxiao is insisting on becoming my stepmother. Yunyao looked at Gu Ruoan and asked, Master, I don't think that Fang Xiaoxiao is the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Could something have happened to Grand Lord Hong Lian? Gu Ruoan fell silent for a moment before a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Father isn't the type of person who can be easily manipulated. Besides, based on the situation, Fang Xiaoxiao isn't aware that I'm his daughter, so she can't be using me to threaten him. I can't figure out what could have caused father to agree to marry her. Master, Yunya fell silent for a moment before she asked, would you like me to pay Grand Lord Honglian a visit and ask him what happened? At least you can feel more at ease. Gu Ruan's gaze darkened. All right, go and investigate the situation. I'm worried about him. Chapter 1231, Fang Xiaoxiao's birthday, 8. Even though Gu Ruan believes that Grand Lord Honglian would not fall into a trap so easily, she could not stop worrying about him. That was why she had asked Yunya to investigate the situation. Yes, Master. In Wind Valley, a sea of red was draped all around the mountain range. Only the North Park has remained as peaceful and silent as before. They were in a side room. Fang Yuqing raised the cup in his hand and took a sip before speaking with an indifferent air. Lady Gu, you should be aware of the recent developments in Wind Valley. Fang Xiaoxiao is going to marry Grand Lord Honglian. What are your thoughts on the matter? Gu Ruan smiled. Grand Lord Honglian won't ever marry her. Upon hearing this, a hint of astonishment flashed in Fang Yuqing's eyes. Lady Gu, how are you so certain that Grand Lord Honglian won't marry her? Gu Ruan knows because Grand Lord Honglian was her father, Gu Qian. Father is deeply devoted to mother, so why should he marry another woman? That's not possible at all. If Fang Xiaoxiao insists on having the wedding, it would become a complete joke. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders, smiled calmly and said, you should make some preparations too. I have a feeling that something big will happen on her wedding day. Fang Yuqing fell silent for a moment before he asked, Lady Gu, when I had asked for your help to defeat Fang Xiaoxiao back then, you had refused. Why are you agreeing to it now? Hearing this, Gu Ruan chuckled, because Fang Xiaoxiao had sent someone to assassinate me. Fang Xiaoxiao had sent someone to assassinate her. Fang Yuqing suddenly came to a realization when he heard this. Gu Ruan was helping him not for the sake of half of Wind Valley but because Fang Xiaoxiao had the audacity to try and kill her. I won't attack unless I am attacked. If anyone attacks her, she would never resign herself to it. Only by rising to resistance would the world understand that no one should ever dare to lay a hand on her. Fang Yuqing sighed and said, I am glad that I had sought you out that day. I am also glad that I am not the one who has started a feud with you. This woman has always retaliated against a grudge and would repay kindness with kindness. She would leave you alone as long as you don't cross her. However, if you offend her, she would get rid of you in whatever way possible. You need not worry about Grand Lord Honglian. Just beware of the members of the Charm sect. Knowing their relationship with Fang Xiaoxiao, they would definitely set out to help her. Right now, the only ones who can truly help Fang Xiaoxiao are the members of the Charm sect. The Charm sect. Fang Yuqing paused for a moment before he nodded and continued. I understand, Lady Gu, that if you help me to reclaim the title of Young Valley Lord, I would honor my promise and give half of Wind Valley to you. I have no interest in Wind Valley. Gu Ruan shook her head. However, I am very interested in the Fire Beast clan. If I help you to defeat Fang Xiaoxiao, give everyone in the Fire Beast clan to me. Fang Yuqing nodded without hesitation. Once we've foiled Fang Xiaoxiao's plans, I'll have a word with my father and ask him to give the fire spiritual beasts to you. Good. Gu Ruan smiled, rose to her feet and said, you should make some preparations for the upcoming event during these next few days. The next few days shall determine our success in causing Fang Xiaoxiao's complete defeat. She then turned around and walked out of the door, as her green robes fluttered gently in the breeze. Chapter 1232, Fang Xiaoxiao's birthday, 9. It was the day of the wedding and the sound of the drums filled the air while everyone bustled with excitement. Numerous cultivators from various organizations have gathered to send the best wishes, hence Wind Valley was now filled with people. At this moment outside the Wind City's gate, a woman in white slowly descended from the sky like a celestial being from a portrait. Her peerlessly beautiful face was surrounded by a cold aura while her cold eyes stared into the sky. The woman's voice was as cold as ice as she said, Wind Valley, Fang Xiaoxiao. She then slowly curled the corners of her lips while an endless chill emanated from her eyes. However, when she thought of the man that she had yearned for day and night, her anger soon turned into excitement. Brother Chan, I don't care what Wind Valley has done to you, I want him to disappear from this world. No one is allowed to hurt my man. The woman in white's voice became even colder, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. After a long pause, she dispersed the cold air surrounding her and spoke in an airy voice, besides, Brother Chan, I trust you and I know you will never betray our love. Wind Valley must have done something to you, I won't let them get away with it. With that said, the woman in white's body flashed and sped towards the sky and disappeared into the air above Wind Valley. Congratulations, congratulations. A group of people amongst the crowd in Wind Valley joined their fists and bowed as they congratulated the Valley Lord. The Valley Lord faced the crowd with a half smile. Secretly, his heart was filled with anxiety. He knows that Fang Xiaoxiao was much too stubborn. What if Grand Lord Honglian does not show up for the wedding? All of Wind Valley would be made into a laughing stock then. Xiaoxiao, is he really coming? In the end, he could not take it anymore. He then turned towards Fang Xiaoxiao who was dressed in bright crimson bridal robes and asked with a frown on his face. Fang Xiaoxiao's head was covered by a crimson red cloth. Hence, it was impossible to see the look on her face. However, her voice was filled with absolute confidence as she spoke leisurely. Father, don't worry, he'll be here. We just need to wait for now. The Valley Lord wanted to say something but shut his mouth in the end. He then sighed gently in his heart for it was now too late for regrets. If he had known that this would happen, he would never have agreed to Fang Xiaoxiao's illogical request. Now, it was almost time for the auspicious moment and the groom was nowhere to be seen. Ha ha ha, someone burst into laughter. Didn't Wind Valley mention something about a wedding? Why do we only see the bride and not the groom? The Valley Lord glanced at the middle-aged man who had stepped out from behind the crowd. His gaze darkened and his grim features carried a sense of fury as he glared icily at him. Grand Lord Honglian is a man who honors his promise. He will be here. There's no need for you to trouble yourself with worry, Sky Sect Master. The expression on the middle-aged man who had been addressed as the Sky Sect Master turned icy. He then laughed coldly and replied disdainfully, I have the feeling that Grand Lord Honglian isn't coming. Who amongst us isn't aware that the Grand Lord already has a wife whom he loves deeply? Why should he even come here? Underneath the red cloth, Fang Xiaoxiao clenched her fists in a tight grip. The murderous intent in her heart slowly spread out into the atmosphere. Once Wind Valley falls into my hands, my first order of business will be to destroy the Sky Sect. I am not going to cower like my father who doesn't seem to have the courage to do anything. Even if we become irreconcilable adversaries, I would devour the entire Sky Sect. This was the price the Sky Sect's master would have to pay for having the audacity to laugh at me. The Valley Lord's expression turned into an ugly shade. He then scoffed, turned around and did not spare the Sky Sect's master a second glance. The Sky Sect master's power is around the same level as Wind Valley's. Fang Yuqing lowered his eyes as he whispered into Gu Ruan's ear. Besides, both our organizations have never gotten along for over hundreds of years. The animosity between my father and the Sky Sect's master had been inherited from their predecessors. However, we were obligated to invite these organizations to Fang Xiaoxiao's wedding. I could imagine what would happen when the Sky Sect's master and father meet one another. Chapter 1233, Fang Xiaoxiao's Birthday, 10. Gu Ruan raised her brows and she turned to face the sky before saying, he's here. Fang Yuqing was surprised. He then followed Gu Ruan's eyes and looked in the same direction. A grim figure in red robes was descending before his eyes like a ball of fire shooting across the sky before he landed in front of everyone. Honglian, you're finally here. Fang Xiaoxiao removed her red veil and stared at the man's handsome face lovingly. She started to make her way towards him, but when she looked into the man's cold and emotionless eyes, she shuddered and paused in her footsteps. This can't be right. At that moment, Fang Xiaoxiao could clearly sense that something was not right. Grand Lord Honglian has been bewitched by her, so why were his eyes so sober and calm? He does not look spellbound at all. What on earth is going on? Has the spell lost its efficacy? Fang Xiaoxiao was in shock. Before her brain could grapple the situation, the man's grim voice rang out in the courtyard, didn't Wind Valley send me an invitation to attend the eldest lady of Wind Valley's birthday celebration? Why is there a wedding here? I should congratulate you. Boom. His statement was like a stroke of lightning from the sky and stunned everyone in the area. What was Grand Lord Honglian talking about? Was he not the groom? Yet he seems to be unaware that there was a wedding in Wind Valley today. The Valley Lord looked at Fang Xiaoxiao as his eyes filled with questions and skepticism, urging her for an explanation. Honglian, are you all right? Fang Xiaoxiao smiled gracefully as she walked towards Grand Lord Honglian. Her pretty eyes were shining with a clear and crystalline light while her voice was like the wind. Have you forgotten? We had discussed this, that we would get married today. So what if he has temporarily freed himself from the spell? I can still control him. There was a confident smile on Fang Xiaoxiao's face and her eyes flashed with an alluring light. Her voice sounded like she could lure one's soul into its shackles and cling to them. However, Grand Lord Honglian's expression remained unchanged even when faced with her alluring eyes. There was a sense of disdain in his grim eyes as his lips curled into a cold and hard angle. He then whispered in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear, did you really think that you could bewitch me? He had pretended to be under her spell at that time because he wanted to watch and see what this woman plans to do. He never thought that she would actually want to marry him. In that case, he might as well beat her at her own game and let her do as she pleased. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deliver such a crushing blow under these circumstances and completely humiliate her. This was price Fang Xiaoxiao has to pay for causing trouble for his beloved daughter. Grand Lord Honglian's words were like a stroke of lightning on a clear day and made Fang Xiaoxiao stumble several steps back. She widened her beautiful eyes in shock and stared at Grand Lord Honglian with an ashen face. This fellow was faking it when he was under my glamour spell. What on earth have I done to cause him to use this method against me? It looks like the dignified eldest lady of Wind Valley would drag some random man into marriage with her. Grand Lord Honglian laughed icily and his grim voice carried a hint of disdain. I'm very sorry, but I'm here to attend a birthday celebration, not to take a wife. Besides, I already have a wife. Even though she is not by my side at the moment, my heart will forever belong to her alone. I'm afraid your efforts in making me marry you are wasted. Chapter 1234, A Family Reunited, except Shangxiao, 1. The Valley Lord's expression filled with anger. He then turned his gaze towards the pale-looking Fang Xiaoxiao and asked, what's the meaning of this? Fang Xiaoxiao continued to stagger backward. She had never expected that her glamour spell would be useless on this man. Could it be that he was more powerful than me? Fang Xiaoxiao wondered. That's simply impossible. She quickly shook her head, denying that possibility. Grand Lord Honglian has only managed to break through to an early stage martial saint over a year ago. He could not possibly have received another promotion in power so quickly. How had he managed to resist the power of the glamour spell? This matter has been brought on by Fang Xiaoxiao alone. It has nothing to do with Wind Valley. Just as the crowd was reeling over the shock of Fang Xiaoxiao's deeds, a clear, cold and calm voice suddenly chimed in. Instantly, all eyes turned their attention to an immaculate, lucid and elegant face. However, Gu Ruan paused and smiled gently before she exclaimed, I never thought that you would come here and make such an impressive entrance. Your presence had stunned everyone as soon as you've arrived. Have you ever experienced scaring so many people to the point of speechlessness? The crowd was in shock. They never thought that Gu Ruan would speak to Grand Lord Honglian in this manner. They could not help but to make guesses their identities. Ha ha ha. Grand Lord Honglian burst into laughter in front of the crowd. His laughter was carefree and uninhibited, very different from his usual grim and merciless air. You, little girl, is that any way to talk to your father? Come to me and let me see if you've gotten any thinner. Father. This was like a shocking stroke of lightning, turning everyone dumbfounded. Even Fang Yuqing, who was standing by Gu Ruan's side, was in a daze. He stared at Gu Ruan in astonishment and his eyes were filled with shock. Lady Gu is Grand Lord Honglian's daughter. No wonder she would make such a solemn vow, she's actually his biological daughter. The funny thing is, Fang Xiaoxiao had been secretly plotting in front of Gu Ruoan to become her stepmother all along. Fang Xiaoxiao has also been thoroughly shocked to the point of confusion by this piece of news. She bit her increasingly pale lips and shifted her eyes, now full of disbelief, from Grand Lord Honglian to Gu Ruoan's face. One could imagine the shock she was feeling. She now knows that this would be the typical ending for her unrequited love of many years. Simply because she had once plotted to kill the love of her life's daughter. If she had found out about Gu Ruoan's identity a little sooner, she would never have committed such an unforgivable mistake. Father. Gu Ruoan dashed towards Grand Lord Honglian's arms in a flash and held the man in a tight hug. Her face then lit up into a smile. You're finally here. How could I not come here? Grand Lord Honglian chucked as he gently patted her head. His grim eyes then softened as he said, if I don't show up, who's going to vent your frustrations for you? Fang Xiaoxiao had the audacity to cause trouble for you back at the medicine sect. Now, she still has the audacity to claim that I was going to marry her. When have I ever agreed to marry her? She had only used the glamour spell and she thought that I would do as she says. What a joke, what a great joke indeed. In the beginning, Fang Xiaoxiao could not understand the situation. There was no grudge between her and Grand Lord Honglian. Even if he disliked her, there was no need for him to hurt her this way. However, now she knows the reason why. He was Gu Ruoan's father. That was the explanation for this entire matter. Chapter 1235. A family reunited, except Shangxiao, too. Honglian, Fang Xiaoxiao raised her pretty brows and stared hurtfully at the red-robed man's handsome face. Have you truly forgotten about when we had first met a few years ago? I've never forgotten about you after all these years. Why did you forget about me? She would never forget it. That very year, when she had received news of unearthed ruins in the secular world, that was the first time she had left the first city and journeyed out towards the ruins. That was also the place where she had met Grand Lord Honglian. She had been attracted to his peerless magnificence at the time. A man like that would be delightful no matter where he was. He would also be the center of focus. Yet, after her unrequited love of so many years, he has forgotten all about her. I did not forget you. The man's voice was cold and grim. His red robes looked stern and domineering amidst the great winds. Just as Fang Xiaoxiao was beginning to rejoice, the red-robed man spoke again. You had made things difficult for my precious daughter back at the medicine sect. I would remember you even if you have turned to ashes. As for everything else you've just said, apologies, in this world, I have no need to remember an insignificant person or matter. An insignificant person or matter. Those words were like a sharp needle piercing fiercely into Fang Xiaoxiao's heart and caused her to stumble backward. She shook her head and smiled bitterly as she stared at Grand Lord Honglian. If you didn't have a wife, would you have married me? She was holding on to one last hope and wished that she could hear the answer she dearly wanted to hear. If she could have that one answer, she would not make things difficult for Gu Ruoan today for Grand Lord Honglian's sake. She would even let the father and daughter go. No. However, the man's voice was just as cold and grim as ever and crushed her one last hope into nothingness. Fang Xiaoxiao closed her eyes in agony. After a long pause, she opened them again. Her beautiful eyes no longer displayed their initial gentleness and her gaze was now filled with a cold light. She glared icily at the handsome face before her. Honglian, since you insist on being heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. I've already given you a chance yet you do not appreciate it. Since that's the case, I won't spare the daughter of yours. As for you, I will bind you to me for the rest of your life so that you will never know freedom again. Hee. The Sky Sect Master laughed icily and sneered with disdain. Valley Lord, I see that Grand Lord Honglian simply does not like your daughter at all. He never even knew that he would be a groom today. Could it be possible that you are forcing him to marry your daughter? The Valley Lord's expression was an extremely ugly sight as he glared icily at Fang Xiaoxiao. There was a disappointed look in his eyes along with a formidable domineering light. Clearly, Fang Xiaoxiao has thoroughly let him down today. Fang Xiaoxiao, you had solemnly made a vow before me earlier on and swore that Grand Lord Honglian would most certainly marry you. If the outcome does not turn out as such, you would surrender your position as the young Valley Lord. Now, you are no longer the young Valley Lord of Wind Valley. This position shall be returned to King Air. The Valley Lord straightened his sleeves as he declared this statement firmly. Fang Xiaoxiao's expression has now turned even whiter than before. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Her laugh was extremely harsh and sounded like a ghost weeping in the forest. Father, no matter what I do, I cannot be compared to Fang Yuqing in your heart. She lifted her head and looked at the Valley Lord as her eyes filled with deep agony. If her father had not removed her position as the young Valley Lord due to her defeat, perhaps she would never have broken down like that. Yet, no matter what she does, she could not change his cold, hard heart. Chapter 1236. A family reunited, except Shangxiao, 3. Aside from Fang Yuqing, no one else could touch this man's cold heart. Fang Xiaoxiao, you've become too much of a disappointment. The Valley Lord then shook his head as glanced at Fang Xiaoxiao and said, no matter what I say, you refuse to listen and you insist on your stubborn ways. Now, as a result, you've dragged Wind Valley down as a joke for everyone in the world. We've become the laughing stock of First City. Fang Xiaoxiao laughed bitterly before saying, if I were Fang Yuqing instead, I doubt that you would be as furious as this. You would forgive him in the end, but it's not the same for me. You will never treat me the same way you've treated him. We are both your children, so why do you treat us so differently? It's very simple. The Valley Lord laughed icily. Because King Air is born of my beloved and you are a product that I never wished to have. If your mother had not schemed against me, do you think that you would have come into existence? Obviously, Fang Xiaoxiao had angered the Valley Lord into madness until he had exposed Wind Valley's dark secret. Didn't she ask for an answer? Alright then, I shall tell the world why I'm not fond of Fang Xiaoxiao. Even better, now would be a good time to give Fang Yuqing a chance to officially reclaim his title. Xiaoxiao, even though your birth was not what I wanted, I have never treated you poorly in all these years. The Valley Lord sighed as he spoke exasperatedly. If you had not created such a huge issue, I would not have removed your title as the young Valley Lord either. You only have yourself to blame for the price you've paid today. You only have yourself to blame for the price you've paid today. Those words made Fang Xiaoxiao's entire body tremble. She then burst into maniacal laughter, tearing up as she laughed. Her face was now filled with madness. You say that you've never treated me poorly. Why didn't you marry my mother back then and instead push me into being raised by Fang Yuqing's mother? Why was Fang Yuqing's mother allowed to be the official wife and my mother did not even have the position of a lowly concubine? We are both your children, yet you favored him. Even if he was hedonistic, even when he was a good for nothing, you still cared for him. You've never shown me your care, not even a bit. She held back her laughter. Her pretty eyes no longer displayed their initial calmness. Instead, her gaze was icy as she stared at the Valley Lord. That's right, I may have failed today, but so what? From now on, the seat of Valley Lord shall be mine. You and that damned son of yours can go to hell. The Valley Lord was shocked and he stared at Fang Xiaoxiao's vicious gaze with disbelief. What did you just say? Say it again. HMPH. Fang Xiaoxiao scoffed icily. Don't think that I don't know this, but ever since Fang Yuqing has managed to recover his powers, you've been wanting to hand the position of young Valley Lord to him. I've formed an alliance with the Charm sect so that both of you can follow each other into hell. Don't worry, in my hands, Wind Valley will grow stronger than ever. I will nurture it into a first-rate organization in the first city. Fang Xiaoxiao, do you know what you're saying? Elder Fang was enraged and he rose to his feet immediately. He gathered a ball of wind in his hand before he fiercely slammed it towards Fang Xiaoxiao's back. His eyes were filled with rage as he roared, "Kneel down and apologize to the Valley Lord." Thud. Just as Elder Fang's hand was about to land on Fang Xiaoxiao's back, a figure flashed in front of him and blocked his attack from landing. That figure glared icily at Elder Fang and said, "Elder Fang, you are just as brash as ever. Unfortunately, after today, Elder Fang will no longer exist in Wind Valley." Elder Bai, do you want to commit treason as well? Elder Fang gritted his teeth and asked in grief. Chapter 1237. A family reunited, except Shangxiao. 4. No matter how much he and Elder Bai do not get along, he never thought that Elder Bai would become a traitor. Besides, in his heart, Fang Xiaoxiao would never have done something like this before. Hee. Elder Bai laughed icily. So what if I'm a traitor? Elder Fang, do you think you can stop all of us on your own? At that moment, the elders which Fang Xiaoxiao had pulled to her side long ago rose to their feet and stood collectively in front of Elder Bai, blocking Elder Fang and protecting Fang Xiaoxiao behind them. You. Elder Fang's eyes turned red with anger. His gaze pierced through the crowd and onto Fang Xiaoxiao's back, holding one last hope upon her. Eldest lady, I know that you are unsatisfied over the Valley Lord's biased behavior, that's why you have betrayed us. As long as you apologize to the Valley Lord, I will beg him to be merciful to you. Despite everything else, the Valley Lord is your father. He's your father who had given you life, nurtured you, and has never punished you. He might favor Fang Yuqing, but he's treated you very well all these years. He has even made painstaking efforts to bring you up. To Elder Fang, Fang Xiaoxiao was like a child who was acting out. A child like that could be forgiven. Unfortunately, he did not understand that Fang Xiao would never turn back now, no matter what. Elder Fang, I've always wanted to rope you over to my side all these years, but you were much too loyal to my father. Fang Xiaoxiao slowly turned around and faced Elder Fang as she curled her lips. I can give you a chance now. Serve me, or follow my father and his son to hell. Elder Fang flared with anger and he clenched his fist in a tight grip. Fang Xiaoxiao, is this what you really want? That's right, I've waited a long time for this day to come. If father did not give the position of young Valley Lord to Fang Yuqing, I wouldn't need to take such an extreme measure. His favoritism is to blame for all of this. Even if he dies by my hand, it would be his own fault. Eldest lady, you've misunderstood the Valley Lord's sentiments. Even though he favors the second young master, he would never have stripped you of your title as the young Valley Lord before you made that mistake. Elder Fang shook his head and sighed. A few days ago, the Valley Lord and I had discussed that he would hand over the position of Valley Lord to you. However, you've disappointed him too much now. Do you really expect me to believe that? Fang Xiaoxiao laughed icily and sneered with disdain. So what if you're speaking the truth? It has come to this stage now and I can't turn back. Furthermore, I can tell you one more thing. Fang Yuqing's heavy injuries that year. I was behind it all. Only, I never thought that you would manage to save his life. Still, what was the use in that? He had been reduced to a good for nothing and was of no threat to me. Her gaze then shifted and she turned towards Gu Ruoan. Murderous intent flickered in her eyes as she said, yet you had led this woman here and allowed her to restore Fang Yuqing's powers. If he had remained as a good for nothing, I would still have let him live for the time being. Hence, the person who has really caused harm to Fang Yuqing is her. Slap. Just as she said those words, a hand was flung straight towards her and her body was sent flying out of the way with one slap. She then landed with a crash into the middle of the crowd. The Valley Lord was clenching his fist so hard that a cracking sound could be heard. His eyes no longer displayed their initial uneasiness. Instead, they were now filled with rage. You were the one who had tried to kill King Er that year. The funny thing was, I never realized this and I even handed the title of young Valley Lord over to you. The awe-inspiring presence from his aura has spread throughout the area as he glared at her with eyes spitting fire. Fang Xiaoxiao, he's your little brother. For the sake of obtaining the title of young Valley Lord, you've tried to murder your little brother whose blood also flows in your veins. Chapter 1238. A family reunited, except Shangxiao. 5. The Valley Lord was in grief. Even though Fang Xiaoxiao's birth was not what he had wanted, he still showered her with endless wonders and honors. He had never treated her unfairly either. He never expected that, in Fang Xiaoxiao's eyes, this was what she was thinking all along. Until she had even crippled her own brother. Grand Lord Hong Lian raised his brows but his grim eyes showed no sign of emotion. He never thought that he would have the chance to witness such a good show upon his arrival in Wind Valley. Ha ha ha. Fang Xiaoxiao burst into laughter and her laugh was like that of a deranged maniac. She no longer had the image of her once gentle and noble self. So what if I had killed him? I will never spare anyone who stands in my way. Father, this is the last time I will address you in this manner. From now on, you will disappear from this world, never to be seen again. And you're going to achieve that. Elder Feng has lost all intentions of persuading her, and he glared icily at the deranged Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao, even if you've roped in so many elders to your side, it's of no use. These people alone are not enough to defeat the Valley Lord and me. Oh, really? Just as Elder Feng had spoken, an alluring voice chimed in, causing his furious heart to tremble. If you include me, I wonder if you would still be able to defeat us. A seductive figure then stepped out from the crowd. The woman's gorgeous face carried an entrancing and seductive smile, her footsteps were lithe and graceful, and her posture was elegant and coquettish. The crowd unconsciously turned their attention towards her. Are you telling me that the Charm Sect intends to intrude on Wind Valley's matters? The Valley Lord's expression was an ugly sight to behold. His cold and distant eyes were now turned towards the fearlessly beautiful lady. The beautiful lady puckered her lips into a gentle smile as she shifted her charming eyes towards the Valley Lord in a sideways glance. I've promised Feng Xiaoxiao that I would ensure her ascension to the position of Valley Lord. As a prerequisite, she would present the Fire Spiritual Beast clan as a gift to me. Yue Ling. The Valley Lord was furious and his expression has turned chilly. My powers aren't very different from yours. Do you really think that you can defeat me? If you insist on helping Feng Xiaoxiao, don't be surprised if I act discourteously. Hee hee. The beautiful woman named Yue Ling pouted her lips and giggled before she sent the Valley Lord a coquettish glance. Honestly, I am reluctant to kill you. After all, the Charm Sect and Wind Valley have enjoyed a good relationship for so many years. If you agree to warm my bed, perhaps I might spare your life. Yue Ling's words were a great insult to the Valley Lord. Boom. A powerful energy exploded from within him. Wind gathered into his fist as he charged towards Yue Ling at top speed and flung his fist towards her beautiful face. Did you really think that I would step forward without any guarantee after having the boldness to make an enemy of you? Yue Ling calmly curled her lips. A then light flashed across her beautiful eyes. It is true that I cannot kill you on my own based on your level of power. However, what if we had included him as well? Slam. The Valley Lord was stunned when a heavy attack slammed fiercely onto his back. Unable to defend himself in time, his body was flung downwards and landed on the ground with a crash. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth and his grim features grew extremely pale. I'm sorry. The Sky Sect Master laughed icily. I love watching Wind Valley under these circumstances the most, so I have made an agreement with the Charm Sect that I would help him out. Originally, Wind Valley has numerous traps, so I could never have caused trouble here. However, if there's anyone to blame Feng Xiaoxiao's wedding today. After all, she had given me an invitation as well. How could I have given up on such a great opportunity? Chapter 1239. A family reunited, except Shangxiao, 6. Actually, the Valley Lord had not been too worried about the Sky Sect Master's presence. Based on his level of power, there was no need for the Valley Lord to fear him. However, the Valley Lord never expected that the Charm Sect and Sky Sect would join forces to defeat him. Feng Xiaoxiao was shocked as well. She had only asked the Charm Sect's master to help her out, and she never thought that the Sky Sect would lend a hand as well. This means that she has an even better chance at winning now. Father. Valley Lord. Fang Yuqing and the other Wind Valley members turned very pale. They then hurriedly rushed to the Valley Lord's side and helped him up from the ground. The Valley Lord coughed out another mouthful of blood. He then glared at the two people standing before him with an ugly look on his face and exclaimed, I never thought that this day would come. Yue Ling, had you planned this out in advance? Besides, I'm guessing that you're not merely vying for the Fire Spiritual Beast clan alone but the whole of Wind Valley instead. Yue Ling laughed before she replied, that's right, you're absolutely right. The Fire Spiritual Beast clan is not an attractive enough offer for me to take action. Indeed, I intend to take over the whole of Wind Valley. The funny thing was, Feng Xiaoxiao had thought that I was sincere when I offered to help her. Gasp. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression instantly turned pale and she stared at Yue Ling in dismay. Sect Master, this is not what we had discussed. You had promised to help me ascend to the position of Valley Lord. Why have you gone back on your word now? Idiot, Yue Ling sneered. She refused to spare Feng Xiaoxiao's pale face a second glance as she swept her gaze through the people around before fixing her gaze upon Grand Lord Hong Lian. She then licked her lips and laughed in fascination before saying, I hear the Grand Lord Hong Lian is extremely devoted and has been searching for his beloved wife for more than 20 years. How touching. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed icily. His eyes were grim and cold as he replied, you flatter me. I'm not paying you a compliment. Instead, Yue Ling covered her lips and giggled coquettishly. Her beautiful eyes were now filled with a charming light. My greatest fault is this. I can't bear to see lovers find a way to come together in this world. All lovers must be ripped apart. Do you know how the Valley Lord had fallen into a scheme that year? I had a part to play in that. Otherwise, did you really think that a mere servant girl would have been able to seduce him? The Valley Lord's eyes widened and he stared at Yue Ling's charming face in shock. His cold features were filled with disbelief. Feng Xiaoxiao's existence was possible because this woman had secretly played tricks in the past. Furthermore, this fact had been concealed from him for so many years. Did a man abandon you? Is that why you're so bitter? Bu Ruoyan raised her brows with a tight smile as she looked at Yue Ling's alluring face. Clearly, she had hit the nail on the head, causing Yue Ling's expression to change drastically. However, she quickly recomposed herself and gently curled her lips. Actually, I am rather jealous of that woman who is constantly in your mind. Do you know how blessed she is to have someone who loves her so deeply that they would refuse to remarry for the rest of their life for her sake? A woman who is blessed with a partner like hers are the ones I cannot tolerate most of all. Therefore, you must be separated. She licked the corner of her lips and her eyes became even more charming by the minute. Grand Lord Hong Lian, I am rather interested when it comes to you. Why don't you come back with me to the Charm Sect, how about that? Said Yue Ling as she raised her hand to touch Grand Lord Hong Lian's handsome face. However, before her hand could reach Grand Lord Hong Lian, a rolling aura from within the latter's body caused her hand to stiffen in place. Her movements gradually turned sluggish. Chapter 1240, A Family Reunited, except Shangshao, 7. Get lost. The man's voice was cold as he roared angrily with a sharp and aggressive dominance. Yue Ling's face lifted into a smile. Grand Lord Hong Lian, why are you so angry? If you come with me, I can guarantee that I'm so much more powerful than the woman you've been yearning for. I would even give your daughter a chance to join the charm sect. She could even become my direct disciple. I can offer you such great benefits. Why don't you give it a careful consideration? Your wife is only one woman. She's not worth discarding your entire future for. A cold smile had crept up onto Gu Ruan's face as she listened to Yue Ling's words, and a murderous intent gradually appeared in her clear and cold eyes. Obviously, Yue Ling was already tugging at her last nerve. Hee, are all of you taking advantage of my absence and coveting my man? Do you all think that I'm dead? Just then, a cold and indifferent voice pierced the horizon and rang in every ear. Grand Lord Hong Lian's body turned rigid the instant he heard that voice. He slowly raised his head and his eyes turned towards the direction where that voice had sounded from. His movements became extra cautious as if he was afraid that he was hearing things. Or, perhaps, this was all a dream. A woman in white robes appeared out of thin air before his very eyes like a celestial being from a painting. His gaze no longer displayed his usual cold and grim air. A wave of excitement had slowly appeared in his dark eyes. He had lost count of how many dreams he has had of that face. Each time he woke up, all he could see was an empty, lonely, and deserted home. Without her, all he could feel was an endless chill. It has been more than 20 years. Who could imagine how he had managed to endure her absence in those 20 years? If it had not been for the thoughts of her which continued to drive and support him, he would have given up long ago. Grand Lord Hong Lian's lips twitched a little, wishing that he could call out her name, but he was afraid that this would become another dream. If he made any sound, perhaps she might disappear. If this was really only a dream, he would willingly stay asleep for the rest of his life. As long as he could gaze upon her from afar, that was enough. Who are you? Yue Ling's eyes turned cold as she stared at the woman in the sky and asked. You're coveting my man and still you ask who I am. The woman in white robes curled her lips in an indifferent manner. Her incomparably enchanting face was shrouded in a cold light. Her gaze then shifted from Yue Ling towards Grand Lord Hong Lian and Gu Ruan, who was standing not too far away. Brother Chan. She landed from the sky and walked towards the man in front of her with lithe and graceful steps. The cold light dissipated and the woman's body seemed to be enveloped by a warm glow. All eyes were fixed upon her as the crowd followed her every move. I finally found you, Brother Chan. The woman in white stopped once she arrived face to face with Grand Lord Hong Lian. She then gazed at the man before her with a deeply loving and gentle smile. The man reached his trembling hand out, yearning to touch the woman in white's face yet afraid that she would disappear. He did not have the courage to let his large, sturdy hands touch her face. His eyes were filled with passion as he stared at her. Unblinkingly, it was as if no matter how long he stared at her, it would never be enough. Brother Chan, we haven't seen each other for over 20 years. Don't you have anything to say to me? The woman in white smiled gently as she took Grand Lord Hong Lian's hand and placed it on her face. At that moment, she felt the great tremors in the man's hand very clearly, just like a heartbeat. Yue. Grand Lord Hong Lian murmured gently, his voice clearly trembling as he said, is it really you? Yue. Chapter 1241, A Family Reunited, except Shangshao, 8. Brother Chan, Dongfang Yu smiled and asked gently, do you not feel my warmth? It's really me. I'm not dead and I've come back to you now. Ha. Grand Lord Hong Lian raised his hand and forcefully pulled the woman in white into his arms. He held her tightly as he let out all of his longing for her over the past years in that one embrace. Yue, my Yue, you're back. You've finally come back to me. How wonderful, so wonderful. At that moment, Grand Lord Hong Lian was so emotional that he could barely form a full sentence. To him, everything and everyone in the heaven and earth has disappeared. They were the only two people left in the world. Gu Ruan rolled her shoulders. Her clear and cold gaze was filled with joy as well. As it turned out, the woman who had slain the black dragon a while ago was indeed her mother, Dongfang Yu. Unfortunately, Dongfang Yu had left too quickly back then, so she had not managed to say a thing. Lady Gu, isn't it the cultivator who had slain the black dragon? Fang Yuqing clearly recognized the woman and looked at Gu Ruan in shock. Is this powerful woman her mother? Brother Chan, is this little girl our daughter? Dongfang Yu wiggled out of the man's embrace before her gentle gaze turned towards Gu Ruan. When their eyes met, a surge of connection rushed through her blood. It was a feeling which gave her a huge urge to pull the girl into her arms and shower her with affection. Grand Lord Hong Lian was staring dazedly at Dongfang Yu's incomparably beautiful face. His eyes were following her every move and he did not even hear her question. He looked like a love-struck fool who had fallen for someone for the first time. He could only see her and her alone. Father, Gu Ruan chuckled humorously, Mother is back now. If you're going to stare at her, go to the bedroom tonight and stare at her as much as you want. Let's settle the matter at hand first before we talk. Upon hearing Gu Ruan's remark, Grand Lord Hong Lian finally returned to his senses and laughed. Little girl, you're actually making fun of your father. Ah, that's right. Yue, she's our daughter, Gu Ruan. We also have a son but one unfortunately, he is not here. Grand Lord Hong Lian sighed when he thought about Gu Shangshao who was currently not by his side. His voice filled with exasperation. Our family is reunited but he's the only one who isn't here. Brother Chan, Dongfang Yu looked around Wind Valley which was now decked in red. She then chuckled softly and said, I heard that you're getting married to the eldest lady of Wind Valley, Fang Xiaoxiao. Is this true? Looks like you've fallen in love with another woman so quickly in my absence. Dongfang Yu's voice carried a hint of rebuke yet her eyes were filled with joy as she asked her question with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, Grand Lord Hong Lian was immediately plunged into a panic. He was so anxious that sweat began rolling down his forehead as he hurriedly clarified, Yue, let me explain, this had nothing to do with me. I had never agreed to marry Fang Xiaoxiao, she had done this all on her own. I exist only to search for you in this lifetime, other women are not fit to hold my gaze. It was true, he really never promised Fang Xiaoxiao to marry her. Even when he had pretended to be under the control of her glamour spell, he had never said anything like that. Fang Xiaoxiao had assumed that Grand Lord Hong Lian had lost his ability to think, so she made the decision to organize this wedding, which will soon become the laughing stock of First City. Hee, sniggered Dongfang Yu. Brother Chan, why are you so tense? I wasn't blaming you, I'm only angry that someone else had taken advantage of my absence and coveted you. She's really digging her own grave. Chapter 1242, A Family Reunited, except Shangxiao, 9. Dongfang Yu then turned her eyes towards Fang Xiaoxiao. Her gentle gaze instantly turned 10,000 times more chilly and her lips were curled into a cold smile. Fang Xiaoxiao's expression became extremely pale as she staggered backward. She had clearly been bothered by the affectionate exchange between the two of them and felt a great agony in her heart, almost as if ants were gnawing on it. She bit her lip as she glared jealously at Dongfang Yu's incomparably beautiful features. Yue, Fang Xiaoxiao had previously tried to attack our daughter. I had come here to revenge our precious daughter. Terrified that Dongfang Yu would have some sort of misunderstanding, Grand Lord Hong Lian quickly explained himself. Oh. Dongfang Yu raised her brows. One tiny little Wind Valley has the audacity to touch my daughter. Dongfang Yu's heart was filled with extreme guilt when it comes to her children, the Gu siblings. For the past 20 over years, she and Gu Chan had been unable to stay by the siblings' side and had to leave them in the Gu family home. Knowing the members of the Gu family, they would not have had an easy time over the years. They must have suffered an infinite amount of grief. Hence, when Dongfang Yu heard that Wind Valley had dared to push Gu Ruan around, she was thoroughly enraged. Father, Fang Yuqing helped the Valley Lord move to the side and supported him as he sat down. He then turned his eyes towards Dongfang Yu, who was dressed in white and standing in the middle of the courtyard. This woman is very powerful. The Valley Lord turned towards Fang Yuqing in astonishment. Do you know her? Fang Yuqing nodded. I once watched her fight a black dragon. That black dragon couldn't even retaliate against her attack before it was slain. Lady Gu was there at the time as well, but I never thought that this woman was actually Lady Gu's mother. Fang Yuqing then sighed emotionally. At the time, he was still in shock over the woman in white's power, yet he never thought that he would see her again so soon. Hee. Fang Xiaoxiao laughed softly. I really envy you. You've managed to get a man who would persistently wait for you for over 20 years. Even though I don't feel satisfied, I can't help but admire you. Unfortunately, no matter what, you'll never get to leave this place. The Charm Sect and the Sky Order will never let you escape. Besides, the sect master of the Charm Sect has already mentioned that she loves separating lovers most of all. Your man will soon walk into her bed. Fang Xiaoxiao could not help but feel a cold aversion towards Yue Ling's wicked tastes. However, she really hoped that Yue Ling could break him up. No one should have anything that she could not have. You don't have to worry too much about that, because very soon, you will die here. Whoosh. Dongfang Yu raised the long sword in her hand and aimed it squarely at Fang Xiaoxiao. Her voice was now as cold as ice, completely different from how she was when she had spoken to Grand Lord Hong Lian and Gu Ruan. Fang Xiaoxiao's body shuddered and she slowly closed her eyes. Her pale features look as if she has chosen to face death with no regrets. I've done many things in this life, but I have never regretted any of them. If you gave me another chance now, I would still choose to struggle for my future. Eldest lady. Elder Bai and the rest of the elders shook and cried out in panic. However, no one dared to run forward and block Dongfang Yu's sword. Slash. The icy cold sword pierced through Fang Xiaoxiao's throat. Fresh blood then began to spill out like a fountain before she slowly closed her eyes and he crumpled stiffly onto the ground. The Valley Lord sighed and closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight of it. Regardless of how great Fang Xiaoxiao's sins have been, a wave of unbearable agony still washed over his heart as he witnessed the moment of her death. Nevertheless, he still had to go through with the unbearable agony, and he also understood that Fang Xiaoxiao had to die. Chapter 1243, A Family Reunited, except Shangxiao, 10. Based on everything she had done to Fang Yuqing, the Valley Lord could never let her get away with it. Even if Dongfang Yu had not reacted, he would have killed him in the end anyway. It's your turn now. Dongfang Yu slowly turned around and looked at Yue Ling, who was right behind her. You have coveted my husband and hurt my daughter, she said icily. These two offenses are enough reason for me to not spare you. You can choose to surrender and await your fate, or a fight to your death. Hee. Yue Ling laughed icily and her lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Even the Valley Lord is no match for the both of us. What makes you think you can take us on? I absolutely enjoy making lovers suffer, so I'm going to kill your daughter in front of you. I will also make you watch your man beg for mercy beneath me. Only then will my anger be appeased. Zoom. A sharp ray of sword light with a dense and cold air rushed towards Yue Ling, carrying. A cold smile flashed in Yue Ling's eyes and she dodged the attack in a flash. Boom. The sword light hit the wall and caused it to crumble, turning into a pile of ruins. Brother Chan, leave this woman to me. After Dongfang Yu had spoken, her white robes instantly flashed and appeared right in front of Yue Ling. Yue Ling drew her weapon immediately and blocked Dongfang Yu's attack, which was powerful enough to smash a bamboo. Clang. Their swords clashed against each other and a powerful wind rose from the ground. The two weapons then released a great power, instantly destroying the stone tables around them into dust, which were then blown away by the wind. Yue Ling's heart instantly clenched and she stumbled several steps back. Her face no longer displayed her initial contempt and was now replaced with a wave of seriousness. I never expected you to have some pretty substantial powers. Yue Ling licked the corners of her lips and her voice was seductive and moving as she said, with such great power, you're probably not from some average organization. I wonder where you've come from. Dongfang Yu laughed icily and replied indifferently, I'm not from any order or faction. I work alone. She was not from any order or faction. Yue Ling's eyes flickered. As long as she was not from that organization, killing her would not be much of a problem. Hee. Yue Ling laughed icily at the thought of this. If you're not from any organization, you can only blame it on your own bad luck for running into me. Sky Order Master, let's attack together and kill this woman. Yes. The Sky Order Master nodded before he shot into the sky and landed in front of Yue Ling. What, is this a power play now? Dongfang Yu curled the corners of her lips indifferently as her eyes landed upon Yue Ling's alluring face. However, I, Dongfang Yu, am born fearless of anyone who uses power play. No matter how many people come at me, I will kill them all. Whoosh. Instantly, her fluttery white robes shot into the sky once again. A light flashed and a ray of light from her sword slashed right down. Father, aren't you going to give mother a hand? Gu Ruan turned towards Grand Lord Hong Lian as she raised her brow and asked. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed, Yun sir, while I don't know where your mother has been all these years, seeing the scale of her powers now, I can tell that she must have been increasing her powers over the course of these past few years. Just wait and see, those two are no match for your mother. Gu Ruan lifted her lips into a slight smile. She had witnessed Dongfang Yu slaying the Black Dragon with her own eyes. Hence, no one knows better than her the true scale of Dongfang Yu's powers. However, after hearing the amount of confidence Grand Lord Hong Lian has in Dongfang Yu, Gu Ruan's heart filled with relief. After so many years, these two sweethearts have finally met again. Chapter 1244, A Family Reunited, except Shangshao, 11. Is that all you can do with your combined powers? Dongfang Yu had taken 2 steps back, lifted her head and turned towards the two in front of her as she spoke in a disdainful voice. Her attackers have very ugly looks on their faces and their eyes were filled with viciousness. They looked at each other before charging towards Dongfang Yu again. They were almost face to face with Dongfang Yu when she disappeared without a trace, stopping them in their tracks. Opposing heavenly slash. As they were searching for Dongfang Yu's whereabouts, an ice-cold voice suddenly sounded. Their bodies shook and by the time they had turned around, a powerful force had slashed down from the sky towards the ground with a loud crash. Yue Ling began to pant feebly. There was a particularly ugly look on her face. She knows she would have ended up badly injured from the attack if she had not avoided it in time. She might have even lost her life. The Sky Order Master, on the other hand, was not as fortunate. Blood had begun to trickle from his forehead and his entire face was soon drenched in red. It was a rather sinister sight. You've managed to survive my first hit. Dongfang Yu glanced at the sword in her hand before she sighed. Looks like my powers aren't strong enough yet. Her words angered Yue Ling so much that she nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Not only had this woman managed to escape from the combined attack without a scratch, she has even inflicted heavy injuries on the Sky Order Master. Yet now, she was whining about her failure to kill the Sky Order Master in one blow. Does she need to be so infuriating? At that moment, Yue Ling no longer dared to act with carelessness. She fixed her gaze which was full of vigilance upon Dongfang Yu as she stumbled backward. Who was it that you had wanted to kill and who was the one who should beg for mercy from you? Dongfang Yu's icy glare turned towards Yue Ling as she slowly descended from the sky. The longsword in her hand released an icy chill, making one tremble with fear. My husband is not someone that you can eye covetously nor can you hurt my daughter. If you should ever try to make any plans over them, I will take this sword and kill you with it. There was not an ounce of warmth in the woman's chilly declaration. It made Yue Ling's heart tremble continuously. She had been too careless in the end. She had assumed that no one would protect Dongfang Yu because she was not from any sect or order and had completely ignored her opponent's own level of power. Run. Yue Ling waved her hand as she tried to lead the charm sect members out of the area. Then again, why should Dongfang Yu give her that chance? Slash. Just as the charm sect disciples were about to make their move, a ray of light flashed in front of them. Instantly, their throats were sliced open and blood gushed out from the wound before they all crumpled to the ground without any warning. Yue Ling's body trembled. Those charm sect disciples were all geniuses yet she had killed them all in one strike. Are you trying to escape? Dongfang Yu laughed icily. Did you think that it would be that easy? Dongfang Yu, what do you want? Yue Ling stumbled backward and exclaimed icily. Don't forget First City's rules. A large-scale massacre is not allowed in the First City. Otherwise, the Great Protectors will never leave you alone. Dongfang Yu looked at Yue Ling and sneered. So what? I'm avenging my husband and daughter. I'd love to see what the Protectors plan on doing to me. As the Sacred Lady of the Secret Order, she does not need to fear the Great Protectors. If they do try to pressure her, she does not mind using the Secret Order to destroy those so-called Great Protectors. Chapter 1245, A Family Reunited, except Shangshao, 12. You would actually ignore the Great Protectors as well. Yue Ling never thought that Dongfang Yu would be this arrogant. She gritted her teeth and glared at her ferociously. All I know is that I will avenge my husband and daughter. As for those Great Protectors, so what if they have power? Dongfang Yu raised her sword and spoke icily. If they stand in the way of my killing spree, I don't mind making them my enemies. She then brought the longsword down and a wave of energy flew from the sword towards Yue Ling. Yue Ling stumbled back from shock but was soon forced into a corner, unable to back away any further. Slash. Slash, slash, slash. Countless waves of energy from the longsword flew towards her, shooting towards Yue Ling in a neat and uniform manner. Yue Ling quickly raised her sword to block the attacks, but there were too many strikes and she could not block them all. Instantly, countless cuts appeared all over her body. Dongfang Yu, you're only reigning tyrannical abuse with the middle-class spiritual weapon in your hand. Where's the skill in that? If you're truly skilled, fight me in hand-to-hand combat. Yue Ling was holding a low-class spiritual weapon in her hand and she was unable to defend against Dongfang Yu's attacks. Hence, Dongfang Yu's weapon must be a class above her own. If she could have that spiritual weapon for herself, she would not need to fear this damned woman, Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu laughed icily as she raised her hand and continued to attack. She threw countless blasts from the sword towards Yue Ling, causing the wall behind her to shake. Pieces of rocks were thrown fiercely onto Yue Ling's body as well. Tui. Yue Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face has become increasingly pale as she crawled out from beneath the rubble. She looked poor and haggard, no longer as radiant as she once was. Dongfang Yu. She gritted her teeth hatefully. Her eyes were glaring at Dongfang Yu with daggers as if she wanted to hack her into pieces. Dongfang Yu laughed icily. She then raised her sword once again and a ray of energy, much stronger than before, shot out from the sword. It left a long trace in the sky before swooping down to strike Yue Ling, who was in the middle of the rubble. After the strain from the previous battle, Yue Ling's body no longer has enough energy to retaliate. Her legs were trembling so much that they could give way at any moment. Hence, when faced with an even more powerful blast, forget about fighting back, she did not even have the strength to resist. She could only watch as the white blast from the sword came closer and closer towards her before it slashed her throat. Slam! Her eyes were opened wide and filled with unwillingness as her body was flung heavily into the rubble. She probably never thought that she would end up losing her life as a result of that one wrong decision. Dongfang Yu sheathed her sword before she walked towards Grand Lord Hong Lian and her daughter. The cold and distant air in her features slowly melted away and her beautiful eyes now carried a gentle light. Yunsa, did I scare you? A gentle light filled Dongfang Yu's eyes before it spilled over and enveloped Gu Ruoan. It was warm, comfortable, and very soothing. It's all right now, I won't let anyone hurt you. As Gu Ruoan stared at the concern in the woman's face, she could only feel a warm current overflowing in her heart. A smile then appeared on her lucid and elegant features. Welcome home, mother. Dongfang Yu gently stroked Gu Ruoan's hair and replied gently, I know that in our absence, you and Shangsha must have had to endure a lot of bitterness and receive a lot of contempt from others. Have you ever blamed me for not coming back to find you in all these years? Gu Ruoan shook her head. You must have had your reasons for staying away. I don't blame you and Big Brother has never blamed you either. Chapter 1246, A Family Reunited, except Shangsha, 13. Yunsa. Dongfang Yu pulled Gu Ruoan into her embrace and her eyes were filled with a gentle light. I'm sorry that I have left you and Shangsha alone in the West Spread Mainland all these years and your father and I have not been able to stay by your side. But don't worry, once our family is reunited again, I won't let anyone hurt any of you. Grand Lord Hong Lian did not say a word. Instead, he walked towards the two of them and scooped them both into his arms. Gu Ruoan's heart shook and she gently lowered her eyelids. In her past life, her father, Chia Ming, was an animal. He had even killed her mother with his bare hands. As a result, she has never enjoyed the love of both parents. Now, her father and mother were very much in love and her family was reunited. Nothing could be better than this. The entire courtyard fell silent as they observed the soft and comforting scene. No one disturbed the family of three and they could only sigh as watched. Elder Bai was trying to shrink his presence as much as possible, terrified that they would turn their attention to him. He swept his cowardly gaze across the crowd as he carefully stepped back, trying to take an advantage of the crowd's distraction to sneak away. However, just as he had taken a few steps, an elderly figure stood in his way and exclaimed icily, Elder Bai, where do you think you're going? That voice was like a stroke of lightning beside his ear, causing Elder Bai's body to stiffen. He laughed in embarrassment and replied in a flattering manner, Elder Feng, you can see that the eldest lady is dead now. Won't you let me off on account of our many years of friendship? You want me to let you off? Elder Feng laughed icily. It's too late for that. You've helped the eldest lady to try to usurp the throne and this is a crime punishable by death. No one can save you now. Elder Bai's body trembled and he closed his eyes in despair. His heart was filled with regret. If I had known that this would happen, why would I have allowed myself to be influenced by the eldest lady and lend her my aid? Valley Lord, Grand Lord Hong Lian turned towards the Valley Lord of Wind Valley and said, I'll leave the remaining evils of Wind Valley and the Sky Order members to you. The Valley Lord nodded, all right, I can take care of the rest myself. However, I thank you both very much today. If it had not been for you two, I'm afraid that my position as Valley Lord would be in jeopardy. However, the Valley Lord could not understand why the Charm sect had found the courage to attack Wind Valley. Do they not fear being punished by the First City's authorities? After all, First City's rules do not allow for such a large-scale battle. Yue, Yunsa, let's go, said Grand Lord Hong Lian as he placed his arms around Dongfang Yu and Gu Ruoan. He then laughed, we finally found each other after so much difficulty. Now, we're going to enjoy the happiness of a family reunion. As for everything else, there's no need for us to do anything. Dongfang Yu's old and distant demeanor changed as she placed her head on Grand Lord Hong Lian's chest, poised in the manner of a little woman. Her eyes were filled with a gentle light. Grand Lord Hong Lord then led his wife and daughter out of the place before flying off into the distance. Nightfall. The glow from the moonlight was clear as water. In the guest house, Gu Ruoan was seated on her bed in meditation. Suddenly, a purple figure appeared by her side. That person's handsome face carried a demonic smile as he said, Little girl, our work is done. It's time for us to leave Wind Valley now. Gu Ruoan opened her eyes before she replied, troubled, Xiao Yi and I had made an agreement to meet up in Wind Valley. It's been quite a while and he hasn't appeared. Do you think that something might have happened to him? Chapter 1247, A Family Reunited, except Shangsha, 14. Don't worry, he's very powerful and most people would be no match for him. Even though Zixi does not like Chanbei Yi, he has to admit to his abilities. That man was very powerful. If he could regain his peak power, he would become invincible. However, when Zixi thought of everything that the man had done, a murderous intent flashed in his demonic eyes. If that man was bold enough to do anything to this little girl, Zixi would kill him even if he had to place his life on the line. Though Chanbei Yi has stayed by Gu Ruoan's side all these years and has even saved her from danger many times, Zixi still does not fully trust him. Unfortunately, Gu Ruoan trusts Chanbei completely, so Zixi had no choice but to grudgingly accept the situation. However, each time he thought of the close intimacy between the two, Zixi's heart would fill with sour notes. I hope so. Gu Ruoan sighed and her eyes remained full of anxiety. Father and mother will be heading towards the Lin family residence tomorrow, yet Chanbei still hasn't arrived. I'm concerned over whether I should wait for him or go with my parents. Zixi fell silent for a moment before he turned his purple eyes towards Gu Ruoan. You can make your own decision. No matter what you do, I will support you. Little girl, I want you to understand that Chanbei isn't the only one by your side. I'm also willing to keep you company for the rest of your life. Besides, we are contracted as well. With our connection via the contract, not even the laws of heaven can tear us apart. Gu Ruoan was stunned and she turned in astonishment towards Zixi's handsome face. I know that you will stay with me, Zixi, but what do you mean? Little girl, said Zixi as he placed his hands on Gu Ruoan's shoulders. His demonic features have transformed from his usual impish expression to a never-before-seen seriousness. Everything that Chanbei can give you, I can give them to you as well. I can do even more than he can. Don't you know that every time I watch you get hurt, I would wish that I was the one in pain instead. No one knows how much his heart hurts each time he saw her body covered in scars, each time he had awakened. Hence, whenever he entered into slumber, his heart would fill with worry, afraid that she would fall into danger during that period of time. Yet this little girl does not seem to notice his fears and would riddle herself with scars every time. Time and time again, she would even get close to death. Zixi. Something caught Gu Ruoan's attention, and her heart shook. She then turned around slightly and stared into the dark night outside the guest house. You were the one who has stayed by my side the longest since I had been reborn. You were also the one who has watched over me as I've grown. You would come out to save me each time I was in danger. You are my most important friend, and even without the existence of this connection via contract, your place in my heart will never change. Friend. Zixi slowly put his hands down. He would forever remain as a friend in this little girl's heart. Little girl, who is more important in your heart? Is it me or Chanbei? Gu Ruoan lowered her eyelids and a small smile formed in the corners of her lips. If anything happened to you one day, I would give everything to revenge your blood feud. Even if I have to lose my life to revenge yours, I would not hesitate. However, if anyone kills Chanbei, I would also avenge his blood feud. Once that is done, I'll make the proper arrangements with my family, relieve you of your contract and return you all to freedom before following him into oblivion. Chapter 1248, A Family Reunited, except Shangshao, 15. Her reply was obvious. If Zixi had been murdered, she would avenge him no matter what it takes, even if it means that she might lose her own life. However, if Chanbei were to die instead, she would follow him to the end without any hesitation. Zixi laughed bitterly and concealed the pain in his purple eyes. A teasing smile was hanging from the corners of his lips as he said, Little girl, I was just kidding around with you, I never thought that you would actually believe me. However, as you would willingly throw your life away to settle my blood feud, I am very moved. Why don't I devote my body to you? His eyes lit up in an evil smile as he moved his thin lips closer to Gu Ruoan's ear and spoke in an ambiguous tone. Upon hearing this, Gu Ruoan's heart let out a sigh of relief. She already has Chanbei in her heart, and Zixi was a friend that she would protect with her life. Hence, she really does not want Zixi's heart to turn on her. She had even planned that once she had successfully reached her peak, she would set Zixi free so that he could find a lifelong happiness of his own. However, Zixi clearly noticed Gu Ruoan's sigh of relief out of the corner of his eye, which made his heart throb with agony. However, he did not dare to show it on his face. If her heart was not with him, why would he want to cause her heart any more sadness? If his feelings caused her to feel pressured, he would rather bury these feelings deep in his heart for the rest of his life. To him, as long as this contract still exists, she would never send him away. That was enough. Zixi, Gu Ruoan lifted her head and looked at the man's handsome, teasing face before she smiled. She then fixed her gaze upon him and said, You will always be a friend that I will protect. If you were ever in danger, I will save you regardless of the risk. Zixi smiled. Shouldn't I devote my body to you to repay you for saving my life? Gu Ruoan's face blackened instantly. This fellow, would his entire body be out of sorts if he doesn't tease me for one day? Zixi. Gu Ruoan gritted her teeth and spat at the thought of this. Little girl, if you call out to me with such deep feelings, I will misunderstand you. Zixi's smile grew even more demonic as an unreadable light flashed in his eyes. Gu Ruoan took a deep breath, crossed her legs and sat down again. She closed her eyes and went into meditation, not saying another word to Zixi. Otherwise, this fellow would anger her to death sooner or later. The next day, at first light, Gu Ruoan had just walked out of the guest house when she bumped into Fang Yuqing, who collided against her head-on. She raised her brows and said, Congratulations, you finally had your revenge. You've even received the title of Young Valley Lord of Wind Valley. There's no need for you to put up a false front anymore. Fang Yuqing smiled. It's all thanks to your help, Lady Gu. Oh, that's right. Gu Ruoan shook herself. I'm leaving with mother and father today, but someone named Chanbei will come looking for me very soon. Let him know that I've gone ahead to the Lin family residence and ask him to look for me at the Lin family home. All right. Fang Yuqing gently nodded. I've already informed my father of the things that you've requested. He has agreed to hand the Fire Spiritual Beast clan over to you. Furthermore, this is the Fire Spiritual Beast clan's living area, so you can head over there immediately. Fang Yuqing pulled out a map as he spoke and handed it over to Gu Ruoan. Chapter 1249, A Family Reunited, except Shangshao, 16. Gu Ruoan looked at the red circle on the map and fell silent. The Fire Spiritual Beast clan's lair was situated on a mountain range near the Lin family residence. Coincidentally, she would be passing by the area so she could tame the Fire Spiritual Beast clan first before journeying onwards towards the Lin family home. I'll take the map. Gu Ruan then put the map away and lifted her head towards Fang Yuqing before saying, I hope that Wind Valley won't make me their enemy from now on. That's for sure. Fang Yuqing flashed a smile and his eyes were full of determination as he replied, I can guarantee you that no matter what happens in the future, Wind Valley will never become your enemy. Remember your words. Gu Ruan took one last look at Fang Yuqing before she turned around and walked back into the guest house. As Gu Ruan entered the guest house, she saw Dongfang Yu and her husband emerge from the room next to hers. At this moment, Dongfang Yu's cheeks were rosy and lustrous. Her eyes were staring tenderly at the handsome man next to her and her beautiful face was engulfed in a gentle light. Father, mother, Gu Ruan noticed the couple who had emerged from the room and began to make fun of them. It seems that the both of you had a good time last night. You, little girl, you're actually teasing your mother and father. Grand Lord Hong Lian shook his head with a face full of smiles. The business in Wind Valley is pretty much complete now. Little girl, we'll go to the Lin family residence and have our revenge right now. Gu Ruan fell silent for a while before she replied, you two go on ahead, I still have some matters to take care of. What matters do you have to take care of? Grand Lord Hong Lian gently raised his brow while a sense of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Wind Valley has promised to hand over the Fire Spiritual Beast clan to me. I'm going to the Fire Spiritual Beast's lair for a while after this, but I won't stay long there. Father, mother, go and wait for me at the Lin family home. I'll rush over and join you both there once I'm done. Gu Ruan replied as she gazed at the two. The Fire Spiritual Beast clan. Grand Lord Hong Lian furrowed his brow. We shall go with you. There's no need. Gu Ruan shook her head and flashed a cunning smile at the husband and wife in front of her. Both of you have finally been reunited after so much difficulty. I'm not going to come between you two. We'll meet again once we're at the Lin family home. Dongfang Yu laughed and walked towards Gu Ruan's side. She then held her hand and replied with eyes filled with tenderness, to both of us, the most important thing of all is to have our son and daughter by our side. Shangshao is not here right now and you're the only one with us. Gu Ruan's heart shook when she heard Gu Shangshao's name. A bitter smile hung on her face. I don't know where Big Brother is either or why he refuses to acknowledge us. She does not know why, but Gu Ruan could not shake off the feeling that Gu Shangshao was secretly watching them but was still keeping his distance. Father, mother, she regained her senses and smiled at Dongfang Yu. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger. I'm only going over to tame the Fire Spiritual Beasts. If the both of you come along, based on Mother's terrifying powers, I bet that the timid Fire Spiritual Beast clan would be terrified by us immediately. Dongfang Yu sighed exasperatedly. How could she not know that her precious daughter was trying to give them some privacy for a few days? Yunsa, if you've made your decision, you should go ahead. I will support you no matter what you do. Your father and I won't make any move until you join us. We'll wait for you and attack the Lin family together, alright? Chapter 1250, A Family Reunited, except Shangshao, 17. Alright. Gu Ruan nodded as she took one last look at the couple in the guest house. I'm heading off now, we shall meet again at the Lin family home. She then made her way out of the guest house and disappeared before their eyes without another look back. Dongfang Yu stared at Gu Ruan's departing figure as her gaze filled with reluctance. She then turned away and placed her head on Grand Lord Hong Lian's chest. Brother Chan, I'm really grateful that you've made your way to the first city and brought our daughter here as well. I can't believe those Gu family beastards. If they weren't already dead, I would have chopped them all up to mincemeat. Last night, Grand Lord Hong Lian had explained Gu Ruan's life story to Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu's entire body had trembled with rage after she found out that her precious daughter had nearly been killed by those Gu family beastards. She almost ran towards hell to drag those assholes out and kill them all over away. I never thought that the Gu family would have turned out to be so malignant. Relatives like them are best left unacknowledged. Gu Chan then lowered his head at Dongfang Yu. Now, as long as I have you and Yunsu by my side, it is enough. However, I don't know when Shangshao will be joining us. Dongfang Yu sighed gently. Shangshao should still be in Weststrid mainland. Once we've had our revenge, let's go look for him, alright. Agreed. Grand Lord Hong Lian nodded and smiled gently. By then, our family will be truly reunited. Wind City. Gu Ruan was just about to head off outside the city gate when a hurried and anxious voice sounded from behind her, crying out as they panted, Master, Master, wait for me. Gu Ruan was stunned. She turned around in astonishment and her gaze landed on Elder Feng. What are you doing here? Huff, puff. Elder Feng gasped for breath. The young Valley Lord just returned and said that you were about to leave this place, so I wanted to come here and send you off. Master, will you be coming back? Gu Ruan shook her head as she stared at Elder Feng's face, which was full of anticipation. It's likely that I won't be returning to Wind City anymore. Hearing this, Elder Feng's eyes filled with disappointment. He then rubbed his fist and asked cautiously, Can I come and look for you then, Master? Gu Ruan was silent for a moment before she nodded. If you want to see me, come over anytime. Alright. Elder Feng's eyes lit up. He had prepared himself for a rejection from Gu Ruan, but he never thought that she would agree. This is a book on the art of pill refinement. Gu Ruan crooked her finger and a book appeared in her hand. She then placed the book in front of Elder Feng and said, As long as you can understand this book, you'll be able to learn pill refinement. As for pill formulas, that depends on your own ability to obtain them. I won't be giving any pill formulas to you. After she spoke, she then slowly turned around and walked out of the city gate. Elder Feng stared dazedly at the book in his hand and turned towards Gu Ruan. His eyes were filled with excitement and a complicated emotion. He never thought that after his initial attitude towards her, this woman would let bygones be bygones and gift him a book about pill refinement. This kind of generosity could not be compared to anyone. However, with this book, he could finally learn the art of pill refinement. Elder Feng was overcome with excitement at the thought of this. He then clutched the book tightly in his grip as he stared at Gu Ruan as she left. Chapter 1251, A Family Reunited, except Shangshao, 18. I should be able to reach the Fire Spiritual Beast clan once I pass through this area. A flash of green robes slowly descended to stand on the mountain's peak. The woman was staring at a nearby valley as the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. Huoer, come out. Whoosh. As soon as she had spoken, a firebird appeared in front of Guruoen. The firebird then looked at his hometown and chirped softly in excitement. Come, let's make our way to the Fire Spiritual Beast clan. Guruoen made her way down the mountain. Her green robes made her look as upright and steadfast as a bamboo tree. Her figure was trim and slender, casting a lonely figure on the lonesome mountain range. Stop. Guruoen had just reached the Fire Spiritual Beast clan when two figures appeared from thin air and blocked her way. However, when the two Fire Spiritual Beasts noticed Huoer, who had been following closely behind her, they were stunned and exclaimed with excitement, Huoer, weren't you taken by Elder Feng as a gift for another human? What are you doing here? May we go inside and talk about this? Is the clan leader here? Husu's eyes were glowing with excitement as well. He had been away from his home for a very long time and never thought that he would be able to return one day. The clan leader is inside. This human is. The two Fire Spiritual Beasts noticed Guruoen who was standing next to him and furrowed their brows. Huoer, why did you lead a human to us? The Fire Spiritual Beast had questioned her presence with some wariness. Fire Spiritual Beasts have never had any good sentiments towards humans. They believed that all humans were like those from Wind Valley whose only intention was to shut Spiritual Beasts away for their own uses. They would usually not be troubled by these humans, but several of the Fire Spiritual Beast clan's youngsters had been taken away by them. Despite the fact that, not too long ago, the humans of Wind Valley had released the Fire Spiritual Beast youngsters for some inexplicable reason, that does not mean that it had rid them of the disgust towards humans. She is my master. Huoer looked at Guruoen and replied. We're going to speak with the clan leader first. I have something to say to the clan leader. The two Fire Spiritual Beasts fell silent for a moment before they nodded and said, all right. However, if this human has the audacity to harm the Fire Spiritual Beast clan, we won't spare her at all. Huoer heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. As long as he could see the clan leader, everything would turn out all right. An old man was seated in meditation on a woven mat in the Fire Spiritual Beast clan's clan hall. When the clan hall's door swung open, the old man opened his eyes and turned his muddy gaze towards the beasts who had just entered the hall. Clan leader, Huoer has returned and he has brought a human along with him too. The Fire Spiritual Beast led Guruoen into the hall and walked towards the clan leader as he announced their arrival respectfully. I understand, replied the clan leader calmly. You may leave now, I have something to say to this human. You should stay as well, Huoer. Yes, clan leader. The Fire Spiritual Beast was a little stunned. Why didn't the sight of this human shock the clan leader at all? It was as if the clan leader had known that she would appear. I've sensed your presence ever since you've entered the clan. The old man smiled gently as he turned towards Guruoen and said, however, I don't sense any murderous intent on your body. This was why I had permitted your entry. Otherwise, if you had shown any sign of bad intentions towards the Fire Spiritual Beasts, I would never have let you walk in here alive. Chapter 1252. A family reunited, except Shangshao, 19. Guruoen raised her brow. She could sense the old man's great power. However, she found it very strange that such a powerful old man would fall into the hands of Wind Valley. I don't understand, based on the level of your power, how could the clan members end up being terrorized by Wind Valley? The old man laughed bitterly. Before running into Wind Valley, I had a lot of trust in humans. However, the eldest lady of Wind Valley, Feng Xiaoxiao, had schemed against the Fire Spiritual Beasts and captured a few of the weaker clan members of the younger generation. If humans had not been so cunning, the young ones of our clan would not have fallen into their clutches. Feng Xiaoxiao. Guruoen was astonished. She never thought that Feng Xiaoxiao would actually do such a thing. Yet, how old could Feng Xiaoxiao possibly have been at the time? To have such deep schemes at such a young age, this Feng Xiaoxiao was far more complicated than she had imagined. It was a good thing that she was no longer in this world. Otherwise, she would have become Guruoen's greatest rival in the future. Feng Xiaoxiao is dead. Guruoen slowly lifted her gaze and continued, hence, the Fire Spiritual Beast clan is now free again. The old man's eyes flickered with excitement but it died out very quickly. I've always known that Feng Xiaoxiao would meet such an end. Guruoen raised her brow and eyed the old man with shock. How are you so sure? Hee, chuckled the old man. Previously, Feng Xiaoxiao had once paid me a visit and asked for my help to assassinate the Valley Lord of Wind Valley. I had rejected her then because I don't wish to be involved in the conflict between humans. Otherwise, the Fire Spiritual Beast clan would surely disappear from this world. By rejecting Feng Xiaoxiao, weren't you afraid that she would use the young ones of the Fire Spiritual Beast clan to threaten you? No, the old man shook his head. Feng Xiaoxiao would not dare do such a thing. If she really did put her hands on the Fire Spiritual Beast clan, she would never be able to endure the fiery anger of the entire Fire Spiritual Beast clan. Besides, without the young ones, what would she use as a means to threaten us? I could agree with her other condition. The only request was that I would never participate in this large-scale battle. Otherwise, we would receive punishment from the first city. Anything that involves harming the entire clan is something that I cannot do. It's a good thing that Feng Xiaoxiao is dead. The Fire Spiritual Beast clan can finally return to peace and quiet. Clan leader. Upon hearing this, Huoer stepped out and exclaimed, the reason why the Fire Spiritual Beasts have been set free again is through Guruoen's efforts. After Feng Xiaoxiao's death, she was the one who had asked Wind Valley to release the clan members. Besides, she had gone against Feng Xiaoxiao for the sake of the Fire Spiritual Beast clan. The old man's eyes filled with shock and he stared at Guruoen with surprise. Little girl, you've saved the Fire Spiritual Beast clan. Guruoen calmly replied, I didn't do it to save the Fire Spiritual Beast clan, I was only doing it to help Huoer. He's now the little brother of one of my contracted spiritual beasts. Helping him return his family to freedom was just something that I should do. After hearing Guruoen's response, the old man laughed bitterly. Humans were the ones who had hurt the Fire Spiritual Beast clan. I never thought that it would be a human who would end up saving us as well. I really don't know if I should continue to trust humans at all in the future. However, little girl, you've helped the Fire Spiritual Beast clan, so you're our benefactor. If there's anything that you ever need in the future, let me know. I will definitely help you out. It doesn't stop there, clan leader, she's even helped me to increase my power, Huo'er boasted proudly. I'm no longer a semi-saint now. As of some time ago, I've already broken through to the Martial Saint rank. Chapter 1253. A family reunited, except Shangsha, 20. What? The clan leader was shocked. He then hurriedly exclaimed, Huo'er, release your spiritual energy and show me. Upon hearing this, Huo'er did not say anything else and released his spiritual energy. The clan leader was stunned when he sensed the spiritual energy surrounding Huo'er. That's right, you really have broken through to the Martial Saint rank, and with a very steady foundation too. How is this possible? Everyone knows that during a Martial Supreme's breakthrough to the Martial Saint rank, one small slip of failure could mean that the cultivator would never be able to become a Martial Saint for the rest of their life. Yet this little girl was actually able to detach herself from the acknowledged abilities of the world. Where on earth had she come from? The clan leader took a deep breath and stared at Gu Ruan with a serious look on his face. Little girl, how had you managed to do this? It is true that there are many impossible things in this world. However, there is one thing that can make everything possible. That one thing is pills. Gu Ruan smiled. As luck would have it, I'm a pill master. A pill master? The clan master's mouth dropped open in shock. The surprise that he was feeling only grew. This little girl is actually a respected pill master. After all, only a select few families have access to the power of pill masters in the first city. Besides, he dares to conclude that the pill masters from those families would never be able to refine a pill which could help a semi-saint break through to a martial saint. Sigh. The clan leader returned to his senses with great difficulty and sighed gently. A bitter smile then appeared on his elderly face. Little girl, you have helped Huo'er several times and have saved the Fire Spiritual Beast clan. I don't know how I should thank you. I am only here to tell you that the Fire Spiritual Beast clan has been restored to freedom. From now on, you won't need to be hindered by any limitations. A clear and cold light then flashed in Gu Ruan's eyes. Besides, I also wanted to give Huo'er a chance to come back and visit. I'll be leaving after this to sort out my business. As for what I've done, you don't have to keep it in mind. Clan leader. Husu's eyes flickered and he said, you should know that too many on this mainland have been eyeing the Fire Spiritual Beast clan. Even though we now have our freedom again, we would still be troubled by others in the future. It was not easy for spiritual beasts to establish a clan in the first city. Hence, this was why so many humans covered the Fire Spiritual Beast clan. The clan leader sighed. He knows that Huo'er was right. Unless he was to prevent the younger generation of the Fire Spiritual Beasts from ever leaving the place forever, the freedom that the Fire Spiritual Beast clan had reclaimed with great difficulty would be lost again if any of the young ones end up getting kidnapped and used as threats. So, Huo'er grinned. Clan leader, why don't all of you serve my master? Back in the ancient divine pagoda, the vermilion bird was smiling so much that her eyes curved upwards into crescent moons. She had certainly made a good choice in taking in this little brother. Even now, he was scheming in their master's interest. That was right. If the Fire Spiritual Beast clan continued to go on like this, other forces would scheme against them as well. By then, they would certainly lose their freedom again. Hence, why not follow Gu Ruan instead? At least she would never limit the spiritual beast's freedom. Clan leader, you can see how powerful my master is at such a young age, and she's a pill master too. Her future is limitless and the path is bright all the way. I have reached the rank of a martial saint in her hands. Can anyone else be compared with powers like hers? If the Fire Spiritual Beasts were to follow her, we would not need to worry about the future. Besides, we would receive many benefits too. Huo'er continued to tempt the clan leader with all the advantages of joining Gu Ruan. Chapter 1254, Lin Family, Revenge, 1. The clan leader fell silent. He understood the Fire Spiritual Beast clan's current situation. It would not be a terrible idea if they were to follow this woman. Can you give us a guarantee that you won't force the Fire Spiritual Beast clan to do anything? Can you assure us that you would not limit the Fire Spiritual Beast's freedom and that you won't force the Fire Spiritual Beast clan to shield you from danger? The clan leader's eyes stared at Gu Ruan as his elderly voice slowly rang out. Gu Ruan smiled serenely. Your freedom is your own and no one has the right to put a limit on it. However, if you wish to pledge your loyalty to me, you must follow my orders unconditionally. However, I will never use you as pointless sacrifices nor will I treat you as a project. The only thing I am asking is that when I give the order, you must trust me and listen to me. If you can do that, I can guarantee the Fire Spiritual Beast clan's sudden ascent in the Spiritual Beast Kingdom. The clan leader's expression slowly sank. No one could tell what he was thinking. However, he soon raised his head and stared at Gu Ruan's delicate and pretty features before saying, all right, I will give you my word. I still have some things to attend to, so I will be leaving for now. I'll leave Huo'er here for the time being. Once I return, I will help to raise everyone in the Fire Spiritual Beast clan's power to the Martial Saint rank. Gu Ruan's voice was as calm as the wind and showed no signs of emotion despite being accepted by the Fire Spiritual Beast clan. Her clear and cold eyes had remained aloof the entire time, as mysterious as the night. Understood. The clan leader smiled. The Fire Spiritual Beast clan shall await here to welcome your return. Gu Ruan gently curled her lips and turned around without another word before her figure disappeared from the ancestral hall. Huo'er, you can leave now. The clan elder slowly shut his eyes and calmly explained, I'd like to continue my cultivation. Yes, clan leader. Husu's heart has long blossomed with happiness. If the Fire Spiritual Beast clan really does follow his master, he would not have to worry about the treacherous ways of other humans. Besides, one should not let one's own fertile water flow into another's field. He had to make the decision for his master's sake. Once Huo'er left, the old man, who had been meditating in the clan hall, slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed with reverence. My king, she's gone now. As soon as he had spoken, a flash of bright red robes appeared in the once quiet clan hall. The man was dressed in red robes and had silver hair which fluttered against the gentle breeze. Nothing more beautiful could be imagined. His gaze had traced the path of the woman's departure the entire time, and his eyes were filled with warmth and longing. "My king, I have followed your instructions and gifted the Fire Spiritual Beast clan into her hands," the clan leader said reverently. It probably never crossed Gu Ruoan's mind that she had been able to tame the Fire Spiritual Beast clan so smoothly because of the machinations of this man behind her. Chan Beiyi's eyes continued to gaze at the receding figure outside the window and only muttered a soft reply. He did not concern himself with the clan leader at all. The corners of his lips were curled into a small angle, yet it was so indescribably beautiful and striking, enough to beguile people out of the righteous path. "My king, do you not wish to meet her?" The clan leader glanced at the man in front of him and asked cautiously, terrified that his words would anger the man. The man gently lowered his eyelids. His voice was not as gloomy as it once was. Instead, it was filled with a sense of gentleness. "I will find her once my wounds have healed." He does not want to make her worry, so he had hidden behind her. Once his wounds were completely healed, he would step out and pull the woman whom he dearly misses into his arms. Chapter 1255, Lin Family, Revenge 2. "What did you say?" Slam. An old man's fist landed heavily on a desk in the Lin family home. He then rose to his feet and roared with an ashen look on his face. "Dongfang Yu has reappeared. She has also destroyed the sect master of the Charm sect. We're finished. This time we are certainly finished. My powers are nowhere as impressive as the Charm sect members. If Dongfang Yu comes here to exact her revenge, I have no way of fighting back." The old man was pacing back and forth anxiously as his elderly face grew into an increasingly ugly sight. After a while, he seems to have reached a decision and gritted his teeth. "It looks like I'll have to ask for help." At this point, only the Lord could help him now. This place is called Forest City and is also the territory where the Lin family resides. The woman's figure paused in her footsteps outside the city gate. Gu Ruoan then gently curled the corners of her lips and calmly remarked, "Father and mother should be in Forest City now. I'll have to figure out a way to find them." It goes without saying that Gu Ruoan was quite a lucky person. As soon as she had stepped into Forest City, she stumbled upon Dongfang Yu, who was having a dispute with someone. "Don't you know who I am?" Murong Qian placed her hands on her hips and glared angrily at Dongfang Yu, who was standing in front of her. "I am a member of the Murong family," she snapped in a willful and sulky manner. She then continued, "You had the guts to run into me, yet you arrogantly refused to apologize. Are you trying to dig your own grave?" Grand Lord Hong Lian furrowed his brows as he pulled Dongfang Yu into his arm and laughed icily. "It was you who has bruised my wife and you're trying to blame her. Is the lady of the Murong family so unruly and willful, so savage and unreasonable?" HMPH. Murong Qian scoffed icily and sneered, "Because I am a young lady from the direct line of descent of the Murong family, whatever I say is the truth. Whom amongst you would dare to disobey me? The Murong family is one of the great protectors. Our power and influence fill the skies. How many people in the first city would dare to disrespect me like you two?" Murong Qian admits that she had indeed been the one who bumped into Dongfang Yu first. However, she had just heard news of Chan Beiyi's whereabouts and was rushing over there to capture him. In addition, she was a young lady from the direct line of descent of the Murong family and has received protection from everyone around her from a young age. How could she let anyone oppose her words now? "Little maiden." Dongfang Yu's cold and distant eyes landed upon Murong Qian and her voice was as cold as ice. "The Murong family does indeed hold great power, but there are people in this world whom you should not provoke. I'm not your mother, it's not like everyone has to tolerate you." Murong Qian laughed icily. "Grandfather had once told me that the only people I should never provoke are the secret order, especially their sacred lady. She's one person that I should never offend. However, I have also heard that this sacred lady is a woman that the Lord Clan Elder had taken it from outside the first city. She has neither kin nor relatives, she only pays attention to her own morals and gives no thought about others. This woman before me has a husband by her side. Clearly, she is not the legendary sacred lady of the secret order. Since that's the case, why should I be afraid of her? All of you, attack." Murong Qian's gaze darkened and a cold light flashed across her eyes. "Take these two back to the Murong family home. I want to make them understand that offending the gods is better than offending me." Eldest lady. Upon hearing this, the old man behind Murong Qian furrowed his brows in dissatisfaction. "Then we have other more important matters to attend to. Besides, as one of the great protectors, if the Murong family lashes out here, gossip would be unavoidable." This eldest lady was spoiled rotten until she was now undisciplined and out of control. She would never place any importance on others. "I don't care." Murong Qian glared furiously at Dongfang Yu and her husband. "You are going to capture these two. I want them to know that there's a price to pay in crossing me." Chapter 1256, Lin Family, Revenge 3. Dongfang Yu's eyes slowly darkened. She then placed her hand on the hilt of her sword as a cold light enveloped her beautiful face. "Yue," Grand Lord Hong Lian said her name as he held Dongfang Yu firmly in his arms. His cold and grim gaze swept across the people in front of him and his lips curled into a cold and hard angle. "The Murong family sure loves taking advantage of others. Since that's the case, I'm not going to stand back and watch while my wife is being bullied." Rush. He then took one step forward as his red robes fluttered against the wind. His figure looked incomparably cold and grim. "You don't know what's good for you." Murong Qian laughed icily. Her lips were curled complacently, clearly placing no great importance on the people in front of her. "Eldest lady, if you don't go now, that fellow is going to get away." The old man sighed exasperatedly and shook his head. If there were no other witnesses around, they would certainly help the eldest lady to attack these two people. Unfortunately, there were far too many bystanders. If they insisted on attacking, it would generate a lot of gossip. After all, the great protectors were figureheads of the first city's rules. Murong Qian's expression changed drastically when she heard that Chan Beiyi might escape from their clutches. A sense of anxiety flashed in her eyes as she said, "What are all of you waiting for? Hurry up and go after him." She then no longer concerned herself with Dongfang Yu or Grand Lord Hong Lian as she rushed towards the city gates. "She's only a spoiled brat." Dongfang Yu shook her head and sighed. She held Grand Lord Hong Lian's hand in a tight grip and said, "Forget it, there's no meaning in being calculated with a child. She was only quibbling with us. Others may fear the Murong family, but Dongfang Yu certainly does not. With the secret order as her backer, she could completely disregard the three great protectors." "Father, mother, what's going on here?" A voice chimed in behind Dongfang Yu, causing her to instantly turn around. She immediately saw Gu Ruan, who was walking towards them. A light flickered in Gu Ruan's eyes as she glanced towards the direction where the Murong family had left. Unless she had heard it wrong, that woman had claimed to be a member of the three great protectors. "Yunsa, you're here." Dongfang Yu looked at Gu Ruan and smiled. "Since you're here, it's time for us to make the Lin family pay. Brother Chan, let's go and have our revenge now." Each time she remembers how the Lin family had torn their family apart, her heart would fill with a raging flame. Her gorgeous features would then turn very cold as if it was enveloped by a layer of frost. "All right." Gu Ruan smiled and murderous intent began to spill from her eyes. Her green robes fluttered in the wind, shrouded in a murderous air. "Let's go." Grand Lord Hong Lian put an arm around Dongfang Yu and used the other to pull Gu Ruan into his embrace. He then burst into laughter and exclaimed, "We can finally have our revenge on the Lin family. It's just too bad that Cheng Shao is not here." Gu Ruan gently pursed her lips and her eyes automatically turned towards a pine tree behind her. However, she quickly turned away and curled her calm lips into a smile. "Let's storm into the Lin family home now, mother and father." They then headed towards the direction of the Lin family home. Once the group had left, a flash of black robes stepped out from behind the pine tree. The man's cold and grim eyes stared at the disappearing group as his gaze lit up with excitement. Only the heavens know how much the sight of their reunion made him yearn to walk out and acknowledge them. "7. Lin family, revenge, 4. However, he understood that he could not do that. "Yunsa, now that they're by your side, you shouldn't run into any danger for now." The black-robed man chuckled softly as his eyes filled with a gentle light. "It's time for me to leave. I'm afraid that I won't be able to help or protect you very much for a while." His eyes were filled with reluctance as he took one last look at the disappearing figures before he turned around and walked out of the city gates without another backward glance. Two guards at the Lin family home saw the menacing trio heading towards them and immediately blocked their way forward. "Stop. Who are you? Do you have an invitation? Get out of the way." Bang! An angry roar pierced through the sky, and before either guard could react, their bodies were flung into the courtyard. Their eyes were wide with shock. "Quick, inform the master. Someone has come to the Lin family home to stir up trouble." One of them quickly rose to his feet and rushed into the courtyard. Not too long after, a group of people crowded around him as an old man walked quickly out of the courtyard. The old man noticed Grand Lord Hong Lian in the middle of the courtyard and his facial expression turned from one of anger into shock. His complexion was now like dead ashes. "I never expected you to arrive so soon," he exclaimed with a pale face. "Lin Yun, you old ignorant coot, you had torn my family apart and had tried to take my children's lives time and time again. Did it ever occur to you that this day would come?" Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed icily as he asked in a domineering manner. Lin Yun closed his eyes. After a long pause, he slowly opened them again and there was a sneer in his gaze. "What do you plan on doing to the Lin family? Don't forget the rules of First City. No matter the scale of your hatred, you cannot fully eliminate another organization. If you really plan to attack me, I'm afraid that the next thing you'll receive is the First City's punishment." "Ha ha ha." Grand Lord Hong Lian burst into laughter. His eyes were spitting balls of fire as he said, "Ignorant old man, I've waited for this day for a very long time. Do you really think that I'm going to spare you? That year, I, Gu Qian, had managed to survive despite the many powerful cultivators you had sent to hunt and kill me. If you were any other person from the First City, you would still suffer the same fate. The Lin family shall be destroyed today. Only then can I put my many years of rage to rest." Lin Yun's entire body trembled with anger. Even his heart was thrown into disorder. "Gu Qian, you are truly reckless. Do you really think that the Lin family can so easily be bullied by the likes of you? Let me tell you this, the Lin family was only following orders during the incident that year. The real person who had plotted to take Gu Shangshao away is not someone that you should offend." Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed icily. "I don't care who was the one who had planned to lay their hands on my son, I won't let them get away with it either. Since the Lin family had given their aid to that party, you should know the consequences of your actions." Boom! A great power spilled out from Grand Lord Hong Lian and crashed fiercely on Lin Yun. Slam! Lin Yun instantly stumbled backward. He then stared in shock at Grand Lord Hong Lian. "You had only broken through to the Martial Saint rank a year ago. How do you have such great power? How could you possibly have grown so rapidly?" Lin Yun had initially thought that Dongfang Yu, who was the one who had killed the Charm Sect's master, has a terrifying level of power. However, he never thought that in such a short period of time, Grand Lord Hong Lian's power would have increased substantially as well. How on earth had he managed to do that? Chapter 1258, Lin Family, Revenge, 5. How can I protect my wife and daughter if I lack power? Grand Lord Hong Lian released Dongfang Yu from his embrace before he walked towards the stunned Lin family master and curled his lips into a scornful smile. "Lin Yun, did you have a good time as you hunted me down throughout the years? It's fine to me if that had been the only thing you've done, yet you had the audacity to attack my daughter." He paused for a moment before he continued to speak. "If you had not attacked my daughter, perhaps you might have been fortunate enough to receive an easier death. Since you've done such a thing, I must give you a fate worse than death." Ha ha ha. Lin Yun burst into laughter. His smile was filled with arrogance and a smug air as he said, Gu Chan, isn't your boldness in coming here simply based on your reliance on your wife's power? That's right, I acknowledge that you have great power. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful you are or how fast your powers have grown, you are no match for me. If you're truly capable, don't let your wife be the one to fight me. Let's fight one-on-one. All right. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed icily and responded, Yun sir, I want you two to only stand back and watch. Leave this ignorant old fool to me. Get it done quickly, Brother Chan. Dongfang Yu smiled gently. She has great confidence in her husband. Gu Ruoan did not say anything. Her dark eyes were fixed upon Grand Lord Hong Lian as a light flickered from within her pupils. In just 1 year, my father's powers have greatly increased. I wonder what kind of lucky circumstance he had managed to run into which allowed him to grow so powerful so quickly. Gu Chan, you are certainly bold. Lin Yun sneered icily. While he admired Grand Lord Hong Lian's talent, it does not mean that he was afraid of him. The only person that he fears was the white-robed Dongfang Yu. Ignorant old fool, how many people have you sent to kill my daughter? I will slice you with my blade according to that number. Grand Lord Hong Lian gently curled his lips as his face continued to display its usual cold and grim air. His voice was filled with dominance like a great thunder which echoed through the sky. Lin Yun burst into laughter before he soared into the air and stepped in front of Grand Lord Hong Lian. With a loud boom, he swung a swift and forceful slap towards Grand Lord Hong Lian. HMPH. Grand Lord Hong Lian scoffed and he slid his body towards the side before his right hand grabbed tightly only Lin Yun's hand. He then attacked Lin Yun with his left hand. The hit landed on Lin Yun's body and made him stumble backward. His eyes sank. What, is that all the master of the Lin family can do? Grand Lord Hong Lian stared at Lin Yun who had stumbled back. The corners of his lips were curled into a smile of ridicule as he stared at his enemy's increasingly ugly expression with a sneer. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and did not reply. He then sent another attack towards Grand Lord Hong Lian once again. This time, Lin Yun's body moved as quickly as a surge of electricity, defying his elderly state. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of continuous attacks vibrated in the sky as waves of light erupted from both men's bodies and flattened the ground around them. Grand Lord Hong Lian's cold and grim red robes were dancing in the wild winds. There was a frosty look on the man's handsome face and his eyes were as sharp as swords which pierced through everyone's hearts. He was holding a long sword which looked like a red lotus. The long sword contrasted starkly against his face, making him look even more domineering and grim. Lin Yun took several steps back as he panted. His pale, elderly face was staring at Grand Lord Hong Lian. He then wiped the sweat off his brow and spoke through gritted teeth. Gu Chan, let me give you a piece of advice, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you after this. Also, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid that it won't be that easy. Chapter 1259, Lin Family, Revenge, 6. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed coldly as he stared mockingly at Lin Yun. Didn't you say that you wanted to fight one-on-one with me? What, are you going to use someone else's name as a threat now? Lin Yun's expression changed several times. I'm only doing this for your own good. After all, I really admire your abilities so I don't want you to die here. Ha ha ha. Grand Lord Hong Lian burst into laughter. For my own good, who was it who had sent people to kill me and did not hesitate to capture my daughter and use her to threaten me? Who was it who had sent countless martial saints after me for the sake of eliminating me who was a high-level martial supreme at the time? Now, you're saying that you don't want me to die here so I could spare your life. Each word that Grand Lord Hong Lian said caused Lin Yun's expression to sink even more. He then fixed a venomous glare upon the red-robed man as the murderous air from his being thickened. I should have known. During that year, I should have disregarded the First City's rules and sent my most powerful cultivators to kill this man immediately. However, I had been too afraid. Even though I had someone backing me up, I didn't have the courage to cross the line. As a result, he has been able to grow into this stage. Nevertheless, no matter how much Lin Yun regrets it, it was now too late. What do you want? He gritted his teeth and spat. I don't ask for much, Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed icily as he replied. I only want you to die. Bang! Grand Lord Hong Lian raised the sword in his hand. Instantly, a flash of red light shot across the sky towards the nearby Lin Yun. Stab! The wave of energy from the sword struck Lin Yun's chest. His body instantly fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Fresh blood then began to pour from his mouth, turning his face as white as a sheet without a trace of color to be seen. Master! The expressions of the Lin family members changed drastically as they quickly surrounded Lin Yun. However, no one dared to draw their weapons and fight. That man's power was simply too horrifying. At this moment, no one in the Lin family was of any match for him. Yunster, the members of the Lin family had once tried to kill you. How would you like to deal with them? Grand Lord Hong Lian's eyes were staring down at the Lin family members beneath him. He then said, do you plan to slice them into mincemeat or to leave them without a whole corpse? Gu Ruoan did not reply as she slowly walked towards the Lin family members. An indifferent light enveloped her face as she bent down and faced the old man lying on the ground. In the Lin family's opinion, is it true that weak and lowly people have no right to live? Despite being heavily injured, Lin Yun's face was still full of arrogance. He laughed scornfully and replied, that's right. If this kid, Gu Chan, did not have this much power, perhaps he would have been killed by the Lin family long ago. The law of the jungle has always applied in this world. Those who don't have power have no right to live in this world. That's right, the law of the jungle applies. If you're not powerful enough, you'd be devoured by others. However, she paused and the cold light in her eyes grew even more pronounced. It's because others want to consume you so you would retaliate. That's the meaning of the law of the jungle. If you're faced with a bunch of people who don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken, would the Lin family kill them as well? That would depend on what the opposition has done. Lin Yun raised his head to face Gu Ruan, gritted his teeth and said, anyone who dares to oppose the Lin family must die. Gu Ruan laughed, but her smile did not reach her eyes. Her dark eyes only held an endless chill and a clearly obvious murderous intent. Chapter 1260, Lin Family, Revenge, 7. Only the people who oppose the Lin family's orders should die. Gu Ruan gently raised the corner of her lips as a murderous intent came whirling from within her. Does that mean that the Lin family members can kill a group of innocent villagers without mercy? Those villagers had never done anything wrong. All they did was to take me, and yet you had let your hatred out on them and murdered all those innocent lives. Gu Ruan's heart would throb painfully, and the murderous intent in her heart would deepen whenever remembers the devastation at Windfall Village. They never knew about the grudge between us. Besides, those villagers did not have one drop of power in them, they weren't even cultivators. They were only average citizens who lived in Windfall Village, yet you completely ransacked the entire place. How is this any different from bandits? HMPH. Lin Yun scoffed icily and replied with disdain, they had taken you in, that was the greatest mistake. The Lin family members have never questioned whether the opposition is innocent or not. If we want to kill them, we'll kill them. People who don't have any shred of power is simply a waste of space on this earth. Killing them can be considered as the Lin family members' big contribution to the mainland. As a cultivator of this mainland, all of you should be thanking me for this service. That was right, in the eyes of the Lin family, ants with no powers have no right to exist. If they had killed them, it would be within their right to kill them. Who would dare say any other word against them? Gu Ruan took a deep breath to quell the boiling rage in her heart. Her eyes have grown increasingly cold and icy as she stared emotionlessly at the disdainful Lin Yun. Father, I'd like to handle him personally to revenge those innocent villagers. Lin Yun may not be the true culprit behind the Windfall Villagers massacre. However, if he had not educated his subordinates in this manner, those people would never have slaughtered so many innocent villagers so cruelly. This was a debt that she had placed on Lin Yun's head. All right. Grand Lord Hong Lian nodded. If that's what you want to do, go ahead. I will take on the consequences. Vermilion Bird. Gu Ruan curled her lips indifferently as she softly summoned the divine beast. Whoosh. Instantly, a fiery red figure appeared in front of her. The figure was an extremely adorable little Lolita. Her round face looked innocent and naive, while her pink, cherubic cheeks made one feel a forceful urge to pinch it. She blinked her large, fiery red eyes and looked as beautiful as a porcelain doll. However, Lin Yun does not have the boldness to treat her as an average child, because an average child would never appear out of thin air. There could only be one possibility. This fellow was a spiritual beast. Gasp. Lin Yun drew in a sharp breath at the thought of this. A spiritual beast who could appear so secretively out of thin air, how powerful could she be? Initially, he had thought that Dongfang Yu was the one who holds the most terrifying amount of power in the group. He never thought that Grand Lord Hong Lian's growth would have been so rapid, but what shocked him even more now was that the daughter would have such a powerful spiritual beast as well. He finally understood why, despite sending so many assassins, not a single one of them had returned. Hee, I guess it's true, you won't find a puppy in a tiger's den. Lin Yun laughed scornfully. Grand Lord Hong Lian and his wife are already so powerful, one shouldn't underestimate their offspring either. I have really underestimated your entire family. However, did you really think that you could kill me just like that? Gu Ruan did not seem to hear Lin Yun's words. Vermilion Bird, I want his body to be placed inside your flaming cage, unable to live or die. She ordered indifferently. He won't be able to break free and will suffer from the flames forever. Can you do that? Chapter 1261, Lin Family, Revenge, 8. The Vermilion Bird blinked and nodded. I will use my Vermilion Bird flames to deal with him, Master. My Vermilion Bird flames won't burn the flesh but will scorch the soul. However, as long as his flesh is not destroyed, the soul will never disappear. He will have to suffer the agony of being burned by the flames for all eternity, and he would be turned into a good-for-nothing by the flames. Alright, place him in the flaming cage so he can reflect over everything he's done in this life. Not only had the Lin family tore my parents apart, they had also schemed against Gu Shangsha as well. Even those innocent villagers had died by the Lin family's hand. With this kind of hatred, how could she let Lin Yun die so easily? She would make him endure this torture for all eternity, never able to die. You. Lin Yun's eyes widened in shock. He then propped himself up from the ground and crawled to his feet before he stumbled several steps back. His elderly face has become increasingly pale as his heart pleaded for those people to hurry up and rush over. Otherwise, he believes that this group would never spare him. Stop. Just as a powerful flame rose from the Vermilion Bird's body, someone shouted angrily from the sky, and the atmosphere was suddenly filled with dense murderous intent. Vermilion Bird, ignore him, continue. Gu Ruan faintly curled her lips into a smile. She knew that Lin Yun had been sprouting nonsense to stall for time. Nevertheless, so what if those people have arrived? She certainly would not spare him so easily. Lord Wenluo, save me. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a pleasant surprise at the sight of his reinforcements. He quickly cried out for help. Whoosh. Suddenly, an endless flame kindled from the ground and spread out around him, forming a circle. The raging flame that rose from the circle began to burn his body. Ah! Lin Yun screamed shrilly and he rolled on the ground in agony, wishing that he could run out of the circle of flames. However, his attempts were futile as there seems to be a force field around the circle. No matter how much he rammed his body at it, he could not leave the flames at all. My Vermilion Bird's flames will never disappear, not even in 1,000 years. The Vermilion Bird blinked as she grinned at the shrieking Lin Yun. You should just enjoy yourself here. As long as your flesh is intact, your soul will remain. Hence, you can endure 1,000 years worth of torture within my flames. Lin Yun was filled with regret. He deeply regrets that he never broke the first city's rules and killed these people in the first place. Otherwise, he would never have had to endure this kind of torture. Flames that could burn for 1,000 years. Why not let him die a little faster? However, he understood that Gu Ruan would never let him die so easily. Each time Lin Yun remembers how he would have to suffer this torture for 1,000 years, his shrieks would grow even shriller. He howled and shrieked so wildly that it horrified everyone in sight. Now, he had placed his last and only hope on the person who had just arrived. As long as he could kill Gu Ruan, perhaps Lin Yun could leave this place. I ordered you to stop, didn't you hear me? Wen Luo, who was dressed in white robes, stood in the sky. His voice was filled with rage as he spoke coldly. Gu Ruan raised her head towards the man in the air before raising the corners of her lips indifferently. The Wen family of First City. I never thought that the members of the Wen family would love to meddle in the affairs of others so much. You would even want to stick your nose into my personal grudge against the Lin family. The rules of First City state that no one is allowed to destroy other organizations without permission. Are you saying that you want to ignore the rules? Wen Luo raised his head arrogantly as he swept his disdainful gaze across the crowd below him. Chapter 1262, Lin Family, Revenge, 9. Gu Ruan does not know why, but when she looked at Wen Luo, she could not help but be reminded of the Immortal Realm at Weststreet Mainland. The Wen family and the Immortal Realm share many similarities. Gu Ruan burst into laughter, but her smile was as clear and cold as always. Her eyes held a faint glimmer of mockery as she said, why had cultivators from the First City attacked others on their own? I didn't see the Wen family butting in at that time. Yet, you would come along and act as the law when I want to kill someone. How would you know that the Wen family one had turned a blind eye to this? A fierce light flashed in Wen Luo's eyes as he stared at Gu Ruan ferociously. If the Lin family had not been under the First City's authority, do you think that you'd still be alive? You would have visited the Yellow Springs too long ago. Instead, you have no sense of gratefulness and have caused a disturbance in front of us, the First City's great protectors. As long as I'm here today, don't even think about laying a finger on the Lin family. Oh, really? Gu Ruan raised her brows as she waved the sword in her hand. The Lin family members in front of her did not even have time to react before they all fell into their own pool of blood. 3. You. Wen Luo's eyes were spitting fire as he glared angrily at Gu Ruan. You're really going to disregard the First City's authority? This damn girl, she had the audacity to kill others in front of me. She clearly doesn't place any importance on me. Gu Ruan laughed icily. This strike is for the ones who had been harmed by the Lin family. You claimed that the First City had used its rules to limit the Lin family, but how do you explain the massacre at Windfall Village? I had promised those innocent villagers that I would come to the Lin family and avenge them someday. It's useless for anyone to stop me. Ha ha ha. Wen Luo laughed in spite of his rage. His features have turned ashen. What a smug and egotistical little girl. I can't let you be when you ignore the First City's rules like that. Prepare for death. Boom. A murderous air rose from within his body before he gathered an infinite amount of power in the palm of his hand and slammed it towards Gu Ruan. There was a murderous look in his eyes and that made the temperature in their surroundings plummet to an eerie chill. Slam. A flash of white robes had appeared in front of Gu Ruan. The white-robed woman raised her hand and blocked Wen Luo's attack. Both parties then stumbled back with a crash. You're trying to kill my daughter in front of me. All of you from the First City, when have you become ignorant of my presence? Dongfang Yu lifted her icy cold eyes and her body was enveloped by a cold and aloof aura. Besides, my daughter is right. It's much too obvious that the First City is protecting the Lin family. They've murdered so many innocent people and they should die. How is it a sin for us to destroy the Lin family? Grand Lord Hong Lian did not say a word, but his cold and grim eyes filled with a murderous aura as well. He pulled Gu Ruan into his arms as his gaze became as swift and sharp as a keen longsword slashing imaginary foes. Yunsa, stay here, leave the rest to us. He then slowly released the woman in his arms and walked to Dongfang Yu's side. His cold and grim eyes stared at the white-robed man before him and his voice carried a murderous intent as he said, back then, where was the First City's authority when the Lin family had tried to kill me? Where were you when the Lin family tried to kill my daughter? When the Lin family had attacked and killed those villagers, I didn't see anyone standing up to protect those innocent people. Now, you want to insist that we abide by the First City's rules. When Luo gently narrowed his eyes, he knew that the Lin family had been unreasonable in this matter. Back then, if he had not shielded the Lin family, the First City would have severely punished the Lin family. Chapter 1263, Lin Family, Revenge, 10. So what if the Wen family was in the wrong? As long as he does not admit this mistake, they would never be in the wrong at all. Grand Lord Hong Lian, I understand your rage. As long as you spare the members of the Lin family, I will give you all another chance. When Luo held back his rage as he replied arrogantly, no one can oppose the rules of First City. To hell with the rules. Grand Lord Hong Lian was so angry that he exploded with curses. There was a furious look on his handsome face as he said, I, Gu Qian, have never been one to play by the rules. All I know is that every time someone crosses me, I will return the favor to them 10 times more. Besides, this ignorant fool, Lin Yun, had sent someone to kill my daughter. If I don't kill him, how can I satisfy the rage in my heart? Since you insist on being stubborn, I have no choice but to bring you down. When Luo laughed icily, he had been worried that he would not get an opportunity to kill these people, but Grand Lord Hong Lian has provided him with a rather good opening. Those who break the First City's rules must die. Boom. An angry flame exploded from Wen Luo's being and expanded throughout the entire courtyard, spreading destruction. Even the firm Lin family home's walls were reduced to rubble by his aura. A ferocious then wind erupted and Wen Luo, who was standing amidst the strong winds, gained a powerful and commanding presence. Brother Chan. Dongfang Yu patted Grand Lord Hong Lian's shoulder before she stepped out and said, Wen Luo is rather powerful, you won't be a match for him alone. What do you think if we join forces and defeat him together? Let's do that. Ha ha ha. Grand Lord Hong Lian burst into wild laughter. His laugh was filled with an air of dominance and sharpness, haughty and uninhibited. We haven't fought side by side in a very long time. This time, let's combine our forces and defeat our enemies just like we did 20 years ago, alright. Dongfang Yu giggled gently. In her opinion, as long as she was by Gu Qian's side, everything was a kind of happiness. Zixi. Gu Ruoan lowered her eyelids and calmly asked, if they are unable to defeat the enemy, I want you to come out and help them. Okay. Zixi's gentle yet gruff demonic voice answered from within her soul. Gu Ruoan finally put her anxiety down when she heard this. Her gaze then turned towards the two parties on the battlefield. Grand Lord Hong Lian, honestly, I really admire your abilities. Unfortunately, we can only ever be enemies. Wen Luo burst into laughter as the space between his brows filled with arrogance. Since we're fated to be enemies, I have no choice but to kill you before you've completed your growth. Boom. After he spoke, he immediately raised his fist and dashed it heavily towards Grand Lord Hong Lian's face. On a mountain range not too far away, the members of the Murong family heard the commotion from that battle. They could not help but stop and turn their eyes towards Forest City behind them. One of them wrinkled their brows as they asked, what's going on over there? Why do I sense the Wen family's aura? Why should we care so much? Murong Qian was full of anxiety. We're looking for that beast Chan Bei now. Everything else has nothing to do with us. Eldest lady, the governor had once given the order that we, the three great protectors, must stand together no matter what. Only then will we be able to manage the first city effectively. If the Wen family is in danger and we did nothing to save them, it would be difficult to endure the governor's punishment. He paused at this point of the conversation before continuing. Besides, the Wen family would never attack anyone without cause. Something must have happened. We must investigate. Chapter 1264, Love Rival 1. Murong Qian was very irritated but she could not say anything against that. She stomped her feet angrily and spat sulkily. Fine, elder, let's get this over with and hurry back. If the kid Chan Bei gets away, I don't know when we'll be able to find him again. Don't worry, we'll resolve the fight very quickly and help you find Chan Bei. The elder smiled calmly but his expression was filled with exasperation. The eldest lady may be the direct descendant of a great protector but she chooses to run around willy-nilly chasing after a man. If this gets out, the entire Murong family name would be put to shame. Besides, that Chan Bei person had never expressed much interest in her. However, the elder also understood the eldest lady's character. The more unobtainable the object, the more she would work and take painstaking efforts to obtain it. Come, let's head back to Forest City. The elder steadied his expression as he ordered in a cold voice. At the courtyard in the Lin family residence, the sounds of battle had completely covered Lin Yun's mournful shrieks. The entire courtyard was now filled with smoke and dust. Your attacks are useless. Wen Yan laughed and spat disdainfully when Grand Lord Hong Lian attacked him again. He then met the Grand Lord's attack. Their fists collided in the air with a crash. A huge amount of energy was discharged, badly mutilating the nearby Lin family disciples. However, Wen Luo, who had sharply educated Gu Ruoan and the others in a self-righteous manner, was not very concerned about this. He had no pity for the casualties on the Lin family's side. Grand Lord Hong Lian took several steps back. His red robes had fluttered open from the sheer force of that attack, revealing his buff and healthy physique. Even though he was dressed shabbily at the moment, it could not hide his magnificent stature. Brother Chan. Dongfang Yu's eyes flashed as she turned towards Grand Lord Hong Lian. Her icy gaze then turned to look at Wen Luo as a cold aura whirled from within her. Wen Luo. Just as the situation between both parties has grown more serious, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the sky. The crowd then watched as a group of old men and a young woman pierced through the sky and headed towards the space above the Lin family home. It's you. Murong Qian recognized Dongfang Yu immediately and laughed icily. This is indeed an inevitable clash between opposing factions. I never thought that the source of this disturbance would turn out to be you too. She exclaimed in disdain. Dongfang Yu did not expect the Murong family to come back here either. She raised her willowy brows but the cold air from within her did not diminish. Instead, her chilly aura soon turned the entire courtyard glacial until all of them felt as if they were living in a house made of ice. You're here. When Luo glanced at the Murong family and his face no longer displayed his initial arrogance. Since you're here, let's join forces and kill these people. When Luo glared scornfully at the husband and wife before him as he spoke. In his eyes, they were nothing better than dead meat. His lips were curled into a cruel angle. What? The dignified great protectors are going to oppress us with their numbers? Dongfang Yu smiled coldly. Her face was shrouded in a cold light as her eyes stared icily at the group who had just arrived. HMPH. Murong Qian's entire face looked very haughty as she replied in a rough, spoilt, and headstrong manner, SLT. Initially, I had intended to let you off the hook yet I never thought that you would serve yourself up on a silver platter for us to kill you. The great protectors have power and influence under the heavens. Not only have you offended the Murong family but you've also provoked the Wen family. Do you think that you'll be able to walk out of here alive? Chapter 1265, Love Rival 2. Yunse, you should move further away. Dongfang Yu lowered her head as her lips curled into an ice-cold angle. Our fight might spill over to you later. Don't worry. Gu Ruoan shook her head. You can rest assured, I'll take care of myself. Dongfang Yu nodded when she heard this and turned away, returning her attention to Murong Qian. Initially, I had not wanted to be calculated with you because you look like you've been spoiled rotten from a young age. However, since you insist on causing trouble for me, I, Dongfang Yu, am no coward either. I don't care if you belong to one of the three great protectors, I'd love to see if the first city's governor will protect you. What savage words. When Luo laughed icily, our Lord Governor has never been concerned over the first city's matters. Everything is left to us, the three great protectors, to manage however we want. Of course, I'm afraid that the Lord Governor will never grant you an audience based on your status so you'd better stop asking for trouble. What are you all chatting with her for? Murong Qian gritted her teeth and snapped vexingly, kill this woman immediately. Wen Luo furrowed his brows, clearly unhappy with Murong Qian's orders. However, he did not say much else as he turned his arrogant gaze upon Dongfang Yu. Even with your powers combined, the two of you are of no match for me. Now, with so many people joining the fight, you have no chance of winning at all. Grand Lord Hong Lian, let me ask you one more time, do you regret the massacre you've committed? Grand Lord Hong Lian burst into laughter. I never believed that I have done anything wrong. They are all people who deserve to die. Are you saying that you will only allow the Lin family members to kill me but I cannot retaliate? If this is the system of regulation in the first city, a place where all cultivators would dearly crack their heads to enter, I can only say that it doesn't live up to its reputation at all. HMPH. When Luo scoffed coldly and exclaimed with a flick of his sleeves, I've already given you one last chance yet you've wasted it. In that case, I must kill all of you for the sake of the mainland's common folk. PFFT. As Wen Luo's rage was rising, someone chuckled softly. His facial expression turned even angrier as his eyes glared at the chortling Gu Ruan. What are you laughing about? Once upon a time, there was an organization which was far very similar to the Wen family in the West Strait mainland. Gu Ruan raised the corners of her lips into a forced smile. That place was known as the Immortal Realm. I believe the Lin family will have some inkling of this. The Immortal Realm was once one of the three great authorities of the mainland, but only the magistrates were allowed to burn down houses while the common people were forbidden even to light lamps. To them, they had the right to kill anyone they wanted, while anyone else who does the same will be condemned as savages, worse than beasts. Gu Ruan raised her head and turned towards Wen Luo's increasingly ugly expression as her smile grew even more pronounced. The Wen family and the Immortal Realm are cut from the same cloth. Looks like there are organizations like these everywhere. Wen Luo laughed icily. Do you know why? That's because we hold this world in our hands. As the people who hold absolute control over this land, we can kill but you can't. It's your fault for lacking the power to surpass me. Therefore, you have no choice but to accept the rules we've set. If you dare to oppose us, you will die. I hope you remember what you've just said today. Gu Ruan glanced at Wen Luo calmly and softly murmured, Zixi, come on out. Chapter 1266, Love Rival 3. As soon as she had spoken, the sky turned pitch black. A ray of purple light then shot into the air, turning into a purple phoenix which covered almost half the sky. The heavens were now fully blanketed by dark clouds, making the purple phoenix look particularly striking. This little girl is my master. If anyone dares to lay a hand on her, I don't mind killing all of you. Whoosh. A ray of purple light encircled the phoenix's body. Its body gradually grew longer within the light. After a period of time, a handsome, demonic-looking man in reddish-purple robes slowly stepped out into the sky. Murong Qian's eyes turned from astonishment to surprise as she stared, mildly dazed, at Zixi who had stepped out from the void. The most gorgeous man she had ever met in this lifetime was the silver-haired and crimson-robed Chanbei Yi. She never thought that there was anyone in this world who would be on the same level as Chanbei Yi in terms of looks. However, Chanbei Yi's beauty was the kind of beauty which could drive all living things into insanity. The man in front of her was demonic and godlike, making it hard for one to tear their eyes away from him. Be it Chanbei Yi or this man, I want them all one. Murong Qian narrowed her eyes. This man is very powerful, he's certainly on par with Chanbei Yi. If I can have this man and make him loyal to me, perhaps I could use his power to bring Chanbei Yi to me. As for this man, even though he's more beautiful than I could have ever imagined, unfortunately, he is still a spiritual beast. As a spiritual beast, he will always only exist as a tool for humans. Which human would want to marry a spiritual beast? Of course, if Murong Qian had never met Chanbei Yi, she might have put Zixi into consideration as well. Eldest lady. The elder shook his head in exasperation. How could he have been so blind? To the eldest lady, she will always get what she wants no matter what. This applies to Chanbei Yi and the spiritual beast in front of them as well. As long as she fancies them, she must obtain it. The ancient divine phoenix. Dongfang Yu recognized Zixi's identity immediately and turned towards Gu Ruan in astonishment. She certainly never expected her precious little daughter to hold such a powerful spiritual beast in her possession. Let's attack together. When Luo's eyes darkened as he commanded in a cold voice, no matter how powerful this fellow is, he's only one person while there's so many of us. Why should we be afraid of him? Besides, if we can obtain such a powerful spiritual beast, this will greatly boost the Great Protector's powers. By then, no one would be of any match for us. The elder did not reply as he stared at the man who was descending from the sky. His eyes were filled with seriousness. When Luo, we'd better be careful. I can sense that his power is not like any other. Besides, unless my guess is wrong, he's the mythical ancient divine phoenix. The ancient divine phoenix. Those words entered into Murong Qian's ears and made her gnash her teeth with jealousy. Why had the ancient divine phoenix acknowledged such a master? Such a precious thing should be stored for safekeeping in the first city. Elder, don't kill him. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste. I want this phoenix to recognize me as its master. She then raised her head and stared at Zixi. Her eyes were filled with a determination for victory. Zixi had caught every single word of their conversation and that made his demonic face rise into a disdainful smile. He then slowly turned his purple eyes towards the crowd on the ground before gently lifted his hand. Chapter 1267, Love Rival 4. Bang! A purple light fell from the sky and flew straight towards Murong Qian's head. Watch out, eldest lady. The elder's expression changed drastically as he swiftly pulled Murong Qian to his side. Just as he had pulled her side, the purple light landed with a loud crash and carved a deep chasm where she was standing just a moment ago. Murong Qian was scared silly. If the elder had not pulled her aside, her life would have ended right here, right now. She could not help but shiver at the thought of this and quickly hid behind the elder. HMPH. The elder scoffed icily as his eyes stared eerily at Zixi who was in the air. As a powerful cultivator, what do you have to prove by attacking a woman? If you have the ability, fight us honorably. No matter how much the elder dislikes Murong Qian, she was still the eldest lady of the Murong family and the master's favorite granddaughter. Protecting her was his responsibility. How could he ever allow anyone to do such a thing under his watchful eye? Zixie's lips curled into an eerily cold angle before his indifferent voice rang out. The way she had looked at me was disgusting. Hence, the first person I'm going to kill is her. Murong Qian's little face turned white and she did not dare to say anything else. She did not even have the courage to look in Zixie's direction, afraid that she might accidentally end up killed. You're digging your own grave. A swift and forceful light flickered in the elder's eyes before he sped swiftly towards Zixie. The elder then aimed a forceful attack towards that flash of purple robes. Zixie glanced at him indifferently as an infinitely powerful aura rose from his body. The elder's speedy figure instantly stalled in the middle of the whirling aura. Zixie then abruptly disappeared from the air before reappearing behind the elder. He had a purple lightning sword in his hand and his eyes were filled with cruelty as he brought the sword down mercilessly. Clash! The elder quickly turned around and blocked the downward slash of the sword. Instantly, a wave of energy cascaded from the sword into his chest, causing him to stumble several steps back. The elder's face drained of color and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I'll help you. When Luo's eyes darkened and he attempted to rush over to help the elder but was blocked by Grand Lord Hong Lian. What are you trying to prove by ganging up on someone with your superior numbers? We shall be the ones to deal with you. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed icily as his disdainful glare landed upon Wen Luo. Wen Luo's usual arrogant expression has now turned absolutely unsightly. He gritted his teeth and snapped, Gu Chan, Dongfang Yu, as a result of making us your enemy, it won't end well for you too. Ha ha ha. Grand Lord Hong Lian burst into laughter. This is all the dignified Wen family cultivator can say. They will change their status as a great protector at any given time. However, did you really think that I, Gu Chan, am the type of person who would shrink back for fear of other organizations? If that had been the case, I would not be where I am today. Boom. Grand Lord Hong Lian did not say anything else after this as he instantly launched an attack at Wen Yan. Murong Qian's hands were balled into tight fists. Her face was filled with anxiety before her gaze drifted towards Gu Ruoan who was standing all alone on the side. A light then flashed in her eyes and she charged towards her. As long as I capture this woman, would I still need to worry about keeping their hands off me? Gu Ruoan did not seem to notice Murong Qian's actions as her eyes continued to stare unblinkingly at the battle between both parties. Chapter 1268, Love Rival, 5. After all, the further one has advanced, the harder it was for them to get another breakthrough. Hence, it was not easy for anyone to witness a fight amongst cultivators at this stage. This was why Gu Ruoan had been observing everyone's movements very closely during the fight. There was nothing else within her sight right now except for the figures in the battlefield which were reflected in her clear and cold pupils. Is this a fight between cultivators in the refined state? Gu Ruoan could not tear her eyes away from the scene. She knows that Murong Qian was charging towards her but she did not take any action at all. As she observed the fight, Gu Ruoan suddenly came to a realization. It was as if she had been enlightened by the purest wisdom, awakening her completely. Damned girl, now that you're in my grasp, I want to put you all in a state of utter misery. A murderous intent flashed in Murong Qian's eyes as she approached Gu Ruoan. Murong Qian raised her hand and aimed it forcefully at Gu Ruoan's neck. Her tender and pampered features filled with a vicious light while the smile on her face was utterly complacent. So what if there were other more powerful cultivators around? With this early stage Marshal Saint Good-for-Nothing standing right here, she would never be a match for the three great protectors no matter how strong she can become. Boom. She was almost next to Gu Ruoan when a wave of energy exploded above them, sending Murong Qian flying out of the way. Her eyes were wide with shock and her body began to tremble. This woman has had a breakthrough at a time like this. Due to the protective laws of heaven and earth, one cannot harm a cultivator in the middle of a breakthrough. Hence, Murong Qian's eyes were spitting fire as she glared fixedly at the green-robed figure beneath the hurricane. This woman had just achieved a breakthrough by studying our battle. The elder, who was in the middle of the fight with Zixie, paused as his eyes flickered. Such great talent. If we allowed her to grow, it would bring a reign of terror upon the first city. No, we must kill her now. Clearly, Wen Luo had the very same thought as well. The two of them quickly abandoned their enemies and charged swiftly towards Gu Ruoan, bringing a powerful murderous intent along with them. Yunsa. Grand Lord Hong Lian's face drained of color as he chased after them. A raging flame exploded from within his being as his black eyes grew even colder. If any of you dare to lay a finger on my daughter, I will raise a great pandemonium upon the three great protectors. Boom. Just as Wen Luo and the elder were about to reach Gu Ruoan, a powerful energy erupted around them. Before they could react, their bodies were flung out of the way and landed on the ground. Slam. The two men had collapsed onto the ground. They could only raise their heads in astonishment before their eyes landed on the man standing in front of Gu Ruoan. He was silver-haired and dressed in red robes, magnificent and peerless. The man's features were so beautiful that everything else turned pale in contrast. His silver hair was dancing gently in the wind, making him look even more noble and peerless. His devilish red eyes were turned towards the crowd on the ground and a cold, sharp murderous intent flashed in his pupils. Zixie, who was standing in the air, did not react at all. He had not rushed towards Gu Ruoan like Grand Lord Hong Lian because he knew that this man had arrived. However, this man had not shown himself and had stayed hidden in the dark. Only this move could have forced this man from the shadows. Little girl, this is all I can do for you now. Zixie smiled bitterly. He understood how much Gu Ruoan had longed for Chanbei. Hence, he had resorted to using this method to force Chanbei out from hiding. Chapter 1269, Love Rival, 6. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoan stared at the man before her as her eyes filled with mild excitement. You're here. Chan Bei-yi did not turn around. His gloomy gaze had remained fixed upon the people in front of him. A murderous intent then erupted from within him before he took a step forward and approached the group. Chan Bei-yi. Murong Qian was shocked when she saw the man. She soon returned to her senses and was gripped with a strong sense of surprise. You've finally shown yourself. Don't you know how it was for me to find you? She had immediately changed her initially haughty demeanor and put on a coquettish act towards Chan Bei-yi. Her grandfather had advised her that if she wanted to have a man's heart, using force would be counterproductive. She had to use her gentle, womanly wiles to warm him up. Since you're here now, come with me, I don't care about anything else. As long as I have you, that is enough. Murong Qian smiled coquettishly as she stepped forward and reached out to grab Chan Bei-yi's sleeve. However, before her fingers could touch him, she was horrified. Aside from the man's gloomy and cold stare, most of his expression was filled with a bloodthirsty murderous intent. His red eyes showed no signs of emotion and looked as if he could strangle her at any time. Murong Qian was dazed and she did not have the courage to make any further moves. Her eyes then filled with grief as if she was denouncing the man's cruelty. This hand of yours, you don't want it anymore. Chan Bei-yi had lowered his head and looked at her outstretched hand before taking 2 steps towards her. A gloomy atmosphere erupted around them and his voice was completely devoid of warmth. If you don't want it anymore, I don't mind making it disappear. Murong Qian shivered before she bit her lip and scolded angrily. Chan Bei-yi, don't be so shameless. If you had not murdered my fiancé, I would not have wanted you to marry me in the first place. Even without you, there are many people lining up to become my husband. However, you don't know how to appreciate what's good for you. Elder, take him away. The more he refuses, the more I want to force him into my bed. My lady. The elder's expression changed drastically and he looked at Chan Bei-yi, shocked. How much time had passed since they last encountered him? This man's power has greatly increased from before. Now, dealing with him would be even more difficult. Elder, what are you standing around for? Get that damned beast-starred, ordered Murong Qian as she gnashed her teeth hatefully. Why can't Chan Bei-yi fall for a good maiden like me too? However, once she has taken a liking to something or someone, she would not see any reason to give it up. My lady, don't anger him. The elder quickly pulled Murong Qian aside when he sensed Chan Bei-yi's murderous intent, which pierced the air, and stared fearfully at the frightening man. He gritted his teeth, stuffed the circular wooden token in her hand and said, "Here's a teleportation token, leave this place, quickly." I'm not going anywhere. Murong Qian placed her hands on her hips and stubbornly exclaimed, "Even if I do leave, I'm taking this man with me." It was not an easy task for her to find him, so how could she leave empty-handed? Xiao Yi, you really do love stirring up trouble everywhere you go. Gu Ruoan sighed exasperatedly before she smiled calmly. She trusts Chan Bei-yi, but that does not mean that other women could covet her man. What did you just call him? Murong Qian has furious. She would never allow anyone else to covet the things she wants. Murong Qian glared fiercely at Gu Ruoan. You have the audacity to address him as Xiao Yi. Don't you know that he belongs to me? No one is allowed to address him in such an intimate manner aside from myself. If you dare to address him in this manner again, I will have your body torn limb from limb by 5 horses. Chapter 1270, Love Rival 7. It was obvious that Chan Bei-yi had rushed out to save Gu Ruoan from the very beginning. However, Murong Qian does not believe that they were acquainted. To her, Chan Bei-yi was trying to pick a fight with the Murong family. Hence, he had saved Gu Ruoan because the Murong family was attacking her. My lady. However, the elder could sense that the relationship between Gu Ruoan and Chan Bei-yi was no ordinary one. Therefore, when he heard Murong Qian's damning statement, his elderly face changed drastically once again and he hurriedly pulled Murong Qian behind him. However, it was already too late. Boom. A powerful energy, as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath, slammed onto Murong Qian's body. Murong Qian was sent flying out of the way like an arrow released from a bow and thrown onto the frigid ground. Patui. Murong Qian spat out a mouthful of blood. She rose to her feet with a pale look on her face and quickly pulled out a broken yellow armor from her robes. Her grandfather had given this yellow armor to her. As long as she wears this armor, she would be protected from any attack. However, this yellow armor has now been destroyed by Chan Bei-yi's attack. If it had not been for that yellow armor, she would have been killed by his attack immediately. This man really wants to kill me. Murong Qian bit her lip hard as she staring fixedly at Chan Bei-yi's peerless features. She then gritted her teeth and said, Chan Bei-yi, you will regret looking down on a good maiden like me. My lady, run. The elder roared his command at Murong Qian before he transformed into a sharp sword and charged towards Chan Bei-yi. The elder sensed an eerie and cold aura just as he reached Chan Bei-yi. Suddenly, a hand landed on his head. You had taken advantage of my absence and tried to hurt my woman. Chan Bei-yi curled the corners of his lips and smiled creepily. The Murong family must disappear from this world because of your actions. Splatter. Chan Bei-yi only moved his hand slightly for the elder's head to explode like a balloon. Blood and brain stained the ground, but the man's features had remained cold and gloomy. It was as if he had just cracked an insignificant egg. Woman. Chan Bei-yi actually called the damned BTCH his woman. Murong Qian gritted her teeth as she pulled out the teleportation token which the elder had given to her, snapping it into two forcefully. A ray of light then descended upon her, followed by her maniacal shriek which echoed throughout the Lin family courtyard. Chan Bei-yi, you will become my man sooner or later. I will never allow you to have any other woman. She must die. Chan Bei-yi's expression sank as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Murong family. Now that someone from the Murong family has declared their intention to kill Gu Ruoan, he would never let them live. Who on earth are you? When Luo's eyes were filled with terror, the man before him has a horrifying amount of power. The elder from the Murong family's power was around the same level as Wen Luo, but, in that man's hand, he had only needed one move to land a killing strike. The Murong family elders looked at one another before they all tried to escape. However, how could Zixi, who had been standing in midair, possibly give them that opportunity? The flames of world devastation descended from the sky. The elders who had failed to escape were instantly turned to ashes by the flames of world devastation. They did not even have the time to beg for mercy. He. When Luo shut his eyes and laughed scornfully, I confess that you all have great abilities. However, you're not even worth mentioning when compared to the Great Protectors. The Great Protectors' powers are far beyond your imagination. It will never end well for you if you go up against us. Chapter 1271, Love Rival 8. Wham! When Luo raised his hand before slamming it onto the top of his skull, the others watched as his body slowly collapsed to the ground. Chanbei knows that when Luo was speaking the truth. The Murong family members who were here this time were not on par with the ones he had faced previously. Based on his current measure of power, even if he had faced the previous group, they would not need to forcefully raise their powers in order to be evenly matched with him in battle. Yunsa. Chanbei did not give Wen Luo's body a second glace as he turned around and walked towards Gu Ruoan's side. He then reached out his hand and pulled her into his embrace. His previously dark and gloomy gaze was now filled with absolute tenderness while his silvery hair danced softly in the wind. It was such a magnificent and peerless sight that it could drive all living things to madness. I'm back. Yes, he was back. He has returned to see her. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoan gently lifted the corners of her lips and smiled at him. Welcome back. She did not ask him why he had not kept his promise because she knows that Chanbei would have his reasons for not making it back to Wind Valley on time. She chooses to trust him no matter what. Ahem. Grand Lord Hong Lian cleared his throat and chimed in with a melancholic voice. Can you two exercise a little restraint? Can't you see that there are other people here? Yunsa. Dongfang Yu chuckled as her eyes continued to measure Chanbei from head to toe. Aren't you going to introduce him to me? Is this? Gu Ruoan was just about to reply when Grand Lord Hong Lian cut her off. This damn kid has been intertwined with our precious daughter countless times. However, he hasn't completely passed all of my tests, so I am not acknowledging him as my son-in-law for the time being. What a joke. I want my daughter to stay with me for a few more years. Why should I let this damn kid off so easily? I think he's alright. Dongfang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Let's not interfere in this matter, they can handle themselves. What do you think, Brother Chan? But Grand Lord Hong Lian was still feeling very reluctant. Before he could complete his sentence, he caught Dongfang Yu's look. Brother Chan. Dongfang Yu raised her lips into a smile as she turned around to look at Grand Lord Hong Lian. How about I sleep at Yunsa's room for the next few days and you can sleep on your own? I'm worried that Yunsa feels lonely and does not have anyone to talk to. A threat. This was indeed a threat. There was no way Grand Lord Hong Lian would miss the hidden meaning behind Dongfang Yu's words. He forcefully took a deep breath and glared at Chanbei. You're lucky, kid, even my wife is on your side. Since that's the case, I am forced to accept you. It was bad enough that he had not seen Dongfang Yu for so many years. Therefore, he must have good relations with her at night. How could he let her leave so easily? Fine, fine. Daughters will get married sooner or later. This kid is rather powerful and is quite infatuated with her. At least my daughter wouldn't run into any grief if she stays with him. Thank you, mother-in-law. The man's peerless and beautiful features lit up with a smile while his eyes filled with banter. Since that's the case, father-in-law, mother-in-law, would you agree if I were to take Yunsa as my wife? We'll have the wedding ceremony after Shangshao has rejoined us. Grand Lord Hong Lian then fell silent for a moment before he replied. However, I'd like to give you one last test. If you can pass that, I won't stop you from marrying my daughter anymore. Chapter 1272, Love Rival 9. What's the test, father-in-law? Chanbei raised his brow as he asked. Before you get married, you can't have any intimate relations with my daughter 1. If you can put up with it, I'll agree to let her marry you. Gu Ruoan could not help but rub her nose when she heard this. She had promised Chanbei the last time they had parted that she would give him a child when he returned. However, she never expected her father to make such a decision. Gu Ruoan lifted her head and looked at Chanbei as if she was waiting for his answer. Alright, I promise. Chanbei carefully considered this and agreed to Grand Lord Hong Lian's request. There will be ample time for that later. He was not too anxious about that moment. Forget about suppressing about his desires. Even if he had to give up everything he has, he would have no regrets as long as he could take her home as his wife. Remember your promise, kid. Grand Lord Hong Lian finally smiled but did not forget to send Chanbei a stern warning. If I ever find out that you've touched my precious daughter, you can forget about becoming my son-in-law. If you can't even endure that, I will never be able to believe in your sincerity towards my daughter. Don't worry, I won't touch her before our wedding. Of course, it would be an entirely different case after the wedding. After all, she would have already become his wife, so playing fast and loose would be expected. Yue, let me take care of the rest of the Lin family members. You should go back to the guest house and rest with Yunsa. After Grand Lord Hong Lian had issued his warning to Chanbei, he then turned towards Dongfang Yu and spoke gently. Dongfang Yu nodded. All right, we shall wait for you back at the guest house. She then walked towards Gu Ruoan and Chanbei. However, her expression sank when she turned around. Master had previously mentioned that the Lin family isn't the true instigator. There was an even more powerful force backing the Lin family. If my guess is correct, that force should be the Wen family. Otherwise, they would not have appeared in Forest City. The Great Protectors. Dongfang Yu laughed bitterly before she sighed softly. It seems that the road ahead is going to be a long one. At the first city. The governor's palace. Seated at the table in the meeting room were the masters of the 3 Great Protectors as well as the first city's governor. A handsome-looking man was seated at the master's seat at the foremost of the table. He was dressed in white robes and his features were cold and stern, carrying a sacred and inviolable air. His fingers drummed against the table, giving off a rather nerve-wracking feeling. I heard that there was an incident at Forest City recently. The governor swept his glare across the group as he asked in a neutral voice. Everyone in the group felt their hearts skip a beat. They had been trying to figure out what would have caused the secretive Lord Governor to emerge. It seems that he has heard of the matter in Forest City. It's like this. Elder Ouyang glanced at the other two people in the room before he slowly explained. A while ago, Grand Lord Honglian had gone to the Lin family to exact his revenge. He had violated the First City's rules by clashing with the Wen and Murong family as well. They had joined forces to deal with Grand Lord Honglian and his party. Who would have thought that those two people were so powerful? They then caused the tragic deaths of cultivators from the Wen and Murong family. Only Murong Qian had managed to escape. However, Murong Qian has suffered an enormous shock which caused an abnormality in her mental state. Chapter 1273, Love Rival 10. Due to Murong Qian's current state, the Murong family's master was extremely angry and had decided to send powerful cultivators to destroy the group so he could vent his frustrations over his precious granddaughter's treatment. This matter was originally the Lin family's fault. The governor stared at the crowd calmly before he continued to speak in a dignified manner. Would this have happened if the Lin family had not committed so many sins? Don't assume that I'm unaware of the Lin family's actions. Did they think that they could keep it all from me just because they had not sent out the best cultivators? Elder Wen shivered and quickly lowered his head. After all, he was the one who had indulged the Lin family all these years, giving them the audacity to send cultivators out to assassinate people from the secular world. I can let bygones be bygones for past mistakes, but you aren't permitted to commit the same mistake twice. As for the matter surrounding the Lin family, let it be. No one is allowed to involve themselves in this any further, the governor calmly declared before he turned towards the sour-faced Murong elder. I know that your granddaughter had been hurt and that you are out of sorts. However, even if you're not happy about it, you will still have to tolerate it. This matter was the Lin family's fault in the first place. If this gets out, people will think that the First City's governor's palace is bullying others. He had to use the Lin family's past sins as an excuse to warn them because the secret order would never allow him to expose Dongfang Yu's identity. If they continued to attack Grand Lord Honglian and Dongfang Yu, he was afraid that they would soon draw the secret order's ire. The secret order was so powerful that even the First City's governor has to give way to them. Besides, Dongfang Yu was the sacred lady of the secret order. Governor, would the Murong family members have died for nothing then? The Murong family's elder scoffed, clearly not satisfied with the governor's decision. The governor frowned and sent him an icy glare. Murong Yang, you should be aware of the Murong family's movements more than anyone else. Hence, I'd advise you to educate your granddaughter. If she ends up crossing someone that she shouldn't cross, I won't shield you. Murong Yang's elderly features were now a particularly ugly sight. He scoffed again but did not object to the governor's words anymore. He restrained his resentment and kept it all in. Grand Lord Honglian, Dongfang Yu, their daughter, and Chanbei Yi. Murong Yang sighed internally when he thought of those names. He then muttered viciously, I won't let them get away. Even though Murong Yan had only uttered these words in his heart, the governor could see his thoughts from his face. He laughed icily. Looks like it's time for me to give the Murong family several tasks. Otherwise, this old man would never leave Dongfang Yu alone so easily. You were dismissed. The governor then rose to his feet as he stared icily at the group. I was the one who had appointed all of you as the great protectors in the First City. That's how you had got the position in the first place. If you continue to commit sins, it may be time for us to change the members of the great protectors. After saying his piece, the governor straightened his sleeves. He then turned around and left without a second look back. Murong Yang took a deep breath, turned around towards Elder Wen and asked, are you going to put up with this resentment? Elder Wen's eyes flickered as a sharp light flashed from within. He suddenly laughed but there was an eerie bloodlust in his smile. Put up with this? How can I possibly put up with it? As long as Grand Lord Honglian is alive, the Wen family will die by his hand sooner or later. He must be killed. Chapter 1274, Early Stage Exceptional State 1. The situation facing the Wen family was different from the Murong family. Back then, the Wen family had been the ones directing the Lin family's actions behind the scenes. If Grand Lord Honglian and his wife were to find out about this, would the Wen family ever know peace again? Hence, Grand Lord Honglian has to disappear from this world. Only then can the Wen family's safety be guaranteed. You two better don't do anything rash. Elder Ouyang eyed the two as he spoke. The governor is furious now. If you do something that can't be undone, the governor might absolve your positions as great protectors. Weigh the possibilities. You should reconsider this properly. Elder Wen laughed icily. Reconsider? There's nothing to reconsider. Grand Lord Honglian must die. No matter how angry the governor was, he would not possibly destroy the Wen family as a consequence. Grand Lord Honglian, on the other hand, would actually do such a thing. At this moment, Elder Wen never would have thought that his stubborn nature would cause a far more horrible conclusion than the destruction of their family in the future. Unfortunately, he would only begin to feel regret then. If he had curbed himself a little earlier, he might not have received such a tragic ending. Murong Yang did not say anything more. However, it was very obvious that he had the same thoughts as Elder Wen. They know that Grand Lord Honglian was the type of person who would harbor bitter resentment. If they allow him to live, there was a big chance that he would come to the Murong family home to deal with them. Elder Ouyang furrowed his brows as he suddenly decided to sever ties with these two families. He does not want to be dragged down by their sins. After all, there was no bad blood between Grand Lord Honglian and him, so he does not have any intentions of participating any further in this matter. It was nightfall. The glow of moonlight was as clear as water and all was quiet and still. Chanbei Yi looked at the sleeping woman next to him and pulled her into a tight embrace. His lips then curled into a smile. Yunsa, I'm sorry, I still have other important matters to complete, so I will be leaving after this. Once I'm done with that, I'll come to look for you again. He thought that Gu Ruoan was fast asleep, which was why he had said those things. However, after he spoke, the woman, whose eyes had been shut, suddenly opened them. Her eyes immediately turned towards the man's beautiful face. "Xiao, you still won't tell me anything?" "Yun-sir." Chanbei was surprised. He did not think that she would still be awake. He cradled her figure firmly. "The things that I need to do are far too dangerous. If you follow me, I wouldn't be able to feel assured of your safety." "Xiao, Gu Ruan lifted her eyes and stared at the man's fearlessly beautiful face. "Ever since I've decided to accept you, I've never hidden anything from you. You, on the other hand, had always chosen to solve everything on your own, and you are unwilling to let me accompany you. I know that my powers aren't strong enough, but I will keep working on it. As long as I can help you, I will increase my level of power quickly, even if I have to risk my life." Gu Ruan's voice was full of resolution and did not hold her usual cold manner. It was rather moving. "Yun-sir, I'm sorry." Chanbei stared at the woman in his arms apologetically. Xiao. Before Chanbei could finish his sentence, Gu Ruan cut him off. "We're engaged, so that means that we'll have to face everything together. Besides," Gu Ruan paused, "weren't you injured recently?" Chanbei laughed bitterly. "I couldn't hide my wounds from her in the end. I had stayed away from her was because I didn't want her to see my injuries so that she wouldn't have to worry about me." Chapter 1275, Early Stage Exceptional State 2. He never thought that she would see right through him in the end. "I'm fine, I'll be healed once I've time to recuperate." Chanbei tightened his embrace around Gu Ruan and spoke again in a gentle voice. "Yun-sir, I promise you that from now on, I won't ever hide anything from you. We'll face everything together, all right?" Gu Ruan gently nodded when she heard those words. She returned Chanbei's embrace tightly as she stared at him. "Are you still going to leave?" "No, I'm not." Chanbei smiled. Their time together was so precious that he would treasure it every day. "Let's go to sleep, Yun-sir." "Okay." Gu Ruan smiled and buried herself into Chanbei's chest before she slowly closed her eyes. The Secret Order. An old woman with dazzlingly white hair was seated upright at the main seat in the ancestral hall. Her face was focused and there was a sense of seriousness in her gaze. However, no one could tell what she was thinking. "Clan leader." The elder who was seated in front of her fell silent for a while before saying, "I can sense that the seal at the back of the mountain will be broken very soon. If that happens, an unexpected disaster will befall the mainland." "That's correct." The old woman sighed. Her voice was full of exasperation as she continued, "If the seal breaks, then that person once again be unleashed on the mainland. By then, no one would be able to stop that person, and the Secret Order's mission for so many years was to guard them." The elder thought for a moment before suggesting, "Clan leader, I have a suggestion. Since the breaking of the seal is inevitable, we can only prepare ourselves for it. Hence, why don't the Secret Order convene with the outside world and recruit some geniuses? With our guidance and the heavenly treasures that the Secret Order possesses, nurturing a genius would not be too strenuous for us." "No," the old woman shook her head, rejecting the elder's suggestion. "Since we've decided to conceal ourselves from the world, we can't ever think of showing our presence to the mainland again. Besides, the Secret Order has lived in secrecy here for so many years. We won't be used to living outside. How can we face those people? Clan leader, even though the Secret Order is very powerful, we won't be able to withstand that person on our own. Besides, there are quite a few geniuses on the mainland. They only need some extra nurturing and they would become powerful cultivators. We'll need 5 years at the most. The seal is breaking soon and the mainland will soon suffer a reign of terror." The old woman laughed bitterly. "Is this the only way?" "All right," she finally sighed and said, "we shall do as you've suggested in order to deal with that person. We will recruit more talents into the Secret Order. As for those who will manage this, I'll leave it to you to arrange it personally." "Yes, Clan leader." The elder joined his fists before he slowly walked away. Once he had left, the old woman's eyes stared towards the back of the mountain. A bitter smile then formed on her face. "It's been 10,000 years. The Secret Order has been guarding this person for 10,000 years, yet I never thought that it would come to this. Once the seal breaks, that person will return to their peak abilities. By then, who on this mainland would be able to stop them?" No one was aware of the terrifying power of the person who was under the Secret Order's watchful eye. If they really did escape, the entire mainland would suffer a calamity. Especially the Secret Order, it would be the first to be destroyed. "Yue, I hope that you can grow a little faster and protect the Secret Order in that upcoming battle in 5 years. Chapter 1276, Early Stage Exceptional State 3. The next day. Gu Ruan had just stepped out of her bedroom in a guest house in Forest City when she came face to face with Grand Lord Honglian and Dongfang Yu, who had both emerged from their room as well. "Father, Mother, what's your next move?" She had paused to think for a while before she asked. Grand Lord Honglian and Dongfang Yu looked at each other before turning their attention to Gu Ruan. "Yun-sir, I need to head back to the Red Lotus territory and bring the forces of Red Lotus territory to the First City. Will you be returning with us or?" "No." Gu Ruan shook her head. "I still have some other matters to complete. You go back first, I'll wait for you in the First City." "All right," Grand Lord Honglian nodded. "Take good care of yourself." With Chanbei by her side, this little girl was far better protected than anyone else. If that had not been the case, he would never have been able to leave with Dongfang Yu without worrying about Gu Ruan's safety. After saying the goodbyes, both parties went their separate ways. Gu Ruan took one last look at Grand Lord Honglian and Dongfang Yu as they left. She then turned around and said, "Xiao, let's go." "Yun-sir." Chanbei raised his hand and pulled Gu Ruan into his arms. His lips were curled into a roguish smile. "Come with me, I'm taking you somewhere." "What?" Gu Ruan was confused. Before she could return to her senses, her body was lifted into the sky and onto thin air. The man's hand was holding onto her body gently, and the reassuring feeling made her entire body relax. Her beautiful features were also enveloped in a tender light as she stared unblinkingly at the man's beautiful features. Xiao Yi, where are you taking me? Her heart was full of curiosity and she could not help but ask. You'll find out soon enough. Chan Bei smiled secretively and did not give any more information to Gu Ruan. Instead, he swiftly made his way forward before turning into a crimson beam of light and disappearing into the void. Gu Ruan felt a flash in front of her before they reappeared in front of a mountain cave. When she felt the powerful energy emanating from the cave, she stared at Chan Bei in astonishment. Xiao Yi, this is. I had hidden in this cave when I was wounded and also noticed the abnormalities within this cave. Come, let's go inside. Chan Bei held Gu Ruan's hand as they walked into the cave. A strange and sinister atmosphere filled the cave. From the moment she set foot in the cave, Gu Ruan could sense that something was not right. It was a good thing that she has the ancient divine pagoda. With the addition of Chan Bei, it was far more tolerable. Xiao Yi, why have you brought me here? Gu Ruan raised her lips as she turned towards the fearless-looking man next to her and asked tenderly. Look. Chan Bei stopped and pointed in front of him. When Gu Ruan turned around, she felt a sinister aura whirling towards her. An infinitely black-colored flame was hovering not too far away, releasing a strange light. It resonated with an intolerably eerie chill. The flames glared at the two intruders like a tiger watching its prey. It almost seemed as if it were opening its large mouth, ready to swallow them whole. This is. Gu Ruan was shocked. She does not know why, but she could sense an extremely valiant energy from within the flames. This is the 9 underworld flames. Chan Bei smiled. The 9 underworld flames is a rare treasure in this world. Once a cultivator consumes the 9 underworld flames, not only will they be able to control it, it can also increase their level of power as well. Chapter 1277, Early Stage Exceptional State 4. He then turned towards Gu Ruan as he continued to speak. Of course, most people would be unable to consume the 9 underworld flames. Some would even end up losing their lives if they approached it. However, you are unlike them. You hold the divine weapon, the 9 emperors. No flame would be able to burn you. Gu Ruan walked towards the 9 underworld flames with slow and gradual steps, as if afraid that she would scare the black flames. However, the black flames still managed to sense her presence and exploded immediately, eyeing covetously at the damned human. 9 emperors. Gu Ruan summoned. BZZT. As soon as she had spoken, the 9 emperors, which had been lying still in her mind's eye, let out a buzzing noise. A powerful energy exploded and the black flames, which had intended to approach Gu Ruan, seemed to have received a shock and retreated in unison. At that moment, Gu Ruan could sense it shiver. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black flames scattered as if they were extremely afraid of Gu Ruan's approach. Unfortunately, as they tried to scatter all over the place, Gu Ruan would always be right in front of them. The black flames were now enraged. Even though you've received help from the 9 emperors, we are the 9 underworld flames. We don't want to hurt you anymore, yet you intend to consume us. Since that's the case, we will consume you first, even if we have to risk being suffocated by the 9 emperors. Hence, the flames no longer tried to hide themselves. They gathered together before charging towards Gu Ruan, carrying an aura of destruction. My apologies, but the 9 emperors is not the only weapon I have. I also hold Zixie's Flames of World Devastation. I really would like to compare whether the power of the 9 underworld flames is more powerful or if the Flames of World Devastation is on a higher level. Boom. Just as the black flames were about to reach Gu Ruan, her body was suddenly lit up by purple flames. Those flames released a scorching and demonic temperature which made the 9 underworld flames jump with fright. Are you trying to escape? Gu Ruan laughed when she noticed that the 9 underworld flames were retreating once again. She ran after them in one leap and caught the 9 underworld flames in the palm of her hand before swallowing them without another word. Boom. The 9 underworld flames began to crash all over inside her body in an attempt to smash their prison open and escape. The powerful force caused Gu Ruan's body to shake, but the cold smile on her face only deepened. You can stop your senseless resistance, I'll never let you escape. Whoosh. Having said that, Gu Ruan began to channel the Flames of World Devastation and surrounded the black flames. Under the pressure from the 9 emperors and Flames of World Devastation, the 9 underworld flames finally stopped and slowly fused with Gu Ruan within the circle of purple flames. Bang! A powerful energy leaped from the top of her head, shooting up into the sky. A late-stage martial saint. Gu Ruan's heart leaped as she basked in the power from the breakthrough. However, her breakthrough was not over yet. Just as her spiritual energy burst through the late-stage martial saint rank, it rose rapidly once again, reaching the area of the bottleneck immediately. Boom! 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 The spiritual energy did not seem to want to stop as it rammed forcefully into the bottleneck. That paper-thin bottleneck was shattered once again, pushing into a whole new rank. I've reached the early stage exceptional state. Gu Ruan took a deep breath. She has finally reached the exceptional state. She was no longer at the lowest rank in the first city. Xiao Yi, it's all thanks to you that I've been able to obtain such great power. Chapter 1278, Early Stage Exceptional State 5. Chan Bei smiled as he said, I had discovered the 9 underworld flames by accident. Also, you were the only person in this world who can consume the 9 underworld flames. That's why I've brought you here. After that, Gu Ruan did not say anything else as she sat down to consolidate the power she had received after her breakthrough. Chan Bei did not disturb her and stood quietly at the side. However, his eyes had stayed fixed upon the woman's figure the entire time while his gaze filled with a tender smile. 3 days. Gu Ruan had remained in the cave for 3 days as she solidified her cultivation. After all, she had raised her level by more than 1 rank, and if she does not consolidate her powers, her foundation would become rather superficial. Chan Bei had been guarded her faithfully during these past 3 days and waited patiently for her to be done. After 3 days, Gu Ruan finally consolidated her cultivation and opened her eyes. Xiao Yi, you must have been waiting for a long time. She slowly rose to her feet and smiled at the man who was seated at the cave's entrance. Is it done? Chanbei rose to his feet when he saw her stand up. His peerless face was filled with a smile. Congratulations, Yun-sir, for breaking through to the exceptional state so quickly. This time, it's all thanks to your help that I have been able to break through so quickly. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. Now, I'd like to witness the 9 underworld flames' power. She reached out her hand and tried to channel the 9 underworld flames. Sure. At that moment, a small black flame appeared in the palm of Gu Ruoan's hand. However, when she saw the flame laughing, she was in shock. This is the 9 underworld flames. Isn't it a little too small? The 9 underworld flames' power grows in tandem with its master's power. You have just broken through to the exceptional state now, so the power you have isn't strong enough. However, with the 9 underworld flames in hand, you can surpass and defeat your enemies even without a spiritual weapon. Chanbei walked over towards Gu Ruoan's side and curled his lips into an angle. Gu Ruoan looked somewhat melancholic. It seems that I'm still not powerful enough to display the full power of the 9 underworld flames. Senior sister, I had found the 9 underworld flames over here a while ago. Just then, someone spoke from outside the cave. Gu Ruoan mildly furrowed her brows and turned towards the sound of the voice. A light flickered in her eyes when she saw the people who had just entered the cave. What an inevitable clash between opposing factions. I never expected to bump into them here. What are you doing here? Elder May was shocked as well, as if she never imagined that Gu Ruoan would be here. After a long pause, she returned to her senses and scoffed icily. Gu Nianye, it seems that you can be found everywhere. The only thing is, I wonder who you're trying to suck up to this time. She then turned towards Chanbei. Her eyes widened in shock when she laid eyes upon Chanbei's peerless features. This man's looks could surpass the young master of Wind Valley, Fang Yuqing. I never thought that Gu Nianye would be so fortunate and be able to cling to such a great quality product. To this day, Elder May still believes that Gu Ruoan's name was Gu Nianye. If she knows who Chu Ruoan really was, she probably would not have the audacity to say such a thing even if she had 100 doses of liquid courage. Especially after the great fuss which had happened in Wind Valley. Who in the first city would not have heard about Grand Lord Hong Lian, his wife and the daughter, Gu Ruoan? Chapter 1279, Early Stage Exceptional State 6. Junior sister, didn't you say that the 9 underworld flames were here? Let's go search for the 9 underworld flames first, we don't need to worry about these people. Said the woman in white next to Elder May in a calm voice. She did not spare the couple a second glance. Yes, senior sister. Elder May scoffed when she heard this before turning away and replying respectfully. However, she was dumbstruck when she entered the cave. The cave was completely empty. How could anyone have seen any trace of the 9 underworld flames? Where are the 9 underworld flames? I can't be wrong, I had clearly seen the 9 underworld flames over here. Why has it disappeared? Elder May shook his head fiercely. Her expression was particularly unsightly as she muttered to herself. The white-robed woman whom she had addressed as senior sister raised her willowy brows and slowly approached Elder May. What happened? Senior sister, Elder May bit her lip. Someone's taken the 9 underworld flames. That was right, someone must have taken it away. She had clearly seen the 9 underworld flames here, it could not have disappeared on its own. It must be the two of you. Suddenly, Elder May came to a realization and turned towards Gu Ruoan. Speak, did you take the 9 underworld flames? Questioned Elder May furiously. Gu Ruoan stared at her calmly before she turned away and said to the man next to her, Xiao Yi, let's go. You want to leave? Elder May laughed icily and pulled her sword out resolutely, pointing it at Gu Ruoan's back. You've taken the 9 underworld flames and you plan on leaving this place. Nothing in this world is quite so simple. Slam. Elder May was making her way to Gu Ruoan's side when the crimson-robed man next to her waved his hand calmly. A powerful energy immediately shot towards Elder May's chest. Before she could react, her body was flung into a stone wall. Patui. Elder May's body crumpled to the ground and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She glared at Kinabei with an ashen look on her face. Chanbei walked towards Elder May, who was still lying on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he held her neck in a choking grasp as he swept his gloomy gaze across the mark on her body. You're a member of the Charm Sect. That's right. Elder May raised her neck and gritted her teeth. I'm an elder from the Charm Sect. If you know what's good for you, you'll let me go. Otherwise, the Charm Sect will never let you get away with it. Even though Yue Ling, the Charm Sect's sect master, was long dead, there were still many powerful cultivators in the sect. This was why Elder May had the courage to act so brazenly. Thump. Chanbei raised Elder May's body up into the air before smashing her forcefully into the ground. This broke every bone in Elder May's body. She grimaced in agony but could not say another word. Chanbei pulled a handkerchief out from nowhere, wiped his hand and threw the handkerchief onto the ground. He then laughed icily and said, it seems that the world no longer requires the Charm Sect's existence. Gu Ruoan raised her brow and looked at Elder May with a forced smile. She had forgotten about the Charm Sect's Elder May. She simply never expected her to jump out at her. Chanbei was right. Even though the Charm Sect's sect master was dead, there were still many remaining evils and those evils must all be destroyed. My lord. The white-robed woman's expression changed drastically. She then rushed to Chanbei's side and spoke lightly. My junior sister had not intended to offend you. Please forgive us. If you hold the 9 underworld flames in your hands, I won't be greedy. All I ask is that you spare my junior sister. Chapter 1280, Early Stage Exceptional State 7. She could sense that this man was very powerful. Even if she and Elder May were to join forces, they might not be any match for him. Cough, cough. Elder May coughed and crawled to her feet. She then exclaimed with a bite of dissatisfaction, Senior sister. Shut your mouth. The white-robed woman glared at Elder May. It's all this woman's fault for stirring up trouble. Otherwise, this would never have happened. My lord, I will go back and punish her for her mistake, so please have mercy, she said as she turned towards Chanbei with a pleading look on her face. She did not dare to have any other intentions. Mercy. Chanbei laughed icily. She had tried to attack my wife. Why should I show her any mercy? Wife. Elder May stared at Gu Ruan in shock. Her eyes flickered as she cried out, let me advise you, don't be deceived by this woman. She had previously tried to win the young master of Wind Valley's favor for the sake of power. They both admitted to it themselves. Can you really accept this promiscuous woman? Slice. A ray of crimson light flashed towards Elder May. She did not even have the time to close her mouth before her tongue was cut off. She widened her eyes in shock as her mouth continued to cry out wordlessly. This is the consequence of humiliating my wife. Chanbei turned away scornfully and did not spare Elder May a second glance. However, he noticed Elder May's tongue on the ground and wrinkled his brows angrily. With a wave of his large hand, flames rose immediately from the ground and burned the tongue into ashes. Ah. Elder May covered her blood-soaked mouth as tears rolled down her face in agony. She glared at Chanbei's peerless features with eyes full of hatred like poisonous daggers. It was a ghastly sight. My lord, aren't you overreacting? The white-robed senior sister's expression turned chilly. She then spoke in an icy cold voice. I've already apologized to you, so why did you continue to hurt my junior sister? Do you really place no importance on the charm sect? She had the audacity to insult my wife, so I'll make it such that she can never speak again. Chanbei's demonic red eyes were full of gloom and his voice held a deeply sinister tone. You, the white-robed senior sister was furious, but she forced her rage down in the end. She then gritted her teeth and spat, Junior sister, let's go. Boom. Just as the both of them reached the mouth of the cave, a powerful energy suddenly flew towards them from behind. The white-robed woman quickly turned around but did not have the time to block the attack. The attack struck her and a bloody gash appeared on her chest while a small trickle of blood flowed down from the corner of her lips. What do you want? The white-robed senior sister was finally enraged. This fellow is just taking advantage. We're already leaving, yet he refuses to let us go. I never said that you could leave. Who gave you the permission to leave this place? Chanbei stared calmly at the white-robed senior sister as he slowly walked towards the two women. Since you've come all the way here, there's no way you'll be leaving this place. You shall stay here for all eternity. The white-robed senior sister's eyes widened in horror as her body trembled. I admit that you are very powerful. The charm sect is not all that inferior either. If you do anything to us, the charm sect will never let you get away with it. Her tone of voice then softened as she pleaded, please let us go. I guarantee that I won't bear any grudge against you, nor will I allow the charm sect members to cause you any trouble. This is a far better deal than killing us. Chapter 1281, Early Stage Exceptional State 8. However, as soon as she had spoken, a red beam of light shot towards her face. Terrified, she tried to evade it, but it was too late. Slash. At the critical moment, she raised her arm to block the attack. There was a slicing noise and her entire arm fell off. Ah. The white-robed senior sister screamed in pain. Her shrieks were so heart-wrenching that Elder May, who was next to her, paused her anguished wailing and stared at her in shock. The look in Elder May's eyes has changed from hatred to fear. At that moment, there was nothing else in her head but to turn around and run out of the cave. The unfortunate white-robed senior sister had offended Chanbei for Elder May's sake, yet all she cared about her own skin, and she did not even bother to turn back to look at her. However, before Elder May could run out of the cave, a cold air erupted from behind her and pierced through her entire back. Her body stiffened before she turned around dazedly towards Chanbei's gloomy expression. Her body then slowly tilted towards the ground, crumpling onto the dirt with a thud. Junior sister. The white-robed senior sister's face drained of color. She covered the bleeding stump of her arm, took a deep breath, and said, my junior sister is dead and I've also lost an arm. Isn't this enough to quell your anger? Won't you let me leave? I'll give you a chance. End your own life. If I do it, I'm afraid that I won't let you die so easily. Chanbei looked at the white-robed senior sister as he calmly replied. You. The white-robed senior sister's entire body trembled. Junior sister had only humiliated this woman, and as a result, he had committed such a horrible murder. A man like this is a demon. However, she understood that no matter what, Chanbei was never going to allow her to leave. She gently closed her eyes before opening them again after a long pause. A bitter smile was hanging on her face. If I end my own life, will you bury my junior sister and I so that we may rest in peace? Even to this very moment, the white-robed senior sister was thinking of Elder May's well-being. It was unfortunate that Elder May never cared about her. You have no right to negotiate with me. Chanbei replied in a sinister voice which made the white-robed senior sister's heart tremble. All right, I will end my own life. However, believe me when I say that if the charm sect was to find out about everything you've done today, they will never let you get away with it. After she spoke, she raised her hand and gathered a dense amount of spiritual energy into the palm of her hand. She then slammed it forcefully on the top of her skull. Thump. There was a muffled noise and fresh blood began to trickle down her forehead. The white-robed senior sister trembled before her body slowly collapsed onto the ground. Yunsa, let's go. Chanbei did not bother to look at the bodies of the two women at all. He slowly walked towards Gu Ruan's side and raised his hand to pull her into his arms. He then smiled and said, there's no need for you to dirty your hands over these people. I can handle them for you. Since those who had found out that the 9 underworld flames had fallen into their hands, there was no way he would ever let them leave. Otherwise, if they spread this news, Gu Ruan would never have a moment's peace from then on. After all, the lure of the 9 underworld flames was far too great for the public. All right. Gu Ruan gently nodded before she stepped over the two corpses and walked through the cave. Yunsa. Chanbei held her hand as he turned towards her. His enchanting red eyes were glowing with a tender light. I've decided that I won't hide anything from you, so I'm going to take you to the organizations I've gathered in the first city. After that, I will tell you everything about us. Chapter 1282, Early Stage Exceptional State 9. Gu Ruan was shaken, as Chanbei has finally come around. He would no longer shoulder everything on his own. Instead, he would face it with her. However, this was a good thing, was it not? Xiao, Gu Ruan raised her head as she stared into Chanbei's face and spoke seriously. I've never intended to become the woman in the background for you. I've never wanted to rely on your protection for every single thing. I only want to walk beside you and share the mountains and the rivers with you. So, no matter the dangers you're about to face in the road ahead, I don't want you to shoulder everything just because you have to protect me. You are my husband to be, so we must face these dangers together. Besides, only when you tell me the scale of the dangers can I grow even faster. Chanbei reached out and pulled Gu Ruan into his arms. He stroked her fine hair with his fingers and replied with a tender look on his face, I understand. I'm sorry, Yunsa, I shouldn't have kept secrets from you. I finally realized this and I will tell you everything. However, before that happens, I will give all the organizations in my hands to you. Besides, it's time for that place to have a female master. After this, he placed his arm around Gu Ruan's waist and disappeared from the valley outside the cave in a flash. In a simple and dignified ancient palace, an incomparably handsome man with silver hair and crimson robes was sitting upright on a dragon's chair. His bloodthirsty and distant eyes were staring down at the crowd beneath him. A lucid and elegant-looking woman was seated next to him. Others could not help but guess at who this girl could be. Reporting to you, Master. Despite the crowd's guesses, they did not dare to look at these two people for too long. They immediately bowed and greeted them with reverence. Xiao, when had you established this organization in the first city? Gu Ruan raised her brow as she turned towards Chanbei and asked with a forced smile. Chanbei chuckled. His smile was magnificent and matchless, absolutely beautiful and moving. I had established this after I had arrived in the first city for the first time. However, I did not tell you about this at the time because their powers were insufficient. I had wanted to wait until they had gained more power before telling you, but I was moved by our conversation last night, so I decided to bring you here. At this moment, Chanbei's face was filled with smiles and there was a tenderness in his eyes which no one had ever seen before. This shocked the crowd beneath him as they stared in astonishment at the man's smiling face. Master actually smiles. Are we hallucinating? Our master, who always had a dark and gloomy look on his face, actually has the ability to smile. They never expected their master to have such a beautiful smile. It was likely that any woman would be deeply drawn by his smile. Yunsa, Chanbei raised the corner of his lips as his enchanting red eyes swept across every face in the crowd beneath him. At the time, I had built this organization for you. Since I've prepared these people for you, I had not given this organization a name. Why don't you name it? What do you think? Gu Ruan fell silent for a moment before saying, how about we call this the Devil Sect again? Is that all right? All right, whatever you say goes. Chanbei was looking at Gu Ruan with eyes filled with deep emotion and gentleness. From now on, I'll hand him over to your disposal. The crowd beneath him went into shock. They never expected Chanbei to hand them over just like that, and to a woman who was only at the early stage of the exceptional state. Chapter 1283, Early Stage Exceptional State 10. Master, I refuse to accept this. A man dressed in purple robes stepped out from the crowd. He then joined his fist and exclaimed, in the past, we had decided to pledge our loyalty to you, Master, and not to anyone else. Besides, her powers are far too weak. She's an entire rank below me. I don't want to serve her. The purple-robed man's face was particularly pale as he spoke. A thin layer of sweat trickled from his forehead as he glanced carefully over at Chanbei. Even though he was deeply afraid of Chanbei, he had to speak out. Otherwise, they would have to listen to a woman's orders from now on. How could an egotistical man like him endure this? Chanbei's expression turned cold as a vicious aura began to encircle his entire body while a red, bloodthirsty light filled his demonic eyes. This organization was created just for her. If she should ever find no need for it, there's no use in having any of you around. The purple-robed man's body shook as his face filled with shock. This organization was prepared just for her, so if she can't use it, there's no use in having him around. Perhaps only Chanbei could say such a thing in this entire world. He would even throw such a powerful organization away without batting an eye. Xiao, Gu Ruan squeezed Chanbei's hand before she slowly rose to her feet. She then curled her lips into a smile and said, don't you remember what I've told you? I don't need your protection. I want to be the woman who stands by your side, so let me handle this on my own. Chanbei, who was about to react, put his hand down when he heard Gu Ruan's reminder. He sat quietly on his chair, but his red eyes continued to follow the woman with a smirk on his lips. His woman was always the most outstanding of them all. Therefore, when it comes to Gu Ruan, Chanbei had absolute confidence in her abilities. The purple-robed man laughed icily as he faced Gu Ruan without a hint of fear. I will serve you if you can defeat me. Defeat you? Gu Ruan raised her brow. Are you sure? That's right. The purple-robed man's face was cold and aloof. As long as you can defeat me, I will serve you willingly. All right, remember your promise. Gu Ruan eyed the purple-robed man and smirked. I'll give you 3 strikes. This was a great insult to the purple-robed man. He immediately charged towards her in a rage and raised his fist, throwing it forcefully towards her head. To the purple-robed man's point of view, he was already fast enough. Based on Gu Ruan's current abilities, she would not be able to avoid him at all. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Just as his fist was about to land on Gu Ruan, the woman leaned slightly to the side and managed to move less than 1 millimeter away. His fist passed harmlessly through the air. I never thought that you would have 2 more chances. I'm afraid that you won't be able to avoid me the second time. The purple-robed man smiled scornfully as he put his palms together. Shadowless hand, he cried out. Boom. A transparent hand smashed down from the sky towards Gu Ruan. However, due to Gu Ruan's relationship with Chanbei, the purple-robed man did not utilize the full force of his power. Instead, he had only used half. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill Gu Ruan with one slap. Thump. The hand landed forcefully onto the ground, causing the entire palace to shake. Smoke and dust filled the air, which made the others cough incessantly. Chapter 1284, Early Stage Exceptional State 11. When the smoke cleared, a deep chasm had appeared where Gu Ruan once was. As for the green-robed woman, she seems to have disappeared without a trace. Cold sweat began to form on the purple-robed man's forehead as his eyes filled with anxiety. How can this be? He mumbled to himself ceaselessly. Unless my hit was so powerful that there's nothing left of her. Was she really that weak? This is bad. If she really ends up dead by my hand, Master will never let me get away with it. The more the purple-robed man thought about this, the more terrified he felt. After all, he had only used half of his full power. Based on Gu Ruan's level of power, she should not have been completely pulverized without even a trace of her bones remaining. 3 strikes, you have 1 more left. Suddenly, a clear and cold voice chimed in from behind him. His back stiffened as he turned around in disbelief and stared at the woman's delicate and pretty features with an astonished look in his eyes. His face then turned completely pale. Where did you go? This is impossible. She can't possibly be that fast to have disappeared before I even noticed her move. I'm not obliged to answer your question. Gu Ruan looked at the purple-robed man before she paused and said, besides, you still have 1 strike left. Have you thought about how you'd like to deal with me? Once this strike is over, it'll be my turn. The purple-robed man still has intentions of being merciful to Gu Ruan, but when he heard what she said, he was instantly enraged. He then joined his palms together once again and cried out, Shadowless hand. This time, he did not give any leeway and used all of his power. Thump. A transparent hand descended from the sky once again, smashing towards Gu Ruan on the ground. This time, everyone could not help but look at each other. They then stared at the smoke and dust-filled ground without blinking at all. Is she or is she not there? When the smoke cleared, the purple-robed man was shocked at the sight of the empty ground. He then sensed an aura coming from behind him. His body stiffened and he turned around with an ugly look on his face, staring at the green-robed woman. How can this be? How did you manage to evade my attacks? Do you want to know how? Gu Ruan smiled calmly. Unfortunately, I don't want to tell you. Since you've used up all 3 strikes, it's my turn to attack. The purple-robed man's face was ashen as he glared angrily at Gu Ruan. Based on his point of view, even if this woman's speed was a little bit faster, she could forget about hurting him. After all, based on their ranks, he was already at the mid-stage of the exceptional state while she was a cultivator who had just broken through to the exceptional state. She could not possibly hurt him. HMPH. He scoffed and replied icily, I may not know what kind of blasphemy you've used to evade my attacks, but if you want to defeat me, you should stop indulging in fantasies. I'm not that weak. Gu Ruan raised her brow and did not reply to his statement. Instead, she reached her hand out. A tiny cluster of black flames appeared on the palm of her hand, burning with great effort. Haha, you can't be thinking of defeating me with this thing. Are you sure that it can manifest its power? I can extinguish this flame with a single breath. His voice was full of disdain as he spoke with contempt. Chapter 1285, Early Stage Exceptional State 12. The 9 underworld flames seemed to understand the purple-robed man's words as the flames shot instantly towards the sky before charging towards him. The purple-robed man's face was disdainful as he watched the 9 underworld flames charge towards him. He straightened his sleeves in a nonchalant manner, ready to swat the little cluster of flames away. However, his contemptuous face soon stiffened. As the small cluster of flames approached him, it suddenly began to emit a powerful force. A small crack had also suddenly appeared in the small flame, making it look like a troll which was smiling creepily as it opened its mouth. The purple-robed man's eyes were shocked. Before he could react, the cluster of black flames had slammed forcefully into his chest. At that moment, he felt as if an incomparably hard fist had landed on his chest. His body was forcefully pushed out of the way and he landed in the middle of the crowd with a loud crash. The black flames began to sear his chest. Ah! 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 The purple-robed man rolled around in agony until the ground was alight with the black flames. Everyone in the palace was shocked. That cluster of flames had looked so weak and tiny, how could it possibly emit such great power? This simply was not logical. COU, return. Gu Ruan calmly summoned. The 9 underworld flames left the purple-robed man's body and flew swiftly back to Gu Ruan's palm. Now, the purple-robed man looked very shabby indeed in his torn and tattered clothes which were scorched by the 9 underworld flames. His once inky black hair was now disheveled as he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. There was a constant look of fear in his eyes. Are you willing to serve me now? Gu Ruan raised her eyes as she stared at the purple-robed man icily. I will. How could he possibly have the courage to defy Gu Ruan now? Those flames were too horrifying, he did not want to ever encounter them again in this lifetime. Does anyone else have any further objections? Gu Ruan swept her gaze across the rest of the people in the palace. If you're unhappy, you can step out and challenge me now. Don't blame me for never offering you this opportunity. A few members amongst the crowd looked at each other before stepping out. Out of all of us, Ziyun's power is not considered to be very strong. Instead, he is more on the weaker side. Defeating him doesn't count for much, so we stand with our refusal to serve you. Gu Ruan stroked her chin before she smiled and nodded. In that case, I'll give you all the chance to challenge me. However, this time, I'll no longer allow you 3 strikes. Furthermore, you can all attack in unison. I don't have the time to compete with you all one by one. The crowd's faces filled with rage when they heard Gu Ruan's provocation. They immediately drew their weapons and charged towards Gu Ruan. Since you've allowed us all to come at you together, why shouldn't we do as you wish? However, don't you regret it? These people were all at the late stage of the exceptional state. They were 2 levels of power above Gu Ruan. Hence, in their hearts, they had already determined the latter's fate. Despite the strange flames in her grasp, she could never be able to hurt them all. After all, they were not Ziyun. They would never have been lenient with her. Looks like all of you do plan to attack me together. This way, I'll save quite a bit of time. Gu Ruan smiled calmly before she slowly raised her hand. Chapter 1286, Exceptional State, Early Stage, 13. The group of attackers was dazed, unsure of what Gu Ruan was up to. However, that does not mean that they were going to stop their attack. Instead, they charged even more ferociously towards Gu Ruan. Boom! A purple pagoda descended from the sky, landing with a crash. Before they could react, they were all smashed directly by the ancient divine pagoda. Not a single person was spared. Anyone else wants to try? Gu Ruan raised her brow and turned towards the others in the palace. The entire palace fell silent and not a single sound could be heard. It was so quiet that one could clearly hear the sound of the person next to them breathing. Ziyin shivered violently. If Gu Ruan had used this pagoda against him, he would probably have been crushed to smithereens without even leaving a whole corpse. It's alright, anyone who wants to challenge me can step forward. I'll accept anyone. Gu Ruan curled her lips as she spoke with a rigid smile. Silence. The palace was so quiet that they could hear a pin drop. Those who had been frightened by Gu Ruan could not help but retreat. They were terrified that she would direct this pagoda to squash them next. What? Gu Ruan's smile grew even more pronounced as she turned towards the crowd. No one wants to take up the challenge. Don't say that I never gave you the chance. As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Ziyun once again and calmly asked, don't you want to fight me again? No. Ziyun gulped. He was clearly so frightened by Gu Ruan's tactics that everything was in a blur. Usually, during a fight, the opponent would let out a loud cry when delivering the finishing blow in order to increase the power of their own attack and to caution the other person of the move they were about to deliver. However, this woman was really terrifying simply by raising her hand and slamming a pagoda down. She had not given anyone the chance to react before flattening him immediately. Does anyone have any objections in regards to me accepting this organization? Gu Ruan swept her gaze around the crowd once again as she repeated her question. And no. How could they dare to raise any objections? Even if they did, raising those objections means that they would be the next ones to be crushed by pagoda. Alright, since no one has any other objections, you will all become members of the Devil Sect from now on. Gu Ruan waved her hand and put the ancient divine pagoda away. When the ancient divine pagoda was lifted, those who had been crushed by it could finally exhale. However, the force of it resulted in rather serious injuries for them. Even though no one was killed, they had all suffered broken bones. From now on, I am no longer your master. Chanbei slowly rose to his feet, walked towards Gu Ruan's side and pulled her into his arms. He then swept his gloomy gaze across the crowd in the palace before saying, she is your master. The crowd looked at one another and knelt down in unison. Greetings, master. Your subordinates await your orders, master. They declared reverently. Yunsa, Chanbei stroked Gu Ruan's hair and his eyes were filled with joy. These people shall belong to you from now on. Don't judge them just because their powers aren't strong enough yet, although they're pretty talented. I've only nurtured them for a short while and they've already broken through to this state. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruan held Chanbei's hand and turned towards him. You've done too much for me, I don't think I can ever repay you. Silly girl. Chanbei held her even tighter. The smile on his peerless face was filled with emotion as he replied, your ability to accept me is the biggest repayment of all. Besides, even if you can't repay me, I will stay by your side to watch over, protect, and help you always. Chapter 1287, Early Stage Exceptional State, 14. Gu Ruan's heart trembled as a warm current washed over her. What had she done to deserve such a man by her side in this lifetime? The crowd in the palace looked at each other and could not help but feel shocked at Chanbei's sudden change. They had been following him for some time now, yet they've never seen such a gentle side to him. After all, this man was so powerful that he would certainly be able to lure some lascivious women. However, any women who approached him would suffer very bad consequences. Hence, they had all nearly assumed that this fellow had a preference for men, which was why he hated women so much. However, they never thought that he could ever be so tender to a woman. Chanbei furrowed his brows when he sensed their eyes on Gu Ruan and himself. His dark and gloomy gaze then glared at every single person in the vicinity. When the crowd noticed his glare, they quickly lowered their heads and did not dare to look at the two of them anymore. Yunsa, it's getting late, let's go get some rest. Chanbei held onto Gu Ruan's body before they quickly disappeared from the palace. When Gu Ruan returned to her senses, she was next to a gorgeous and exquisite bed. The man carefully placed her on the bed and before Gu Ruan could react, planted a kiss on her soft lips. His red eyes were filled with tenderness. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruan gently called out his name, her eyes gradually filling with emotion. Damn it. Chanbei could feel his body react. He cursed in the dark and pulled Gu Ruan into his arms before placing her on his lap and kissing her again. His movements were ever so careful, as if he was afraid of hurting her. If it were not for my promise to father-in-law, I would have devoured her whole. Yunsa. After a long pause, Chanbei released the woman in his arms and laughed bitterly. Looks like we should return to the West Spirit mainland and bring my brother-in-law over here. Only when your family is reunited will father-in-law allow us to be married. Gu Ruan was shocked. She then shook her head and replied, Xiao Yi, my big brother isn't in West Spirit mainland anymore. What did you say? Chanbei's eyes sharpened immediately. Gu Shangshao isn't in the West Spirit mainland. That's right, Gu Ruan calmly replied. Previously, when I ran into danger at the ruins, a black-robed man had appeared and saved me. I could sense that he was really Gu Shangshao, but I don't know why he refused to acknowledge me. Gu Ruan could not understand why that had happened. Why had Gu Shangshao refused to acknowledge her? Therefore, she wants to find him again and question him. Chan Bei fell silent and was deep in thought. After a long pause, he sighed and squeezed her body. Yunsa, leave this to me. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruan stared at Chan Bei in shock as she asked, what are you planning to do? I'm going to find Gu Shangshao. I want you to stay here and wait for me. Xiao Yi, I'm coming with you. Chan Bei shook his head. You should stay here. Besides, we need to expand the devil sect's power and we don't have much time left. You will need to nurture them completely. Leave Gu Shangshao to me. When I return again, I'll bring Gu Shangshao back to you. His eyes were filled with determination and his look deeply moved Gu Ruan's heart. Chapter 1288, Exceptional State, Early Stage, 15. All right. In the end, she agreed to his condition. I'll wait for you right here. Whether you can find Big Brother or not, you must come back to me. Gu Ruan knows that Chan Bei was speaking the truth. The devil sect's power needs to be expanded. Besides, if she were to follow him, she would only be in the way. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Chan Bei pulled Gu Ruan into his arms, lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. Once I bring older brother-in-law back, I will make you my wife. Gu Ruan's body shook. She then wrapped her arms around Chan Bei's neck and deepened the kiss. It was a sleepless night. The next day, after Gu Ruan had woken up, Chan Bei said goodbye to her and left the palace to search for Gu Shangshao's whereabouts. Gu Ruan's expression sank as he left. Her eyes were filled with consideration. If my powers had been strong enough, I wouldn't ever drag him down. At this moment, I'm not powerful enough. Though she had been achieving her breakthroughs rapidly, her enemies were becoming more powerful as well. No matter how strong she was now, she would still come face to face with a greater enemy in the future. Perhaps only the peak position can allow me to ensure my loved one's safety. Gu Ruan clenched her fists in a tight grip. Her heart made a decision and her eyes filled with determination along with an absolute faith. Oh, that's right, after breaking through to the exceptional state, I can unlock another door in the ancient divine pagoda. I wonder what the ancient divine pagoda will give to me this time. She thought for a moment before entering the ancient divine pagoda without any further consideration. You're here. Zixi looked at Gu Ruan and his handsome face lit up with a demonic smile. The 6th level of the ancient divine pagoda has been unlocked. You can go in now. All right. Gu Ruan gently nodded and walked towards the now unlocked door to the ancient divine pagoda's 6th level. Everything was empty at the doorway. As Gu Ruan entered the great doorway, a loud crash sounded and a powerful energy entered into her mind's eye, nearly bursting her brain into pieces. When she returned to her senses, she realized that she had entered savage territory. What is this place? Gu Ruan furrowed her brows and a sense of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Usually, the ancient divine pagoda would grant me something to increase my power. Why did it send me to such a strange place this time? Just as Gu Ruan was in the middle of her confusion, a cold and clear voice chimed in from not too far away which made her turn around. Chan Bei, why have you asked me to come to a place like this? Chan Bei. Boom. The name hammered against her heart and made it shiver. It was an extremely hot day. Under the dazzling sky, the man's silvery hair looked absolutely stunning while his crimson robes were enchanting, magnificent, and matchless. This man was like a god and a demon at the same time. These two auras blended with one another on his body. This time, there was no emotion on his face as he glared coldly at the woman in white before him. Gu Ruan did not know why, but she felt a strange sense of familiarity when her eyes landed on the woman in white. The feeling surged towards her like an attack separated by more than 10,000 years. I remember now. A ray of divine light flashed across Gu Ruan's mind. The memory I had seen in the Sea of Flames back then was of a white-robed woman forging the 9 emperors. If my guess is correct, this woman was the one who had created the 9 emperors. Chapter 1289, Early Stage Exceptional State, 16. Besides, just before that memory had faded out, she had clearly seen a figure in red's appearance. Could it be that the figure in red was Chan Bei? What is this place then? Could it be another memory? Gu Ruan pondered for a moment. Why is the ancient divine pagoda showing me this memory? And Chan Bei, just who is he one? Chan Bei's eyes carried an eerily cold chill under the sky. His magnificent features displayed a gloomy air. I heard that you forged the ancient divine pagoda. The ancient divine pagoda. Boom. Gu Ruan's eyes filled with shock. Could it be that this woman had also created the ancient divine pagoda? Who on earth was she? She even had the ability to forge the ancient divine pagoda. Why is she showing me this? Chan Bei, you are my most admired rival throughout my entire life. The woman in white robes chuckled. Her smile was clear and cold as her eyes fixed upon Chan Bei. If you had not done all of those things, perhaps we could have become friends. Unfortunately, you had always treated me as a rival. Could it be that you were like just everyone else, coveting my ancient divine pagoda? Chan Bei's body released a dense murderous intent as his demonic red eyes glared at the woman in white before him. Hand over the ancient divine pagoda. He slowly moved closer towards the white-robed woman. His peerless features were filled with an eerie chill. If you hand over the ancient divine pagoda, I will spare you on account of our many years of camaraderie. The white-robed woman chuckled softly, but there was a sense of disappointment in her smile. Gu Ruan could clearly detect a wave of hurt from her as well. That kind of pain was like a betrayal from a person she loves the most. Gu Ruan does not know why, but when she saw the pain in the white-robed woman's eyes, her heart throbbed forcefully as if this was happening to her as well. That's not right. Gu Ruan suddenly returned to her senses, shook her head and stared coldly at that peerless face. He's not Chan Bei-yi. This man can't possibly be Chan Bei-yi. Then who on earth is he? Why does he look exactly like Chan Bei-yi? Why does he want to take the ancient divine pagoda away? Rush. Just as Gu Ruoan was deep in thought, a white light flashed and the savage land disappeared. When she came to her senses, she was back in the ancient divine pagoda again. Did you see that? Zixi's voice sounded from behind her. That woman in white you just saw was my previous master. Now you know why I had treated Chan Bei-yi with animosity since the beginning. My previous master had died by his hand. Gu Ruoan shook her head. Zixi, you must be mistaken. That wasn't Xiao Yi. I know Xiao Yi so well and I could tell that it wasn't him. Little girl, Zixi laughed bitterly. It's useless even if you say these things because that man was clearly Chan Bei-yi. Even if that man was wearing Xiao Yi's face, that wasn't really him. Gu Ruoan laughed icily. However, that woman sure was foolish. I could tell that she had feelings for Xiao Yi. She can't even acknowledge her beloved. Zixi stared at Gu Ruoan. He really wanted to speak up and tell her that the foolish woman was indeed her. Nevertheless, he could not say anything in the end. It would be better for her to realize some things on her own. If anyone else told her, it would only produce the opposite result. Chapter 1290, Early Stage Exceptional State, 17. Little girl, I know that you trust Chan Bei-yi very much but I still hope that you can maintain your vigilance. There was a cold light in Zixi's smile. I had seen him kill my master for the sake of the ancient divine pagoda with my own eyes. That's why I don't trust him, nor do I wish for you to follow the same disastrous road. He is not as simple as he seems. Zixi. Gu Ruoan raised her head and stared at Zixi's handsome features. Her eyes were filled with determination. I have never been one to listen to others' opinions. I will only experience it for myself. Xiao Yi has given me so much over these years and has never asked for any form of repayment. He has saved me from danger over and over again and had nearly lost his own life in the process. Why should I harbor any suspicions towards him? Even if that man who looks like him were to appear before me one day, I would still believe without any doubt that the person who wanted to kill me would never be Chan Bei-yi. I believe him like how he believes in me as well. You might even say that in this world, aside from you, he is the person that I trust the most. Her trust in Chan Bei-yi comes from the deep recesses of her heart. She would trust him no matter what. Little girl, I hope that your judgment is right. Zixi smiled before he stroked Gu Ruoan's head and sighed. However, even if you're wrong, I will give my life this time to ensure your safety. If you really want to be with him, you can rest assured and just do that. I will handle everything for you behind the scenes. Zixi. Gu Ruoan felt deeply moved as she stared at the man's handsome face. Thank you. To have you and Xiao Yi as my companions is enough for me. One lover and one confidant. What more could she ask for? Zixi smiled. To him, nothing was more important than her happiness. Aside from this memory, there is still one more thing in the 6th level. Zixi looked at the black box in the room and smiled demonically. Little girl, go ahead and open that box. All right. Gu Ruoan slowly walked towards the box and gently unlocked it. Several few pill formulas appeared in her sight. These pill formulas are. Gu Ruoan was shocked after looking through the content of the pill formulas. The exceptional pill can raise someone at the exceptional state to a level above. This is just what I need. Also, there's the infinite pill which can instantly raise a cultivator's power to the exceptional state instantly but with heavy consequences. One would never be able to progress ever again. Gu Ruoan gasped. The infinite pill could instantly enable a cultivator to break through to the exceptional state even though that means that the cultivator would never be able to achieve another breakthrough again. Generally speaking, most of the Dongfang family members in the West Spread mainland have yet to reach the martial supreme rank. They would probably never be able to reach this state in the future. However, if they were to take this pill, they would be able to reach the exceptional state. Not only would they receive a great boost in their powers, their lifespan would also increase by several hundred years as well. These pills are very useful. Gu Ruoan put the pill formulas away. With these, I can increase my power even more rapidly. After that, Gu Ruoan no longer remained in the ancient divine pagoda and quickly left the place. Chapter 1291, Early Stage Exceptional State, 18. Everyone was gathered in the palace hall and were looking at each other, clearly unsure why Gu Ruoan had gathered them all here. Is everyone here? The crowd watched as Gu Ruoan slowly made her way to the dragon chair and stepped down. She then gently raised her brow and swept her gaze through the crowd. Since everyone is here, I'll make my announcement. The crowd looked at each other, uncertain of what Gu Ruoan was keeping in suspense. Ziyun, come out. Gu Ruoan looked at the purple-robed man in the crowd and calmly summoned him. Ziyun's entire body trembled when he heard Gu Ruoan's voice and he stepped out in a fidgety manner, carefully eyeing Gu Ruoan. Master, what are your orders? This woman can't be planning to make me pay for yesterday's challenge. Women have always been petty. It looks like it's all over for me this time. Ziyun, take this pill. Gu Ruoan waved her hand and a pill floated towards Ziyun. Ziyun accepted the pill and stared at Gu Ruoan's delicate features in astonishment, feeling very fidgety. A pill. Ziyun's mouth twitched, unable to believe in Gu Ruoan's words. Based on his point of view, this was not very different from a poison pill. Take it. Gu Ruoan raised her brows and ordered. Ziyun reached out his trembling hand and placed the pill in his mouth before closing his eyes immediately. He acted as if he was looking at death in the face. Everyone else could not bear to look at him. From their point of view, women were all petty beings. Ziyun had provoked her yesterday so she must now be subjecting them to a slow torture after accepting them. To them, the outcome of getting Ziyun to take the pill was obvious. He was definitely going to die. They were already imagining Ziyun with blood oozing from his eyes, nose, and mouth as they started to blame Gu Ruoan in their hearts. After all, Ziyun had been with them for quite a while so they would certainly share some feelings. This woman had come in and pointed a knife at him. This was simply too cruel. Boom. Just as the crowd began to feel reluctant to watch, a hurricane rose from within Ziyun's body which made him quake. They all turned to watch with surprise. Isn't this power generated from a breakthrough? What on earth is going on? Is Ziyun having a breakthrough after swallowing that pill? Could it be that he's breaking through his bottleneck before dying? Ziyun was shocked as well and his eyes stared dazedly at Guruan. After a long pause, he returned to his senses and knelt before Guruan. Thank you, Master, for granting me this pill. If it had not been for this pill, I'm afraid that I would never have reached the late stage of the exceptional state so quickly. He has reached the late stage exceptional state. Even though it was only a step away from a mid-stage exceptional state, the distance between the two stages was vast. Yet Guruan had let bygones be bygones and used a pill to help him achieve his breakthrough. He would never forget this great kindness of hers. Ziyun's features were filled with excitement and he remembered his misunderstanding towards Guruan. A wave of guilt appeared in his eyes. Slam! Ziyun's words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, crashing down immediately and striking everyone senseless. What did Ziyun just say? Guruan had not given him a poison pill, but it was a pill which could help him in his breakthrough. Yet so many of us have all misunderstood her. Consider this exceptional pill as my gift to all of you for making my acquaintance. After this, every one of you may come here and collect one pill from me. Those in the early stage of the exceptional state will be able to break through to the mid-stage upon consuming this pill, while those in the mid-stage will break through to late stage. However, if you consume this pill again after reaching the late stage, even if you are unable to reach the refined state, you will still be on the verge of a breakthrough. I will use another spirit gathering pill to help you in your breakthrough. Chapter 1292, Early Stage Exceptional State 19. The crowd shocked. Everyone was looking at Guruan excitedly, unable to believe their ears. Master, are you saying that all of us can take one of these pills? One should know that this was more than just a regular pill. It was a pill which could aid a cultivator in the exceptional state to achieve a breakthrough. Even the great protectors did not have that kind of power. That's right, Guruan smiled calmly. As long as you serve me with loyalty, you will never lack a source for pills. However, if I ever find out that you have any intentions of betrayal, I will ensure that you will suffer a fate worse than death. Trust me, I'm a pill master and at the same time a poison master too. There are a million ways to grant you a fate worse than death. The crowd could not help but shiver upon hearing her words. They then knelt in unison. Don't worry, Master, we will always remain loyal to you and we will never betray you. If any of us have any intentions to betray you, may we be struck by lightning and die without a whole corpse. You may rise. Guruan waved her hand and replied serenely. You may collect the pills from the vermilion bird after this. You may only have one each. Taking an extra pill would not produce any extra effect. The vermilion bird. The crowd looked at each other, unsure of who Guruan was talking about. However, while they were in the midst of their confusion, they noticed an adorable figure next to the woman. It was a tender, cherub-cheeked little Lolita. Her fiery red eyes looked particularly beautiful while her fair face carried an innocent little smile. She grinned at the crowd before her and said, "Remember to collect the pills from me later." The crowd was absolutely drawn to the little Lolita's cute features, completely ignoring the fact that she had appeared out of thin air. Master. Just then, a figure rushed into the room and knelt before Guruan. Reporting to the master, the Ghost Order's master has requested for an audience, he exclaimed. The Ghost Order. Guruan was shaken. What kind of a person is the Ghost Order's master? Reporting to the master, Ziyun looked at Guruan and said, ever since Lord Chanbei had subdued us, neighboring organizations have received word of his existence. The Ghost Order is considered to be at the peak of existence amongst the forces in the second-tier ranks. The Ghost Order's master is already at the late stage of the refined state and anyone who has crossed the members of the Ghost Order would enter the gates of hell. Hence, the Ghost Order has that reputation. However, at that point, Ziyun's tone became more cautious. The Ghost Order's master seems to be very interested in Lord Chanbei and had asked for an audience many times. However, Lord Chanbei has never met her and has always kept the members of the Ghost Order outside the gates. Guruan thought for a moment before she calmly replied, "Let her in." "Yes, master." After receiving her orders, the man joined his fists and took his leave. "Master, this Chuluo, the Order Master of the Ghost Order, has great power. Now that Lord Chanbei isn't here, I think it's best that we do not see her. Otherwise, if she causes trouble for you." Ziyun was at a loss. After all, the only one who could defeat Chuluo was Lord Chanbei. No matter how powerful their master was, she was no match for Chuluo. "Have no fear." Guruan laughed and rose to her feet. "I'd love to see who's been trying to see my man." Once she had said that, she did not give anyone the opportunity to advise her and walked out the door. "Come, we must hurry and protect our master," Ziyun said as he sighed in exasperation and waved his hand. Chapter 1293, Early Stage Exceptional State 20. A black-robed woman was seated at a table in a simple and unadorned drawing room. Her eyes continuously darted towards the door and there was a sense of anticipation on her face. However, a clear sense of disappointment flashed in her eyes when she noticed Guruan walking into the room. "That's not him. However, the more that fellow refuses to see me, the more curious I am about his identity." Chu Luo of the Ghost Order. Guruan slowly entered the room as her clear and cold gaze turned towards the black-robed woman. She then calmly curled her lips. "I wonder what business do you have with the Devil Sect?" There was an ugly look on Chu Luo's face now. "I'm here to see your master, not you. I am the Order Master of the Ghost Order. I'm on the same rank as your master, yet they had sent a servant girl to greet me." It was said that the master of this palace does not have a wife. Therefore, the woman before her must clearly be a servant. The hateful thing was, it would be fine if that fellow had refused to see her yet he had actually sent a servant girl. This was clearly an insult. "Apologies, bud." Guruan smirked. "I'm the master of this palace." Smash. Chu Luo's finger tensed up and she shattered the teacup in her hand. Her pretty eyes were wide with shock as she stared at Gu Ruoan in disbelief. What did you say? You're the master of this palace. That's impossible. I heard that the master of this palace is a silver-haired man in red who is absolutely powerful. You were merely at the early stage of the exceptional state. Gu Ruoan looked at the teacup that Chu Luo had shattered and calmly replied, the teacups in my palace are very expensive. You've broken it, so you shall have to compensate me with 10,000 gold pieces. What? Chu Luo nearly jumped. Shamed into anger, she cried out, are you trying to rob me? 10,000 gold pieces. This woman could even think of such a thing. She owns a teacup which actually costs 10,000 gold pieces. Since you don't want to compensate me with money, Ziyun, send our guest away. Wait, Chu Luo was anxious now. She has yet to grasp the situation, so how could she leave so soon? She gritted her teeth at the thought and said, it's just 10,000 gold pieces, isn't it? I'll give it to you. However, I don't have that much money on me at the moment. I'll have someone send it over to you later. No gold pieces, no problem. You can use an item of the same price in exchange. Gu Ruoan swept her gaze towards Chu Luo and said with a fixed smile. How about you give me the blood lotus in your arm? It's less valuable than 10,000 gold pieces. Chu Luo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. In this woman's eyes, was this blood lotus only worth less than 10,000 gold pieces? One should know that she had spent 1,000,000 gold pieces to buy this from a peddler. And now this woman wants to exchange it for a shattered teacup. Miss, this is daylight robbery. Chu Luo gritted her teeth hatefully. No matter how expensive your teacup is, it's not as valuable as my blood lotus. I can give you 10,000 gold pieces, but you can forget about this blood lotus. Really? Gu Ruoan raised her brow. Ziyun, send our guest away. From now on, members of the Ghost Order are not welcome here. You. Chu Luo trembled in anger. However, she could not contain her curiosity and pulled the blood lotus out from her bosom before throwing it at Gu Ruoan. I'll give it to you. It's only an item worth 1,000,000 gold pieces. The Ghost Order has the money and I can just buy another one next time. However, I hope you don't end up being choked to death by this blood lotus. It's not good to take another's possession. Chapter 1294, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order 1. Gu Ruoan smiled serenely as she picked up and kept the blood lotus, seemingly unaffected by the anger on Chu Luo's face. My teacups are very expensive. I think I have made a loss in exchanging this teacup with a blood lotus. This time, Chu Luo was overcome with rage. She nearly spat out a mouthful of blood as she glared angrily at Gu Ruoan. She then gritted her teeth and said, get your master to come out and meet me. I don't want to speak to a servant girl. Auntie, is there something wrong with your hearing? My master has already told you that she's the master of this palace. Is your hearing deteriorating with age? Someone giggled childishly beside Gu Ruoan. Chu Luo turned around in anger and glared at the little Lolita next to the woman. If it was not for her curiosity about the identity of the master of this palace, she would never have stayed here and be humiliated. HMPH, stop getting in my way. Chu Luo scoffed. You think that I don't know that the master of this palace is a man? Besides, this woman has only just reached the exceptional state. She's not even at the refined state and you insist on lying to me by saying that she's the master of this place. Chu Luo treated the little vermilion bird's words with contempt and stared at Gu Ruoan with disdain. She's right. At that moment, Ziyun and the others had just rushed over. When they entered the drawing room, they overheard the conversation between Chu Luo and the vermilion bird and could not help but chime in. Order Master Chu Luo, Lord Chanbei has handed this place over to our master. From now on, she is our leader. Hence, she's the master of this palace. Ziyun smiled icily as he stared at Chu Luo. What did you just say? Chu Luo's expression changed drastically. Even though she has never met Chanbei before, she was familiar with his subordinates. Yet, even these people were stepping out to prove that this little girl was the master of this palace. Hee hee. Suddenly, she laughed and her smile was filled with disdain and ridicule. I never thought that you'd pledge your loyalty to this little girl who still smells of her mother's milk. What benefits can she bring you? Are you really going to serve someone who is less powerful than you? Ziyun and the rest looked at each other upon hearing this. It was true, they had refused to serve Gu Ruoan in the beginning because this woman's power was inferior to theirs. However, once they recalled the events which had happened yesterday, the crowd instantly shivered. Gu Ruoan's rank was not much higher than theirs, but her skills in battle have far surpassed their own. Order Master Chu Luo, as the Ghost Order's master, you have our respect. However, that does not mean that we can tolerate your slander against our master. The crowd was enraged. After all, Gu Ruoan had already bribed them thoroughly with pills. How could they allow anyone to hurl insults at her? Chu Luo's face stiffened. She never thought that these people would stand up for Gu Ruoan. I was only speaking without thinking. Chu Luo looked somewhat embarrassed. This time, I had come here to see. Your previous master, that silver-haired man in red. Can you ask him to come out for a while? Honestly, Chu Luo was really curious about Chanbei's identity, especially since he had managed to build such a large palace in the space of just 1 month. Furthermore, his neighboring organizations did not have the courage to offend him. Hence, she really wanted to find out where this man had come from. Chapter 1295, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order 2. I'm sorry, Lord Chanbei isn't here. Order Master Chu Luo, please go back. Ziyun laughed icily as he cruelly showed her out the door. Chu Luo's expression was turning increasingly ugly. She had come here to see Chanbei, but not only was she unable to see him at all, even the blood lotus, which she had to spend a lot of money to purchase, had been snatched away by this woman. When was she, Chu Luo, ever willing to make business at a loss? It's fine if you won't let me see him. Chu Luo raised her head and declared angrily, give me back the blood lotus and I'll leave right now. Do you really think that it's possible to take back something which is already in my possession? Gu Ruoan stared at Chu Luo's furious expression as she calmly smirked and asked with a tight smile, I'd like to know if this big blood lotus could possibly choke me to death. She had said all this to make Chu Luo choke on her own words. Gu Ruoan's eyes, which were filled with ridicule, made Chu Luo's fury pierce through the skies. Her beautiful face turned chilly. What do you mean? You refused to let me see the person and you've also robbed me of my possession. Do you think that I, the Ghost Order's master, is someone who could be so easily oppressed? Let me tell you this, give the blood lotus back to me this instant or else. Thump. She slammed her hand on the desk and broke it immediately. She then angrily rose to her feet and glared fiercely at Gu Ruoan. Gu Ruoan glanced at the broken desk and calmly curled the corners of her lips. It seems that the Ghost Order's master takes pleasure in destroying things. However, I have mentioned that the items in my palace are extremely valuable. I wonder how much do you intend on compensating me for this? Chu Luo instantly rolled her eyes. She has experienced shameless behavior from others before, but she has never met anyone quite as shameless as this. This fellow was clearly trying to rob her. It would be a waste of her unscrupulous business nature if she does not venture into business. I know that you don't have a lot of money on you now. Gu Ruoan smirked. Do you plan on signing a contract or should I continue to search you for other items? Chu Luo quickly took several steps back, afraid that this woman would notice the treasures hidden on her body. Was she born in the year of the dog? Her nose is more sensitive than a dog's. Tell me, how much should I pay you this time? Chu Luo had to grit her teeth to say this. Her eyes were spitting fire and she had never been so uncomfortable in her life. Not much. Gu Ruoan shook her head and replied with a half smile. 1 million gold pieces. What? Chu Luo jumped with shock and cried out angrily, 1 million gold pieces, why don't you just rob me? This stable of mine was made from the most expensive western wood. Not only can it help put one's worries to rest, it can also help to solidify a cultivator's cultivation base. You should know the value of western wood. Do you think that 1 million gold pieces is an expensive price for this table? This palace was a gift from Chanbei, so every single piece of it would be the best of the best. It was obvious that the table would be made out of a mythical type of wood. HMPH. Chu Luo sat down, scoffed and said, I'm not going to give you that kind of money. Besides, based on this woman's level of power, she would not be able to kill her. If you don't have the money. Gu Ruoan narrowed her eyes before a cold and sharp light flashed across them. Then compensate for it with your body. Chu Luo was shaken. She looked at the elegant woman in green before her and blinked in astonishment. Chapter 1296, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order, 3. What are you planning to do? Chu Luo jumped with fright as Gu Ruoan walked closer towards her. She quickly covered her breasts and exclaimed with an ugly look on her face, I'm not interested in women, don't you dare do anything to me, you damn pervert. Chu Luo was clearly frightened into a daze. What does she mean by, use my body as compensation? I never thought that this woman, who looked so quiet and mild-mannered, would turn out to be such a huge pervert. She even wants to have my body. She must be dreaming. Let me tell you that if you take one step closer, I won't show you any courtesy. Boom. A powerful, monstrous energy exploded from Chu Luo's body. Her entire being was like a shocked little tiger glaring cautiously at Gu Ruoan. Suddenly, she felt great regret for setting foot into this palace. Not only had she been unable to meet its true master, she has even provoked a pervert. It was a good thing that this woman was not all that powerful. If Gu Ruoan should ever have the audacity to molest her, she would slaughter her immediately. Gu Ruoan was shocked. Pervert. Since when have I turned into a pervert? Unable to understand the matter, Gu Ruoan did not look too much into it and curled the corners of her lips indifferently. Chu Luo, since you're here, you can forget about leaving. I want your ghost order for myself, so from now on, they will listen to my orders and you will stay by my side and do my bidding. This time, even Ziyun and the rest were in shock. Everyone stared at Gu Ruoan in astonishment. What did she just say? To have the Ghost Order's master pledge loyalty to her. After all, the Ghost Order's master is already a cultivator at the refined state. How could Gu Ruoan possibly subdue her? Ha ha, Chu Luo burst into laughter after recovering from her shock. There was a sense of contempt in her laugh. Am I hearing this right? You want me to serve you? Little maiden, I think you'd better go into closed-door cultivation for a few more years. Do you really think that you can have my loyalty based on your abilities? Gu Ruoan raised her brow and looked at Chu Luo. Even if you don't want to serve me, you don't have a choice. It's your fault for drinking my devil sex tea. What do you mean? Chu Luo's expression changed drastically as she glared angrily at Gu Ruoan. What do I mean? Gu Ruoan chuckled. You can try your luck now and see if anything feels different. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo quickly sat down and crossed her legs without another word, trying to mobilize her aura. However, when she tried to mobilize her aura, a heart-rending pain rose from within her. The pain was so great that she furrowed her willowy brows. Her beautiful and exquisite face instantly turned pale. What have you done to me? Chu Luo clenched her fist as she bellowed at Gu Ruoan angrily. I've told you, I want you to serve me. Gu Ruoan stared at Chu Luo indifferently. This is the price you have to pay for eyeing my man. You're despicable. Chu Luo spat angrily. She had only felt an interest towards the master of this palace, so she had come over several times for a visit. Yet, not only was she unable to even see the man's face, she has even lost her freedom. This was indeed the depiction of, a single slip may cause lasting sorrow. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to die from the poison or serve me? Gu Ruoan stared at the extremely ugly expression on Chu Luo's exquisite face with a tight smile. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Chu Luo took a deep breath. What other choice do I have now? That heart-rending pain was so real that even my breathing has become abnormal. If I don't serve her, I might end up dying from the poison in the future. If I do serve her, I would lose my freedom for the rest of my life, but at least I'd be alive. Chapter 1297, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order. 4. Chu Luo was very clear of the circumstances after weighing the pros and cons. You are sinister. She glared at Gu Ruan once again, gritted her teeth and said, fine, I'll serve you. This woman is simply too vicious. Gu Ruan smiled. It goes without saying that her harvest was rather bountiful today. She has even gained Chu Luo's loyalty. With the addition of the Ghost Order, the power that she holds can only grow stronger. Xiao Yi, Gu Ruan lowered her eyelids. She thought about the man's peerless features and curled her lips. I won't let you face everything on your own, so I must expand my power. This is the only way for me to stand by your side and face all obstacles with you, instead of relying on him to deal with everything on his own. Then again, I wonder where Xiao Yi is now. Has he found my big brother? Gu Ruan's eyes turned towards the dark night outside the window and her gaze was filled with a faint longing. The Celestial Mountain. Many people were coming and going to a mountain range near the Secret Order. The place was bustling unusually with excitement. Even the tea house at the foot of the mountain, which usually serves as a rest stop for tourists, has become overcrowded, filled with noisy chatter. Have you heard of the Secret Order? I've heard the elders of my family mention them before. They say that the Secret Order has been around for over 10,000 years and has always stayed hidden from the world. No one knows how powerful the Secret Order is, and we don't know why they have revealed themselves to the world and advertised for organizations to enter the Secret Order for cultivation. Honestly, I've never heard of the Secret Order until now. However, I reckon that everyone in the First City will know about this organization now. Speaking of, who do you think is more powerful, the Governor's Palace of First City or the Secret Order? It's not a good comparison, but I would assume that the Governor's Palace is more powerful. If the Secret Order is really all that great, they would be the ones in charge of managing First City, not the Governor's Palace. The crowd nodded. Even though the Secret Order has remained hidden from the world for many years, this does not mean that their power surpasses the Governor's Palace. If the members of the Secret Order were also powerful, the Governor's Palace would not be the ones managing the First City now. The Secret Order. A green-robed woman who had been sipping her tea in the corner with her head lowered raised her brow and calmly murmured, I had rushed over here at first because I had heard about Xiao Yi's reappearance, but I never thought that I would end up running into the Secret Order's competition. It has been half a year. Half a year has passed since she had subdued the Ghost Order. Over this period of time, she had constantly kept an ear out for news of Chanbei Yi's whereabouts. When she heard that a silver-haired man in crimson robes had appeared near Celestial Mountain, she had immediately rushed right over with her men. What kind of a place is the Secret Order? A man dressed in a purple jacket who was standing next to her furrowed his brows and asked skeptically, why have I never heard of this organization? Hee, based on your position, how could you possibly know of an organization which has been hidden from the world? You'd better go back and cultivate it a little more. Once you've reached a more powerful level, you'll know about those who would outmatch all the other organizations of the world. Chapter 1298, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order. 5. The person who had spoken was a woman dressed in black robes. She has exquisitely beautiful features and her curved, willowy brow was raised upwards as she stared disdainfully at the man in the purple jacket. Chu Luo, don't forget, we now hold the same position. We are both loyal to the master and your status is no more valuable than mine. Ziyun scoffed as he replied contemptuously. Ever since Chu Luo has been subdued by Gu Ruan, both she and Ziyun have been squabbling every day, unable to cooperate with each other. Chu Luo would never have acted so courteously to Ziyun most of the time. However, because they were now in front of Gu Ruan, she could only glare at him no matter how angry she was feeling. If we aren't right in front of our master, I would turn you into a corpse for your audacity in talking to me that way. It's because of our master's presence that I would dare to treat you this way. Ziyun's mouth twitched and he retorted irritably. Was there not a saying that goes, a dog threatens based on its master's power? He admits to being Gu Ruan's dog, so what was wrong with borrowing a bit of her awe-inspiring presence to scold Chu Luo? As long as Gu Ruan was here, Chu Luo could not lay a finger on him no matter how angry she was. You're just a dog who threatens based on his master's power. This phrase instantly popped up in Chu Luo's mind. She then glared angrily at Ziyun before turning away towards Gu Ruan and said, Master, have you ever heard of the Secret Order? I have some knowledge in this area. It is said that the Secret Order is very powerful and even the governor of First City would have to give way to the Secret Order. Besides, the mountain where the Secret Order is based in is very suitable for a cultivator's cultivation process. If you could cultivate there, half the battle would be won. More importantly, Chu Luo paused, the Secret Order holds an inheritance. Each talented disciple of the Secret Order would receive this inheritance upon reaching a certain stage. Hence, this was how the members of the Secret Order have managed to grow so quickly. With the additional nurturing from countless treasures, the Secret Order holds an unshakable position. However, this Secret Order has always remained hidden in the world. I don't know what has happened this time which would cause the Secret Order to return to the eyes of the world and begin to recruit geniuses. Gu Ruan fell silent for a moment, no one could tell what was hidden behind those eyes. After a long pause, she calmly replied, I'm rather interested in this competition. Master, Chu Luo was a little shocked. Isn't Master here to find her man? Why is she interested in a competition like this all of a sudden? Gu Ruan's eyes gleamed with determination as she glanced out the window and slowly replied, my powers are still not strong enough, I'm afraid that I'm still only a burden to Xiao Yi. Perhaps, entering the Secret Order is an opportunity for me. Only when I increase my powers can I fight with him shoulder to shoulder and face all the dangers together. Chu Luo felt shocked. She has always assumed that Gu Ruan was nothing more than Chanbei Yi's woman and had to depend on his abilities to obtain Ziyun and the others. Chu Luo never thought that Gu Ruan would have such ambition and refuse to only be protected by him. Instead, she wants to walk side by side with him. Chu Luo had always looked down on Gu Ruan from the very beginning. After all, her powers were so weak that they were almost insignificant. Chu Luo simply could not understand why a powerful cultivator would want a woman like this. That he would even surrender his own power to her. Now she knows that though this woman may not be very powerful, she has an aura that no one else could surpass. This type of aura could not even be surpassed by a sovereign who has descended from the sky. Chapter 1299, Chuluo of the Ghost Order, 6. A person with weak powers is not a terrible thing. The terrible thing would be if that person does not have any intentions of growing stronger. Upon hearing Gu Ruan's words, Chuluo slowly began to change her point of view. Her eyes no longer held her initial disdain. It's the members of the secret order. Suddenly, someone spoke and attracted the attention of everyone in the tea house. The crowd all turned to look at the new arrivals. Everyone watched excitedly as a white-robed man slowly glided like a deity into the area, followed closely by a group of people dressed in white robes as well. However, it was very obvious that those other people do not have a high position like the man in white. Next to him was an attractive and dignified woman. The woman's eyes were as pretty as a picture while her facial features were exquisite and moving. She was dressed in light yellow robes which emphasized her elegant posture, and a violet sash was wrapped around her waist, flowing gracefully. It's Wen Ya, the eldest lady of the Wen family. Looks like she's with an emissary of the secret order. The crowd stared at the group who had just walked in. However, when they noticed the warning looks from the members of the secret order, they quickly shut their mouths but continued to analyze them curiously. Zhao Shi. Wen Ya took a seat near Gu Ruan's position. There was a graceful smile on her delicate and dignified features. The Wen family will certainly join the secret order's competition. I hope that you can be a little more flexible when the time comes, Zhao Shi. The man who had been addressed as Zhao Shi nodded. Knowing the Wen family's power, you should be able to win very easily. The secret order has also determined that the first 3 winners can enter the secret order for cultivation. Besides. Zhao Shi paused for a moment. There was a rather unnatural expression in his eyes. How is Yue? Wen Ya looked at Zhao Shi's unnatural expression. A light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she smiled gracefully. Don't worry, Zhao Shi. Little sister Yue is definitely doing all right. Besides, she has been yearning for you, Lord Zhao Shi. Once the Wen family has successfully gone through this competition, I'll send little sister Yue right over. Not too long ago, Wen Ya had found out that Wen Yue and Zhao Shi had been acquainted with each other for a long time ago. However, they were not aware of each other's identity. Hence, after she had discovered this, she purposely arranged for them to meet again and expose their identities. This has all been for the sake of using Wen Yue to pin him down so that the Wen family could seize the brightest and the best out of this competition. Indeed, upon hearing Wen Ya's reply, a hint of joy flashed in Zhao Shi's eyes, but he did not show any expression on his face. He only nodded calmly and said, Don't worry, I'll deal with this. Besides, the Wen family has always been powerful. This will not be a problem. If the Wen family's power was only average at best, Zhao Shi would never have found the courage to help them cheat. However, since the Wen family was already very powerful, it would not be an issue even if they became the champions. After all, only the champions could accept the secret order's inheritance. Those from the other ranks would only receive merit for entering the secret order. Then I thank you very much, Lord Zhao Shi. Wen Ya smiled. Though her smile was graceful and moving, her beautiful eyes contained a vicious light. They had placed a protective cover in their surroundings during the discussion, so they were not too worried about being overheard. Unfortunately, they did not know that Gu Ruan was in this tea house as well. Hence, she had overheard every single thing in the conversation between the two. Chapter 1300, Chuluo of the Ghost Order, 7. Gu Ruan raised her brows and there was a smile in her eyes. She never thought that it would really turn out to be a case of enemies on a narrow road, and that she would end up bumping into the Wen family members here. Furthermore, the Wen family would become her opponents after this. Master, what's going on? Chuluo stared curiously at Gu Ruan. She could not understand why Gu Ruan's smile has suddenly turned cold. It's nothing. Gu Ruan turned away and gently sipped her tea. A light flashed in her eyes as she laughed icily. I'm afraid that this competition won't be so easy. Chuluo, you must be prepared. Chuluo stared at Gu Ruan in astonishment. She's saying that this competition isn't going to be so easy. What does she mean by that? However, Gu Ruan was not inclined to answer Chuluo's questions and entered into deep thought. Open the door. A woman dressed in light yellow robes walked towards the prison cell and ordered the guards to open the door. Yes, eldest lady. The guard pulled out a key and unlocked an iron chain. The door to the prison cell then opened with a loud creak. An ethereal and beautiful woman was sitting on a stone bench in the prison cell. Her gaze was passive as she stared blankly at the cell's door. She did not even react when someone else walked in. Her noble little face was extremely pale and filled with misery. Wen Yue, have you thought it over? Wen Ya walked into the cell and her gaze landed upon her half-sister. A cold sneer formed on her graceful features as she asked, will you marry Zhao Shi or not? He's a member of the secret order after all. If you marry him, the Wen family will establish a connection with the secret order. Wen Yue was shaken. She turned around, unwilling to look at the sneering woman. Zhao Shi is very interested in you. Besides, grandfather intends to use you to get on board this ship. Wen Ya approached Wen Yue, carefully observing the ethereal-looking face before her. If you refuse, you will stay in this cell for the rest of your life. Besides, I've already promised Zhao Shi that if he helps the Wen family to gain the first place in the competition, I'll send you to the secret order. By then, you will certainly become his woman. Wen Yue bit her lip. Perhaps out of all the regrets she's ever had in this lifetime, none surpassed her acquaintance with Zhao Shi. It has exposed the true nature of these greedy people who actually want to gift her to Zhao Shi from the secret order. Wen Yue, are you still thinking about that kid, Gu Shangxiao? Wen Ya laughed icily. Her voice was filled with disdain. What's so good about that kid? Nothing about him is any better than the prestige of Zhao Shi from the secret order. You've received Zhao Shi's favor, who is soon about to become a disciple of the secret order, the #1 force in the mainland. By then, even the governor would need to give us leeway. As for Gu Shangxiao, Wen Ya laughed scornfully. Because of the special circumstances of his physique, grandfather wants to capture him and bring him back to the Wen family. He had even manipulated the Lin family to carry out that deed. However, what's so great about his special characteristics? He's still nothing compared to the prestige of the secret order. But instead, what had you done? After grandfather had managed to capture Gu Shangshao, you had secretly allowed him to escape. If it hadn't been for you, the Wen family would have refined Gu Shangshao into a puppet long ago. Wen Yue still refused to speak as if she did not hear Wen Ya's voice at all. Her eyes continued to stare emptily at the prison door. No one could tell what she was thinking. Yue, did you think that Gu Shangshao would actually be grateful to you for setting him free? That man's body is special. Grandfather had discovered his existence through the Wen family's puppet book. Unfortunately, grandfather could not do this personally and had no choice but to leave the Lin family to deal with this matter. Who would have thought that those good-for-nothings of the Lin family would turn out to be completely useless? In the end, I could no longer tolerate it and personally captured him and brought him back home. Chapter 1301, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order 8. Of course, this matter had attracted a great sensation amongst the great protectors. It has even attracted the governor's attention. However, she does not regret it. Yue, you should understand that based on Gu Shangshao's unique physical qualities, he would never achieve greatness if he stayed as a human. Only as a puppet will he be able to reach the peak of existence on this mainland with a single leap. Furthermore, this is the type of existence that is useful to the Wen family. You, on the other hand, had set Gu Shangshao free just as grandfather was halfway into victory. He will never thank you. Instead, he will hate you for costing him this chance to successfully become a top cultivator. When Yue finally reacted, her indifferent gaze landed upon Wen Ya as she snorted icily and exclaimed, do you really think that anyone would still feel any happiness after being turned into a puppet? So what if his powers aren't strong enough? At least he would have his free will. If he becomes a puppet, he wouldn't even be able to recognize his own family and would have to accept your every order for the rest of his life. Yue, you are still too naive. There are few powerful cultivators in this world who still acknowledges their families. Only when one no longer recognizes their own family can one rise into the unsurpassed stage. Wen Ya's gaze turned towards her. So, even if the Wen family turns him into a puppet, he would thank us from the bottom of his heart. After all, he would never be able to gain this type of power without our intervention. You, on the other hand, have damaged his chances of becoming a powerful cultivator. Wen Yue shook her head and said nothing more. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. She has very different ideas from these people. Saying any more to them would only be a waste of breath. Yue, Wen Ya lowered her head and stared gracefully at the woman in front of her, curling her lips into a smile. Grandfather was extremely enraged by this. I had to make painstaking efforts in order to persuade him to spare you. Now, as long as you become Zhao Shi's woman, grandfather would never lay a hand on you again, no matter what. When Yue lowered her eyes, there was a chilly smile on her face. Trying to make her give in to the Wen family's arrangements was simply an indulgence into wild fantasies. She would never agree to it. Yue, could it be that you've forgotten about the missing brother of yours? Wen Ya smirked and asked in a gentle voice. Even though she sounded very gentle, it made Wen Yue's body stiffen. She raised her head and glared fixedly at the graceful face before her. What have you done to him? That man was her one and only support over these past few years. That fellow Wen Yan has managed to form a contract with Tianqi and had run away from the Wen family. Did you really think that the Wen family would let him get away with it? Wen Ya laughed icily. We've now discovered that he's no longer in the first city but is in the secular world. No wonder there hasn't been any news of him for so many years. Oh, that's right, I seem to have forgotten that your mother is from the secular world as well. If you refuse to agree to my request, I have no choice but to send someone over to your mother's side of the family. If I remember correctly, your mother's family should be in the northern block territory, the Jiang family of Main City. Every word from Wen Ya's mouth made Wen Yue's heart tremble violently. She bit her lip and her once indifferent gaze now filled with anger. She glared at Wen Ya fiercely. Don't look at me like that. Wen Ya giggled. I'm doing this for your own good. If you marry Zhao Shi, not only will the Wen family's social position rise accordingly, you will also receive unlimited grandeur as well. As a disciple of the secret order, Zhao Shi can never be compared to that piece of trash, Gu Shangshao. The positions of both men are as different as heaven and earth. If you marry Zhao Shi, you will only receive benefits. Nothing bad will come of it. Chapter 1302, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order 9. When Yue clenched her fist in a tight grip as her ethereal little face filled with rage. Aren't you afraid that after marrying Zhao Shi, my first act would be to destroy the Wen family? Hee hee, Wen Ya laughed softly. If you want your elder brother and maternal grandfather's family to stay good and alive, you'd better listen to everything I say. If I tell you to do something, you do it. Otherwise, I fear that your brother might reunite with your mother in the underworld. She stuck out her finger and lifted Wen Yue's chin. Her voice was just as warm and gentle as before. Yue, your mother is from the secular world and her rank was lowly and insignificant. If I had not spoke favorably of you throughout the years, do you really think that, based on your lowly position, you would be able to hold the position of the second young lady of the Wen family in peace? Furthermore, there's that traitorous elder brother of yours. When Yue gently shut her eyes as her body trembled violently. She knows that they have won. These people have her vulnerable spot in a fierce and tight grip, so she had no choice but to comply. If I agree to this, will my elder brother stay alive? She opened her eyes as a bitter smile appeared on her face. Her ethereal little face was completely pale but her gaze was serene. That's right, if you marry Zhao Shi, I guarantee that no one in the Wen family would dare to lay a hand on him. As for Tianqi, consider it as a gift from the Wen family to him. From now on, no one in the Wen family would dare to assassinate your elder brother. What about Gu Shangshao? Wen Yue pursed her lips and asked, will you still continue to try and refine him into a puppet? Wen Ya looked at Wen Yue with a smile and said teasingly, I never thought that you would be so devoted to Gu Shangshao that even now, you're still concerning yourself over his safety. Don't worry, As long as you listen to me like a good girl, we won't hurt him anymore. However, he's almost half a puppet now. Even if we don't hurt him, he would never be able to live like a normal person anymore. Perhaps a day may come when he would not be able to recognize his own kin. Of course, that would have nothing to do with the Wen family anymore. Wen Yue laughed bitterly. All right, as long as you let the both of them go, I'll give my promise to you. I will marry Zhao Shi. In the past, her elder brother had promised her that once his power has grown stronger, he would return to save her. That was why she had stayed in the Wen family and waited for him for so many years. Now, she has given up. What was wrong with marrying Zhao Shi if the Wen family promises to spare her brother in return? She has completely lost all interest in living in this lifetime. If it were not for her elder brother Sake, she would have left this world long ago. That's my good little sister. Wen Ya's finger gently stroked Wen Yue's face with an extremely warm and gentle smile on her face. That kid, Gu Shangshao, is nothing compared to Zhao Shi. Simply his position as a disciple of the secret order is enough to make him a target for assassination. The decision that you've made now is for the best. Yue, remember this, once you've married Zhao Shi, don't forget how the Wen family has supported you. You must listen to what I say, understand? Wen Yue's head turned away as if she absolutely loathed Wen Ya's intimate touch. At that moment, her face had grown even paler in the dark prison cell while her eyes turned even more hollow and empty. A large crowd has gathered at Celestial Mountain's registration point, but no one dared to cut the line. They were all lined up in a methodical and tidy manner. The competition held by the secret order this time was only open for organizations to participate in. The organizations that managed to win the first 3 places would be allowed to enter the secret order for cultivation. Furthermore, the champions would receive the secret order's inheritance. Chapter 1303, Chu Luo of the Ghost Order, 10. The secret order's inheritance was said to be able to quickly raise a cultivator's level of power. Hence, organizations of all sizes in the first city have arrived to participate in this competition, all for the sake of this inheritance. Celestial Mountain was now fully occupied by cultivators, causing the spiritual beasts to hide their presence, afraid that the humans would slaughter them. Master, there are too many people here. Leave the registration to me, you should go and get some rest. Ziyun suggested with reverence as he looked at Gu Ruoan. There's no need. Gu Ruoan shook her head. It will be our turn soon, just wait for a little while more. Upon hearing this, Ziyun then turned towards the line in front of them and sighed exasperatedly as he said, the secret order certainly has enough valiant charisma to have attracted so many people so quickly. I wonder how long we have to stand in line for. Gu Ruoan curled her lips calmly. Her face had remained absolutely serene the entire time and had never shown any signs of anxiety despite being made to queue up under the scorching hot weather. Time passed by very quickly. It was still sunrise when they had joined the queue. In the blink of an eye, the sun was now setting. The afterglow from the setting sun illuminated the entire mountain. After a day, the queue has finally been reduced greatly and it was soon Gu Ruoan and her party members' turn. Organization. The white-robed man who was taking notes did not even look at Gu Ruoan and asked in a routine manner. The Devil Sect. Number of people. 3. Upon hearing Gu Ruoan's reply, the white-robed man finally raised his head to look at her as a sense of astonishment flashed in his eye. Are you not aware that you must have 5 people to register? That's the lowest amount too. Most organizations have over 10 people. After all, this was a team competition and not for individuals. The greater the number, the more dominance the group would have. Yet, this woman had registered with only 2 subordinates. Gu Ruoan pondered for a moment. Make it 5 then. All right. The white-robed man said nothing more and with a wave of his pen, he wrote down the name of their organization and the number of participants before taking a token out and placing it in front of Gu Ruoan. This is the token you'll need for participating in this competition. Those who have registered can leave now and get some rest. The secret order has specially built a simple guest house for the purpose of this competition. Someone will escort you to the guest house shortly. Gu Ruoan accepted the token, slowly turned around and said, Chu Luo, Ziyun, let's go. Yes, master. The 2 followed Gu Ruoan silently and did not say a word. However, they were very curious about how Gu Ruoan planned to find 2 other people. After all, she had only brought the 2 of them out with her this time. At the guest house. Gu Ruoan poured herself a cup of tea in a plain and simple room before summoning the vermilion bird and azure dragon from the ancient divine pagoda before Chu Luo and Ziyun's very eyes. They were both stunned at the sight of their appearance. They had met the vermilion bird a while back. Even though they did not know who this little girl was, they knew that her relationship with Gu Ruoan was far above average. As for the man, they've never met him before. Only people below the age of 30 are permitted to join this competition. You have both passed that age. Take these pills, they will temporarily conceal your age. Gu Ruoan said, producing 2 pills and placing them in front of the 2. Chu Luo was flabbergasted. Master, are you joking? This little maiden is only 5 to 6 years old. Are you saying that she's over 30? How can this be? She asked, astonished. Chapter 1304, The First Confrontation with Wenya, 1. Chu Luo really found it hard to believe that this little Lolita was actually more than 30 years old. Auntie, not only do you have a bad memory, there's something wrong with your brain too. The vermilion bird glanced at Chu Luo and replied contemptuously. Master has already said that I'm more than 30 years old, so I'm definitely much older than that. Besides, the first city did not exist during the era of my birth. I had watched the first city being constructed bit by bit with my own eyes. Chu Luo was in a daze, temporarily unsure of what to say. She blankly turned around, looked at Gu Ruoan and asked, Master, what does she mean? She's not 5 years old. She enjoys dressing up as a young girl. There's no need for you to be bothered about that. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. Even though the vermilion bird was more than 10,000 years old, she would only use this Lolita of a face in public. Qi, Tianqiang, not only will this be able to forge your age, it can conceal your spiritual beast aura. Tomorrow, you will come with me and participate in this competition. Yes, Master. By the way, Guruan thought for a moment and produced 2 more pills again. She then placed them in front of the 2. I have made a side modification in these exceptional pills. Not only are they suitable for human consumption, but spiritual beasts can also consume them too. I want you 2 to take these exceptional pills now. This way, you'll be able to break through to the late stage in the exceptional state. This will be greatly beneficial for our next competition. Hearing this, the 2 spiritual beasts immediately swallowed the pills without another word. Once the pill entered their mouths, a loud bang sounded and a wave of energy exploded. A storm began to circle the sky above them. It was a good thing that Chu Luo had been following Gu Ruan for half a year now, so she was not too startled by the sight of these things anymore. However, what shocked her was that Gu Ruan had stated that she had made a slight modification to these exceptional pills. Everyone knows that pills for humans may not be suitable for a spiritual beast's body. Hence, the exceptional pill may be able to help a human achieve a breakthrough but could not help a spiritual beast in their promotion. Yet, this woman has modified an exceptional pill. This means that even if she does not have pill formulas, she can invent a new pill. Gu Ruan's ability to refine pills was already shocking enough for Chu Luo, but she never thought that this woman's power would extend beyond that. For the first time, Chu Luo felt that following Gu Ruan means a bright path in her future. I finally understand how you managed to attract such a powerful man. Chu Luo smiled, but there was no sign of jealousy in her eyes. You are indeed very strong. You're so strong that it's absurd. You even have extremely high accomplishments in pill refinement. You are also very generous to your subordinates. If I were a man, perhaps I might even be attracted to you. Gu Ruan raised her brow and turned around to look at Chu Luo. So, you've become a pervert as well. Chu Luo's expression turned black. This woman sure knows how to carry a grudge. Didn't I call her a huge pervert before? In the end, she had remembered that for half a year and even found the time to return this accusation back to me. Chu Luo took a deep breath and immediately decided that in the future, no matter who she wants to offend, she must never offend this woman. Do you have any information about the Wen family's situation? Gu Ruan thought for a moment and asked. The Wen family. Chu Luo stared at Gu Ruan in astonishment. She thought for a bit before replying, Master, you've come to the right person. Aside from our enjoyment in killing people, the Ghost Order is also an intelligence network. There's probably no one more informed than I over the matters in the First City. The Wen family you're talking about is one of the great protectors. It is said that the young master of the Wen family is a devoted lover, but he had committed suicide after the death of his beloved. Chapter 1305. The First Confrontation with Wen Ya, 2. Gu Ruan raised her brow as she listened intently to Chu Luo's words. Actually, I had rather pitied the young master of the Wen family. All his life, he has never been able to make his own decisions. The master of the Wen family, who is also his biological father, had decided who he should marry and made him take his maternal niece as his wife. The young master did not have the courage to stand up to it because Master Wen was too powerful. Who would have thought that after the wedding, the young master would make a trip to the secular world and meet another woman? He had a taste of love and passion and disregarded everything to bring the woman back to the Wen family. Chu Luo was filled with admiration as she spoke about young Master Wen. She then continued, unfortunately, the Wen family would not accommodate him, especially the young madam. She refused to allow anyone to threaten her position, so she secretly sent assassins to kill the woman that the young master had brought back. In his rage, the young master wanted to kill the young madam, but due to Master Wen's protection, the young master could not kill her. In the end, he chose to follow his beloved in death and took his own life, leaving a young son and a daughter. Gu Ruan did not feel anything when she heard this and certainly did not pity young Master Wen. Ever since he had obeyed his biological father's arrangements for his marriage, he had determined his final, tragic fate. The truly pitiful ones were his young son and daughter who had become orphans. Even though the master of the Wen family had not liked that woman, he brought the orphan siblings, who were still in their swaddling clothes, back to the Wen family. Furthermore, the young madam only had one daughter. Hence, the master of the Wen family cared very deeply for the 2 siblings. Unfortunately, the young madam's jealousy was much too frightening. For the sake of her power in the Wen family, she wanted to get rid of the young masters and his sister. In the end, the young sir of the Wen family had run away from the family and formed a contract with the sacred beast of the family. There has been no correspondence since. Gu Ruan calmly raised her brows. Is there anything else about the Wen family aside from this? There's one more thing. Chu Luo seemed to remember something else and replied, 2 years ago, the Wen family had sent their subordinates to the West Spread mainland to capture a man. Only the great protectors know of this matter. All other news has been sealed off and I had discovered this by accident. A man. Gu Ruan was shaken as a possibility emerged in her gut. Who was that? She asked. This I'm not too sure. Chu Luo shook her head. All I know is that the Wen family had kidnapped that man. I'm not too sure of the specifics. Gu Ruan narrowed her eyes and entered into deep thought. Back then, when they had tried to kill the Lin family members, the first ones to appear on the Lin family's side were the Wen family members. Besides, the Wen family's residence was quite a distance from Forest City. How had they managed to arrive so quickly? Something was not right. There could only be one possibility. The master of the Lin family had once said that there was another instigator behind the scenes who supported the Lin family. This instigator was very powerful and Gu Ruan was supposedly no match for them. Now, it seems like the instigator behind the scenes must be the Wen family. The Wen family. A cold light flashed in Gu Ruan's eyes and she clenched her fists in a tight grip. If they're really the instigator behind the scenes, I will kill them all no matter the price. Now, she finally understood why her elder brother had arrived here from the West Strait mainland. It was because of the Wen family's doing. The reason why he had refused to see her must be because he was afraid of dragging her down and result in the Wen family members causing trouble for her. Chapter 1306, The First Confrontation with Wen Ya, 3. Chu Luo eyed Gu Ruoan in astonishment as she asked, Master, do you have a grudge against the Wen family? A grudge? If the Wen family members do turn out to be the hidden instigators, how could this remain as a grudge? We would be mortal enemies. Nonetheless, Gu Ruoan did not say this out loud, but the cold and distant air emanating from her being answered Chu Luo's question. You two should go back and get some rest first. Gu Ruoan slowly closed her eyes as she spoke in a calm voice, come back here tomorrow. Yes, Master. Ziyun and Chu Luo joined their fists before walking out of the room. Once they have left, Gu Ruoan opened her eyes. There was a thick murderous intent flickering in her pupils. Master, Tianqing looked at Gu Ruoan as he spoke with a grim look on his face. If that man in black really is Sir Shangshao, that means that he has somehow escaped from the Wen family's clutches. Even though we don't know where he is right now, at least he's not in immediate danger. Gu Ruoan nodded gently and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Tianqing, Qi, if you should ever run into the members of the Wen family, don't hold back. They had the audacity to kidnap my big brother from the West Street mainland. I'll never let them get away with it. She had not managed to protect her loved ones in her past life. Therefore, she would do her best to protect the ones by her side during this life. If anyone dares to plot against them, they would have to pay the price. She will slaughter them all. No one shall be spared. Yes, Master, came Tianqing and Qi's respectful reply in unison. Dawn, the following day. Countless forces have gathered once again at Celestial Mountain Summit. Almost immediately, Gu Ruoan noticed Wen Ya's figure in the crowd. Wen Ya was still dressed in long, light yellow robes and looked noble and graceful. The violet sash around her waist was particularly refined, granting her already pretty features an extra bit of color. As a result, some of the men from the other organizations kept glancing at her. It's you. Suddenly, someone cried out angrily from behind her. When Gu Ruoan turned around, she came face to face with Murong Qian's pretty and pampered face. Murong Qian's eyes were spitting fire as she glared angrily at Gu Ruoan, staring at her as if she wanted to tear Gu Ruoan into 10,000 pieces. Meng Qian would never forget that the Murong family had lost so many powerful cultivators all because of this woman. It was also because of this woman that she had to face such a huge humiliation for the first time. Each time Murong Qian thought about it, she would feel as if ants were nibbling on her heart. It hurt so badly that it was hard to endure. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders as her face filled with exasperation. Is this what enemies on a narrow road means? I had bumped into the Wen family members yesterday and now the Murong family members have appeared too. Out of the three great protectors, only the Yu Yang family has yet to appear. Xiao Qian, what's going on? Just as Gu Ruoan sighed, a gentle and graceful voice spoke up from her side. Gu Ruoan then saw Wen Ya who had arrived next to her. She turned her graceful gaze towards Murong Qian and gently raised her willowy brows. Older sister Wen Ya, this woman is Gu Ruoan and she's the culprit behind the deaths of the Wen and Murong family's cultivators. Murong Qian pointed at Gu Ruoan as she replied angrily. At that moment, every organization in Celestial Mountain turned their attention towards Gu Ruoan. Aside from shock in their eyes, most of it was pity. This woman had killed cultivators from the Murong and the Wen family. Was she really that powerful? Chapter 1307, The First Confrontation with Wen Ya, 4. However, it never ends well for anyone who offends any members from the Great Protectors. Not to mention that this woman had offended two of them at one go. Xiao Qian, are you certain that she's the one who killed those people? Wen Ya stared at Gu Ruoan in astonishment. She's only at the early stage in the exceptional state. Based on her level of power, it doesn't seem like she'd be able to kill so many powerful cultivators. Murong Qian scoffed. Her powers are indeed pretty good, but she is rather savvy in seducing men. She had relied on those men to kill the Murong family members. Wen Ya fell silent. She knows Murong Qian's nature. Even though this woman was spoiled and stubborn, she would never lie. The Wen family cultivators' deaths must be related to this woman. Her graceful eyes darkened at the thought of this and her gaze sharpened. So, you're connected to the deaths of the Wen family cultivators. Are you aware of the consequences that await anyone who offends the Wen family? Gu Ruoan shrugged. Actually, the Wen family should thank me. What? Wen Ya was shaken, clearly shocked by Gu Ruoan's words. This woman had caused the deaths of the Wen family members, yet she wants the Wen family to thank her. Was she saying that she would feel grateful if the Wen family killed her entire family? I had helped to eradicate the vermin from the Wen family, so shouldn't your Wen family thank me instead? Gu Ruoan laughed scornfully, but the murderous intent in her heart erupted into the air. The Lin family had wrenched my family apart, tried to kidnap my older brother, and tried to kill me over and over again. They did not even spare a group of innocent, normal villagers. Are you saying that people like them don't deserve to die? Gu Ruoan paused before continuing. Who would have thought that a vermin like that would appear in the Wen family, completely devoid of sense and unable to differentiate right from wrong as he tried to help the Lin family? If he continues to live, he would certainly damage the Wen family's reputation. So don't you think you should thank me? Wen Ya's eyes darkened even more as the corners of her lips curled into a smile. I wasn't aware of this. Based on your explanation, he definitely was in the wrong. Lady Gu, everything the Lin family has ever done to your family is too cruel. You killing him gives little room for criticism. Therefore, I am willing to represent the Wen family and extend an apology to you. The Wen family should never have interfered in this matter, nor should we have neglected in providing proper restrictions for the Lin family. If Gu Ruoan had not found out that the Wen family was the background instigator, perhaps Wen Ya's words would have fooled her. However, it was because of this that she sensed Wen Ya was not a simple person. She was also much more powerful than Wen Luo. Older sister Wen Ya. When Murong Qian saw that Wen Ya had not avenged her and had even apologized to Gu Ruoan, her expression changed drastically and she stomped her foot ferociously. She had killed people from the Wen family. Why did you apologize to her? Wen Ya furrowed her brows as she looked at Murong Qian and internally cursed her for being an idiot. However, it did not show on her face. As a great protector, we are only concerned with right and wrong and we never practice favoritism. Kinnair, you should put your temper away too or it may cause the three great protectors to fall onto the blade. Murong Qian shot Gu Ruoan a fierce glare and scoffed, on account of older sister Wenya, I'm not going to be calculative with you today. However, let me tell you this, Chanbei is mine. If you ever have the audacity to have any thoughts of indecency towards him, I won't spare you. Actually, Murong Qian does not really like Chanbei all that much but she simply felt that as long as she has her eye on something, she must have it. Chapter 1308, The First Confrontation with Wenya, 5. Besides, the more Chanbei rejected her advances, the more she wants to make him hers. No other woman could touch the man who holds her favor aside from her. Otherwise, she would ensure that it would be too late for regrets. Slap. A clear sound rang into the ears of the crowd. Celestial Mountain was suddenly completely silent. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock as they stared in disbelief at Gu Ruoan who was slowly lowering her hand. Murong Qian covered her cheek as blazing flames began to fill her teary eyes. She glared fiercely at Gu Ruoan as she asked, You dare to hit me? If I hear you speak about him one more time, it won't be only a slap next time. Gu Ruoan replied indifferently. Sister Wenya, this woman had hit me. She actually had the audacity to hit me. Murong Qian tugged Wenya's arm as her eyes filled with anger and grief. She had not brought a lot of people with her to join the competition this time or she would definitely have had this woman killed. Wenya frowned and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Lady Gu, even if Xiao Qian was in the wrong, you shouldn't have acted out. Aren't you feigning ignorance about the Great Protector's influence? So what if I hit her? Gu Ruoan smirked in an indifferent manner. If I hear her humiliate my husband to be one more time, it wouldn't be as simple as a slap. A blazing flame exploded from Wenya's chest but she forced it all down. Lady Gu, Xiao Qian had been the first one to commit a wrong this time so I won't be calculative with you over this. However, you must know that the Great Protectors share their anger against the common enemy. Our combined power is enough to trample the whole of First City. Xiao Qian, let's go. After Wenya said her piece, she pulled Murong Qian and left without sparing Gu Ruoan a second glance. Sister Wenya, why didn't you kill her? Murong Qian covered her red, swollen cheek. Her voice was filled with anger. No one has ever hit her in this lifetime. Even her own grandfather could not bear to lay a finger on her. Yet, that woman had the audacity to slap her and Wenya had dragged her away instead. How could she tolerate this? Wenya loosened the grip on her hand but her eyes no longer held her initially graceful air. She sent Murong Qian a cold look and said, Xiao Qian, even if you're angry, you cannot say things like that in public. When do you plan to behave like one of the Great Protectors? But Murong Qian looked very pitiful. I had seen and liked Chanbei first. Since I like him, he's mine. Besides, I've already sworn to make Chanbei devote himself to me wholeheartedly as retaliation against his condescending attitude towards me over the past few days. However, I don't know what kind of magical potion the woman has poured over Chanbei to cause my image to disappear from his eyes. Wenya sighed gently. Murong Qian has been completely spoiled rotten by the master of the Murong family which has made her so undisciplined and out of control. She would destroy something or someone which she has set her sights on rather than hand it over to anyone else. Xiao Qian, you must remember, as one of the Great Protectors, we must watch our dignity in public. Do you have any idea how much shame you've brought upon the Great Protectors with your attitude today? What would the public think of us, the three Great Protectors? Wenya laughed bitterly. That woman had killed powerful cultivators from the Wen family. Do you think I can swallow this bitter pill? It's equivalent to her slapping the Wen family in the face but I had no choice but to apologize. Only then will I be able to save a bit of dignity for the Wen family. Chapter 1309, The First Confrontation with Wenya, 6. Sister Wenya, are we going to let her off just like that? Murong Qian bit her lip as her face filled with dissatisfaction. Let her off? Impossible. Wenya laughed icily. Don't forget, she must be here to participate in the Secret Order's assessment. During this assessment, I will find a way to make her mysteriously disappear. This way, not only will we be able to kill her, we'd be able to save the Great Protector's image. Murong Qian stared at Wenya in shock. She came to a sudden realization that Wenya's schemes were far too deep. Even though Wenya may hate Gu Ruoan to the point of insanity, she could force it down and put up a calm face. Besides, she would even admit to her mistakes and apologize while secretly planning the other's demise. A woman like that was just too scary. Murong Qian shivered as she lowered her head, not daring to look at Wenya anymore. At this moment, Wenya was now deep in thought. Hence, she did not notice the peculiar look on Murong Qian's face. Looks like everyone is here now. The crowd was in the midst of a fervent discussion when a cold, distant, and haughty voice rang out. Everyone turned around in unison and their eyes fell upon the white-robed left emissary. I will now issue your mission for this assessment, said the left emissary indifferently. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he continued. Your first mission is to survive in the deep recesses of the Celestial Mountain for half a month. There are many spiritual beasts residing deep in the Celestial Mountain so it's likely that many accidents may happen. The Secret Order will not take responsibility if you were to die accidentally. Hence, I hope that you've thought this through. You should now decide whether you will participate in this assessment or leave this place. The crowd looked at each other. After all, the rewards offered by the Secret Order was much too attractive. Hence, even if they knew the dangers of this assessment, they refused to back down. Since no one is leaving, we shall enter the section for assessment. You will only be allowed to enter the next competition after going through this assessment. The left emissary looked at the crowd. His voice was indifferent and calm as he issued the order. Stay in the deep end of Celestial Mountain for half a month. Murong Qian was shocked. She then laughed icily and sent a vicious glare towards Gu Ruoan while her eyes flickered with murderous intent. This is a great opportunity. Gu Ruoan, don't blame me for being cruel, it's your own fault for snatching the man I like. her eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared fixedly at the green-robed woman standing in the crowd. Master. The vermilion bird wrinkled her attractive brows as her cute little face filled with anger and dissatisfaction. I want to kill that fellow. She actually has the audacity to stare at you. We have many opportunities to kill her later. Gu Ruan stroked the vermilion bird's head as she smiled. The vermilion bird still does not feel too happy about it, and she could not help but turn around and glare at Muronqian. However, her actions thoroughly angered Muronqian, causing her to exclaim in disdain, "The Celestial Mountain is fraught with danger, yet someone is bringing a small child to join this assessment. Does she think that the Secret Order's assessment is like playing house?" Instantly, all eyes turned towards Gu Ruan. Earlier on, even though the vermilion bird had tagged along by Gu Ruan's side, the crowd had focused their attention upon her dispute with the Great Protectors, so they had not noticed the vermilion bird's presence at all. Now that they've seen her, was that not the case? This woman has actually brought a child to participate in the competition. By doing so, she was looking down on them all, thinking that this child could defeat them. Haha, am I seeing things? Someone's actually brought a child to participate in the assessment. Chapter 1310, The First Confrontation with Wenya, 7. TSK. What kind of a place does she think this is? I was under the impression that she has some great power since she had dared to raise a dispute against the Great Protectors. In the end, not only are her numbers incomplete, she has actually resorted to using child labor. Is this little girl even a martial emperor? This little girl has no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations on her body. I reckon she hasn't even started cultivating. The crowd burst into laughter as they stared disdainfully at Gu Ruan's party. The vermilion bird was now really angry. If Tianqing did not restrain her, she would probably have charged out to fight these people. Don't be hasty. Tianqing furrowed his brows. Don't cause trouble for our master. The vermilion bird scoffed and glared angrily at the people who were taunting her. She then sank reluctantly back to Gu Ruan's side. Child, I'd advise you to go back and drink your milk. This is no place for you. That's right, still such a small child. I wonder what kind of parents she has to be so cruel to let her join this competition. This is pretty much like pushing the little kid into a fire pit. As they spoke, the crowd glanced over at Gu Ruan in an obvious manner. In their opinion, Gu Ruan was the little girl's mother, yet she has viciously pulled her in to make up the numbers with inferior products. For the sake of joining the assessment, she didn't even heed the child's life. Ziyun and Chu Luo, who had overheard their taunting, displayed a rather odd look on their faces. A little child. For goodness sake, this little child is much older than their ancestors. The two shook their heads and sighed exasperatedly. It was the little Alita's fault for having such deceptive looks. Had they not mistaken her for a child who was only a few years old too in the beginning? Bunch of fools. The vermilion bird clenched her fists and scoffed icily. She then turned her proud and lovable head around and no longer bothered to look at the noisy humans. Once she enters the competition segment, she would show those idiotic humans her true potential. Wenya eyed the vermilion bird and raised her willowy brows as a bewildered look flashed in her eyes. She was not sure if she was mistaken, but she sensed that this little maiden was not as simple as she looks. As long as she is below the age of 30, anyone can participate in this assessment. The left emissary frowned as he looked at the vermilion bird amidst the crowd. However, he did not chase her away and continued to speak indifferently. Even if she's only 3 years old, she may participate in this competition. It's getting late. I'll send my men to escort you to the deep end of Celestial Mountain. Whether you live or die will depend on your own abilities. After saying this, he straightened his sleeves before turning around and leaving. He did not hesitate at all. Celestial Mountain. The trees were lush and green at the deep end of the mountain. One would occasionally sense the powerful aura of a spiritual beast. However, the spiritual beasts which intended to charge out seemed to sense something and quietly backed off. As a result, no spiritual beast caused any trouble for Gu Ruan's party since they entered the deep end of Celestial Mountain. Master, didn't those people say that the deep end of the Celestial Mountain is fraught with dangers? We've been here for nearly 5 days now and we haven't even seen a single spiritual beast. Ziyun looked somewhat unsatisfied. He had looked forward to having a good fight with the spiritual beasts so he could understand how powerful the spiritual beasts of Celestial Mountain were. However, he never thought that even after 5 days in the forest, they still would not bump into a single spiritual beast. The vermilion bird's mouth twitched. Those spiritual beasts aren't idiots. Master isn't just carrying the divine weapon, the 9 emperors, along with her. She also has Leader Zixie's aura surrounding her. If those spiritual beasts approached her, wouldn't they be courting death? Chapter 1311, The First Confrontation with Wenya, 8. Isn't it better to not encounter any at all? Chu Luo yawned out of boredom. I certainly don't want to pick a fight with those spiritual beasts. It's just not interesting enough. Master, I think we'd better find a place to have a good nap for half a month before leaving this place. Ziyun scoffed and ignored Chu Luo. Instead, he turned towards Gu Ruan. Master, how about we find some spiritual beasts and have a good fight? He looked absolutely excited as he spoke. It was as if fighting spiritual beasts was some sort of fun game to him. Gu Ruan chuckled calmly. There's no need to look for them. The people you should fight have arrived. Just as she spoke, countless shadows appeared in front of them, surrounding the group of 5. HMPH, damned girl, the 5 of you actually dared to come here and accept this assessment. You've even brought a little maiden along. You're simply digging your own graves. The leader of the gang was a wild and coarse-looking man. He spat ferociously. Brothers, attack. Killing them would be too easy. Besides, Lady Murong has promised us that as long as we kill them, she will grant us a stride-gathering pill. The wild and coarse man licked his lips as he stared scornfully at Gu Ruan. You don't know what's good for you. Chu Luo laughed icily and taunted. These people could not sense Chu Luo's rank, but since she was Gu Ruan's subordinate, they immediately assumed that she was not all that powerful. It was not possible for a subordinate's power to surpass their master's. Damned girl, you can go to hell. Boom. The brute cried out angrily and sped towards Chu Luo as he aimed his fist fiercely at her chest. Thud. His fist landed heavily on Chu Luo's chest. However, it was almost like Chu Luo was rooted to the ground. No matter how much strength that man exerted, he could not budge her at all. The brute's eyes changed from fierceness to shock as he stared at the black-robed woman in astonishment. Crack. A clear sound rang out. The brute then wailed in agony, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. The others saw that Chu Luo had gripped his fist and twisted it forcefully. His arm was now dislocated and was swaying gently in the air. Chu Luo's fist then landed fiercely onto the brute. Before the brute could react, his body was sent flying out of the way. His head collided with a rock and began to bleed instantly. Leader. The group was shocked. They quickly ran to the brute's side and pulled him up from the ground before staring at the black-robed Chu Luo in shock. Didn't Lady Murong say that the strongest amongst them was only at the early stage in the exceptional state? Why is this woman's bodyguard so powerful? Cold sweat began to drip all over the brute's forehead. His face was wretched and pale. When he noticed that Chu Luo was approaching him, his eyes filled with fear. What do you want? Let me tell you this, even if you hold great power, it's useless. As long as we bring your heads to Lady Murong, we can exchange them for pills. You will still encounter assassination attempts from cultivators of all states. Ha ha ha. Ziyun burst into laughter. I should thank her for making the next half of this month more interesting. If she wants to send assassins after my master, I'll kill every single one of them. I'd love to see who dares to touch my master. Snap. Just as Ziyun said his piece, Chu Luo made her move once again. She grabbed the brute's head in a tight grip and twisted it forcefully. His head was immediately torn from his body and blood began to spurt out like a fountain, dyeing the ground red. Chapter 13:12. The First Confrontation with Wenya, 9. The brute's subordinates were in shock. They then turned around and tried to escape. However, why would the vermilion bird, who had long lost her patience, give them an opportunity to do so? She unleashed her flames with one blast and dealt with everyone on sight. They were burned into ashes immediately and not even their bodies could be found. It was as if those people had never existed at all. Looks like we're going to be very busy after this. Gu Ruoan shrugged and exclaimed in exasperation. Let's go, we shall find a place to rest first. Yes, master. Chu Luo returned to Gu Ruoan's side, joined her fists and replied. Over the past 6 months, she had seen too many miracles from Gu Ruoan so the pride in her heart had been slowly polished away. There was a cave near them. Gu Ruoan entered the cave and left Chu Luo and Ziyun to stand guard outside. She then stayed in the cave and cultivated, racing against time. Gu Ruoan, who was cultivating in the cave, was blissfully unaware that a storm has brewed in Celestial Mountain because of her. Everyone had joined in the search for her group for the sake of obtaining Murong Qian's promised pills. Unfortunately, after searching for more than 10 days, they could find no trace of the woman. It was as if she has evaporated from the human world. Soon, the end of the assessment had arrived. In half a month's time, countless humans had died in the claws of spiritual beasts. Of course, the number of spiritual beasts that they had managed to kill was rather substantial as well. As a result, Celestial Mountain was littered with corpses and blood was soaked into the ground everywhere. Meanwhile, the organizations who had passed the assessment walked out one by one into the area surrounding Celestial Mountain. As for those who had not re-emerged, all of them were certainly dead by now. Sister Wenya, that woman still hasn't reappeared. She must have died in the Celestial Mountain's deep end. Murong Qian smiled in excitement as her eyes continued to glance at the path in front of her from time to time. When she saw no sign of that hateful figure, the smile on her face grew even more pronounced. I had used pills as a promise to deal with her. Anyone who kills her can come to me and collect one spread gathering pill. However, after such a long time, those fools still haven't found her at all. How infuriating. Murong Qian's smile then faded and she stomped her foot in anger before she continued to speak. Since she still hasn't emerged, she must have died under the claws of some spiritual beast. She's probably been swallowed whole until not even her body was left. This was also why my men haven't been able to find her. It goes without saying that Murong Qian has a rather vivid imagination. In her mind, Gu Ruoan was already dead and not even her body was left. This was why so many people were unable to find any trace of her. Wenya knitted her brows and looked at Murong Qian. She then turned her attention towards a nearby mountain range as her eyes flashed with an unreadable emotion. She could not shake off this feeling that Gu Ruoan would never have died so easily. Xiao Qian, don't underestimate Gu Ruoan. The people by her side are also not as straightforward. Even though her powers may not be all that great, she could still survive in Celestial Mountain's deep recesses. Murong Qian laughed. Sister Wenya, you're overthinking things. Gu Ruoan certainly doesn't have that kind of ability. My men haven't been able to find her because she's been eaten alive. Are you saying that I should have the others search for her in a spiritual beast's belly? Wenya shook her head and sighed. Murong Qian was certainly a specimen with well-developed limbs but the empty head of a moron. Chapter 13:13, The Competition 1. If it was not for the fact that this girl holds the Murong family name, it was likely that no one in the first city would entertain her at all. Just as Murong Qian had become excited thinking about Gu Ruoan's death, her gaze instantly hardened and the shock in her eyes turned into anger. She then glared dead on at the elegant figure. How can this be? How could she still alive? A figure was coolly approaching them under the sunlight. This made Murong Qian's heart burn with an anger that radiated from her body uncontrollably. She's still alive. I hate her. How could Murong Qian not feel hatred? In her point of view, she would only stand the chance to get Chanbei when this woman has died. Wenya smiled indifferently. See, I told you that Gu Ruoan wouldn't die so easily. Now, will you believe in what I say? At that moment, Murong Qian could no longer hear what Ya had said. She continued to glare angrily at Gu Ruan as a raging flame burned within her heart. She felt a huge urge to walk up to the woman and tear her to pieces. However, she was very aware that the secret order was the organizer of this assessment. In this world, the only people she could never cross were the members of the secret order. Hence, no matter how angry she was, she had no choice but to show restraint. It's time. Those who should have returned have already returned. As for everyone else, I can only express my sympathy for their unfortunate circumstances. The left emissary walked towards the crowd from the front. He then stepped onto a high stage and passed his gaze through the crowd. He then continued neutrally, "You may all go back and get some rest tonight. We will continue with the competition tomorrow." "Yes, Lord Left Emissary." Those people who have passed the assessment were very grateful as they joined their fists with reverence and replied. Nightfall. The moonlight was as clear as water, quiet and enticing. The left emissary was sitting in a guest house and he gently picked up a teacup before carefully pursing his lips to taste it. As the tea was too hot, he put it back down. Knock. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, causing him to furrow his brows as he said, "Come in." Once he had spoken, the door was pushed open. He watched as Wen Ya, who was dressed in light yellow robes, entered the room. Wen Ya, the left emissary, was shocked. He staggered to his feet and his heart clenched. "What are you doing here? Has something happened to Yue?" Wen Ya smiled and slowly walked into the room. She then took a seat gracefully and poured herself a cup of tea. "Lord Left Emissary, I've come to ask for your help." "What?" The left emissary furrowed his brows. "Are you talking about the matters surrounding the competition? I can help you attain the top 3 places so you can rest assured." "It's not that." Wen Ya shook her head. "I want your help in dealing with someone." Wen Ya, the left emissary's expression turned cold as he replied calmly, "You know the secret order's rules. If you have any grudge against someone in the competition, you'll have to deal with it yourself. I can't help you with this at all. As a referee, I cannot be impartial now. I absolutely can't help you in going against anyone else." Wen Ya's eyes flickered and she laughed gracefully. "Lord Left Emissary, don't you want Yue anymore?" "What do you mean?" The left emissary's expression has turned very icy. "Wen Ya, are you threatening me?" "It's not a threat." A light flashed in Wen Ya's eyes. "I'm just here to warn you, Lord Left Emissary, that the woman named Gu Ruan is Gu Shangshao's little sister." Chapter 13-14, The Competition 2. Boom. Gu Shangshao's name crashed into the left emissary's heart like a heavy weight. He lowered his head, unsure of what to say. "You should have heard about this person named Gu Shangshao. Yue must have mentioned him before." Wen Ya's words pierced through the left emissary's heart and made his expression deteriorate. It was clear that he was no stranger to that person named Gu Shangshao. "What are you trying to say?" He took a deep breath and lifted his head to look at the elegant woman. Wen Ya raised the teacup to her lips and her eyes were filled with smiles. "I don't know what that fellow Gu Shangshao has done to Yue. Not too long after the Wen family had captured him, he had begun to fool around with Yue. Yue is far too naive and is easily fooled. Gu Shangshao must have used his pitiful circumstances to fool her, which was why Yue had helped him to escape from the Wen family." She paused at this point before continuing. "Lord Left Emissary, Gu Shangshao had cunningly seduced Yue in the Wen family home. Can you really tolerate what this implies?" The left emissary fell silent. Ever since he had become acquainted with Wen Yue, she has never missed a chance to mention this name in front of him. This made him very jealous. He was jealous of that man named Gu Shangshao whom Wen Yue could not seem to forget. "No," the left emissary took a deep breath and rejected Wen Ya's request. "I cannot help you to deal with Gu Ruan. This kind of behavior is not tolerated. Should any of the clan leaders find out, I'm afraid that I'll never be allowed to stay in the secret order again." Wen Ya laughed. "Lord Left Emissary, Yue has now agreed to marry you, but do you think that Gu Shangshao would simply let that slide?" The left emissary's body shook and he fell silent once again. When she saw the gradual change in the left emissary's countenance, Wen Ya landed the final blow. Yue is very innocent and is too easily fooled. Furthermore, she still has residual unfinished feelings towards Gu Shangshao. If Gu Shangshao were to appear, she would certainly run off with him. You'll then lose your most beloved. The left emissary thought for a moment. You said that Gu Shangshao had seduced Yue in order to escape the Wen family. Now that he's no longer in the Wen family home, he shouldn't be involving himself with Yue anymore. Lord Left Emissary, based on Gu Shangshao's power, do you really think that he could stay in the first city? Wen Ya laughed icily. Yue is the second lady of our Wen family after all, and grandfather treasures her greatly. How many men would miss out on a chance to become a son-in-law of the Wen family? Of course, a man like you, Left Emissary, would have no interest in the Wen family's position. Others are not like you. He, Gu Shangshao, has no rank or power. He would never give up on Yue. The left emissary's expression slowly sank. He clenched his fist, cracking his knuckles in the process. Lord Left Emissary, Gu Ruan is far more talented than Gu Shangshao. If you give his sister the opportunity to enter the secret order, I'm afraid that it's highly likely she would help her brother to snatch Yue away. Wen Ya smiled as she continued. You must know that Gu Ruan had risen through the ranks from a place like the Westspread mainland. I can't help but admire how she had only relied on her own power to get to where she is today. Her talent is far stronger than any of us in the first city. Don't underestimate her just because she's only at the early stage of the exceptional state. It won't be too long until she's fully grown. Besides, Wen Ya paused. Based on my understanding of Gu Ruan's character, she's good at concealing her faults and is the type of person who can't distinguish between right and wrong. As long as Gu Shangshao does not give up on Yue, even if Yue refuses, she would help to take her away. Lord Left Emissary, I know what you're thinking. You believe that it's ancient history. Do you think that as long as you have Yu's heart, you'll have her for the rest of your life? I'm afraid that you're greatly mistaken. Chapter 13-15, The Competition 3. Even if Yue doesn't want to be with Gu Shangsha, Gu Ruan would still take her away, and send her straight into Gu Shangsha's bed. Wen Ya's eyes were turned towards the left emissary's increasingly deteriorating expression. She curled the corners of her lips. Do you want your woman to be forced into the bed of another man and forced down by another man for the rest of her life? The left emissary clenched his fist tighter and tighter as a wave of agony filled his heart. Now, whenever he thought about Wen Yue being coerced by another man, he would look rather teary-eyed and his heart would throb in agony. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, "What shall I do?" Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Even though he did not wish to commit a violation and do something so unfair, he had no choice for Wen Yue's sake. No one will harm my Yue. Anyone who makes Yue shed a tear must die. Lord Left Emissary, as long as you help me, I believe that Gu Ruan will die tragically in the end. Wen Ya chuckled softly. Gu Ruan, this is the price you'll pay for attacking the Wen family. Furthermore, your older brother is Gu Shangsha, so you must die. It's your brother's fault for escaping, which resulted in the Wen family's experiment failing. Lord Left Emissary. Wen Ya curled her lips when she noticed the agitated look on the left emissary's face and spoke again. You don't need to feel troubled over being an unfair referee. Besides, even if you kill Gu Ruan, I'm sure the Secret Order wouldn't do anything to you. You're the Secret Order's emissary after all. Are they really going to go against you for the sake of an outsider? The left emissary laughed bitterly. This fellow really doesn't understand the institutional regulations of the Secret Order. Since the Secret Order has hidden from worldly affairs, they cannot engage themselves in ordinary affairs. If he helped Wen Ya to attack Gu Ruan and the Secret Order were to find out about this, they would throw him out for sure. Hence, he was taking a huge risk this time. Yue, I would do anything for you. Even if I have to betray the Secret Order, I won't regret it. The left emissary stared into the night sky outside the window and muttered to himself, I have no choice but to kill this Gu Ruan woman for the sake of your happiness. Otherwise, she will hurt you one day. I don't want anything like that to happen. Wen Ya's smile grew more pronounced when she saw that the left emissary has fallen for her words. She then slowly rose to her feet and said, Left emissary, I'm leaving now, don't forget your promise. The left emissary waved his hand and gently closed his eyes. He did not look at Wen Ya anymore. What more say anything else to her? Wen Ya did not mind that either. She then turned around and left after taking leave. Once she was safely out the door, her face no longer displayed her usual elegance. There was an icy chill in her smile as she said, That's all there is to the left emissary of the Secret Order, easily manipulated with the use of a woman. I only need to hold this trump card in my hand, and from now on, the governor himself would need to show courtesy to the Wen family. It's a lucky thing that I had managed to secure Wen Yue after Wen Yan had betrayed the family. Otherwise, I would never have been able to hold a trump card like her. She had secured Wen Yue at that time, anticipating the day when she could be used as a tool to form a marriage alliance. It was a good thing that her moment of usefulness has finally arrived and that she could be used to control the left emissary of the Secret Order. Wen Ya took one last look at the tightly shut room door when she thought of this and chuckled coldly. She then turned around and left, disappearing from the halls of the guest house. Chapter 13:16, The Competition 4. The next day. A high stage has been erected at Celestial Mountain's peak. The surrounding area of the stage was guarded by powerful cultivators of the Secret Order. They looked as solid as sculptures and as unwavering as mountains. Once the white-robed cultivator entered the area, the entire mountain range fell silent. All eyes followed his every move and the gaze was filled with a sense of anticipation. Following the last assessment, we still have over 10 organizations left. The left emissary stepped onto the stage as the crowd watched. His eyes were filled with a sense of arrogance as he stared down at the crowd beneath him with cold indifference. Only the top 3 names would receive the right to enter the Secret Order. Hence, more than 10 organizations who will be disqualified in this competition. The crowd was already anxious about the next challenge. They looked at each other as their eyes filled with anticipation. Everyone was of the opinion that the strongest amongst them was second only to the Murong and the Wen family. Besides, since the Yang family has yet to send their representatives, there was still one more slot available in the top 3 ranks. The crowd's spirit began to surge like the waters of a lake at the thought of this, and their expression filled with a determination for victory. In this challenge, aside from ability, you must depend on luck as well. The left emissary continued coldly, Next, I will use the Secret Order's space teleportation spell to send you to the cultivation grounds. This teleportation spell will teleport at random. The places you will be sent are not confirmed. The left emissary saw the curious looks in the crowd's eyes and continued his explanation. That place is divided into 5 levels. The first level contains the weakest species of spiritual beasts, while the 5th level contains the most powerful spiritual beasts. The teleportation spell will send you to face the spiritual beasts. You may only return once you've killed 100 of them. 100 spiritual beasts. The crowd was shocked upon hearing this. Indeed, the Secret Order's assessment would not be so easy. If they ended up being sent to face refined state spiritual beasts, they would lose their lives there. However, if they were lucky enough, they would only have to face low-ranking spiritual beasts, and this assessment would be equivalent to giving marks away. If you're ready, you may go now. The left emissary looked at the excited crowd as he exclaimed calmly. Just as he had spoken, a group immediately brought a formation into view. The formation emitted a faint white light. It was obvious that this formation was the teleportation spell which the left emissary had mentioned. The left emissary swept his gaze across the crowd and focused his eyes upon Gu Ruan's face. An obvious struggle flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he hardened his heart and said, This teleportation spell will take you to where you need to go. Whether you will be able to return without incident will depend on your own abilities. Yes, Lord Left Emissary. Upon hearing this, many people stepped forward to test it out. Some looked absolutely nervous, afraid of having the unfortunate luck of being sent to the 5th level. Master, what is it? Chu Luo noticed that Gu Ruan was lost in thought and asked, puzzled. Gu Ruan smiled, Nothing. Chu Luo, you must all prepare yourselves as we may hit the jackpot. The members of the Secret Order are keeping a close eye on us. The look that the left emissary had sent her contained too much meaning, and Gu Ruoan had managed to figure out his intentions very quickly. A close eye. Ziyun turned towards Gu Ruoan as well. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Master, what do you mean? Idiot. The vermilion bird smacked Ziyun's head and replied in an exasperated manner over his failure to improve. The meaning behind Master's words is very simple. That *S-hole left emissary wants to harm us, so we will most certainly be sent to the 5th level. Chapter 1317, The Competition, 5. The left emissary intends to harm us. I've heard that the secret order has always been fair and impartial. How could he do such a thing? Chu Luo bit her lips and her expression was filled with anxiety. After all, the spiritual beasts on the 5th level must be extremely ferocious. If they were only at the refined state, it was likely that she might be able to defend against them. If spiritual beasts at the 9th transformation state were to appear, it was likely that they would lose their lives there. This left emissary is connected to the Wen family. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. If my guess is correct, Wen Ya had put him up to this. Furthermore, she's using her younger sister, Wen Yue, as a threat to coerce him to help her get rid of me. Hence, that would explain why the left emissary had looked so conflicted when he glanced at me. The left emissary is connected to the Wen family. Ziyun scratched his head. How did I not know about this? What should we do, Master? They were no match for such powerful spiritual beasts. When the boat gets to the pier head, it will go straight with the current. Gu Ruoan calmly replied. We'll decide when we enter the teleportation spell. Perhaps he would only send us to the 4th level. Ziyun laughed bitterly. How can that be? If the left emissary really wants to harm them, you would certainly send them to the 5th level and not the 4th. Let's go. Gu Ruoan mobilized her party when she noticed that most of the other cultivators on Celestial Mountain have left. They then walked into the formation. Lord Left Emissary, do you have any updates on what I've asked for? Once everyone had left, Wen Ya turned her gaze towards the left emissary as a small smile appeared on her face. Furthermore, I don't want to waste too much time, so you'd better just let me wait at the 1st level. The left emissary slowly closed his eyes for a long while before opening them and replied, I've arranged everything accordingly. You can go. I'm certain that there will be no issues. Furthermore, when you return, please tell Yue that I will protect her for the rest of her life and I will never let anyone hurt her. Wen Ya smiled before she turned around and walked into the formation. She then vanished in a flash of its light. A brilliant red glow like a boundless sea of flames covered the vast expanse of the sky. She seems to have been placed directly into the sea of flames. The red light reflected off the ground, staining the whole world crimson. Further ahead, a group of super flaming beasts was in the midst of fighting for food when they noticed the humans' appearance. The flaming beasts immediately dropped the delicious food in their claws and charged toward them. Roar! They shot a mouthful of flames from their mouths. These flames shot across the sky like the sun. The scorching heat was stifling. Watch out, Master! Chu Luo's expression changed and she instantly pulled out her weapon and scattered the super flaming beast's fire. She then exclaimed with a cold and distant look on her face, these super flaming beasts are very powerful. The weakest amongst them are at the mid-stage of the exceptional state. The rest are mostly at the late stage. What are we waiting for? Let's kill these spiritual beasts. Ziyun was the first to charge head-on and slash at the spiritual beasts' heads with a single blow. Unfortunately, the spiritual beasts were very nimble despite their large size. They easily evaded his attack before appearing at Ziyun's back and threw their flames at him. Ziyun stumbled forward with a crash and howled in anguish. Mother Seekers, these spiritual beasts actually know how to launch a sneak attack. They're more cunning than humans, they've managed to attack me from my back. Ziyun massaged his stinging back and glared angrily at the super flaming beasts. He then charged towards them again without another word. Azure Dragon, let's have a competition and see who can kill the most beasts, agreed. Chapter 1318, Late Stage Exceptional State 1. The vermilion bird blinked. She then turned around and looked at the Azure Dragon and giggled. The one with the highest kill count shall become the leader of the 4 divine beasts. Do you agree to the challenge? Fine. Tianchung's expression was as cold and grim as usual. His azure robes pierced through the sky as he charged towards the spiritual beasts in front of him, moving as swiftly as the wind. You went ahead on your own, you didn't even wait for me. The vermilion bird pouted sulkily as if she could not stand the fact that Tianchung had snatched the opportunity first. She immediately followed suit and charged forward. A sharp, red sword appeared in her hand from out of thin air and she brandished it towards the super flaming beasts. Roar! The super flaming beasts were infuriated and released the powerful attacks at the vermilion bird as well. Get out of the way. Just then, a loud cry was heard. Upon hearing Gu Ruoan's order, the vermilion bird and azure dragon stepped aside with a whoosh, creating a pathway at the center for Gu Ruoan. Master, what do you want to do? Chu Luo stared at Gu Ruoan in confusion as she asked in astonishment. Ziyun, who was next to her, was filled with excitement. He stared at Gu Ruoan in anticipation as he asked, Master, are you going to use that attack? Upon hearing Ziyun's words, Chu Luo looked increasingly suspicious. Her eyes were filled with confusion as she said, Ziyun, what are you saying? What attack is Master going to use? You must know that those are mid-stage and late-stage exceptional state spiritual beasts. Master is only at the early stage in the exceptional state. She can't face so many spiritual beasts alone. Idiot. Ziyun spat icily, Master has great power, so great that it's beyond your imagination. You. Chu Luo was so enraged that she wanted to kick him. However, once she remembered the current situation, she restrained herself and glared angrily at Ziyun. This fellow enjoys bickering with her, as always. BZZT. Gu Ruoan slowly closed her eyes and sensed the 9 emperors' buzzing sound. She then opened her eyes again and her clear and cold gaze stared straight at the spiritual beasts. The sky changed in an instant. The once crimson sky seemed to lose its color as the sun and moon lost their light. A red pillar of light rose from within Gu Ruoan's body and shot into the sky before splitting apart, forming beams of red. Ziyun and Chu Luo were shocked and stopped bickering to stare at Gu Ruoan. They saw a giant sword rising up in front of Gu Ruoan. 9 multicolored dragons could be seen on the surface of the sword. The dragons slithered around the sword's blade endlessly as if they were about to break through it. The 9 emperors have emerged and heaven and earth shall move. Chu Luo was still lost in amazement when she sensed the spiritual weapon in her hand lose its luster. She was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. She had once gone through a lot of difficulties to obtain this spiritual weapon. Now, in front of Gu Ruoan's weapon, the spiritual weapon which had once fought alongside her was completely eclipsed, pushed down by their aura to the point where it could not even raise its head. Any weapon would lose its shine in the face of the 9 emperors, a leading divine weapon. Boom! The 9 emperors shot into the sky. Before the spiritual beasts could react, they had crushed under the 9 emperors' attack. They did not even have time to get away. This was the 9 emperors. It was so powerful that it was almost invincible. Ziyun's mouth was now shaped like an egg as he stared in astonishment at Gu Ruoan. He had assumed that the ancient divine pagoda in Gu Ruoan's possession was powerful enough, but he never expected her to have such a powerful weapon. Even at the early stage in the exceptional state, she could butcher the late stage exceptional state super flaming beasts. Chapter 1319, Late Stage Exceptional State 2. So powerful. Chu Luo stared at Gu Ruoan in shock, her body had begun to tremble. This was the first time she had ever seen Gu Ruoan attack and she was shaken to her very core. Now, she finally understood that some people were just naturally powerful. Be it accomplishments in pill refinement or her own power, Gu Ruoan was already at the stage of invincibility. Chu Luo may be at the refined state, but she believes that this woman would surpass her sooner or later. 9 emperors, I'll give these spiritual beasts to you. You may consume them and increase your power. Gu Ruoan calmly raised the corners of her lips as she instructed. Upon receiving her order, the 9 emperors reached out the countless bloody claws and pulled the bodies of the spiritual beasts on the ground into the sword. Chu Luo and the rest could see the 9 dragons slithering towards them and swallowing the bodies whole. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful wave rose from Gu Ruoan's body. A hurricane rose as well, causing her aura to expand. She's having a breakthrough. Chu Luo blinked. When has achieving a breakthrough in the exceptional state become so easy? She has only killed several spiritual beasts and was able to reach a breakthrough after that. Chu Luo was unaware that this was because of Gu Ruoan's contract with the 9 emperors. Each time the 9 emperors consumes another human or a spiritual beast, there would always be some leftover energy which would be turned into excess energy. The 9 emperors would not waste this energy, so they would instantly send it into Gu Ruoan's body. Hence, Gu Ruoan had broken through immediately after absorbing the excess energy. If Gu Ruoan had known that the energy which the 9 emperors sent into her body was its waste excess energy, it was likely that she would stomp on the 9 emperors fiercely. Since I've just broken through to the mid-stage of the exceptional state, I can now use the exceptional pill. However, I must first consolidate my powers. Gu Ruoan took a deep breath before muttering. Even though the exceptional pill could also be absorbed during the early stage of the exceptional state, Gu Ruoan had kept it aside until this moment because the subsequent breakthroughs would become exponentially difficult. After she has reached mid-stage of the exceptional state, she would utilize the exceptional pill to reach the late stage. We've only managed to take care of more than 10 spiritual beasts. There are still roughly 80 more to go. It's just as well, I can use the fight to solidify my cultivation base. Using the fights to solidify her cultivation base would be much easier than closed-door cultivating. Hence, after saying her piece, Gu Ruoan immediately stepped up front and charged into the battlefield. In this vast and endless space, the further one journeys forward, the more powerful the spiritual beasts become. Hence, there were no more mid-stage spiritual beasts at the end of the battle. The weakest amongst them were at the late stage and there were even a few at the refined state. It was a good thing that Gu Ruoan has broken through to the mid-stage of the exceptional state. With the help of the 9 underworld flames and her spiritual weapons, she could avoid defeat in a battle against a refined state spiritual beast. If she really wants to defeat them, she does not need to expend substantial effort. As for the divine weapon, the 9 emperors, it had returned to Gu Ruoan's mind after swallowing so many spiritual beasts and quietly absorbed their energy. Regardless of how much Gu Ruoan tried to summon it, it would totally ignore her. Now, my cultivation base is just about stabilized so I can continue to break through. Gu Ruoan stopped what she was doing, took out the pill and swallowed it without another word. At that moment, a powerful hurricane enveloped her body then exploded with a crash. Late stage exceptional state. Gu Ruoan never thought that she would have such a swift breakthrough in the short span of half a year. Chapter 1320, Late Stage Exceptional State 3. First, she had absorbed the 9 underworld flames to reach the exceptional state instantly. Now, she has been promoted all the way again and has reached the late stage of the exceptional state. However, if she wants to continue breaking through to the refined state, it would not be so easy. Chu Luo looked rather envious as she watched how Gu Ruoan had broken through so easily. After all, back when she had tried to break through from the early stage to the late stage of the exceptional state, not only had she used up a lot of time and experience, she had to go through a lot of dangers as well. Gu Ruoan was certainly very lucky to have broken through so easily. How very frustrating. That's just about the number of spiritual beasts we need to kill. It's almost time for us to leave now. Gu Ruoan looked at the group as she spoke. Something's not right. Chu Luo furrowed her brows. Lord Left Emissary had mentioned that as long as we've killed 100 spiritual beasts, we could leave this place. How are we supposed to leave now? I've counted that we've killed more than 100 of them. Gu Ruoan fell silent. Just as she was about to speak, an angry roar sounded from the front. The roar shook the heavens and earth and the hearts of everyone in the group trembled. That's... Chu Luo's gaze changed from astonishment to shock. Her eyes widened as her expression filled with fear. Her entire body was trembling. A scarlet stone dragon appeared before the very eyes. There were chains wrapped around its body which rattled as it moved. Its entire body was also covered in stony scales and it looks tough and powerful. Master, this spiritual beast is above the rank of the refined state. Whoosh. Chu Luo's face drained of color as she backed away in fear. This is most certainly the 5th level. When I saw the spiritual beasts which had come before, I had thought that we had only been sent to the 4th level. I never thought that he had actually sent us to the 5th level. Only the 5th level would contain a 9th transformation spiritual beast. Gu Ruan narrowed her eyes as she looked at the chains on the stone dragon's body. A light flickered in her eyes but she did not say very much. Her expression was filled with deep fear as well. At Celestial Mountain's peak, the organizations which have finished slaughtering the required number of spiritual beasts gradually stepped out. The once peaceful and quiet Celestial Mountain has now become noisy and bustling. Everyone was exchanging their experiences in the battle but not one of them saw any trace of the left emissary at all. Meanwhile, in a guest house, the left emissary was holding a token in his hand. An elderly person's angry voice could be heard as they screamed from the token. Mu Chu, explain this to me. What on earth is going on that you have allowed someone to enter the 5th level of the training pagoda? The voice was filled with rage. Didn't I tell you, you may use the training pagoda as an assessment but no one is allowed to enter the 5th level. Don't you know what kind of a place the 5th level is? That's only used for punishing the secret order's traitors. Only the 4 levels below it are considered as training grounds. The left emissary lowered his head and a sense of guilt flashed in his eyes along with an endless, twisted feeling. Elder, this was indeed my fault. I had accidentally caused this. I never intended for her to enter the 5th level yet I had forgotten to lock the 5th level. The left emissary's voice was slightly hoarse as he continued. Once I return to the clan, I will accept my punishment. HMPH. The elder scoffed icily. Are you aware how infuriated the clan leader is? No one can help you this time. You may accept your punishment upon your return. How many times have I told you that the 5th level must never be opened yet you've refused to listen? Forget it, we have no choice but to leave the group in the 5th level to their own fate. Chapter 1321, Late Stage Exceptional State 4. The elder's voice was filled with disappointment and made the left emissary's heart throb fiercely. He was just about to make another explanation when the voice in the token was cut off. He shuddered and a bitter smile crept upon the corners of his lips. The elders and the clan leader are now thoroughly disappointed in me. Perhaps I really have let them down. However, I can't have any regrets. I would do anything for Yu's sake, even betraying the secret order. After saying his piece, the left emissary lifted his eyes as his gaze filled with determination. Not just anyone was allowed to enter the 5th level of the training pagoda because it holds a terrifying existence. Only the criminals of the secret order would be sent to the training pagoda's 5th level to accept death. He, on the other hand, had committed this taboo and sent the ones under assessment to the 5th level. That was why the elder was so disappointed. Yue, perhaps a severe punishment awaits me when I return to the secret order but I have no regrets. He smiled and it was filled with tenderness as if he was remembering the woman's exquisite features. His eyes filled with gentleness, a stark contrast from his usual cold and distant air when faced with other people. Lord Left Emissary. Just then, a voice sounded from outside the door. The assessment is almost finished. The ones who have gone into the training pagoda have now returned. Do we still need to ascend Celestial Mountain? All right, I'll head over straight away. The left emissary stepped out from his deep thoughts and his voice returned to his typically cold and distant manner. He then placed his arms behind his back and walked out. At the 5th level of the training pagoda, under the scorching hot sun, the stone dragon shifted the chains on his body as it walked towards Gu Ruan's party. His eyes were fierce and bloodthirsty which made one tremble with fear. The rattling sound of the chains with his every move was like a heavy weight which slammed into everyone's heart. Master. The vermilion bird quickly stepped in front of Gu Ruan to guard her. Her eyes stared vigilantly at the stone dragon as she muttered softly, "It's too powerful. The azure dragon and I combined would not be any match for it. I think we'd better run for it." Run. Gu Ruan shook her head in exasperation. Where can we run off to? If we don't kill this spiritual beast, we'll never be able to leave this place. Tianqing did not say very much. His cold face carried a sense of cautiousness too as he stared icily at the stone dragon approaching them. Humans. The stone dragon stopped in front of Gu Ruan and eyed her coldly. Did the secret order members send you here so that I could kill you? We're not from the secret order. Chu Luo's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly explained. We're only here to participate in the secret order's training and were accidentally sent to this place. We didn't mean to disturb you. Would it be alright if you let us leave this place? They had already sorted of the spiritual beasts here. Logically speaking, they should be able to leave. However, the way out has yet to appear. There was only one reason for this. They still needed to kill this stone dragon or he could let them go. Suddenly, the stone dragon was stunned. He swept his gaze across Gu Ruo and then turned his attention towards the azure dragon and the vermilion bird who was standing in front of her. Why do you carry my dragon clan's aura? Have you met the old ancestor of my dragon clan? A light flashed in Gu Ruo's eyes when she heard this and she said, "That's right, we had run into an ancestor of the dragon clan and received his inheritance. Furthermore, I've even promised him that I would take care of the dragon clan in his place." Chapter 1322, She's Not Dead, 1. So that explains it, that's why you carry his essence. The stone dragon came to a sudden enlightenment. I've been locked away here for almost 1,000 years. The members of the secret order have always tried to subdue me but I would never do anything for them. Hence, they had shut me away in this training pagoda. However, the ones who usually come to the 5th level of this training pagoda are criminals of the secret order. The 5th level has been considered as the punishment realm. I never thought that anyone outside of the secret order would be here who are also acquainted with the ancestor of my dragon clan too. The stone dragon sat himself on the ground and no longer emitted his ferocious air. Instead, he began to treat Gu Ruan like family. By the way, little girl, did the Dragon Clan's ancestor say anything else to you? Gu Ruoan fell silent and shook her head. Aside from asking me to take care of the Dragon Clan, there was nothing else. The stone dragon looked a little hurt when he heard this. He was considered to have been from the same generation as the Dragon Clan ancestor, but he never thought that one of them would end up dead and the other captured. Hence, two of the greatest powerhouses of the Dragon Clan have left. He has no idea what became of the Dragon Clan after they had left. Little girl, since the ancestor has instructed you to do this, there must be something about you that impressed him. How about this? I'll let you leave this place as long as you can promise me one thing. Before Gu Ruoan could answer, Chu Luo answered excitedly, what do you want us to do? In her opinion, nothing was more important than leaving this place right now. I'd like to ask you to pay the Dragon Clan a visit after you leave. The stone dragon's voice was full of bitterness. Previously, when the ancestor had disappeared, he had left instructions for me to protect the Dragon Clan. Unfortunately, I was captured by humans several thousand years ago, which cost me my freedom. I don't know what things are like in the Dragon Clan now, so I'd like to ask for you to help me look in on my descendants. If you can promise me this, I will let you leave this place immediately. Gu Ruoan thought for a moment. I'll make my way to the Dragon Clan once I've finished this competition. All right. After receiving Gu Ruoan's guarantee, the stone dragon finally flashed a satisfied smile. You may leave now. Gu Ruoan looked at the stone dragon and asked, why don't you leave this place? She was puzzled. They could walk out of this place, so why has the stone dragon remained locked in here for more than 1,000 years, unable to leave? Hearing this, the stone dragon laughed bitterly once again. These chains on my body restrict my freedom and prevents me from leaving with you. Besides, the secret order has another reason for locking me in here. What's that? It's so that I can guard a powerful cultivator in here. That powerful cultivator has been in here longer than me. That's more than almost 10,000 years now. Besides, there is a seal on the area where he resides, so he cannot walk around freely in the 5th level like I can. Little girl, once you leave, you must remember your promise. Don't worry, I'll make a trip to the Dragon Clan. Gu Ruoan gently nodded before she turned around to the group next to her. Let's go, time is almost up. If we don't leave now, they'll probably conclude that we've failed. Yes, master. Chu Luo and Ziyun joined their fists and followed behind Gu Ruoan with reverence. Their figures then quickly disappeared under the blood-red sky. Chapter 1323, She's Not Dead Too. Celestial Mountain. All the organizations who have returned from the training session gathered together and silently waited for Lord Left Emissary to speak. Murong Qian stood in the crowd and scanned her eyes through every organization gathered at Celestial Mountain but could not find her most hated enemy. She looked absolutely elated as she declared excitedly, that damned SLT, Gu Ruoan, isn't here. She must have lost her life in the training pagoda. The more she thought about it, the harder it was for her to contain herself from bursting into laughter. Based on Gu Ruoan's level of power, she could not have possibly managed to escape. Therefore, Murong Qian's assumption must be correct. Gu Ruoan had indeed lost her life in the training pagoda. Since you've all returned, allow me to announce the results of this training session. The left emissary observed the entire area and did not notice Gu Ruoan and her party members. He heaved a sigh of relief and felt a twinge of guilt at the same time. However, to prevent her from hurting Yuer in the future, he had no other choice. There many teams have entered the pagoda but only 5 have returned. The rest have unfortunately lost their lives in the claws of spiritual beasts. We feel great sympathy for this loss. Upon hearing the results, each organization felt uneasy. They did not feel sympathy towards their enemies, instead. The secret order's training was too horrifying. One false step could result in the death. Hence, they did not know what awaits them in the road ahead. Could it be that only the top 3 amongst them would survive? The crowd clenched their fists at the thought of this, looking very anxious. Alright, let's begin the next assessment. Next. Hold it. Just as the left emissary was about to announce the final assessment, a clear and cold voice rang out from behind him. His body stiffened as he turned around in disbelief. The left emissary's heart trembled at the sight of the woman's clear and cold expression. How can this be? How could she have possibly returned alive? Anyone who enters the 5th level of the training pagoda will never return. Aren't you a little too hasty with your announcement of the results? Chu Luo snorted icily. There's still a few minutes left and you want to end it already. Could it be that you've determined that we would certainly end up dead in that training pagoda? The left emissary's expression changed drastically, momentarily unable to speak. He then took a deep breath and replied with an ugly look on his face, since you've returned, please head on down. I still have to announce the next competition. Since Chu Luo had found out about the left emissary's deception, she could not help but snort disdainfully at him. She never thought that the secret order, which had never concerned itself with worldly matters, would be so unfair. For the sake of selfish matters, they would willingly harm the lives of their participating competitors. She's not dead. Murong Qian was enraged. What kind of effing luck does this woman have? She's still alive and here after so many brushes with death. Shouldn't she be dead by now? Is she really all that lucky to have been sent to the 1st level? She was not aware of the agreement between Wenya and the left emissary, so, after thorough analysis, this was the only conclusion she could come to. That was right. Gu Ruoan must have been fortunate enough to survive just like in the deep ends of Celestial Mountain. She must have found a cave and hidden inside, which was why those beastards could never find her. Chapter 1324, She's Not Dead, 3. Aside from really good luck, this woman could not possibly have any other abilities. Wenya narrowed her eyes and glanced at Gu Ruoan before returning her attention to the left emissary. When she noticed the ugly look on the left emissary's face as well, a cold light flashed across her eyes, leaving as quickly as it came. The next part of the competition shall determine the top 3 amongst you. The left emissary's eyes carried a cold and distant air as he spoke haughtily. I've asked the members of the secret order to prepare the arena. By then, everyone from all the organizations present must step into battle. The remaining few shall be the champions of this competition. The second and third place shall be determined based on the order of succession. As swords and knives are without sight, it's difficult to prevent injuries from happening. Do you understand? We understand. The crowd replied in unison. All right, you will now head to the arena to compete. The left emissary pointed at the arena in front of them, then eyed Wen Ya meaningfully. Wen Ya understood his meaning when she noticed the look in the man's eye. She nodded emotionlessly and turned away. However, Gu Ruan managed to catch the interaction between the two from the corner of her eye. She calmly raised the corners of her lips. The four of you don't need to fight after this. Leave everyone here to me. I want to solidify my newly promoted late-stage exceptional state cultivation base. Coincidentally, they're going to let me do it. Chu Luo stared at Gu Ruan in astonishment. However, after remembering the divine objects in Gu Ruan's possession, she nodded. All right. With the help of those divine weapons, the others might not be able to hurt her master even if they were to attack her together at once. Xiao Qian, Wen Ya turned away as a cold light flashed in her pretty eyes. Both of us must join forces if we want to kill this woman. Furthermore, you should keep using the spirit gathering pill as a bait so we can manipulate the others to our advantage and deal with Gu Ruan together. Murong Qian nodded. All right, I understand what I should do. However, Murong Qian could not understand why Wen Ya did not bribe those people herself and had made her do it instead. Wen Ya was only using Murong Qian to protect the Wen family's reputation. However, the foolish Murong Qian was under the impression that Wen Ya was going to step out to avenge her this time, so her face was filled with gratitude. The organization stepped up to the arena and drew their weapons, ready to defend themselves in the upcoming battle. Gu Ruan, you probably never thought that you would fall into my clutches. Murong Qian climbed onto the arena and stared venomously with eyes like daggers towards Gu Ruan. Since you've stepped into this arena, there's no reason for you to leave. I'll make you understand that crossing the Murong family will result in paying the ultimate price. She paused at this point before continuing. Anyone who manages to kill this woman will be rewarded with a spirit gathering pill. The crowd's eyes lit up when they heard the words, spirit gathering pill. They then swept their bloodthirsty gaze towards Gu Ruan. Rush. Without any hesitation, everyone charged towards Gu Ruan in unison. Their blades flashed as they brandished them in the arena. All of you, stay back. Gu Ruan stared at the crowd charging towards her and coldly ordered. She then pulled the sword from out of thin air. It was a broken sword with only a hilt but no blade. It looked rather laughable. Of course, Murong Qian had indeed burst into laughter. Chapter 1325, She's Not Dead, 4. Haha, Gu Ruan, you can't be thinking of using this broken sword to fight me. Her smile was filled with ridicule as she stared disdainfully at Gu Ruan. You can't even break our defenses with that sword, yet you want to use it in a fight against us. What a joke. Gu Ruan remained as cool and calm as ever as she stared at the crowd cheering towards her as if she had not heard Murong Qian's disdainful laugh at all. She suddenly made her move. A layer of sword energy wrapped around the broken sword in her hand before shooting towards her nearest opponent. A ray of light flashed from the sword and a bloody gash appeared on the man's chest. Blood instantly began to spill from the wound. At the same time, a man behind him charged towards her and aimed his sword at her head with a fierce light in his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black flame appeared behind Gu Ruan. The flame split apart as if it was opening its mouth and smiling at the overconfident man. The man was shocked, and at that moment, the 9 underworld flames released a powerful force and swallowed the man with a bang. Even his body had vanished entirely from the arena. A mid-stage exceptional state cultivator had just died that way. Murong Qian's face turned incomparably pale as she stared at Gu Ruan in shock. How can this be? She's only at the early stage of the exceptional state. How can she have such great power? Besides, late-stage exceptional state. Wen Ya, who was next to her, took a deep breath and slowly spat. She has already broken through to the late stage of the exceptional state. Late-stage exceptional state. Murong Qian gritted her teeth and her heart throbbed in agony as her tender expression twisted into a bunch. She then fixed her venomous glare at Gu Ruan. Impossible, wasn't she at the early stage of the exceptional state? She had only entered the training pagoda, how could she have broken through so suddenly? She simply could not understand how this woman had managed to have a breakthrough. After all, this was the exceptional state, not a martial general or a martial king. Why does she feel as if Gu Ruan's breakthroughs were as easy as drinking a cup of water? Xiao Qian, I'm afraid that we can't touch this woman for the time being. A cold light flashed in Wen Ya's eyes. Her powers have surpassed our imagination and our knowledge. Even if we were to join forces, we might not be able to take her down. Besides, the broken sword in her hand is no ordinary weapon but a spiritual weapon. A spiritual weapon. Murong Qian gently pursed her lips, feeling thoroughly irritated. Sister Wen Ya, are you saying that we have no choice but to let her off now? What if this woman comes after us for vengeance? Hearing this, Wen Ya laughed icily. Even if Gu Ruan chooses to have her revenge, she would be looking for Murong Qian, not her. She has never exposed her intentions to murder her, and neither has she caused her any trouble. Only the idiot Murong Qian would showcase all her intentions on her face. Chu Luo and the two beasts did not participate in the battle. Only Ziyun was unable to contain himself and rushed out. However, the opponents around him were geniuses and their powers were certainly not inferior to his. He was soon injured. Gu Ruan glanced at Ziyun and threw him a pill. Swallow this pill and step away. Oh. Ziyun swallowed the pill and replied pitifully. He then backed away to Chu Luo and the others. However, his eyes still burned with flames as he stared at the battle before him. Chapter 1326, The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage, 1. Master had told you that she was going to handle it on her own. If you step in again, I can guarantee that the next one to fall will be you. Chu Luo smirked at the sight of the passion in Ziyun's eyes before pouring cold water all over him. Besides, based on your level of power, you can't possibly come out unscathed after being surrounded by so many people, unlike our master. Ziyun pursed his lips. I'll leave you to your complacency for now. One day, I'll become more powerful than you. Hee hee. Chu Luo laughed icily. I look forward to that day. How unfortunate that you'll never become more powerful than me. Get that child. Murong Qian had noticed the vermilion bird and ordered one of the Murong cultivators to attack. Yes, my lady. After the man had received his order, he quickly headed towards the vermilion bird who was standing all alone. Now that the others were quite a distance from the vermilion bird, it was too late to save her now. Hence, Murong Qian wanted to capture this little girl and force Gu Ruan to surrender. Gu Ruan, put your weapon down. When Murong Qian saw that her subordinate had the vermilion bird in his hands, she was overjoyed and quickly yelled out to Gu Ruan, hurry up. If you won't put your weapon down, I will kill this little girl. Gu Ruan stopped immediately to stare indifferently at Murong Qian before turning her eyes back to the vermilion bird. Master, may I attack? The vermilion bird was at a loss. Her master had told her to leave everyone to her, so if she attacks, she would be going against her master's orders. This was too awkward. This was the only thing going through in her mind when she was captured. Gu Ruan nodded. Leave the matters in the battlefield to me. If anyone dares to go near you, you may attack. After saying her piece, she charged into battle once again and did not spare the vermilion bird a second look. Gu Ruan, I had asked you to put your weapon down. Didn't you hear me? You stop this right now. Murong Qian stomped her foot angrily. As long as she puts her spiritual weapon down, those people would have the chance to kill her. Unfortunately, Gu Ruan did not seem to hear whatever she had just said and continued brandishing her broken sword against her enemies. Does she not care about this little girl's safety? Kill her. Murong Qian bit her lip and fiercely issued the order. She then turned towards the vermilion bird and laughed icily. She doesn't care about whether you live or die, so I'm going to kill you. If there's anyone to blame, blame her. She had forced my hand. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo and Ziyun, who had been standing still, sent her an odd look. They could still recall the little girl's demonstration of her great power at the 5th level of the training pagoda. On what grounds should a cultivator in the mid-stage of the exceptional state think he that stood a chance in capturing her? Was he not just digging his own grave? After all, this little Alita may look very adorable on the outside, but in reality, she was very ferocious. Even the spiritual beasts on the 5th level were so scared of her that they had not dared to do anything at all. Who do you want to kill? A fake, cutesy voice rang out from within the arena. The cultivator who had grabbed the vermilion bird felt his heart tremble. He then turned around in astonishment and stared at the little Alita's adorable and tender face. At this moment, the vermilion bird's large eyes were filled with joy. She grinned at the Murong family cultivator, cocked her head and asked in an adorable manner, are you going to kill me? He does not know why, but when he saw the smile on the vermilion bird's face, the cultivator's hand trembled and nearly dropped his sword onto the ground. His face then turned ghastly pale. Chapter 1327. The vermilion bird flies into a rage. 2. Why are you still daydreaming? Kill that damned girl. Murong Qian barked angrily when she saw how the cultivator had not responded to her order. She assumed that he was reluctant to act after seeing the vermilion bird's adorable face, but no one could see the growing fear in his heart. The hand holding his sword was trembling continuously as fear gradually took over his expression. You want to kill me? The vermilion bird smiled. There was a tinge of cruelty in her smile. That depends on whether you have the ability. Boom. A bolt of flame shot out from the vermilion bird's mouth. Before the cultivator could react, he had been completely engulfed by the flames until not even his ashes remained. Murong Qian, whose face had been initially filled with rage, was instantly dumbstruck. She trembled silently and stared in disbelief at the vermilion bird's adorable little face. Her entire body felt as if it had been submerged into ice, and she bit her lips, chilled to the bone. The vermilion bird slowly turned around and stared at Murong Qian with large, smiling eyes. Her smile was equivalent to a demon waving at Murong Qian, causing her to stumble back helplessly. Trying to use me to threaten my master. You've chosen the wrong person. A fool like this one can't even catch me. Her voice rang out as clearly as a bell. There was a grin on her soft and jade-like little face. It was as if she did not feel any anger towards Murong Qian's actions. Xiao Qian, I've told you to give it up this time. Wen Ya shook her head and sighed. This woman really cannot think at all. If that little Alita could be so easily captured, why would she have asked her to give it up? However, she had still attacked anyway. Are you going to go down on your own, or shall I send you myself? Gu Ruan held the broken sword in her hand as she stared at the group in the arena with a cold look in her eyes before speaking in an indifferent tone. Before Gu Ruan could follow through on her threat, the other cultivators quickly left the arena with regret in their hearts. Why had we listened to Murong Qian's orders? This woman is clearly a demon. It will never end well for those who oppose her. They definitely regretted it. Once the others had left, the members of the Murong and the Wen family were the only ones left in the arena aside from Gu Ruan's team. Xiao Qian, as long as the green hills are there, one need not worry about firewood. You better leave now. Wen Ya's expression was filled with urgency as she stared at Murong Qian worriedly. I have yet to confront her face to face, so I'm unhindered. You better leave quickly. She's too cruel and she'll kill you. Let me stall for you. While you get off the arena quickly. As long as you leave the arena, she cannot do anything to you. Once she had spoken, Wen Ya pushed Murong Qian towards the edge of the arena. Murong Qian felt very moved at the sight of the worried look on the woman's face. Sister Wen Ya, thank you. I'll make my move. She gritted her teeth. No matter how reluctant she felt, she knew that she was no match for Gu Ruan. Hence, she quickly ran towards the edge of the arena and jumped off. Eldest lady of the Wen family, Wen Ya. Gu Ruan stared at Wen Ya's graceful features and smiled indifferently. You were rather intelligent to have Murong Qian leave you the top slot. She would even need to thank you for it. Wen Ya's expression changed drastically. Gu Ruan has obviously seen right through her. If my guess is correct, you will admit defeat and walk out of this arena after Murong-Qian has left. Gu Ruan laughed. Logically speaking, you would get the second place. After the competition has ended, you will plot with the left emissary of the secret order again and get rid of me. Without me, the champion, you will obviously be promoted to the first place. Chapter 1328. The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage. 3. Wen Ya's heart sank, but she did not show it on her face. I don't know what you're trying to imply. I was only afraid that you would hurt Murong-Qian since you have such a deep grudge towards her. I don't think you will spare her at all. Gu Ruan smiled indifferently. Wen Ya, I really admire your mind. Murong-Qian is no match for you at all and can only be manipulated by you. However, there's something I must find out right now. May I trouble you to explain it to me? What is it? During that year, were you the ones who used the Lin family to deal with my parents? Gu Ruan's eyes were turned towards Wen Ya as she questioned indifferently. Wen Ya's expression turned particularly ugly. What does the Lin family's dealings with your parents have anything to do with me? I don't wish to fight with you anymore. I am even willing to bow and give the title of champion away. I'm sorry, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and smiled at the gradually ashen look on Wen Ya's face. Gu Ruan, I confess, my powers are inferior to yours, but the rules of this arena state that if one party admits defeat, the other must not attack. Besides, the members of the secret order are here, they will never allow you to bully me. That's right, the secret order will certainly help you. Gu Ruan smiled. After all, the secret order's left emissary intends to marry your younger sister, so why should he not help you? If my guess is correct, I had ended up in the 5th level of the training pagoda because you had coerced the members of the secret order to do so. Wen Ya's expression drained of color. This woman is actually aware of the relationship between the Wen family and the left emissary. How did she find out about this? She bit her lip and exclaimed, Gu Ruan, what on earth do you want? Since you know about the relationship between the left emissary and the Wen family, you should know that I'm untouchable. Apologies. Gu Ruan smiled at Wen Ya. I forgot to mention one thing. I had taken so much time during my earlier battle because I was setting up a formation in this arena. They would not be aware of the situation in this arena. Even if I were to kill you, they won't be able to see it. What more save your life? What did you say? Wen Ya was thoroughly shocked. Impossible, even if you've restrained me with a formation, they will notice my disappearance. The left emissary will save me. Of course, if I was only imprisoning you, they would certainly realize your disappearance. However, the formation that I have built isn't just one, it's two. Gu Ruan stared into Wen Ya's eyes and smiled coldly. One formation imprisons you, the other projects an illusion of us fighting against each other. What they are watching now is a fight between us. They don't know that I have trapped you in here. Wen Ya stumbled backward and her eyes filled with despair. Gu Ruan, my abilities are a far cry from yours. This woman had conjured up two formations during a battle. How could anyone not admire that? Hence, Wen Ya's statement had come from her heart. The woman before her was too powerful. If she was allowed to continue her growth, it would inevitably cause no end of trouble. Now, can you answer my question? That year, was the Wen family responsible for tearing my parents apart and trying to capture my older brother? Gu Ruan walked towards Wen Ya as she asked coldly. Wen Ya scoffed and turned around, refusing to answer Gu Ruan's question. Chapter 1329. The Vermilion Bird Flies into a Rage. 4. Vermilion Bird. Gu Ruan stared at Wen Ya's reluctant face as she calmly remarked, I want her to still be able to talk. I'll leave this to you. Wen Ya's body instantly shook. She stared fearfully at the vermilion bird who was approaching her and spat with an ugly look on her face. What do you think you're doing? Obviously, I'm going to make you answer my master's question. The vermilion bird grinned at Wen Ya as she reached out her hand. A raging flame then appeared on her palm. Are you aware of the fate which befell the master of the Lin family? I had trapped him in my vermilion flames, making sure that his flesh never rots, his soul never disappears, and that he would endure torture within my vermilion flames for 1,000 years. Wen Ya's expression grew increasingly horrified as she tried to retreat. Unfortunately, the vermilion bird did not give her the chance and appeared right behind her. How could I not hear about Master Lin's fate? No. I should say that all of First City knows about it. It was said that one could hear his anguished wails all the time at the Lin family home, and this has continued for almost half a year without pause. Those sharp shrieks were like the wails of a ghost and the howls of wolves. It was quite horrifying to listen to. Could it be that this little girl was the one responsible for putting Master Lin through such a horrible torture? Of course, I wouldn't do that to you. Just as Wen Ya was beginning to feel increasingly afraid, the vermilion bird spoke again. Upon hearing this, Wen Ya heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she does not end up like Master Lin, she has nothing to be afraid of. How could 1,000 years be enough for you? The vermilion bird's eyes darted back and forth as the smile on her face grew more pronounced. You'll need at least 10,000 years. After all, as the true instigators, how could the Wen family share the same fate as the Lin family? At that moment, Wen Ya could only feel an icy chill crawling up her body from her feet. Even though the vermilion bird was holding out a flame, she felt no warmth. It was so cold that her entire being trembled. Speak, are you the puppet master behind all of this? The vermilion bird dragged the flames in her hands as she spoke threateningly. If you don't answer, I will definitely inflict a greater cruelty on you than what I did to Master Lin. I'll speak, Wen Ya finally replied and continued with a pale look on her face. It's true, the Wen family were the instigators behind that matter. Boom. A powerful raging flame burst from Gu Ruan's body. She eyed Wen Ya icily and asked, why have you plotted to take my big brother away? You'd better be honest with me, otherwise, you know the consequences. Wen Ya bit her lips, it's to refine him into a puppet. A puppet. Upon hearing this, the aura from Gu Ruan's body became exceptionally icy and now carried an air of murderous intent. Puppets were living things which do not have sentience or thoughts of their own and would only listen to their master's orders. Yet, the Wen family wants to refine her older brother into a puppet. Had the Wen family traveled to the Weststrid mainland a while ago and captured my big brother? Where is my big brother now? Is he still with the Wen family? No, Wen Ya shook her head. My cruel and unscrupulous little sister had sneakily let Gu Shangshao escape. He's no longer at the Wen family home. Gu Ruan, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Will you let me go now? Let you go. Gu Ruan laughed icily as she slowly walked towards Wen Ya. Of course I'll let you go. Chapter 1330. The vermilion bird flies into a rage. 5. Upon hearing this, Wen Ya's heart leapt for joy and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. As long as I can leave this place, I'll have a way to kill this woman. Ah. Just as Wen Ya heaved a sigh of relief, a black flame burst fiercely upon her body and roasted the skin off her chest. The immense agony caused her to shriek in pain. It was also at this moment when a pill rolled right into her throat. Chu Luo, who was standing next to Gu Ruan, could not help but shiver when she saw what her master had done. Suddenly, she felt that her master was far gentler with her when she had given her the pill back then. At least her master had mixed it in with tea and was not as forceful as the way she had treated Wen Ya. Chu Luo, our master is scary. Ziyun stumbled back and murmured, indeed, a woman's heart is the most vicious of all. Women are vicious and venomous living things. Get lost. Thump. Chu Luo slammed her fist on Ziyun's chest and glared at him angrily. Whose heart is the most vicious, you say? Is this fellow insulting women? Obviously, Chu Luo had now forgotten that she had said the exact same thing when Gu Ruan had poisoned her. What did you make me eat? Just as Ziyun was about to retort, a shocked voice cried out. They saw Wen Ya frantically trying to scrape her own throat and spit the pill out but to no avail. The pill had turned into clear liquid and melded with her body. I can't attack the Wen family at the moment, so I've given you this poison to make sure you don't divulge a thing. Gu Ruan then raised the corners of her lips and sneered, this poison will react every night and would cause you so much pain that you would wish you were dead. Besides, you must not say anything about what has happened today. You can't even think about it, not even for a moment. Otherwise, your head will hurt so much that you'd feel as if it was splitting apart. It will be a fate worse than death. Wen Ya turned very pale in the face. Her body trembled even more as she glared fixedly at Gu Ruoyu and looked almost as if she wanted to eat her alive. Furthermore, Gu Ruoyan paused before she continued, when this poison reacts, it would cause so much pain that you would want to kill yourself. So, when I was creating this poison, I added a little something extra. Each time you want to kill yourself, you would also feel a head-splitting agony. It would be so painful that you wouldn't even have the strength to grab your knife. Wen Ya's voice trembled ceaselessly, why would you do this to me? I've never done anything to hurt you. Gu Ruoyan laughed icily when she heard this. If it had not been for the Wen family, my parents would not have been separated for more than 20 years, nor would they have been forced to leave my big brother and me at such a young age. More importantly, you're still scheming against my big brother to this very day, trying to refine him into a puppet. Tell me, why should I spare the Wen family? I will only grant you all a fate worse than death. But isn't Gu Shangshao in the clear now? Haven't your parents been reunited? Wen Ya stared at Gu Ruoyan with pleading eyes, all traces of her initial anger gone. Since you haven't really lost anything, why won't you have mercy on me? Besides, if the Lin family had not hunted Gu Chan for so many years, he would not have grown so quickly. Logically speaking, he should be thanking the Wen family. Thanking you. Gu Ruoyan's smile was layered thick with murderous intent. Should he thank you for separating him from his wife for more than 20 years, or thank you for nearly costing him the life of their son? Besides, if I had been less fortunate and the stone dragon in the 5th level had not turned out to be an acquaintance, it's likely that I would have ended up dead because of your conspiracy. Chapter 1331. The vermilion bird flies into a rage. 6. You're now saying that my father should thank you. Gu Ruoyan's voice was as clear and cold as ever, yet it made Wen Ya tremble even more. I'm begging you now and you refuse to spare me. If I didn't give you this poison, I believe that you will definitely try to kill me after you leave. Gu Ruoyan looked at Wen Ya and said, so, why should I spare you? Besides, if you know that this day would come, why had you committed those sins? I will slowly repay the Wen family for all the sins they have committed. After saying her piece, she turned away and picked up the pebbles which she had placed on the ground. Time is almost up, I shall undo the formation now. The formation was released once the pebbles were collected. At that moment, the whole of Celestial Mountain was completely silent. The people who had left the arena earlier had their attention fixed upon Gu Ruoyan and Wen Ya as their eyes filled with shock. She had lost. Wen Ya had lost. She was now collapsed on the ground and did not have the power to fight. She did not even have the strength to stand up at all. Whoosh. The left emissary rose to his feet and clenched his fists in a tight grip before sighing. It was a good thing that Wen Ya was still in the top 3 ranks. Even though she was not a champion, at least she could smoothly enter the secret order. Lord Left Emissary, there's something I need to report. Murong Qian noticed the defeated Wen Ya and her tender features filled with a sense of hatred. She had hoped that Wen Ya would defeat this woman, but in the end, Wen Ya had lost. She could not accept this. She could not accept Gu Ruoyan getting away with it. What is it? The left emissary looked at Murong Chan as he asked with a furrowed brow. It was obvious that he does not have a very good impression of the spoiled and willful eldest lady of the Murong family. Lord Left Emissary, I had seen Gu Ruoyan give her subordinates several pills, and as it happens, someone had broken into my room last night and stole a bottle of pills. I suspect that Gu Ruoyan was the one who had stolen my pills. Whoosh. At that instant, all eyes turned towards Gu Ruoyan. The gazes were filled with disdain and contempt. That was right. They had noticed this woman giving a pill to the purple-robed man who was standing next to her. They never thought that someone would have the courage to steal another's possession during the secret order's assessment. especially since the person they had stolen from was the eldest lady of the Murong family. Oh. A sense of shock flashed in the left emissary's eyes. His gaze flickered as he turned towards Gu Ruan. Has something like this happened? Gu Ruan, is the eldest lady Murong speaking the truth? Did you steal her pills? Murong Qian glared fiercely at Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan, you little thief, if you're so great, learn pill refinement on your own. What do you have to show by stealing someone else's possession? Give me back my pills or you won't have a moment's peace. Someone had indeed stolen the pills which she had placed in her room. Now that Gu Ruan has shown that she has pills in her hand, where could they have come from if she had not stolen them? She was only a woman from the secular world, so she would not possibly have pills in her possession. Hence, she must have stolen those pills. Each time Murong Qian thought about how this woman had stolen her pills, she would gnash her teeth in anger while the rage in her heart would deepen. Are you sure that the pills in my possession belong to you? Gu Ruan turned towards Murong Qian and smiled calmly as she spoke. Murong Qian scoffed and raised her chin haughtily. If you didn't steal it, where had you gotten them from? Coincidentally, someone had stolen from me last night. Only you, out of everyone else here, could have done such a thing. Gu Ruan, don't you have any shame? Do you like to steal from others so much? Not only do you steal men, but you would also steal pills. Is there a more shameless woman on this earth than you? Murong Qian had bribed the crowd in the arena. Once they heard her accusations, they all began to agree. That's right, Lady Murong is right. Gu Ruan, you've stolen another person's possession, you're nothing. Hurry up and return the pills that you've stolen. Perhaps Lady Murong will be merciful and spare you. If I were her, caught on the spot, I'd probably be so ashamed that I would never be able to show my face again. She sure is great, looking so virtuous and noble while showing those pills so publicly too. Based on her origins from the secular world, how could she possibly possess any pills at all? That's right, not every organization in the first city has a pill master. Aside from the three great protectors, only the first few names in second-rate organizations have pill masters. No matter how powerful this woman's talents are, she can't possibly have a pill master. The disdainful tone in the crowd's voices greatly enraged Ziyun. He quickly rose to his feet and cursed angrily. What bullshit? My master is a pill master, so why should she steal another person's pills? Don't assume that only those organizations have pill masters in their ranks in all of the first city. You're all a bunch of frogs in a well. Ziyun was nearly mad with rage. In his heart, Gu Ruan was a far superior pill master than the one in the Murong family. After all, in all of First City, only Gu Ruan had the ability to refine pills that could help her cultivate a breakthrough to the exceptional state. That Murong family pill master was nothing compared to this. He was not even fit to carry her shoes. A pill master. Murong Qian burst into laughter while her features filled with mockery. Your lie is too absurd. Everyone knows that the pill masters of First City need many years of research to successfully refine a pill. How old is this little girl and you claim that she's a pill master? Is that even possible? A thief is a thief. No matter how much you explain it, it won't change the fact that she has stolen my pills. Chapter 1332, Proving Innocence 1. Murong Qian's mind was set. The pill which Gu Ruan had given Ziyun was one of the pills which had been stolen from her last night. You say that I had stolen my pill from you. Can you elaborate on the type of pill you've lost? Gu Ruan smiled indifferently, but her eyes continued to stare at Murong Qian as she slowly asked. Do I even need to say it? Murong Qian raised her head arrogantly and laughed icily. It's a strip-gathering pill, of course. Someone like you would never be able to own a pill like that. You would have had no choice but to steal it from me. Are you sure that it was a strip-gathering pill? Gu Ruan raised her brows. The smile on her face held a deep meaning. Wen Ya, who was standing at the side, paid close attention to the circumstances on both parties. When she saw the look on Gu Ruan's face, her heart began screaming that something bad was about to happen and she wanted to stop Murong Qian. However, just as the thought entered her mind, a painful explosion erupted in her head. It was so painful that she could not speak. Actually, Wen Ya was unaware that Gu Ruan had added her own soul energy into the pill. Now, as long as Wen Ya even has an inkling of intention against her, she would be affected in that manner. Of course. Just as Wen Ya had returned to her senses with great difficulty, Murong Qian spoke again. At that moment, Wen Ya's expression changed and her eyes filled with exasperation. I really can't understand how the Murong family could have spoiled Murong Qian to this point. If Gu Ruan really had stolen her pills, why would she show it off in public? Besides, since Gu Ruan had the courage to ask that question, that proves that the pills in her hand are not strip-gathering pills. It's not entirely impossible if Murong Qian wants to frame Gu Ruan. At least Gu Ruan could not prove where she had gotten those pills from. However, this woman had insisted on brainlessly admitting that the pills she had lost were strip-gathering pills. This had completely granted the opposition an opportunity to prove her innocence. However, Wen Ya had also made a grave mistake in her line of thinking. She knows that Gu Ruan would not have stolen those pills, but she must have gotten them from someone else. After all, how could such a young woman possibly have the ability to refine pills? Even if someone had taught her, she would never have been able to learn so quickly. Pill refinement cannot be achieved simply through talent alone. One must have enough time and experience as well. Her powers were so great that she must have put all of her time into cultivation. Where would she find the time to refine pills? Hence, Wen Ya never considered that Gu Ruan could also be a pill master. There were many ways for her to prove her innocence. However, because this was the most troublesome method, she had decided to ask Murong Qian about the missing pills. Wham! As soon as Murong Qian had answered the question, a powerful energy whirled fiercely in front of her and slammed into her chest with a loud thud. She instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward in agony. What are you doing? The left emissary rose to his feet in anger. He never thought that Gu Ruan would attack in front of him, the referee, right after the assessment has ended. She has outright disrespected him. Gu Ruan did not reply his question and walked towards Murong Qian, who was on the ground. She slowly approached her, and once she was right in front of her, she replied with indifference as the corners of her lips curled slightly. Her voice was clear and cold. I'm just here to prove my innocence. Since Murong Qian has accused me of stealing pills, I'm going to make her prove my innocence. Chapter 1333, The Secret Order 1. Murong Qian widened her beautiful eyes in shock, unsure of what Gu Ruoan was about to do. Her eyes filled with terror. Then, crack. Gu Ruoan grabbed Murong Qian's arm and twisted it forcefully. The crowd heard a clear noise. Gradually, Murong Qian's screams, one, like a pig being slaughtered, could be heard. Murong Qian's face turned pale with agony and her entire body was drenched in sweat as she stared in terror at the green-robed woman before her. Gu Ruoan, if you dare to hurt the other contestant again, the Secret Order won't treat you with any courtesy. The left emissary was so enraged that his face turned ashen. He had never seen such an audacious woman like Gu Ruoan in his entire life. She had actually dared to hurt a contestant in front of him. Gu Ruoan did not raise her head as she replied coldly, I told you, I only want to prove my innocence. If the Secret Order wants to stop me, that proves that the dignified Secret Order has actually joined forces with the Murong family and tried to frame the champion after losing first place. If this were under normal circumstances, the left emissary would not have been so hasty. However, now that he had become muddled with rage by Gu Ruoan, he scoffed coldly and said, I'd like to see how you plan on proving yourself. Crack. Gu Ruoan stepped on Murong Qian's chest. Everyone could hear the sound of her bones cracking. Murong Qian spat out another mouthful of blood and glared venomously at the woman before her. After witnessing this scene, the left emissary was so infuriated that a vein throbbed on his forehead. He continued to stare coldly at Gu Ruoan. However, since he had made an agreement in advance, he could not stop her. Then again, if this woman could not prove her innocence, he would make her regret her actions today. The left emissary took a deep breath at the thought of this and his eyes filled with a cold light. Even the people next to him could sense his anger. Stomp. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Gu Ruoan stomped fiercely on Murong Qian's chest. Each blow was heavier than the last as if there was no possibility of stopping. At this moment, Murong Qian felt increasingly suffocated and it was getting hard for her to breathe. She had wailed and cried out in pain at first, but she was so in pain that near the end that her eyes rolled to the back of her head and she almost fainted. Keep hitting her. Once you beat Murong Qian to death, the Murong family won't let you get away with it. Wen-Ya curled the corners of her lips icily. She does not know what Gu Ruoan was planning to do, but her heart was secretly anticipating the possibility of that outcome. If Gu Ruoan really ended up bashing Murong Qian to death here, the Murong family would certainly run from 1,000 kilometers away to kill her. They would never let her get away with it. Stomp. After the last stomp, Gu Ruoan finally put her leg away. She then produced a pill before everyone's eyes. The pill released a jade green light beneath the setting sun. It was an enchanting sight. Is that a pill? Amongst the audience, some were already curling their lips as their eyes stared straight at the pill in Gu Ruoan's hand. That's right, that must be a pill. If my guess is right, this must have one of the spirit gathering pills which was stolen from Lady Murong. I was once fortunate enough to come across the pills in Lady Murong's possession. This is the same color as the ones she had. If that's true, this pill must have been sullied. Why did she use this pill to prove her innocence? Can this pill prove anything at all? The crowd's faces were puzzled, unsure of why Gu Ruoan had taken the pill out at all. Chapter 1334, The Secret Order 2. Just as everyone was puzzling over Gu Ruoan's methods, she pried Murong Qian's mouth wide open and stuffed the pill into her mouth. That's. Wen-Ya had been watching Gu Ruoan and Murong Qian behind the scenes. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock when she saw what happened, as if she had seen something absolutely unprecedented. Her mouth hung open as her graceful face instantly drained of color. How can this be? She stumbled back in shock before quickly covering her mouth to stop herself from making a sound. Everyone saw as Murong Qian, who had half her foot in the grave, rapidly healed before the very eyes. The once ghastly pale look on her face recovered its rosy tinge as if she had not been injured at all. Forget about the others, even Murong Qian herself was absolutely shocked. She stared in complete disbelief at her completely healed body, rendered speechless. This was impossible. The Murong family also has a pill master who could refine pills that could heal wounds, yet they do not have a single pill which could heal injuries at such a rapid pace. How had I recovered so quickly after swallowing this pill? Russell. The left emissary quickly rose to his feet and stared at Gu Ruoan in disbelief. His expression had also changed unpredictably. Clearly, he could not regain his senses from this sudden turn of events. This was the pill which I had given Ziyun a while ago. Gu Ruoan smiled serenely. Her smile was tinged with a strange expression. If you still want to insist that these pills of mine had been stolen from you, I don't mind proving my innocence all over again. Everyone knows that spirit gathering pills were used to help a cultivator gather their spiritual energy and increase the speed of their breakthrough. It cannot heal wounds. Hence, the evidence in Gu Ruoan's pills was clear for all to see. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd began sighing incessantly, but due to the Murong family's influence, no one dared to stand up for Gu Ruoan. This isn't possible. Murong Qian shook her head as she stumbled back. She then bit her lip and exclaimed, my pills have clearly been stolen. Who else but you could have stolen my pills? So what if you've produced a healing pill? That does not mean that you're not a thief. Unless you find my stolen pills, I refuse to believe that you didn't steal them. Gu Ruoan laughed icily and her face carried a disdainful smile. Since you want me to find those spirit gathering pills, I'll do as you wish. Murong Qian was shocked. She had said those things because she wanted to throw more dirty water on Gu Ruoan. She never expected her to have the courage to say that she would find her stolen spirit gathering pills. How could this be? Even she could not figure out who had stolen the spirit gathering pills. Gu Ruoan slowly turned her gaze around and placed her attention upon a young man who was next to Wen-Ya. She then slowly walked towards him. This young man had tagged along with Wen-Ya to join this competition. However, he had run off a while ago when he sensed that things were going badly, so Gu Ruan did not have a clear impression of him. What are you doing? Wen Ya, who had held her breath for a while, glared fiercely at Gu Ruan when she saw her walking towards them. Swish! Gu Ruan did not say a thing and raised the longsword in her hand. She then charged with the blade towards the young man next to Wen Ya. Before the young man could react, Gu Ruan had torn his clothes into shreds. At the same time, a string of pills which he had hidden in his lapel rolled off his body, clearly visible before everyone's eyes. Chapter 1335, The Secret Order, 3. The young man's face instantly turned very white at the sight of those pills rolling on the ground. He then stared at Gu Ruan with shock in his eyes. How had this woman found out about the pills in my hands? Wen Ya's expression changed instantly as she glared at Wen Yin angrily. What is the meaning of this? Why do you have those pills in your possession? Actually, if this had been anyone else, they would have tried to absolve their own disciples of the blame. At least they would deny that those were spread-gathering pills. However, Wen Ya had not done this. She was very aware that even if she tried to deny it, the situation was irreparable. It was very easy to identify spread-gathering pills. If they do manage to authenticate these pills, the Wen family would be thoroughly humiliated. Hence, why not just end it and confess to the fact? The Wen family. Murong Qian stumbled back as she shook her head in disbelief. Why had someone from the Wen family stolen my pills? Besides, how did she know that my pills were in the Wen family's possession? A pill master will be particularly sensitive towards the aura of pills. Gu Ruan had been able to sense the spread-gathering pills aura from the man's body for a while. This was how she could find the spread-gathering pills so quickly. HMPH. Ziyun scoffed coldly. Is there anything else you wish to say? You had dared to insult my master by calling her a thief. Now, it's a slap in the face, isn't it? Chu Luo, can you help me calculate how they should pay the price for insulting our master? Chu Luo shot Gu Ruan a look before she began to seriously make her calculations. Now that our master has obtained first place in the Secret Order's assessment and will soon be able to begin her cultivation under the Secret Order, she can also be considered as a member of the Secret Order. As a member of the Secret Order, the price for humiliating her is rather steep. After all, the Secret Order is a rather large organization and holds such a famous reputation. If the price to pay is too cheap, how will the world look upon the Secret Order? Ziyun could not help but admire Chu Luo. She had dragged the Secret Order down into the mud with her response. Even if the Secret Order's left emissary has any objections, he had to side with them for the sake of the Secret Order's reputation. Indeed, the left emissary, who was about to stand up for Murong Qian and the Wen family, had to swallow his words after hearing Chu Luo's response. He then scoffed coldly and said, since Murong Qian has indeed framed you, she must pay the price for humiliating you. State your price then. Lord Left Emissary. Murong Qian's expression changed drastically. Before she could have the chance to speak, she almost spat out a mouthful of blood from the next part of Chu Luo's speech. The price for the damages made towards the champion of the Secret Order's assessment should be at least 1,000,000 gold pieces. This is the minimal amount. After this, I will give an accurate price based on the insult that the eldest Lady Murong has inflicted upon my master. Chu Luo's exquisite features were filled with smiles as she stared at Murong Qian's pale face with a contemptuous glare. She then curled her lips disdainfully. Previously, her master had blackmailed her so badly. Now, with great difficulty, it was finally her turn to blackmail others. How could she let such a good opportunity slip by? More than 1,000,000 gold pieces, why don't you just effing steal it? Murong Qian no longer cared about anything else and immediately began to scold Chu Luo. Her vicious glare was almost fierce enough to tear the other party into shreds. Ziyun, she has insulted me by accusing me of robbery. How should we calculate the losses for this damage in reputation? Chu Luo blinked as she looked at Ziyun. Ziyun ran his finger across his chin and thought over it for a very long time before saying, your price isn't as expensive as our master's, so it's about 502 gold pieces. I believe that Lord Left Emissary will make a fair decision for us. After all, the Devil Sect had won the first place, so the Devil Sect now represents the Secret Order. The losses incurred for a member of the Secret Order's reputation is priceless, but we must also consider the fact that the eldest Lady Murong is young and lacks sense. Let's just give her a price so that she won't feel uncomfortable over the insult. Chapter 1336, The Secret Order, 4. Murong Qian's body trembled. Forget about Gu Ruan's honor costing her 1,000,000 gold pieces. Who was Chu Luo, anyways? She was only a mere female bodyguard. 500,000 gold pieces would be enough to buy many of this dog's lives. Lord Left Emissary, you must make a fair decision for me in this matter. Murong Qian gritted her teeth fiercely and turned towards the Left Emissary as her expression filled with grief. This is daylight robbery and they're trying to extort the Murong family. 1,000,000 gold pieces, are they trying to rob us blind? Even robbers aren't as cruel as this. Lady Murong, you are mistaken, it's no longer only 1,000,000 gold pieces. It's now 1,500,000 gold pieces. Ziyun kindly corrected her. Besides, are you saying that my master is not worth 1,000,000 gold pieces? Does that mean that the members of Secret Order are not worth 1,000,000 gold pieces? The Left Emissary was just about to speak again when Ziyun's words stopped him. He was so angry that his handsome face has turned completely ashen. Even his eyes have turned cold. Murong Qian, the members of the Secret Order are exceptionally valuable and the price of their honor is just as valuable as well. Therefore, you shall have to pay them 1,500,000 gold pieces. Murong Qian's expression changed drastically. She never thought that the Left Emissary would stand up for them. She bit her lips as she thought about this and trembled in anger. However, she did not dare to say another word. Otherwise, one slip of the tongue and she would probably have to pay another 100,000 gold pieces. Hence, Murong Qian, who was burning with rage but unable to vent her frustrations, could only glare at the young man who had robbed. How dare you? You even have the audacity to rob the Murong family. Who gave you that courage? Don't you want to live anymore? The young man stumbled back in shock and stared at Murong Qian's eyes, which were filled with rage. Xiao Qian. Wen Ya's expression changed drastically. She then stepped out and said, Wen Yin is a grandchild of an elder from the Wen family, so let's just forget about this matter. I will compensate you with anything you want. Let's pretend this never happened. Even though Wen Ya hated Wen Yin for humiliating the family in such a public spectacle, she had to protect him. Otherwise, this fellow's grandfather would certainly cause a ruckus in the Wen family. Wen Ya, get out of the way. I absolutely must teach this kid a lesson today. Murong Qian then pulled a whip out and flung it at Wen Yin's face with a crack. The whip carried a fierce aura like a venomous snake as it circled towards his neck. Xiao Qian, stop. With a loud bang, an aura burst from Wen Ya's body and split Murong Qian's whip open. The sharp whip then rebounded towards Murong Qian. At that moment, Murong Qian had no time to fall back. The long whip landed forcefully on her face, creating a bloody wound. She cried out in pain and held her face tightly as her entire being fidgeted incessantly. Xiao Qian. Wen Ya was shocked. She stared at Murong Qian's bloodied face as a shiver crept up from the bottom of her heart. It was so chilling that she could not move at all. I had clearly controlled my own strength a while ago. How could I have ended up injuring Murong Qian and damaged her face too? If this gets back to the Murong family, Master Murong will never let me get away with it. The Murong and the Wen family's powers were not very different from each other. If they do end up fighting against each other, both parties would only end up with heavy losses. Wen Ya's heart trembled at the thought of this. She simply could not understand how she had ended up hurting Murong Qian. Chapter 1337, The Secret Order, 5. Of course, Wen Ya was not aware that she was not the cause behind the whip's backlash against Murong Qian. Instead, that had happened due to the vermilion bird who had secretly pulled some strings in the background. It was this woman's fault for trying to seduce Chanbei Yi and insulting her master. That Wen Ya was not innocent, so how could she waste such a good opportunity to frame her? Wen Ya, you dare treat me this way? Murong Qian put her hand down. When she saw her blood-stained hand, her entire being trembled as she glared angrily at Wen Ya. I will report this to my grandfather upon my return. The Murong family will never let the Wen family get away with this. Xiao Qian, I. Wen Ya tried to explain but could not speak. After all, she had indeed hurt Murong Qian by accident. Furthermore, it had happened out in the open for all to see. Even if she quibbled, it would be useless. Hence, Wen Ya would rather shut her mouth this time and say nothing at all. You just wait, I won't let you get away with this. Murong Qian screamed the last sentence. Now, each time Murong Qian thought about how her looks, which she was very proud of, had been destroyed, her heart would shiver uncontrollably. She then turned towards the Murong family members behind her and said, bunch of useless things, what are you waiting for? Let's get out of here. Yes, eldest lady. The group quickly followed Murong Qian and headed down the mountain as quickly as possible. However, before Murong Qian could leave the mountain, a disdainful laugh chimed in. Murong Qian, don't forget that you owe my master 1,500,000 gold pieces. If you go back on your word, the members of the secret order will certainly support us. Chu Luo's eyes were smiling. For the first time ever she has realized how fun it was to scam others. Murong Qian nearly stumbled onto the ground when she heard Chu Luo's remark. She then took a deep breath before hurriedly leaving the place. She soon disappeared very quickly from view. We should go too. Wen Ya took one last look at Gu Ruoan, waved her hand and led the members of the Wen family away. They did not take another look back either and left the place as fast as they could. Since the assessment is over, we will now announce the results. The left emissary slowly rose to his feet and stared coldly at Gu Ruoan in front of him. He then exclaimed icily, even though you are the champion, you must never cause trouble in the secret order. Otherwise, no one will be able to help you. Besides, I know that you have a grudge against the Murong family. However, you have taken the first place and she has been placed at the third, so both of you have the opportunity to enter the secret order. I don't wish to see you both fighting against each other in the secret order. Whatever grudges you may have, please settle it outside. The left emissary paused before he continued to speak. If I ever find out that you've been fighting in the secret order's territory, the doors to the secret order shall be closed to you forever. Gu Ruoan flashed a faint smile. As long as others do not provoke me, I won't provoke them either. However, if others do not leave me alone, similarly, I won't leave her in peace. HMPH. The left emissary scoffed and did not say anything else before he turned around and left the referee's seat. When the members of the secret order saw that the left emissary was leaving, they did not stay back either as they followed suit and walked out behind him. Master, are you really going to enter the secret order? The vermilion bird's mouth twitched. The left emissary is clearly in cahoots with Wen Ya. I'm not going to join the secret order. Gu Ruoan turned around to look at the vermilion bird before smiling serenely. I'll only accept the inheritance from the secret order so my powers can increase at an even faster pace. Besides, the secret order is only granting us permission to accept that inheritance and does not want us to become the disciple. If we are required to become disciples of the secret order to receive the inheritance, I'll give it up then. Chapter 1338, The Secret Order, 6. Ziyun looked at Gu Ruoan and remarked in a serious and single-minded manner, Master, no matter where you go, I will go with you. With Lord Chanbi's absence, it is our responsibility to protect you in his stead. Chu Luo laughed when she heard this. You, protect our master. With that power or yours? I think that the master protecting you sounds more accurate. Our master is now more powerful than you, so how useful can you really be? You should go back and cultivate for a few more years. Let me protect the master. Ziyun glared angrily at Chu Luo and scoffed icily. She's my master because she's more powerful than me. Can you not even understand that kind of logic, Chu Luo? How did I not realize this? When had you become so stupid? Ziyun. As soon as Ziyun had spoken, Chu Luo exploded. She grabbed Ziyun's lapel in one swift move and thrust her face next to his own before exclaiming angrily, you effing dare insult my intelligence. If you say another word, I will beat you up right now. Ziyun looked at Chu Luo's hand then continued to jeer disdainfully. You have intelligence. Who was the one who had fallen for master's tricks and ended up having to serve my master for the rest of her life? Besides, with master around, I'm betting that you won't have the courage to hit me at all. That was right, Chu Luo does not have the courage to hit Ziyun. After all, Ziyun was originally on Gu Ruoan's side while she had been tricked into it. Master, don't you get the feeling that those two are quite well matched? The vermilion bird glanced at the bickering couple. Over the past half of the year, she had gradually gotten used to their interactions. Who's well matched with him? Chu Luo scoffed. With his level of power, he's not even fit to carry my shoes. Let's talk when he gets more powerful. Ziyun's mouth twitched. I have no regard for women of low intelligence like you. I think you better learn a lesson from our master. She could trick others without a second thought and had inexplicably tricked Wen-Ya as well. Even I don't know when she had laid the trap in the arena. Their eyes had never left Gu Ruoan during that fight, but they did not notice her laying the formation. She had somehow sneakily accomplished this under everyone's watchful eye. Hence, one could imagine how great her powers were. Let's go. We need to make preparations for our journey to the secret order in a few days. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders as a determined light flashed in her eyes. Regardless, I want to have that inheritance. Only then will I have the power to help Xiao Yi instead of letting him do so many things on his own. Gu Ruoan's heart sank at the mention of Chanbei Yi. It's been half a year. I wonder if Xiao Yi has been able to uncover Gu Shangshao's whereabouts. Besides, so much time had passed and I have no idea where he is, which has led to no correspondence at all. Gu Ruoan's heart throbbed at the thought of this. Xiao Yi, you've always been running to my side in the past. This time, wait for me to find you. I will find you regardless of how vast or large this mainland is. That was right. After all these years, Chanbei Yi has always been the one to come running to her and she had never tried to seek him out, not even once. Hence, it was up to her to find him this time. She would find him even if she has to search every corner of the mainland. At a guest house. The left emissary had just entered the room when someone knocked on the door. He furrowed his brows as he looked at the door behind him. Come in, he said. Chapter 1339, The Secret Order, 7. Creak. A lush, lily-white hand pushed the door open and Wen-Ya slowly walked into the room. She had an ugly look on her face and her pretty eyes were no longer as moving as they were before. Her graceful stance had completely disappeared, replaced by a body filled with vicious currents. What do you need? The left emissary knitted his brows tightly together, clearly unsatisfied with the events which had happened today. If Wen-Ya was not his beloved kin, he would have chased her out long ago. If you want me to help you deal with Gu Ruoan, I'm afraid that I can't do it now. After some thought, there could only be one reason for Wen-Ya's appearance here. Just to deal with that woman. I had unlocked the 5th level of the training pagoda on my own accord and I've crossed the elders of the secret order, so even I don't know what kind of punishment awaits me when I return. If Gu Ruoan had ended up dead, that would have been fine, but she was still alive. His punishment was simply not worth it. Wen-Ya laughed icily. I'm not here for Gu Ruoan. Then what are you doing here? The left emissary felt a little curious as he turned towards Wen-Ya and asked. You should be very aware of the Murong family's character in seeking revenge over the smallest grievances. If this matter reaches the Murong family's ears, knowing that old man from the Murong family's love for Murong Qian, he would definitely disregard everything else and start a fight with the Wen family. A cold light flashed across Wen-Ya's eyes before she continued. If both families fall into a struggle, both sides will suffer heavy losses. This is not something the secret order wishes to see either. The left emissary fell silent before slowly lifting his gaze towards Wen-Ya's bloodthirsty expression. You want me to help you go against the Murong family? If that's your idea, let me advise you to give it up. I've already helped the Wen family in a lot of unfair business. If I continue to do as I please, I'm afraid that I will no longer have a place in the secret order. You should go back. I will not take action. Hearing this, Wen-Ya laughed. Left emissary, you won't have to feel awkward about it this time. I've thought it over for you. I don't need you to step in and help me deal with the Murong family. I only want to ask you to send a warning to the governor so that he can stop the Murong family's crusade against the Wen family. Do not forget, if both the Wen and the Murong family end up suffering heavy losses, it would end tragically for my little sister, Yue. Knowing my grandfather, he would certainly use her as a tool for forming a marriage alliance and have her married off to a disciple of the Murong family to calm the Murong family's ire. The left emissary's heart throbbed. It goes without saying that Wen-Ya has successfully grasped his weak spot. His weak spot was Wen Yue. As long as it had anything to do with Wen Yue, he would do it even if he had to break the secret order's rules. I will inform the governor about this matter so he can prevent the Murong family from making things difficult. No, Wen-Ya shook her head. I don't only want you to inform the governor, I want you to help me push this responsibility entirely upon Murong Qian's head. Furthermore, use her character as an excuse so that she would have no connections to the secret order. Think about it, if Murong Qian were to join the secret order with her great rage towards me, do you think that she would spare Yue once she enters? The secret order is particular about rules and you are only an emissary. How are you going to protect Yu's safety? The best way is to prevent her from setting foot into the doors of the secret order. The left emissary's heart sank as he stared at Wen-Ya with a complicated look in his eyes. In contrast to Murong Qian, you were certainly far more intelligent. It was clearly someone from the Wen family who had stolen her pills, yet you want to push all the blame onto her. It's a good thing that my Yue is not as sinister and cunning as you. Chapter 1340, The Secret Order, 8. Wen-Ya did not mind the left emissary's statement in the least. Lord Left Emissary, I've even thought of what you should say to the governor. During the past few days, Murong Qian had hung out with the members of the Wen family, so she had the absolute opportunity to plant the pills on Wen Yin. She had framed the poor Wen family. While it's bad enough that she had shifted the blame to Gu Ruoan, she's even dragged the Wen family down with her, all for the sake of sweeping the Wen family's good name all over the floors and forced them to step away from their post as a great protector. She paused as a sinister light flickered in her eyes before she smiled and said, "Think about it. If the Yu Yang family believes our words, they would certainly stand opposed against the Murong family because the Murong family wants to force the Wen family to lose their title as one of the great protectors. If they succeed, their next target will be the Yu Yang family." The left emissary stared at Wen Ya in shock. A cold chill then crawled up from the tip of his toes to his heart. He knows that Wen Yin was the one who had stolen the pills from Murong Qian's room. However, in order to protect the Wen family, Wen Ya had thought of such a grand scheme to implicate them. Not only would she absolve herself from all blame, she would even push the Yu Yang family into going against the Murong family. With such a ruthless sister, it was a mystery how Yue had managed to survive all these years. The left emissary felt like he had met Wen Ya for the first time. He gazed at the unfamiliar form and he never thought that this woman, who had presented herself with such grace in front of others, could be so vicious behind the scenes. Besides, she had previously enjoyed a rather cordial relationship with Murong Qian. Now, she wants to eradicate the entire Murong family. Left emissary, don't blame me for being too vicious, I'm only doing this to ensure Yu's safety. My grandfather has always preferred harmony. If we really ended up drawing the Murong family's ire, he would certainly drag Yue into forming a marriage alliance. This means that she would be forced to sleep under another man. Is that what you want? Wen Ya's smile was as graceful as before, but she asked the question with a tight smile. I understand. Each time the left emissary thought about how Wen Yue would be sent off to form a marriage alliance, a flaming rage would burn within his heart. Don't worry, leave this to me. I won't let anyone hurt Yue nor will I allow any other man to touch her. Good. Wen Ya raised the corners of her lips as a smile formed on her beautiful face. If my guess is correct, Murong Qian should have left Celestial Mountain by now and should be on her way back to the Murong family home to ask Master Murong to avenge her. I hope that you can report this to the Lord Governor before that happens. The left emissary nodded before he looked at Wen Ya and said, Wen Ya, I can do anything for you but I have one request, treat Yue well. Soon, I will take her as my bride with honor. If she has been hurt in any way, don't blame me for my lack of courtesy. A thick and cold aura exploded from the left emissary's body at the last part of his statement, enough to cause others to tremble with fear. Don't worry, no matter how vicious I am to outsiders, I will never hurt my own little sister. Besides, if I had not protected her during that year, she might not be alive today. Wen Ya smiled indifferently. She had already picked up on Wen Yue's weak spot anyway, so she was not afraid of her saying anything in front of the left emissary. Unless she no longer wishes to see her long-lost elder brother. I hope that you keep your word. The left emissary stared at Wen Ya with a complicated look on his face. He clearly does not believe in her words at all. After all, this woman was far too vicious. Even if Yue was her younger sister, he was afraid that she would not have had much of a good life in the Wen family home. Chapter 1341, The Secret Order 9. What, don't you believe me, Lord Left Emissary? Wen Ya curled her lips. Once the matters surrounding the Murong family have been settled, I will present you with a perfectly unscathed Wen Yue. If there's even the faintest sign of a scratch on her, you may do as you please with my life. The left emissary did not say much. After a long pause, he slowly replied, with your assurance, I can be at peace. I will now send my men to take care of the Murong family. Please leave if you have no other business here. Wen Ya's face lit up with a smile. She took one last look at the left emissary before turning around and leaving the room. Once she had turned around, her expression turned cold in an instant. I'm definitely going to present him with a perfectly unscathed Wen Yue because the torment I've inflicted upon her is not on the surface at all. How could this foolish boy possibly detect anything? However, the Secret Order's left emissary's intelligence was really just that. He would always be the type of person who, despite after being manipulated by others, would still be counting money for them. At the Murong family home. An old man was seated on a wooden chair in a simple and elegant study filled with the smell of books. His attention was buried in the book in his hands when a heart-wrenching cry sounded from outside the door. Those cries drew closer towards him and he could not help but frown. However, he soon smoothed out his brows and raised his head to look at the woman who had rushed in through the door. The woman, who was dressed in light green robes, had messy hair and a dirty face as if she had just crawled out from a group of beggars. She charged directly towards Murong Yang at top speed. The Murong family disciples who were trailing behind her all had their heads lowered and had no courage to speak. They did not dare to lift their heads at all. Murong Yang's heart thumped at the sight of this. Before Murong Qian could reach him, he began to gently console her. Xiao Qian, did you fail the assessment? It's alright, it's no hindrance even if you can't enter the secret order. I could not stop worrying about you being there in the first place. Grandfather. Murong Qian threw herself into Murong Yang's arms, crying inconsolably. Because she had cried all the way home, her voice was now very hoarse and sounded more unpleasant than a crow. Xiao Qian. Murong Yang stroked Murong Qian's head. Abruptly, the wailing woman lifted her head. When Murong Yan saw the very obvious scar on her face, he jumped with shock and nearly fell off his chair. There was dried blood on Murong Qian's and her large, red eyes were like bronze bells which were filled with hatred. She looked remarkably like a madwoman and was no longer as beautiful as before. Who? Murong Yang returned to his senses and rose to his feet in anger before slamming his hand on the table. Who did this to you? Who did it? Grandfather, it was Wen Ya. Murong Qian gritted her teeth. A member of the Wen family had stolen my spirit gathering pills but I had not asked the Wen family to pay for it at all. Wen Ya then hid me to protect the Wen family disciple. Grandfather, you have to support me. Murong Qian cried miserably while the hatred and malice in her eyes did not diminish. Instead, it deepened. She had not mentioned how she was the first person to strike the Wen family disciple. Instead, she had pushed all the blame onto Wen Ya. The Wen family, ha ha ha. Murong Yang laughed in spite of his rage. How great is the Wen family to have the gall to hurt my precious granddaughter. Guards, prepare the horses. I'm going to trample over this damned Wen family right now. Chapter 1342, The Secret Order 10. Master. Suddenly, the Murong family guard rushed in and joined his fists as he reported, Master, the governor's party has summoned you to the governor's palace. HMPH. Murong Yang scoffed icily as a sinister light flashed in his eyes. Why is he summoning me to the governor's palace at a time like this? Could it be that the old man from the Wen family knows that his own granddaughter has caused a disaster and has requested for the governor to settle the matter for him? However, even if the governor defends the Wen family this time, I won't let them get away with this easily. Let's go. We shall leave for the governor's palace now. I really want to find out what excuse the Wen family had used to convince the governor to help him. With that, he straightened his sleeves and walked out of the study. The governor's palace. The meeting hall was splendorous and majestic. Two elders were seated beneath the governor's chief seat and all was quiet. Without warning, the door to the meeting hall swung open and Murong Yang, whose body was enveloped in an icy chill, walked in before their very eyes. There was a sinister expression on his ashen face as he looked at the Wen family's elder. Each time he remembers the injuries inflicted on Murong Qian, he would feel the urge to tear everyone from the Wen family into 10,000 shreds. You're here. The governor glanced at Murong Yang and exclaimed icily, the members of the secret order were here a while ago. Murong Yang, are you aware of your crimes? Murong Yang shook. Could it be that the governor had not summoned him here because of the matters concerning his granddaughter's abuse? At the thought of this, he asked, may I ask what crime I have committed that the Lord Governor would summon me here? Wham! The governor slammed his hand on the table, enraged. Murong Yang, he replied icily, don't think that we are unaware of your granddaughter's great deeds. Furthermore, I'm afraid there isn't a single person who isn't aware of who was responsible for her attitude. Murong Yang's expression gradually sank. He then replied scornfully, Governor, what on earth do you mean? My granddaughter has been bullied and her looks have been destroyed too. Are you saying that she's to blame? Not only had the Wen family members stolen her pills, but they've also beaten her up. Shouldn't the Wen family provide me with an explanation for this? An explanation? Wen Xiao laughed icily. Your granddaughter has shifted the blame onto others and you want us to give you an explanation. The members of the secret order have made a thorough investigation. It was the Murong family who had incited Murong Qian and allowed her to hide those pills in Wen Yin's possession. You can forget about framing Wen Yin for stealing those pills. She had even attacked the Wen family's disciples. Such evil actions, yet you have the audacity to insist that we give you an explanation. Murong Yang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He then roared angrily, you're spewing venomous slander. It was clearly a Wen family member who had stolen the pills, yet you dare to frame my granddaughter. My granddaughter would never do such a thing. This matter has been verified by the secret order, so how can it be fake? Wen Xiao stared at the ashen-faced Murong Yang and laughed icily. You want to make false charges against the Wen family and destroy the Wen family's public reputation. As a dignified member of the Great Protectors, how can you dabble in such illicit affairs? Once you've succeeded in planting your false charges, the Wen family's name will be swept all over the floor and be forced to leave their position as one of the Great Protectors. By then, you would find a way to use the same methods to deal with the Yu Yang family. Perhaps the Yu Yang family would also be forced out and the Murong family will stand alone as the Great Protector. Wu Yang Yuan furrowed his brows. It was obvious that Wen Xiao's words have angered him and made him happy at the same time. Chapter 1343, The Secret Order 11. It was a good thing that the Yu Yang family had not sent any representatives to Celestial Mountain. Otherwise, it would not be the Wen family alone who would suffer from false accusations. If that were to happen, it would become just as Wen Shan had said. Both Great Protectors would be forced to leave their posts and only the Murong family alone would be the Great Protector from then on. Wu Yang Yuan exclaimed scornfully when he thought of this. Murong Yang, you're a rather large chess piece. However, knowing Murong Qian's level of intelligence, she would not be able to think of such a plan. You must be the mastermind behind this, right? If your scheme had succeeded, it's likely that the next ones you come after would be the Yu Yang family, wouldn't it? Murong Yang's entire body trembled upon hearing the accusations and the flaming rage in his chest nearly spilled over. He glared fiercely at Wen Xiao before gritting his teeth and said, Wen Xiao, you dare slander the Murong family. I swear that I, Murong Yang, have never done such a thing. If I had, I would be struck by lightning. I will not have a peaceful death. Hee, you haven't done such a thing because you didn't do it. You had ordered your granddaughter to do it. Wen Xiao laughed icily before continued, do you dare swear that you've never had any intentions of dragging us down? Murong Yang was instantly silenced. He had, in fact, had these kinds of thoughts. After all, who would not want to be the only power on this mainland? He even had thoughts of replacing the governor. However, he believes that the same thoughts had also crossed the Wen and the Yu Yang family's minds. The only thing was, his power was not as great as the governor's power. Murong Yang, do you swear it? That will prove that you were not the person behind this matter. Wen Xiao stared at the speechless Murong Yang and spoke in a condescending manner. You. Murong Yang's eyes were spitting fire as he sent Wen Xiao a death glare. His gaze looked as if he wanted to execute Wen Xiao with 1,000 cuts. Enough. Just as the two were in the middle of the argument, the governor's cold and distant voice rang out, Murong Yang, there's no need to quibble. The secret order was tasked to investigate this, and knowing the secret order, they would never do anything unjustly. Hence, as punishment, I sentence the Murong family members to meditate on your faults behind closed doors for 3 years. No one can leave the Murong family premises in the course of these 3 years. If you continue to make false accusations against your compatriots, I will remove your title as one of the Great Protectors. This meeting is adjourned. The governor did not say much else before he rose to his feet and left the meeting room. He did not spare the three a second glance. HMPH. Murong Yang scoffed icily and glared fiercely at Wen Xiao. His voice was filled with viciousness as he spat. Wen Xiao, the governor had protected the Wen family this time, so I can't do anything to you. One day, however, I will destroy you and avenge this day. When Xiao grinned as he retorted, the feeling is mutual. Once I have the chance, I won't spare a single one of the Murong family members. HMPH. Murong Yang scoffed coldly once again before he turned around and left. His body carried a sinister and cold aura, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Once he had left, when Xiao's elderly face sank as his lips curled into a cold smile. Murong Yang, just because you think that you have power and influence that pierces through the skies that you can protect Murong Qian for the rest of her life so you can indulge her every action. However, you will never understand that if we do not educate our future generations well enough, one day, the Murong family will be destroyed by her hands. Compared to Wen Ya, Murong Qian was very far off. If Murong Qian was as intelligent as Wen Ya, she would not have lost so horribly. Chapter 1344, The Secret Order 12. Even though the governor had issued the order that this matter should not be leaked out to the public, everyone in the first city found out about it anyway. Murong Qian had been instantly enraged when Murong Yang had announced the governor's orders. As a result, she had cursed Wen Ya in every corner of the Murong family home. Her curses were rather unpleasant to hear and they leaked out so even those passing by the Murong family home could hear her. Therefore, the people of the first city began to discuss, especially those who had participated in the assessment. They were under the impression that Wen Ya had done something to Murong Qian which resulted in Murong Qian's now bone-deep hatred towards her. Left with no other choice, the Wen family then issued an explanation under the governor's tacit approval. That was when the public found out that Murong Qian had tried to falsely accuse the Wen family of stealing pills. Each and every person snorted disdainfully and all of First City was soon filled with curses towards Murong Qian. Everyone knows that Wen Ya had treated Murong Qian like a sister yet they never thought that Murong Qian would be so cruel and unscrupulous to try to frame the Wen family. After doing such a thing, she still had the gall to humiliate Wen Ya. Everyone in the First City then began to pity Wen Ya. As for Murong Qian, they would spit each time someone brought up her name. Even a 3-year-old child would view her attitude with disdain. Instantly, Murong Qian's name gained a bad reputation. In contrast, Wen Ya was viewed in a favorable light. To tell the truth, if Murong Qian had not cursed Wen Ya in the Murong family home day and night, perhaps the governor would have been able to silence the matter. However, she never thought that she would end up destroying everything to the point where she has ended up with a stinking reputation. Of course, this matter has also reached Gu Ruoan's ears. After hearing about this, Gu Ruoan could only smile without comment. It was Ziyun who was enraged and he exclaimed fiercely, "This Wen Ya is really vicious." It was clearly a member of the Wen family who had stolen the Murong family's pills yet Murong Qian ends up becoming the one who takes the blame and Wen Ya won everyone's pity. Upon hearing Ziyun's indignant tone, Gu Ruoan smiled serenely. What can we do? If Murong Qian wants to go up against Wen Ya, she can't win. Master, I don't quite agree. Chu Luo paused in silence before saying, Wen Ya had received help from the Secret Order's left emissary. That's how she had managed to successfully shift the blame onto Murong Qian. If it were not for the Secret Order's help, I believe that she would not have accomplished this so easily. No, Gu Ruoan shook her head and laughed icily. With the current formalities in the first city, the governor would never allow any infighting between the three great protectors. Therefore, even without the Secret Order, the governor would still push the blame onto the Murong family. Only then would he be able to stop the two families from fighting. Otherwise, the Murong family would not be able to hold themselves back from attacking the Wen family. If this were to happen, the power structure of the first city would fall into chaos. If the governor wants to prevent the two families from fighting, he had no choice but to put the Murong family under house arrest. To do so, he would need an excuse to put them under house arrest. That excuse had come from the matter between Murong Qian and Wen Ya. Hence, Gu Ruoan had known from the start that it would not be so easy to topple the Wen family. However, it's unfortunate. The vermilion bird's face was filled with remorse as she exclaimed, I thought that after I had hurt Murong Qian, she would certainly pick a fight with the Wen family but I never thought that Wen Ya would have settled the matter so easily. Chapter 1345, The Secret Order 13. Ziyun was shocked. He stared at the vermilion bird's adorable and tender features as he asked in disbelief, what did you mean by that? You were behind the scar on Murong Qian's face. That can't be, hadn't Wen Ya hurt her by accident? The vermilion bird rolled her eyes. Even though she did not respond to Ziyun's question, he got his answer when he saw the look on her face. Boom. A sudden stroke of lightning struck from the sky, rendering Ziyun's entire body dumbstruck. What kind of company does our master keep? She's such an abnormal child to be able to hurt Murong Qian under the Secret Order's watchful eyes. Besides, she had even managed to shift the blame onto Wen Ya. Poor Wen Ya, being made to carry the blame just like that, which resulted in the Murong family's deep hatred towards her. You really are stupid. Chu Luo glanced at Ziyun as she sneered, would a person like Wen Ya accidentally hurt others? Her use of force had been precise, she would only split Murong Qian's whip but not hurt her. Therefore, this matter must have been connected to our master. If master had not been the one behind it, it would have been the doings of those by her side. Besides, Chu Luo already knows that Gu Ruoan was a sneaky person. Why would she have anyone honest by her side? All of them would certainly trap someone and make them pay with their life. Just like this little vermilion bird. Ziyun finally returned to his senses. His expression was filled with peculiarity as he spoke. I rather pity Wen Ya this time. She got trapped by our master in the arena and was then entrapped by the little beast on master's side. If I was her, I would probably be driven to insanity. I would not tolerate being bullied like this. HMPH. It was the woman's fault for trying to kill our master and taking master's big brother away. Whenever the vermilion bird heard Wen Ya's name, she would not be able to control the flames from igniting in her body. Her eyes were spitting with raging flame as she continued, I seriously hope that she would stay away from the Secret Order after being trapped by master. This means that if I want to hurt her, I would only be able to find her in the Wen family home. If she enters the Secret Order, I will make her regret having offended our master. Just because the vermilion bird looks like a little Lolita on the outside, she was still an old bird who had lived for over 10,000 years. How could she possibly be a good bird? Besides, out of the 4 divine beasts, the vermilion bird does not have Yunya's grace, the azure dragon's composure, nor does she ever have the black tortoise's straightforward and honest nature. Instead, she had the worst temper of them all. It was fine if no one offends her, but once someone does, they would face dire consequences. It's getting late. You two should go back and get some rest. Get ready, we will officially leave for the secret order tomorrow. Gu Ruan's eyes flickered, feeling interested in the mythical secret order. The secret order. An old woman, who had been seated cross-legged with her eyes closed in the clan leader's room, opened her eyes and looked at the extremely deferential elders who were standing in front of her. She exclaimed calmly, "The assessment is over and I'm sure that the geniuses are rushing over here now. We must make preparations. I want to nurture these talents with everything I have to face the dangers ahead." "Yes, clan leader," the elders replied respectfully. "However, clan leader, there's one thing that I can't comprehend. The 3 great protectors are the most powerful of all on the mainland. Why did you not have these 3 great protectors join the secret order directly and instead chose to have this assessment?" The white-haired old woman smiled serenely as she said, "The world is so vast and there are a countless number of geniuses around. Some may not have been recognized. There are many geniuses in the 3 great protectors, but I believe that there are still many other geniuses left undiscovered. Therefore, I had chosen to organize this assessment to attract true geniuses." "Oh, that's right. Who's the one who got the first place?" Chapter 1346, The Secret Order, 14. Reporting to clan leader. Apparently, the winner of first place is a woman named Gu Ruan. The elder rose to their feet and replied with reverence. "What did you say?" The clan leader's body shook upon hearing that name. "Elder Tianren, did you say that the champion is someone named Gu Ruan?" Elder Tianren eyed the clan leader curiously, puzzled over her strong reaction to the name. "That's right, her name is indeed Gu Ruan and she originates from an organization called the Devil Sect. I've never heard of this organization prior to this." Hearing this, the clan leader slowly returned to her calm demeanor as a light flashed in her eyes. Previously, Yue had sent a letter to say that she has found her husband and daughter. She had followed her husband and left the first city to return to their territory. She even mentioned her daughter's name. The clan leader took a deep breath and said with a serious look in her eyes, "Her daughter's name is Gu Ruan." "What?" Elder Tianren was shaken and eyed the clan leader in disbelief. "Clan leader, are you saying that the sacred lady's daughter has won the first place?" "That's right." The clan leader laughed. "It seems that this is what they would call fate. I have long known that Yuse's daughter would be as outstanding as her, but I never thought that she would be made the champion out of so many people. Besides, Gu Ruan is not a citizen of the first city but is from the West Strid mainland, more lowly than the East Peak mainland. On the West Strid mainland, even a martial honor would be able to enjoy a powerful existence. Martial saints were only mythical figures. Yet Gu Ruan, who hails from the West Strid mainland, had managed to overcome so many opponents and receive the title of champion in this competition. How was this not shocking to her? Clan leader, if she really is the sacred lady's daughter, she does not need to be tested. Once they arrive in secret order, I will bring Gu Ruan to see you, said Elder Tianren with reverence and a lowered head. There's no need. The clan leader shook her head. In the secret order, to be impartial is of the utmost importance. If we give her special treatment, we would lose that. Besides, I'd like to witness the extent of Gu Ruan's abilities and see if she can be responsible for everyone. Hence, we mustn't let anyone know of her status as the sacred lady's daughter to avoid having a lack of common sense. Understood. Elder Tianren joined his fists and replied with reverence. Clan leader, since that's the case, I'll go and make preparations for their arrival in the secret order. The clan leader waved her hand and replied, Go ahead. Ah, that's right. Even though I'd love to observe the full extent of Gu Ruan's abilities, she's still Yuse's daughter after all, so you must ensure her safety. If anything happens to her, I'm afraid that Yue will fall out and become hostile with us. The clan leader knows her disciple's personality better than anyone else. Do not make assumptions simply because Dongfang Yu was the sacred lady of the secret order. The reason why she had joined the secret order was to have her vengeance and wipe out her grudge one day before returning to her husband, son, and daughter. In her heart, her husband and children would always be her top priority. As for the secret order, they were her second priority. Hence, if anything were to happen to Gu Ruan in the secret order, Dongfang Yu would never take things lying down. Understood, clan leader. Elder Tianren joined his fists once again. He then withdrew from the clan leader's chambers. The clan leader's chambers returned to silence in his absence. Yue, your daughter must be as outstanding as you. However, I can't treat her any differently from others. The clan leader smiled and sighed exasperatedly. Don't worry, I won't let any hurt her while your daughter is in the secret order. Chapter 1347, Kept Outside 1. The secret order was the most mysterious organization in the first city. To this day, not many people know about the secluded place where the secret order resides. However, those who were at the highest peak of existence in the first city understood that the secret order contains a long-standing inheritance. Even the governor needs to show the members of the secret order some degree of consideration. Hence, many cultivators carry a sense of fascination and reverence towards the secret order even though this organization had disappeared from the mainland and gone into hiding. Not a single member of the secret order has ever appeared before the eyes of the public on the mainland for a long time. As a result, many cultivators on the mainland have nearly forgotten about the secret order's existence. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain where the secret order resides, the situation was not as calm as it usually was. The sound of oncoming footsteps disrupted the peace and quiet. So this is the secret order. Gu Ruan paused and raised her head to look at the mountain range which rose into the sky. She then curled her lips calmly. It seems that we'll need to use a bit of effort to climb this mountain. Chu Luo, who was right behind her, took 2 steps ahead and made a remark. So the mysterious secret order resides here. It is said that there are many spiritual beasts in the mountain range and that it is fraught with danger. However, there's no lack of priceless treasures here. Therefore, many people wish to enter this mountain range, but those who have entered have never returned. After a long time, this mountain range was considered to be one of the most ferocious grounds of the mainland, Deity Peak. Deity Peak. Guruan raised her brow before saying, let's go. We should head on up to the Deity Peak. I'm certain that the members of the Wen family have already arrived. She then continued onwards and ascended the mountain. The left emissary paused outside an imposing great door on the mountain peak and turned towards Wenya before saying, this is the Secret Order's location. Now that you've arrived at the Secret Order, you are now a member of the Secret Order. I cannot protect you here, so you'd better shape up. The left emissary gave Wenya a word of warning before she enters the Secret Order. After all, knowing Wenya, she would not let Guruan get away so easily. Even though he could help her out secretly, he could not make his actions too obvious. Otherwise, he would lose his life as well if the elders were to find out. Don't worry, Lord Left Emissary, I understand what you mean. Wenya smiled gracefully. Her eyes were filled with a gentle light as she continued, after I've entered the Secret Order, I will get you to marry you. By then, you only need to make wedding preparations. At this moment, the left emissary was not aware that Guruan had poisoned Wenya. Hence, Wenya would not dare do anything to Guruan, no matter what. As long as you understand the situation. The left emissary nodded when he heard Wenya's reply. Now, let's head in. Guruan would probably need some time to arrive here, said the left emissary as a cold smile crept onto his face. Deity Peak was fraught with danger. Wenya had successfully managed to reach the Secret Order's location because she had a guide. Without a guide, even if she had survived encounters with the ferocious spiritual beasts, she would have experienced great difficulty in order to reach the doors of the Secret Order. Wenya smiled but did not say anything as a cold light flashed in her eyes. How could she not realize the meaning behind the left emissary's reaction? Even though she has no way of exacting revenge on Guruan, she still feels the urge to tear the woman into 10,000 pieces. Hence, she took great delight in watching whatever the left emissary does come to fruition. Lord Left Emissary. When the two disciples who were standing guard outside the Secret Order's gate saw the left emissary walk in, they immediately joined their fists respectfully and said, Lord Left Emissary, are these? Chapter 1348, Kept Outside 2. The Secret Order has its own rules. No disciple was allowed to bring anyone from the outside world into this place. Hence, despite coming face to face with the Secret Order's left emissary, these guards had to ask about his guest's identity to prevent criminals from entering the Secret Order. They are the winners of this round's competition. I'm fulfilling the Elder's orders by bringing them here. You can stand aside now. The left emissary's expression was cold and distant as he replied arrogantly. His courtesy was only reserved for Wen Yue and he would never speak kindly to anyone else. Even if that person was a disciple of the Secret Order. So these are the winners of the recent assessment. When the two disciples who guarded the door heard this, they stepped aside and greeted them respectfully. This way, please. The left emissary scoffed and turned towards Wen Ya before saying, Wen Ya, remember what I've just told you. Please control the Wen family members as well. I will allow subtle actions but I won't tolerate brazen offense of the rules. Otherwise, I can't protect you either. Lord Left Emissary, since I have made a promise to you, I won't attract any disturbances. Even if anything were to happen, I will not drag you down. Wen Ya smiled calmly as she stared sincerely at the left emissary. The left emissary heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this and slowly replied, all right, you can all come into the Secret Order with me. He then entered the door after straightening his sleeves. Wen Ya's eyes darkened as she stared at his departing figure before she followed suit. We're finally here. Not too long after the group had left, several figures appeared outside the Secret Order's gate. The woman who had spoken was dressed in black and her exquisite face was drenched in sweat. She wiped her forehead and turned towards the silent woman in green behind her. Master, we've reached the doors of Secret Order but it seems that the rest have not arrived yet. Chu Luo was quite surprised. Wasn't it said that there were many spiritual beasts in the mythical Deity Peak? Why did we not run into a single one of them? She wondered. Even so, this high mountain had indeed taken up a lot of our time. Besides, we still have to be aware of the countless traps on Deity Peak. Guruan fell silent for a moment before she replied indifferently, since they haven't arrived, we shall enter the Secret Order first. Upon hearing this, Ziyun, who was now so weak that he could not even move his legs, instantly straightened up and his eyes sparkled. After all, how many cultivators have dreamed of entering the Secret Order? He never expected that he would have this opportunity after following his master. Let's go. Guruan strode towards the Secret Order's gate but just as she was right outside the gate, she was blocked. Stop. The disciples of the Secret Order stared at Guruan's group as they berated them coldly. This territory belongs to the Secret Order, who gave you the permission to enter this place. Leave immediately. The Secret Order is not a place for anyone to enter at will. Actually, the disciples of the Secret Order were very shocked when they saw Guruan's group. After all, these people were the only ones who were able to reach the Secret Order with ease after so many years. However, the shock soon faded and as the Secret Order's disciples, they still held the responsibility to stop them from getting any closer. Chu Luo raised her attractive brows and snapped impatiently. We are the champions of the recent assessment and it was the Secret Order who had summoned us here. What is the meaning of you keeping us out? Where is the left emissary? Call him out here right now. Chapter 1349, Kept Outside 3. Initially, Guruan's group was supposed to follow the left emissary to the Secret Order. However, he had some unexpected matters to attend to at the last minute and had informed them that they could start their journey first. They did not expect that they would end up spending so much effort. Furthermore, the geography of Deity Peak was very complicated. Hence, they had only managed to reach the Secret Order after quite some time. Chu Luo never thought that the left emissary had not left with them first because he had urgent matters. In fact, he had abandoned them on purpose so that they would have a difficult time entering the Secret Order. Champions of the assessment. The disciples of the secret order looked surprised before they laughed icily. Do you think that we would believe you? The left emissary had already led the winners of the assessment into the secret order a while ago, and he never mentioned that there were more people behind him. Besides, he had arrived just a while ago while your group had arrived later. Since that's the case, why had he not brought you along into the secret order as well? Chu Luo's expression changed drastically. How could she have missed out on the way the secret order's disciple had implied that the Wen family were the champions of the assessment? She never thought that the left emissary would be so vicious to abandon them on purpose and lead the Wen family here instead. It's strange. Ziyun scratched his head and asked in a puzzled manner. The left emissary had led the Wen family into secret order. Why had he not waited for us? Didn't he say that he had to leave at the last minute? Chu Luo laughed icily as she rolled her eyes at Ziyun and replied with a sneer, can't you even comprehend such simple logic? The left emissary had trapped us. He had obviously abandoned us on purpose so that we would run into danger on Deity Peak. However, the left emissary had probably never considered that they would not run into any spiritual beasts after entering Deity Peak. Otherwise, they would have ended up facing misfortune on Deity Peak. After hearing Chu Luo's explanation, Ziyun's less than nimble mind suddenly came to a realization. His handsome face turned ashen as he cried out angrily, the left emissary is truly sinister. He would join forces with the beastards of the Wen family to hurt us. Previously, they had nearly driven us to death. This time, they still refuse to leave us alone. If he ends up in my hands, I will grant him a fate worse than death. Ziyun was nearly mad with rage. The secret order was known to have strict rules, so why was someone allowed to commit such acts of injustice? It looks like this dignified secret order was not like that at all. Ziyun's lips curled into a cold smile at the thought of this. A cold light then flashed in his eyes. You're still not leaving. What are you all standing around here for? The disciples of the secret order noticed that the group was still around and were slandering the left emissary as well. They were immediately enraged and threatened, if you still refuse to leave, don't blame us for our lack of courtesy. I think that you've clearly failed the assessment, yet you still wish to enter the secret order. That must be why the left emissary had ignored you all. Now, you have the audacity to slander him. The secret order has never allowed any acts of injustice to take place within its doors. As Lord Left Emissary, you would never violate the rules deliberately. If you continue to utter words of slander against him, don't blame the secret order for treating you rudely. The secret order has always had one virtue, unity. Therefore, the secret order's disciples could not just stand back and watch when they saw that Guru Ruan's group was slandering the left emissary. In fact, they would have acted long ago if it were not for the fact that everyone in the group looked far too young. Rudely, Ziyun laughed icily. Just how are you going to treat us rudely? If a member of the secret order has done something wrong, are others not allowed to speak of it? The secret order's left emissary has always been a beastard. He's worse than a dog or a pig. He had the audacity to trick us. We don't care if we don't get to enter the secret order. Even if my master was unable to join the secret order, she will surpass all of you sooner or later. Chapter 1350, Kept Outside, 4. As Ziyun had spoken, he then turned and walked to Guru Ruan's side before speaking with an angry look on his face. Master, the members of the secret order are clearly snobs. I had always wondered how powerful the secret order really was. Now that I've seen it, there's nothing to really shout about. What kind of future could the secret order possibly have if they were able to nurture someone like the left emissary? Let's go now, Master, your talents are great and powerful. Your growth will remain uninhibited with or without the secret order. Guru Ruan nodded and calmly replied, all right. She took one last look at the secret order's towering gates and headed down the mountain without any hesitation. That was right. She had wanted to enter the secret order for the sake of the inheritance. However, even if she does not manage to obtain the inheritance, she could break through on her own. It was only a matter of time. Hence, the inheritance was not an absolute must for her to have. Chu Luo was dazed with shock. She stared at Ziyun and Guru Ruan, who were both making their way down the mountain, and blinked. Are these two really going to leave just like that? Master had gone through trials and tribulations in order to have the chance to obtain this inheritance. Is she really going to give up just like that? Master, are you going to leave just like that? She hesitated for a long while before she asked reluctantly. Ziyun glared at Chu Luo fiercely and exclaimed angrily, didn't you hear them? They've already issued the order to have us expelled, so what do we gain from staying here? Since they won't let us enter the secret order, we should just leave. I just hope that they won't regret this. By then, even if they came personally to invite us, my master will never enter the secret order. His eyes turned towards the secret order disciples who were guarding the gates and he spat viciously. Remember your words today, don't blame us for not giving the secret order a chance. Once my master leaves, she will never turn back unless that son of a BTCH left emissary comes crawling back to my master, kowtows and admits to his mistakes. Upon hearing this brazen statement, the two secret order disciples could not contain their laughter. Their eyes were filled with disdain, clearly placing no importance over whatever Ziyun had just said. The secret order will ask them to return. What a joke. What right does someone who has failed the assessment have to set foot into the secret order? Ziyun, let's go. Guru Ruan calmly remarked with her back against Ziyun, it's getting late. I'm hoping to reach the bottom of the mountain before it gets dark. Yes, master. Ziyun sent the secret order disciples one last glare before he turned towards Guru Ruan and approached her. He then noticed that Chu Luo had remained still and sent her a fierce glare as well. What are you still standing around here for? As they say, we need to live with dignity. It's not like our master can't live without that inheritance, so why must she tolerate this humiliation? Even if my powers are weak, as I'm only a cultivator in the exceptional state and I cannot be compared with a great organization like the secret order. However, I can be lofty and unyielding too. The secret order is just too infuriating. Chu Luo stared blankly at Ziyun's furious features. She does not know why, but at this moment, she felt as if he has so much spirit. I never thought that despite your weak powers, your aura would still be quite strong. Chu Luo turned around and did not look at Ziyun at all, concealing the blush on her face. From now on, I'm not going to tease you over your inferior powers nor will I bully you anymore. At this moment, Ziyun was boiling over with rage so he missed the peculiar look on Chu Luo's face. He scoffed coldly and said, "Good that you know. Our master is such a powerful figure, on what grounds do these people have to insult her? They're only the secret order. What's so great about them? Sooner or later, the devil sect will surpass the secret order." Chapter 1351, Kept Outside, 5. The two secret order disciples who had remained silent could not help but burst into laughter when they heard Ziyun's claims. "Don't worry, the secret order won't be begging for your return, but you'd better not let us hear you humiliate Lord Left Emissary anymore. Otherwise, the members of the secret order won't ever let you get away with it." Actually, these two disciples might not have viewed Gu Ruan and her group with disdain if the Left Emissary had not led Wenyar into the secret order first. As the Left Emissary never mentioned about anyone else following him, they had assumed that Gu Ruan was trying to take advantage and enter the secret order illegally. Why should they treat this illegal disciple with courtesy? "Ziyun, Chu Luo, let's go." Gu Ruan did not hesitate any longer as she issued her command and descended the mountain. At this moment, an elder who was sitting with his eyes closed in meditation in the elder's chamber of the secret order instantly opened his eyes when he heard the report from the man in front of him. Even his breathing quickened. "Are you saying that the kid, New Chu Wan, has brought the winners of the assessment into the secret order? This means that he would soon be able to meet the sacred lady's daughter." Reporting to the elder, Lord Left Emissary has indeed returned with a few citizens from the outside world. "Allow me to be so bold as to guess that those people are the winners of the assessment." "Good." The elder's eyes flickered. "Get the Left Emissary to bring the winners of the assessment into the main hall to see me. I will be heading over now." "Understood, elder." The man joined his fists before he withdrew from the room. "Even though the clan leader intends to test the sacred lady's daughter, I must receive her properly as she has journeyed from far away so she would be left with a deep impression. Once the sacred lady returns, perhaps I can get the sacred lady's good favor out of this." Elder Tianren quickly headed out of the elder's chamber at the thought of this. His hurried pace carried a sense of urgency, but most of it was a sense of anticipation. The secret order's main hall does not carry the resplendence and magnificence of the organizations in the world outside. Instead, it displayed a taste of ancient charm. At this moment, only two people were seated on chairs at the side passageway of the empty main hall. "Lord Left Emissary, you say that Elder Tianren wishes to see me." There was a graceful smile on Wenyar's face, but one could see her excitement in her eyes. After all, Elder Tianren was an elder of the secret order and his status was on par with the governor of First City. "That's correct." A puzzled look flashed in the Left Emissary's eyes. "Elder Tianren has indeed asked me to bring you here to meet him, but I don't know what this is about. After all, the clan leader holds Elder Tianren in the highest regard. His status is exceptionally noble and even my master would need to show courtesy to him. The noble Elder Tianren wants to see Wenyar." The Left Emissary furrowed his brows, clearly unsure about the situation before him. Just as the two were in the middle of their conversation, an elderly figure slowly appeared from outside the main hall, coming into view. At the same time, Elder Tianren also noticed Wenyar, who was sitting right next to the Left Emissary. His eyes filled with excitement. "I had asked someone to inform the Left Emissary to bring the winners of the assessment to see me, yet he has only brought one woman. If my guess is correct, this woman should be the sacred lady's daughter." Elder Tianren thought it over for a while and was just about to walk up to her when he furrowed his brows. "But her age doesn't seem to be correct. The sacred lady's daughter is only around 24 years old, yet this woman has clearly reached 30. Could it be that the sacred lady's daughter has gone through so much hardship over the years so she looks older than her actual age?" Elder Tianren mulled it over for a while and could only come up with this one possibility. He then discarded the thought from his mind and smiled at Wenyar as he approached her. Chapter 1352, The Secret Order's Plea, 1. "I believe that this woman must be the victorious genius of this round's assessment." Elder Tianren flashed a kind smile on his face as he looked at Wenyar and spoke in an amicable manner. "I've heard of your name before, and now that I've met you, I can see that you are indeed young and talented. You've managed to break through all the tests set by the secret order and successfully defeated the other talents to come here today." The Left Emissary was a little shocked. When had the proud Elder Tianren ever been so amiable? Besides, he also mentioned that he had heard of Wenyar before. When did Wenyar ever become so famous? The Left Emissary could not help but turn towards Wenyar with a peculiar look in his eyes. "Elder, you are too kind." Wenyar quickly rose to her feet. A graceful smile played on her face and she looked absolutely bewitching as she stared back at him charmingly. "It is my honor to be able to enter the secret order. After all, I have long heard of the secret order's great name before this, so when I heard about the secret order's assessment, I immediately went to participate. Who would have thought that I would have the good fortune to successfully receive the right to enter the secret order?" Hearing this, Elder Tianren nodded in satisfaction. This little girl is indeed the sacred lady's daughter. Neither servile or overbearing, nor is she anxious or impatient. She can retain her composure even when faced with a member of the secret order. To have such character at such a young age is very rare. "Ha ha ha." Elder Tianren burst into laughter as he stroked his beard and exclaimed, not bad at all. A genius like you is just what the secret order needs. Gu girl, you must expand your capabilities as much as you can in the secret order. The secret order certainly won't overlook a true genius." Wenyar's body stiffened instantly when she heard Elder Tianren's remark, and the smile on the corner of her lips instantly disappeared. "Gu girl." The Left Emissary was in shock. His mind was momentarily stuck as he turned towards Elder Tianren in astonishment and murmured awkwardly, "Elder, you've got the wrong person. Her first name isn't Gu, she's Wenyar, who had obtained the second place in the assessment." "What did you say?" Elder Tianren was shocked. His elderly features sank instantly as he turned his sharp gaze towards the Left Emissary. At this moment, why should he display his once amiable demeanor? "So you didn't escort the champion of this assessment?" "This." The Left Emissary's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, momentarily unsure of how to make an explanation. HMPH. Elder Tianren noticed that the left emissary was tongue-tied and scoffed icily. He then straightened his sleeves and replied coldly, I had wanted to meet the champion of this round's assessment, Gu Ruoan. Why had you brought the second place winner to me for? Where is Gu Ruoan? I want to see her. Wen Ya's eyes flicked and she smiled. Please calm down, Elder. Gu Ruoan was delayed as she had some other matters to attend to. Hence, I had come here first with Lord Left Emissary. I was not aware that you had wanted to meet Gu Ruoan. If you want to see her, I expect that she should arrive around 2 days' time. Most people, in general, would be greatly angered after being mistaken for another person. However, Wen Ya was not like that. Even if her heart was spitting fire, she had forced it all down. After all, this was the Secret Order's territory and not the Wen family's place. When faced with the elders from the Secret Order, she had to put her best foot forward. This way, even if Gu Ruoan was this round's champion, she could not defeat Wen Ya in the Secret Order. Chapter 1353, The Secret Order's Plea 2. Left Emissary, I want you to give me an explanation now. Where's Gu Ruoan? Elder Tianren's expression was dark, cold and terrifying as he released the aura from his body, suffocating everyone inside. You should know that anyone who wishes to enter the Secret Order must go through Deity Peak. Deity Peak is littered with countless spiritual beasts. She's at the exceptional state, so how is she going to enter the Secret Order easily? Do not forget your duties as the Secret Order's emissary. The more Elder Tianren thought about it, the angrier he felt. If anything happens to the Sacred Lady's daughter in the Secret Order, when the Sacred Lady returns, the sky and the earth would turn upside down in the Secret Order. Elder, the left emissary gritted his teeth. I had intended to bring Gu Ruoan to the Secret Order, but she informed me that she had some last-minute business, so she would arrive a little later. I thought about escorting Wen Ya to the Secret Order first before meeting Gu Ruoan at Deity Peak again. Now that Wen Ya has arrived, I will descend the mountain to fetch Gu Ruoan. I assume that she should have just arrived at the foot of the mountain. Elder Tianren nodded and replied with an apathetic look on his face, Gu Ruoan is the champion of the Secret Order's assessment. We have the responsibility to take good care of her. She is also a crucial figure this round. If she runs into any unexpected misfortune, I will hold you solely responsible. Understood. The left emissary wiped the sweat off his brow, joined his fists and replied. Wen Ya. Elder Tianren turned towards the woman in yellow robes behind him. His tone was indifferent and did not contain any trace of his previous warmth. Now that you have entered the Secret Order, you must abide by the Secret Order's institutional regulations. Should you ever make any offense, I don't care whether the Wen family is on the governor's side, the Secret Order would not spare you so easily. As for the matter concerning your masquerade as Gu Ruoan, I will not quibble with you. If you do it again, you won't be let off so easily. Wen Ya's expression changed a little and her heart filled with jealousy and hatred. Unfortunately, she could not do anything to Gu Ruoan right now and could only let her jealousy and hatred engulf her heart. However, when have I ever masqueraded as Gu Ruoan? Elder Tianren was the one who had clearly mistaken me for another person without even clarifying. Especially since the person he had mistaken me for was my most hated enemy. Yes, Elder, I understand. Regardless of how unsatisfied she felt, Wen Ya did not have the courage to speak up. She lowered her eyes and face as she replied meekly. Left emissary. Elder Tianren turned away in satisfaction after hearing Wen Ya's reply and placed his gaze on the left emissary once again. He then continued in a cold voice, I'll give you 1 day to bring Gu Ruoan to see me. If you do not bring her here in 1 day, don't even think about seeing me again. As you wish. The left emissary joined his fists and lowered his head as he replied with reverence. In a lonely guest house located at the foot of Deity Peak. At this moment, Gu Ruoan was sitting in front of a table, absent-mindedly sipping on a cup of tea in a room in the guest house. Her face was as cold and indifferent as ever and not a single trace of emotion could be seen. Master, are we really going to leave just like that? Chu Luo still found it unacceptable. After all, they had gone through so many trials and tribulations to obtain such a good opportunity. Was her master really going to give up, just like that? What, then? Gu Ruoan raised her brows. The disciples of the Secret Order have blocked my entry into the Secret Order. Are you planning to fight your way in? It's late now, so you and Ziyun better get some rest. We will leave first thing tomorrow. Chu Luo looked rather confused. Before she could speak, Ziyun tugged her arm and exclaimed angrily, haven't you suffered enough humiliation? I've already explained it to you back at the Secret Order's gate. We do not stand for things like this. Since our master has decided that we are leaving tomorrow, we shall leave first thing tomorrow morning. Besides, the Secret Order will regret this decision one day. Chapter 1354, The Secret Order's Plea 3. Chu Luo was rendered temporarily speechless from Ziyun's rough scolding. Her heart then filled with grief. Was she not putting their master's needs into consideration? If their master enters the Secret Order and receives the inheritance, her powers would grow very fast. Someone's here. Gu Ruoan's eyes shifted as she curled her lips differently. Chu Luo, Ziyun, open the door and welcome our guest. As soon as Gu Ruoan had spoken, Chu Luo and Ziyun looked at each other and saw the shock in their eyes respectively. Someone was here. How had they not sensed them? However, no matter how puzzled they felt, they immediately walked up to the door and unlocked it. Just as the room door was opened, a white light descended from the sky to stand in front of the door. When they lay their eyes upon the man who had descended from the sky, their faces immediately sank. Ziyun exclaimed irritably, what are you doing here? Are you going to hurt our master again? Master has already given up on the inheritance. If the Secret Order continues to pursue us, aren't you afraid that you'd become the butt of all jokes in the first city? Ziyun. Chu Luo's heart clenched as she quickly pulled Ziyun to her side. She then stared cautiously at the white-robed man who was standing with both hands behind his back. Get out of the way. The left emissary's eyes were cold and distant and his voice was just as arrogant as ever. I'm here to see your master. This has nothing to do with you. You. Ziyun was so angry that his body almost burst into raging flames. If it were not for the fact that his powers were no match for the left emissary, he would have charged towards him and punched him until his teeth littered the ground. Just as he could no longer hold back the raging flame in his heart, an indifferent voice chimed in from inside the room. So, this is how the members of the Secret Order pay their visits. I'm sorry, my small quarters are not suitable for the Secret Order's members. Please go back, I don't want the Secret Order's inheritance either. The left emissary's eyes sank as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lady Gu, I'm here to discuss a deal with you. A deal? The woman's clear and cold giggle rang out from within the room. I don't think you're here to discuss deals with me but to cause trouble for me. Ziyun, Chu Luo, send our guest away. Yes, master. Ziyun instantly raised his head and puffed out his chest and blocked the doorway. He then stared disdainfully at the left emissary whose expression has become increasingly unsightly. Didn't you hear what my master just said? This place is not suitable for the Secret Order members, so please leave quickly. We aren't the only ones in this guest house, so if the Secret Order's attitude is exposed, you would be thoroughly embarrassed. The left emissary clenched his fist, but when he remembered the Elder's order, he forced his rage down and his voice no longer held his initial arrogance. Lady Gu, you have successfully obtained the title of the champion in the assessment. You have the right to enter and accept the inheritance. However, I had some matters to attend to and had to leave, so I could not escort you into the Secret Order. I just found out that you are staying in this guest house at the foot of the mountain, so I came here to welcome you. Please, Lady Gu, give me some face and follow me back to the Secret Order, all right? Once the left emissary had spoken, a green light flashed across his eyes. The green-robed woman who had been sitting in the guest room suddenly reappeared in front of him. Her delicate features were cold and indifferent as her lips curled into an angle. If I remember correctly, didn't you escort Wen Ya into the Secret Order first? Chapter 1355, The Secret Order's Plea 4. Gu Ruoyan's words caused a drastic change in the left emissary's expression. A sense of amazement flashed in his eyes as if he could not understand how she had found out about this matter. After all, when the left emissary had left the Secret Order, the two disciples who were guarding the Secret Order's gates had not mentioned Gu Ruoyan's appearance to him. Hence, he had no idea that Gu Ruoyan had already ascended Deity Peak. He was under the impression that she had grown afraid of the fearsome spiritual beasts in Deity Peak and had purposely stayed in the guest house to wait for him. I don't know whether you had thrown us aside because of some last-minute urgent matters or if you never had any intentions of letting us enter the Secret Order. Gu Ruoyan smiled indifferently. Since the Secret Order seems to be the type to go back on their word and would prevent the champions of the assessment from entering the Secret Order to accept the inheritance, I don't care if I don't go at all. The left emissary's eyes sank. He then laughed icily. Gu Ruoyan, you've already received the title of champion in the assessment. If word gets out that you didn't enter the Secret Order, it would certainly affect the Secret Order's reputation. You can't take this matter lightly and you must come back with me. Furthermore, you are not allowed to speak about me leaving first. Otherwise, I will have ways to give you a hard time once we arrive in the Secret Order. In the beginning, the left emissary had abandoned Gu Ruoyan because he was not aware of Gu Ruoyan's importance in the Secret Order. Hence, he believes that this woman was nothing more than a common genius and the Secret Order has no lack of geniuses. However, he never expected Elder Tianren to place such importance towards her. As a result, it was now too late for him to have regrets. Unfortunately, the deed has been done and he had no choice but to think of a million plans to save himself. He would never have dared to exercise his private rights before Gu Ruoyan enters the Secret Order, but he had no choice. He had threatened Gu Ruoyan to prevent Elder Tianren from finding out about what he had done. He was hoping that she would be perceptive enough to help him cover up his lie. Otherwise, if Elder Tianren discovers that the left emissary had purposely cast Gu Ruoyan aside, it would draw the Elder's ire towards him. After all, it was forbidden for one to use their position in public office to right private wrongs in the Secret Order. Even his master would not be able to protect him. Master, Ziyun turned towards Gu Ruoyan and said, this dog's barking is too annoying, let's chase him away. Zoom. As soon as Ziyun spoke, a sharp light instantly flew towards him. That light may not be strong enough to kill him, but it was enough to inflict a heavy injury. Ziyun, watch out. Chu Luo's expression changed drastically and she appeared in front of Ziyun in a flash. She then raised her long sword and blocked the oncoming light. She was pushed backward with a loud clang and a sliver of blood trickled down from the corner of her lips. Chu Luo knitted her brows as she stared at the left emissary. Gu Ruoyan. The left emissary turned towards Gu Ruoyan and said, strangling you to death would be as simple as crushing an ant. However, I haven't attacked you on account of your status as the champion of the assessment. Now, I'm going to ask you one more time, are you going to come with me to the Secret Order? Gu Ruoyan looked at the wounded Chu Luo then turned towards the left emissary. A murderous intent flashed in her clear and cold eyes. So, it seems that the Secret Order isn't going to let me off at all. Since that's the case, Zixi, help me send our guest away. Zixi. Chu Luo and Ziyun were in a daze. They had been following Gu Ruoyan for such a long time but they have never heard of this name before. Besides, aside from us, there has never been another person following her. They simply could not understand who Gu Ruoyan was calling out to. Chapter 1356, The Secret Order's Plea 5. Little girl, is this the fellow who's been bullying you? Suddenly, an indolent and demonic voice slowly rang out from the night sky. It rang in everyone's ear like a sexy demon's voice. Ziyun turned around in astonishment and stared at the purple-robed man standing next to Gu Ruoyan. He blinked dazedly, unable to comprehend when this fellow had appeared. The man was dressed in dark reddish-purple robes under the night sky. There was a demonic-looking smile on his handsome face and his cold, purple eyes were filled with murderous intent. He smiled viciously at the white-robed man in front of him as his body emitted an eerily cold and murderous air. Zixi, send our guest away. Gu Ruoyan stared indifferently at the left emissary as she spoke in a clear and cold voice. Don't worry, leave this to me. Zixi chuckled softly while he slowly approached the left emissary. He released a powerfully eerie aura with every stride, making it difficult for anyone to move. His long, purple robes rippled under the night breeze. The man's every move carried a sense of nobility like an ultimate and perfect god. To even glance at him one more time would be blasphemous. This little girl is mine. Zixi curled the corners of his lips, but his smile did not reach his eyes. A sharp, demonic air had filled the depths of his purple eyes. I will never allow anyone to bully her. A sense of terror appeared in the left emissary's gaze as he stared at the demonic-looking man who appeared from thin air and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "You're not fit to know my name." Zixi's eyes swept towards the left emissary. Even that one look made his heart tremble and he could not help but stumble backward. This man is very powerful. His powers are at least at the rank of the elders. How could Gu Ruan possibly have such a powerful cultivator by her side? The left emissary's heart gradually entered an all-time low. He finally understood how this woman had managed to walk out of the 5th level of the training pagoda alive. It was because of this man's existence. His eyes turned towards Gu Ruan at the thought of this as he smiled icily. "Gu Ruan, this man comes from unknown origins. I assume that your success in obtaining the title of champion in this competition must have been connected to him in some way. However, you had not put his name in the competition, so he could only have helped you from the outside. The Secret Order's competition does not allow the use of any outside help, so you've cheated in this competition. I will report this matter to the Elder once I return to cancel your right to the inheritance." As long as he could catch hold of the fact that she had cheated, even if he did not manage to escort her back, he had an explanation for the Elders. "Would you like for me to send you off, or are you going to leave on your own?" Zixi stared domineeringly down at the white-robed man as murderous intent gradually boiled within his body. He then curled his lips into an eerily cold smile. "If you want me to send you off, I'd have to apologize first. I'm not very gentle." Aside from Gu Ruan, everyone else before him was like ants, highly dispensable. If Gu Ruan had not stopped him from killing this man, the white-robed man would have been turned into a corpse by now. "Gu Ruan, you've had your chance. Your refusal to come back with me to the Secret Order will be your loss. By then, I hope you won't regret this." The left emissary's eyes sank as he spoke icily. He then turned around and left without any hesitation. He moved as swiftly as the wind, afraid that Zixi would catch up to him, and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 1357, The Secret Order's Plea, 6. "Little girl, I've helped to chase him away. How are you going to thank me?" Zixi's demonic, smiling eyes landed upon Gu Ruan as he spoke with a flirty voice. "How about you devote your life to me? What do you think?" Gu Ruan has learned to turn a blind eye to Zixi's cajoling, so she was able to remain calm in the face of his teasing. However, Ziyun was not able to comprehend the situation as he stared cautiously at Zixi. This man was very powerful and should be on par with Lord Chanbei. How had Master gotten such a powerful man by her side? This man also does not seem to have normal feelings towards our master. Oh no, Lord Chanbei has a love rival. Ziyun's expression changed when he thought of this as his heart silently grappled with how he should report this to Chanbei Yi. After all, they were Chanbei Yi's subordinates in the past and Chanbei Yi had gifted the large palace to Gu Ruan. Hence, as a member of the Devil Sect, he holds the hope for Gu Ruan and Chanbei Yi to tie the knot eventually. Zixi, Gu Ruan smiled calmly. "Let's continue to wait here. I believe that the members of the Secret Order will come again tomorrow." Chu Luo shook and stared at Gu Ruan in confusion. The members of the Secret Order will come again tomorrow. How was she so certain? Besides, she had not been in a hurry to leave this place. Was she able to anticipate the left emissary's arrival? Had she purposely waited for him here? "Master, how do you know that the members of the Secret Order would come here again?" Without waiting for Chu Luo to speak up, Ziyun asked the question on her mind. The Secret Order has lived in secrecy for so many years, so why should they suddenly reveal themselves to the eyes of the world? They've even organized this assessment, so I don't believe that it was without reason. Gu Ruan's eyes flickered as her lips curled into a smile. "Besides, do you think that the Secret Order would let the champions leave so easily? Hence, someone from the Secret Order will definitely visit us tomorrow." Chu Luo blinked in astonishment. "You're saying that you already know that the Secret Order won't let you leave? Why were you so adamant on leaving while we were at the Secret Order's gate?" Chu Luo now understands that Gu Ruan has not given up on the inheritance. At the same time, she had been unwilling to suffer a loss of dignity. That was why she had decided to leave then. "Why do I want to stay?" Gu Ruan looked at Chu Luo as she spoke calmly. "This time, to have the opportunity to receive the inheritance can be considered as a narrow escape from death. If I were to give up on the inheritance, it would be no different from giving it to the runner-up, Wen Ya. Do you think that I would so easily surrender a prize which I have won with such great difficulty? Especially since that person is my enemy. If this had been anyone else, perhaps Gu Ruan would have turned around and left without any hesitation and would not have thought to return at all. However, since the opposition was Wen Ya, she would never bow and give way. It was all because Wen Ya was from the Wen family and the Wen family was the main culprit behind the hurt which her family had suffered. I won't give up on the inheritance, nor will I spare the left emissary so easily. Since he has chosen to lock us out, you must pay the price." Gu Ruan paused before she continued. "Ziyun, Chu Luo, just wait. Tomorrow, it would be the elders who would pay us a visit." Chu Luo's heart trembled even more. She had thought that Gu Ruan had given up on her hard-earned opportunity. She never thought that this woman had other plans. Not only was she refusing to surrender the opportunity to Wen Ya, she was also fiercely attacking those who had opposed her in secret. Chapter 1358, The Secret Order's Plea, 7. The Secret Order's Elder's chamber was filled with ripples of powerful aura. The old man, who was seated on the ground in cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. He then looked at the man who had pushed the door and entered the room before exclaiming indifferently, "You've returned. What about the task I've given you? Where's Gu Ruan?" A vicious light flashed in left emissary's eyes when he remembered Gu Ruan's rudeness to him, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he spoke reverently, Elder, I believe that Gu Ruan has broken the rules of the competition and is not suitable to fulfill the expectations of a winner. Hence, I'd like to ask you to abolish her rights as the champion. You should place Wen Ya as the champion instead. Elder Tianren's elderly face slowly turned cold as he replied icily, did you say that she has broken the rules of the competition? That's right. The left emissary nodded and replied seriously. Yesterday, when I had gone to escort Gu Ruan to the secret order, she had used some man who had appeared out of nowhere to stop me. However, she had only registered as a group of 5 for the competition. Therefore, that man was clearly an outsider whom she had invited to help her. Please, Elder, pass your judgment on this transgression. HMPH. Elder Tianren scoffed icily as he looked at the left emissary in a cold and distant manner. You mean to say that Gu Ruan had outside help? Why had you not realized this during the competition and now you claim to say that she's broken the rules of the competition? Could it be that this is how you judge the competition after the secret order sends you off as a referee? It's been so many days since the competition, even if another powerful cultivator appears by her side, it does not mean that she had used this cultivator to compete. Mu Chu, you've really let me down this time. The elder shook his head and sighed. His expression was clearly filled with disappointment. The higher the hope, the greater the disappointment. This was exactly how Elder Tianren now feels. Prior to this, he had intentions of nurturing the left emissary very well. After all, the left emissary's talents in the secret order were outstanding and he was usually very fair in managing other matters. Unfortunately, he could sense the left emissary's prejudice against Gu Ruan at this moment. He does not know where this prejudice had come from, but he understands that Mu Chu no longer has the right to take on the position of the left emissary. Mu Chu, come with me. We shall pay Gu Ruan a visit. Elder Tianren slowly rose to his feet, stared coldly at Mu Chu and said, I know that you must be very puzzled over why the secret order had organized this assessment. I understand what you're thinking. However, since Gu Ruan is the champion of this assessment, she must accept this inheritance. Even if you have the intention of helping Wen Ya receive this inheritance, that fact will never change. Elder Tianren's voice paused before he continued, furthermore, when we return, you will unburden yourself of the position as the left emissary. Get some rest for a few months and we'll talk again then. He shook his head and his voice carried an unmistakable sense of sympathy. Mu Chu's body stiffened and his handsome face instantly turned very pale. He lowered his head, temporarily unsure of what to say. I know that you find this unacceptable, but so to the rules of the secret order. Your behavior is unjust and you've already broken the secret order's rules. If this reaches the clan leader's ears, you might even receive a more severe punishment. Elder Tianren stared at Mu Chu indifferently as he spoke in a cold and distant voice. If this reaches the clan leader's ears, Mu Chu would only need to face punishment. However, if the sacred lady finds out that her daughter had received unfair treatment in the secret order, it was likely that Mu Chu's life will be used as an explanation. Yes, Elder, I understand. Chapter 1359, The Secret Order's Plea 8. Mu Chu lowered his head while his hands, which were hanging by his tights, tightened the grip. He knows that he has indeed broken the rules this time. However, he does not regret it since he had done it to help the Wen family. More importantly, Gu Ruan's older brother had the audacity to use Yu's kindness to escape. He would never spare the two siblings simply because of this. Otherwise, if Gu Ruan was allowed to grow, Yue would be in danger. He does not want this to happen, which was why he had broken the secret order's rules and acted unfairly. Let's go. Elder Tianren laughed bitterly. Mu Chu may not be his disciple, but he had watched him grow. However, he never thought that he would have done something so disappointing now. It looks like he would have to urge his master to watch over this kid very carefully in case he continued to treat Gu Ruan so unfairly. Once Mu Chu had left, Gu Ruan knows that the members of the secret order would return once again. Besides, they would not send only an emissary like Mu Chu. However, she never expected the members of the secret order to reappear so quickly. Furthermore, the person who had arrived would be an elder of the secret order. Gu Ruan gently raised her brow and stared at the secret order's elder as she slowly walked towards him. She curled the corners of her lips as a smile appeared in her dark eyes and her voice was clear and cold as ever. The members of the secret order have already visited once. I never thought that you would come again. May I ask what business do you have with me? Even though Gu Ruan was already aware of the old man's intentions, she still asked the question despite already knowing the answer. A cold light flashed in her smiling eyes as she stared with a fixed smile at the old man who was seated in front of the table, sipping his tea. Are you Gu Ruan? Elder Tianren carefully observed Gu Ruan. The more he observed, the more shocked he felt. This woman was indeed the sacred lady's daughter. She was an exact copy of her likeness. The only difference was, in contrast with the sacred lady's icy cold air, this woman was as lofty and unyielding as a bamboo tree. Her clear and cold gaze carries a subtle sense of pride. That's right. Gu Ruan smiled serenely, yet her eyes pierced at Mu Chu, who was standing behind Elder Tianren. What? I had just chased the younger generation of the secret order away, so are you here to avenge him? Elder Tianren gently furrowed his brows and glanced at Mu Chu, who was standing right behind him. As Elder Tianren had rushed over, he had not questioned him in detail about what had happened. Hence, after hearing what Gu Ruan had said, he was puzzled. What exactly happened between the two of them which would cause Gu Ruan to view him with such enmity? Mu Chu, explain this to me. What on earth is going on? Elder Tianren's expression sank. I had asked you to escort the Gu girl to the secret order. What had you done which would cause her to chase you away? Furthermore, you've even returned and blamed her for cheating in the assessment. Mu Chu's expression changed drastically and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Elder, I did pay her a visit to escort her into the secret order, but she had refused. I did not raise any dispute with her. Please pass your judgment fairly, Elder. As he spoke, Mu Chu continued to send warning looks at Gu Ruan. He has obviously forgotten about the powerful shock Zixi had given him. After all, if the elder were to find out about what he had really done, he would not be simply dismissed as the left emissary. He might have to endure a much heavier punishment. Hence, he could only ask Gu Ruan to help him out this time. Chapter 1360, The Secret Order's Plea, 9. Lord Left Emissary, is there something wrong with your eyes? Ziyun looked at the Left Emissary's actions and laughed icily. You're sending my master meaningful looks. What's this about? If there's something wrong with your eyes, please go back and see a physician for medication. Don't come here and obstruct others. The Left Emissary's expression changed once again because he could already sense Elder Tianren's increasingly cold aura. A layer of sweat formed on his forehead. Nevertheless, he did not dare to make any more moves as he quickly lowered his head and looked at his feet. Elder Tianren glared icily at the Left Emissary before turning towards Gu Ruoan. He then spoke with a light, breezy voice, Gu girl, can you explain to me what this child, Mu Chu, had done to offend you and caused your refusal to accept this inheritance? The Left Emissary has never offended me. Gu Ruoan smiled indifferently and her voice was as clear and cold as ever. Mu Chu lifted his head in disbelief and stared in astonishment at the delicate and pretty face. Clearly, he had not expected Gu Ruoan to stand up for him at a time like this. The shock in his heart was unimaginable. Only Ziyun continued to carry his disdainful smile. During the past half year, he had already managed to grapple with Gu Ruoan's true personality. This woman has always been the type of person who would avenge a grudge and repay any kindness. She would never let herself lose out. Otherwise, Chu Luo would never have fallen into her hands. Chu Luo had really got the wrong end of the bargain then. She was interested in Chanbei Yi and had run towards the palace day and night. Not only was she unable to get a glimpse of Chanbei Yi's face, she had also offended Gu Ruoan. She then ended up losing her freedom for the rest of her life because of Gu Ruoan's poison. Hence, why would Gu Ruoan let Mu Chu, who had committed so many offenses, off the hook so easily? Much less about her standing up for him. Gu girl, are you sure that he has never offended you? Elder Tianren was rather shocked this time. Initially, when he heard Gu Ruoan's words, he had assumed that Mu Chu had done something which had caused her to fly into a terrible rage and had him chased out. However, why was she now saying that the offender has never antagonized her? It's true that the Left Emissary hasn't offended me. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. Even though he had accidentally sent me to the 5th level of the training pagoda, that was part of the assessment. I was just particularly unlucky, but that's alright. It's very normal for things like this to happen in an assessment. It was a good thing that I had managed to leave unscathed. As for the Left Emissary leaving us behind, that's because he had some urgent matters to attend to and had left early. I can understand that as well. Anyone can run into some last-minute business, right? This time, my luck was not like Wen Ya's to be able to run into the Left Emissary along the way and smoothly enter the secret order through the Left Emissary's escort. One should not assume that Gu Ruoan was explaining the situation favorably for the Left Emissary. In reality, she was exposing everything he had done. After listening to Gu Ruoan's statement, Elder Tianren's elderly face grew even colder and distant. A powerful aura was beginning to envelop his body. Furthermore, Gu Ruoan paused and looked at the ashen-faced Left Emissary before she continued with a tight smile. The Left Emissary's memory isn't too good. After entering the secret order, he had forgotten to instruct the 2 disciples guarding the secret order's gate. As a result, I had been kept outside. However, I can understand this as well. After all, he has a beautiful woman like Wen Ya in his grasp, so how could he possibly remember anything else? As for his earlier visit, there's the matter of him asking me to follow him back to the secret order or he would show me grief. Mu Chu. Before Gu Ruoan could finish speaking, the elder roared loudly and frightened Mu Chu so much that he threw himself kneeling to the ground. Cold sweat poured profusely down his body as terror filled his eyes. Chapter 1361, The Secret Order's Plea, 10. Elder Tianren's face was livid and his expression was filled with a fiery rage. Gu Ruoan's words have clearly caused his anger to explode and he no longer carried his previously encouraging manner. Didn't you say that she was the one who had some last-minute business so she could not come with you to the secret order? What is she talking about now? She's saying that you're the one who had abandoned her. If I remember correctly, the secret order has never given you any other task. Mu Chu was now pale with fright and he was unable to retort at all. He lowered his head and did not even dare to look at the ashen expression on Elder Tianren's old face. After all, at a time like this, any other explanation would be futile. Besides, for the sake of having some time alone with Wen Ya on the road, you had cast the champion, Gu Ruoan, away. Elder Tianren laughed icily. His expression carried a sharp and cold air as he continued. I really never thought that as an emissary of the secret order, you would commit such an offense. You had clung to the charms of a woman and allowed that tea interfere with the matters of business. You were completely unworthy of the clan leader's faith in you. Elder Tianren. Mu Chu gritted his teeth and said, I've been in the secret order for so many years, don't you trust me at all? The relationship between Wen Ya and me is strictly professional, it's nothing like what Gu Ruoan's implying. He glared fiercely at Gu Ruoan as he said this. That was right, he had indeed abandoned Gu Ruoan. He would own up to this, but he refuses to bear a crime he had not committed. Besides, the one he loves is Wen Yue. Naturally, his relationship with Wen Ya would be strictly professional. Why would he throw himself into the arms of a beautiful woman on the road? You're saying that Wen Ya and you have a professional relationship. Gu Ruoan stared at Mu Chu in shock as if she really was not aware of the innocent relationship between the two of them. During the assessment at Celestial Mountain, I had noticed that Wen Ya had gone to your guest room alone many times. Besides, you've even abandoned me for her sake, so I thought that you were afraid that my presence would disturb your lovey-dovey time together. I thought that you had cooked up an excuse so you could earn leave. Are the two of you actually not involved with one another? Gu Ruoan spoke in a puzzled manner but had undeniably blurted out Wen Ya's solitary visits to Mu Chu's room. Upon hearing this, Elder Tianren's expression became increasingly ugly. He tried to force the exploding rage down in his heart as much as possible. Gu Ruoan, you're spitting venomous slander. Mu Chu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood as he glared angrily at Gu Ruoan. He looked at her as if he wanted to chop her into 10,000 pieces. Gu Ruoan curled her lips and stared at Mu Chu with a forced smile. I'm spitting venomous slander. Do you have the courage to swear that Wen Ya has never visited your guest room alone? You. Mu Chu was filled with rage and a thick aura exploded from his heart. Wen Ya had indeed visited him, but they were discussing how to get rid of Gu Ruoan. However, he definitely does not have the courage to admit to this. Otherwise, this would certainly enrage Elder Tianren more than the matter surrounding his relationship with Wen Ya. Gu Ruoan also knows that he could not explain himself. This was why she had purposely said all these things. Her eyes carried a clear and cold light, yet the corners of her lips were curled into an angle. Mu Chu. Elder Tianren's eyes have become increasingly sharp and he shot his glare at Mu Chu like a blade. Can you give me an explanation regarding this matter? Or is it all just as the Gu girl had said? Do you have some lewd relationship with Wen Ya? You had purposely abandoned the Gu girl just to enjoy Wen Ya's affection without any disturbances. The rules of the secret order have always been strict. Mu Chu has always abided by these rules and never made any mistakes all the while. Chapter 1362, The Secret Order's Plea, 11. Now, Elder Tianren could not understand how Mu Chu has become so selfish. Mu Chu, once we return to the secret order, you may accept your punishment on your own. Elder Tianren has figured out the answer based on the expression on Mu Chu's face. He shook his head in disappointment before he straightened his sleeves and turned towards Gu Ruoan. Elder Tianren smiled calmly as he said, Gu girl, it was indeed a member of the secret order's mistake. He will be punished severely once we return to the secret order, so I hope that you will still enter the secret order to accept the inheritance. All right. Gu Ruoan laughed. The secret order were the ones who had organized the assessments. I had participated. However, I never thought that the secret order would go back on your word after I had passed the assessment. You even kept me outside your gate. If this is how the secret order works, I don't want to be a part of the secret order at all. Elder Tianren stared coldly at Mu Chu, who was kneeling behind him, before he turned away again. His eyes no longer held the cold and distant air that he used when faced with others. Gu girl, consider it as a favor to me. Please forgive the secret order this time. After all, it was Mu Chu who had committed the mistake. He had gone against the secret order's rules and committed a sin which cannot be erased. I certainly won't let him off so easily. This girl was the Sacred Lady's daughter. If any misunderstandings were to arise between her and the Secret Order and the Sacred Lady were to find out about it, forget about the kid, Mu Chu, many others in the Secret Order would also be finished. Therefore, at this moment, Elder Tianren was dearly hoping that he could have Gu Ruoan's forgiveness. It's not like I can't forgive the Secret Order. Gu Ruoan paused as a clear and cold light flashed in her eyes. I can forget about Mu Chu trying to hurt me time and time again, but after all of that, not only had he provoked me, he had even hurt my subordinate. I want him to apologize to my subordinate and allow him to vent their frustrations on him. I won't set foot in the Secret Order unless their anger has been fully appeased. She had insisted on this. Though she had waited for the members of the Secret Order to arrive because she could not completely give up on this inheritance, she would not suffer in silence for the sake of it. If the Secret Order insists on covering up their mistakes, there was no point for her to go to such a place. Gu Ruoan, you'd better not be so insatiable. Mu Chu's eyes were spitting fire as he glared angrily at Gu Ruoan and roared furiously, you want me to apologize to these two? There's no way for that to happen at all. The Secret Order's rules were indeed very strict, but as a disciple of the Secret Order, Mu Chu's heart has some degree of pride. His pride would not allow him to lower his head and apologize to anyone. Especially since those two were Gu Ruoan's subordinates. If he really does apologize, that means that she would have kicked him while he was down. How could the usually proud Mu Chu endure this? Gu girl, I can make Mu Chu apologize to you and also leave you to vent your frustrations. However, I'm afraid that these two subordinates. Elder Tianren was a little hesitant as well. He does not have any objection when it comes to Mu Chu apologizing to Gu Ruoan. She was the Sacred Lady's daughter after all. However, those two were only her subordinates with lowly positions. Regardless of how great Mu Chu's mistakes were, he was still a disciple of the Secret Order. How could he apologize to those two? I'm sorry, if the Secret Order can't do this, please leave. The smile on Gu Ruoan's face gradually faded as she slowly rose to her feet and replied indifferently. Chapter 1363, The Secret Order's Plea, 12. Even though I had stayed here and waited for the members of the Secret Order to arrive, I now think that I have made the wrong choice in doing this. I thought that the members of the Secret Order were reasonable people, yet I never thought that they would insist on covering up their mistakes. I regret that I didn't leave sooner and had wasted my time here. Ziyun, Chu Luo, make your preparations. We'll be leaving after this. She had her back towards Elder Tianren and her voice was light and casual with no signs of emotion at all. Elder Tianren's expression changed several times as if he never expected Gu Ruoan to be so insistent. He fell silent and his thoughts were shrouded in mystery. Master, Chu Luo had jumped in fright from Gu Ruoan's response and glanced worriedly at the silent Elder Tianren before she quickly said, it's a minor matter to me, so there's no need for you to raise a dispute with the members of the Secret Order. The Secret Order has great power, especially this one, who is an elder of the Secret Order. If we offend him, I'm afraid. Gu Ruoan shot Chu Luo an indifferent look. Her one look made Chu Luo shut her mouth. She could only at her master in a fidgety manner. Chu Luo, I know that my methods in subduing you were not honorable. After a long pause, Gu Ruoan slowly explained, but you are someone on my side at least and I have the right to keep you from being wronged. While it's true that I want the inheritance or I would not have waited here for the members of the Secret Order. However, she paused and laughed icily, if the Secret Order is determined to let my people suffer, I don't mind giving up that inheritance. Perhaps I shouldn't have stayed here in the first place. Chu Luo felt as if her heart had been hammered. She lowered her pretty eyes as a peculiar emotion flashed across them. She had never been happy with Gu Ruoan from the very beginning. If she had not fallen for Gu Ruoan's plot, she would not have lost her freedom for the rest of her life. Gu Ruoan's display of her own abilities over the past few days had shocked Chu Luo thoroughly and caused her to respect her master on a whole new level. Chu Luo has become more accepting of her master, but she was never sincerely convinced of Gu Ruoan's intentions. Only now did her heart truly turn towards Gu Ruoan. How many people have been yearning for the Secret Order's inheritance? How many people would give up on the inheritance for the sake of righting wrongs for an insignificant subordinate? She was probably the only one in the entire world who would be so aggressive and firm. She would give up on the Secret Order's inheritance, all for the sake of Ziyun and her. Ziyun, Chu Luo, what are you standing around here for? Pack everything up and leave this place. It's no unfortunate event for us to miss out on the inheritance. My powers will rise through my own efforts sooner or later anyway. When Gu Ruoan noticed that the two had remained dazed on the spot, she had furrowed her brows and calmly ordered. Ziyun instantly reacted and quickly nodded. All right, I'll pack up and leave this place immediately. He then quickly turned around and began walking back to his room to pack. However, just as he lifted his feet to walk away, an elderly voice chimed in from behind him. Hold it. Ziyun instantly paused and turned to face an exasperated Elder Tianren before he looked at Gu Ruoan questioningly. Elder Tianren sighed. Mu Chu, apologize. What? Mu Chu was shocked as if he never thought that Elder Tianren would make such a decision. He went into a daze. Hell, Elder, what did you say? Apologize. Elder Tianren sighed and coldly ordered again. Boom. Mu Chu felt as if his head was going to split open. He was dumbstruck as he turned around foolishly, stared at Ziyun and Chu Luo's offending features and spoke reluctantly. Elder, you want me to apologize to them? On what grounds? He has never been wronged like this in his entire life. Chapter 1364, The Secret Order's Plea, 13. If you intend on returning to the Secret Order, you will apologize. Elder Tianren furrowed his brows as he repeated himself. This little girl was the Sacred Lady's daughter, so her subordinates were also members of the Secret Order. Once Elder Tianren thought about it this way, he had felt much more at ease. If Mu Chu were to apologize to the members of the Secret Order, it was not quite as humiliating. Of course, Mu Chu was not aware of Gu Ruoan's identity, so he would not think of it that way. His handsome face has gone entirely red as he glared furiously at Ziyun and Chu Luo. His fists were tightly clenched and his entire body was trembling endlessly. In the end, he was forced to walk towards the two under Elder Tianren's sharp gaze. He then took a deep breath, bowed and said, I'm sorry that I had been rude to you. I hope that you can both forgive me. At this moment, he felt completely powerless. His handsome face looked extremely uncomfortable, and it was likely that in his entire life, he has never had to apologize to anyone. Chu Luo, Ziyun. Gu Ruoan stared at the two dazed people, curled her lips indifferently and said, you may pay him back for hurting the both of you. Even though Mu Chu had not managed to hurt Ziyun because of Chu Luo's actions, he would have certainly ended up with heavy injuries if she had not taken the blow for him. Mu Chu's attack had been able to injure Chu Luo, who was at a refined state, as well. One could imagine how much force he had used to attack Ziyun. Gu Ruoan's eyes flickered as the corners of her lips curled into a cold smile. Her body was shrouded with a murderous intent. However, she knows that now was not the time to kill Mu Chu. Hee. Ziyun looked at Mu Chu, who had lowered his head in apology, and laughed icily. I never thought that the majestic Lord Left Emissary would apologize. Had you not barged into the guest house and haughtily insisted for my master to leave with you? Where's your self-important attitude now? I really don't know what kind of bewitching potion Wen Ya has given you that you would do whatever she wants you to do. You would even break the rules of being a referee. Each time Ziyun recalled how this fellow had sent them all to the 5th level of the training pagoda for Wen Ya's sake, he would feel the urge to tear this beastard into 10,000 pieces. If anything had happened to their master in the training pagoda, he believes the Lord Chanbei would bathe the whole of First City in blood to revenge her death. Mu Chu bit his lips and did not say a word, leaving Ziyun to scold him in a humiliating manner. For Yue, forget about enduring such insult. Even if he had to plunge into the 18 levels of hell, he would not regret it. Hence, if he was given another chance, he would have done the very same thing even if he ended up failing again. At least he would have worked hard for Yu's happiness. That was enough. Master, can I really let out my frustrations? After berating Mu Chu, Ziyun looked at Gu Ruoan apprehensively as he asked, if I hit him, will the Secret Order not make us pay for it? Actually, knowing Ziyun's testy nature, if Mu Chu had been anyone else, he would have made his move already. However, he was Mu Chu from the Secret Order, so Ziyun did not have the courage to do it. He was afraid that punching this fellow would draw the Secret Order's ire and drag his master down in the process. After all, he was not on his own and could not make rash actions at will. He would need to consider his master in everything he did. This should be a question for the Elder of the Secret Order. Gu Ruoan then shrugged her shoulders, turned towards Elder Tianren and said, the Left Emissary had previously injured my subordinate, so I must return this debt to him. I wonder if you have any objections, Elder. Chapter 1365, The Secret Order's Plea, 14. Elder Tianren laughed bitterly as he thought, objections. Do I have any objections? This girl is the Sacred Lady's daughter. If I had any objections and the Sacred Lady was to find out about that, I will have to accept the consequences. Gu girl, if this were anyone else, I would never allow him to insult the Secret Order in that manner. However, since your party was the champion of the assessment, I will allow you to avenge this grudge. I only hope that you will do me a favor and not publicize this matter. Otherwise, the Secret Order will certainly lose face in the First City. Elder Tianren's eyes flickered as he slowly replied. He could never tell Gu Ruoan the real reason why he had allowed this, so he had used her status as the champion as an explanation. This way, it would also be enough to convince others. Ziyun, Chu Luo. Gu Ruoan looked at the two behind her and coolly instructed, since the Elder has spoken, you may go ahead and avenge yourself on the wrongdoer however you wish. In the meantime, I have some matters to discuss with the Secret Order's Elder. Ziyun shook and sent Elder Tianren a warning look. Master, this fellow is from unknown origins. I worry about leaving you alone here. After all, Ziyun does not have a good impression of the Secret Order because of Mu Chu's prior actions. Zixi is with me, so I won't be in any danger. You may leave while I discuss some things with the Secret Order's Elder. Gu Ruoan curled her lips indifferently and looked at the Elder before her with a forced smile. Ziyun was about to speak when Chu Luo stopped him and hauled him out. The unfortunate Mewtwo was also dragged out at the same time. In less than a moment, they could hear Mewtwo's cries, which were equivalent to a pig being slaughtered. Tell me, Guruan turned her attention to Elder Tianren and smiled calmly. I reckon that the secret order isn't shielding me just because I'm the champion of the assessment. There must be some other reason, and you don't need to use that kind of explanation to deceive me. I don't believe you. The secret order has strict rules and would never allow their members to break these rules in the outside world. Also, self-respect was more important than anything else to an organization like the secret order. This was why Guruan does not believe that Elder Tianren would allow Mewtwo to be beaten up just because she had won the championship title. Elder Tianren looked a little embarrassed. The clan leader had issued the order that she wanted to test this little girl. Hence, it was not possible for him to blurt the matter of the sacred lady to her. Besides, based on Guruan's situation, she was probably not aware that she was the sacred lady's daughter. Cough, cough. Elder Tianren coughed dryly at the thought of this and said, Gu girl, do you know why the secret order had organized the assessment? Guruan raised her brow. How would I know anything about the secret order's matters? Elder Tianren sighed gently and smiled bitterly. Little girl, there is one thing that I can tell you very clearly. Each year, the secret order will grant the process to accept the inheritance to a few gifted and outstanding disciples. Even though they have received a remarkable increase in power after accepting the inheritance, those inheritance were actually failures. Guruan's heart sank heavily. A failed inheritance process can still bring about such a huge change in power. If someone was to successfully receive the inheritance, how great would the changes be? Little girl, this inheritance has been passed down from a powerful cultivator 10,000 years ago. It was also an item which the cultivator had managed to obtain after spending all of their attention on this vast mainland. However, it is unfortunate that the cultivator did not have the ability to use this inheritance for themselves and had left it here. The members of the secret order were ordered to watch over it before the cultivator disappeared. Chapter 1366, The Secret Order's Plea, 15. Elder Tianren looked at Guruan's silent expression before he continued to speak. As a means of repayment for the secret order, that cultivator has allowed the members of the secret order to accept this inheritance. However, this privilege was only limited to one person per year. The cultivator had clearly explained that only those who were fated to have the inheritance would be able to obtain this inheritance. Everyone else would fail despite having accepted it. Even so, this inheritance has caused the secret order's powers to increase by leaps and bounds, which was how we have arrived at where we are today. Guruan raised her head as her gaze landed upon Elder Tianren's elderly features. She then slowly asked, this must be the secret order's closely guarded secret. Why would you want to expose this to an outsider like me? Elder Tianren smiled, because you are the champion of the assessment and the secret order has something which requires your help. Hearing this, Guruan laughed indifferently. I'm sorry, the secret order has such great power, so why would you need my help? Besides, my life has barely even begun. I'm not willing to involve myself in the secret order's business. Guruan does not know what the secret order wants her to do, but there was no way it was anything good. Otherwise, why would Elder Tianren lower himself in front of her? Besides, she really does not think that she would be able to help the secret order based on her current ability. Little girl, please listen to what I have to say first. A light flashed in Elder Tianren's eyes while a smile appeared on his face. Following the powerful cultivator's wishes, the secret order had just stationed ourselves on Deity Peak when that powerful cultivator arrived again. This time, he had brought another person. Guruan did not speak as she listened solemnly to Elder Tianren's explanation. He sealed the person in the training pagoda and entrusted the training pagoda to the secret order's care. He then disappeared and was never seen ever again. The training pagoda. Guruan was shaken. The stone dragon that she had run into in the training pagoda had told her that its duty was to guard the person sealed in the training pagoda. If her guess was correct, the person which Elder Tianren had mentioned should be that same person. She wondered what kind of a person they could be that the secret order would have to guard them for over 10,000 years. Not too long ago, the seal in the training pagoda began to weaken. Our clan leader then sensed that the person we have been guarding would soon emerge. Besides, that person's powers are too great. If they were allowed to make an appearance on this mainland, a calamity would fall upon us all. Unless that powerful cultivator who had granted the secret order the inheritance were to appear again, no one in this world would be able to subdue him. Hence, the secret order took the risk to recruit the talents of the mainland to accept the inheritance. If someone is able to successfully accept the inheritance, perhaps they would be able to subdue that person. Guruan's eyes shifted before she asked, do you happen to know the identity of the person who had granted the inheritance to the secret order? That person. Elder Tianren paused before he replied with longing on his features. That person could not be considered human but a god. There are records in the secret order archives where our late ancestors had addressed him with the word, God. God. Guruan's eyes flickered. When a cultivator has achieved cultivation in the full circle state, they would become equivalent to a god. However, the most powerful cultivators were currently only at the 9th transformation state on this mainland. No one in the full circle state has ever appeared. Could it be that the cultivator mentioned by Elder Tianren was at the full circle state? Are there any records of the situation surrounding the cultivator in your secret order's archives? Guruan furrowed her brows. After all, if she was to accept the secret order's task, she would need to understand everything about the enemy. Chapter 1367, The Secret Order's Plea, 16. Elder Tianren shook his head. Our ancestor had not described him very much. They had only claimed that he was a god and that to even look upon him would be blasphemy. That cultivator must be very powerful to have earned such great reverence from our ancestor. However, the ancestor had pointed out in the archives that the cultivator had one characteristic, which was his silver hair. That's right, silver hair. It was said that the cultivator had a head full of beautiful silver hair as if it had some shocking power. Silver hair. Boom. Those two words were like a bolt of lightning in Guruan's heard and made her expression change instantly. Silver hair and crimson robes, those were Chanbei's distinctive features. Furthermore, Chanbei had come from unknown origins and had been asleep for a long time. Could it be that the person this secret order's elder had mentioned was him? If it really was him, she absolutely must enter and explore the secret order. Perhaps she would find more answers inside. All right, I promise you. Gu Ruan lifted her head as a light flashed in her eyes. I will enter the secret order and I will help you vanquish the person who had been sealed away. However, the secret order is not allowed to force me into doing anything. Initially, she had not intended to butt in, but if this matter concerns Chanbei, she could not leave it alone. Besides, Gu Ruan's heart slowly sank. She does not know why, but she suddenly recalled the white-robed man who had addressed himself as this Holy One. Before she had become a martial saint, she had thought that the white-robed man, who had wounded Zixi, was only at the martial saint rank. However, after she had truly experienced the powers of a martial saint, she knows very well that the man's power must have been above the martial saint rank. If he turns out to be the man under the secret order's guard, when he emerges, the first people he would look for would be Chanbei and her. Since that was the case, she had to accept the secret order's inheritance. If she succeeds, perhaps she would have the power to fight him in the future. Ha ha. Elder Tianren burst into laughter and felt his worries being put at ease. He then smiled and said, Gu girl, will you come back with me to the secret order now? No, Gu Ruan shook her head. It's late now, so I will start my journey tomorrow. Furthermore, I hope that you can send someone to greet me outside the secret order's gates in case I get barred by the secret order's disciples again. After hearing this, Elder Tianren looked rather awkward. He then cleared his throat dryly and replied, Don't worry, Gu girl, I will send someone out early in the morning. This time, I guarantee that no ignorant disciples would bar you outside the gates. All right. Gu Ruan smiled as she calmly replied. Previously, she had been suspicious over Elder Tianren's friendliness towards her. Now, she understands everything. As it turns out, the secret order was in danger and was asking the mainland for help. She, on the other hand, had coincidentally entered the secret order to receive the inheritance and face the oncoming danger. As their discussion ended, the group from outside walked in again. Miu Chu was now sporting a bloody nose and a swollen face from all the beating. His hair was disheveled and hung behind him. He did not have the courage to even look at Elder Tianren, scared of displaying the hatred in his heart. I won't disturb your rest anymore today. Gu girl, goodbye. Elder Tianren rose to his feet and joined his fist at Gu Ruan before he looked at Miu Chu and said, Let's go. Yes, Elder. Miu Chu quickly followed behind Elder Tianren with a lowered head. Once they had left the guest house, Elder Tianren paused in his footsteps and sighed, Miu Chu, there's something which I was not able to tell you due to the Gu girl's presence. Chapter 1368, The Secret Order's Plea, 17. Miu Chu was dazed and he stared at Elder Tianren in confusion. Don't think I can't read your actions. Elder Tianren scoffed icily and said, You cannot offend that girl. Otherwise, forget about me, I'm afraid that not even the clan leader can protect you. Even the clan leader would not be able to protect me. Miu Chu was dumbstruck, just who was Gu Ruan? After all, in the first city, even the Lord Governor has to give way to the clan leader. Yet, Elder Tianren has said that if he were to offend Gu Ruan, not even the clan leader would be able to protect him. That's all I have to say, so you'd better think it through. Furthermore, to avoid having you make any more unforgivable mistakes, you will stand in the corner and reflect on your mistakes for the next 3 years. Over the course of these 3 years, you are not allowed to even take one step out of this place. I will speak to your master about this matter. Once he had finished talking, Elder Tianren walked towards the mountain range in front of him and did not spare Miu Chu another glance. Miu Chu fell silent for a while before he ran after the elder. Perhaps what Elder Tianren had said to him had an effect, as he did not cause any more trouble for Gu Ruan after that. However, as he had been made to shut himself away and ponder his mistakes from the moment he set foot in the secret order, he had no way of informing Wen Ya about this. As a result, the Wen family then committed an unforgivable mistake and caused their own tragic downfall in the end. Elder Tianren had just walked into the clan hall when he noticed the clan leader who was seated there and waiting for him. He quickly stepped forward, joined his fists and asked, Clan leader, is there something you wish to talk to me about? The clan leader gently replied. Elder Tianren, I heard that you descended the mountain. Elder Tianren was shocked before he explained his reasons for descending the mountain to the clan leader. He looked rather exasperated as he said, It's all because of that child, Miu Chu. That kid had clung onto the charms of a woman and abandoned Gu Ruan. Worst of all, he had even humiliated her. I had descended the mountain to convince Gu Ruan to come to the secret order. However, that little girl's temper was rather stubborn. In this, she is very much like the sacred lady. She simply isn't willing to suffer any losses, and would conceal faults. Oh, the clan leader's eyes lit up. You've met the little girl, Gu Ruan. That's right. Elder Tianren nodded. I think very highly of that little girl. She has a temperament which will not suffer any grief. With that kind of character, she could easily grow into a peerless cultivator. Unfortunately, this little girl had grown up in the Weststrid mainland. If she had started out from the secret order 20 years ago, I dare to guarantee that no one would be of any match for her in the secret order now. The clan leader chuckled. Looks like that little girl isn't too bad at all to be able to receive such a high evaluation from you. However, Elder Tianren, I still wish to give this little girl a thorough test. Therefore, I won't let her accept the inheritance just yet. Elder Tianren was a little shocked and asked in a puzzled manner, What's the reason for that, clan leader? Because I want to know just how great her powers and talents are and if she could lead us through the oncoming dangers on the mainland. The clan leader took a deep breath and said, Besides, I'd like to see if she has the power to ride the sacred beast. Elder, haven't you heard of the phrase, the color blue is made out of indigo but is more vivid than indigo? Yusa's daughter would certainly turn out to be more powerful than you are. Elder Tianren was very shocked. After all, in all these years, the secret order's sacred beast has only ever acknowledged the sacred lady alone. It had even ignored someone like the clan leader. It would only ever act slightly more intimate with the sacred lady, but, even so, the sacred lady has never been able to successfully ride the sacred beast. Now, the clan leader was placing her hopes on the sacred lady's daughter. Chapter 1369, Defiance 1. Clan leader, even though the little girl's talents are rather substantial and she's also the Sacred Lady's daughter, the Sacred Beast is very proud. How can it allow itself to be driven so easily? I feel that we shouldn't pile too much of our hopes on her. Elder Tianren furrowed his brows. While he truly admires that little girl, that does not mean that she has the power to steer the Secret Order's Sacred Beast. After all, this Sacred Beast has a very bad temper. It would only act more gentle in front of the Sacred Lady. The clan leader smiled calmly as she replied, how will we ever know if she can't if we don't even try? She is Yusa's daughter and her power would certainly surpass US, so I am very confident in her. Furthermore, Elder Tianren, for the sake of the little girl's test, you must not let anyone else find out about her identity as the Sacred Lady's daughter. You must not grant her any special treatment either. Otherwise, everyone else in the Secret Order will be able to find out the special characteristic of her identity. This would forfeit her test. I understand. Elder Tianren took a deep breath and said, I will do as you say, clan leader. Whether she gains the right to meet the Sacred Beast would depend on whether she can smoothly pass the test. After all, the Sacred Beast has a bad temper. If they hastily brought Gu Ruoan to see it, it would be greatly angered. Hence, the clan elder had decided to test her first. Only when she has passed the test would she be able to meet the Sacred Beast. All right, you may retire. The clan leader waved her hand and spoke indifferently. Once Gu Ruoan has entered the Secret Order, there is no need to bring her to me in case anyone else accidentally finds out. I'd like to personally witness how powerful this little girl's abilities are. I have absolute confidence in her. The clan leader displayed a smile on her face and her words were filled with warmth. Obviously, she has high expectations of Gu Ruoan. Besides, one should always keep the talents in the family, right? Dongfang Yu was her disciple after all. Naturally, she would hope that her daughter would succeed in taming the Sacred Beast. It was the next day at first light. The same two disciples were standing guard in front of the Secret Order's mountain gates. Both of them were a little excited because the usually secretive Elder Tianren has appeared and he seems to be waiting for someone. However, that did not stop the two disciples from trying to worm their way into being friends with Elder Tianren. After all, very few people have had the opportunity to meet one of the Secret Order's elders. If they could win this great elder's favor, perhaps they could leave the mountain gates and would no longer need to stand guard here. Elder Tianren, however, remained preoccupied. His eyes continued to stare at the bottom of the mountain and did not hear what the two fellows had been talking about at all. He only nodded his head indifferently and randomly murmured a few words in return. Despite that, those words had completely overwhelmed the two disciples who felt a great urge to rush towards him, bow and lick his feet. Initially, Elder Tianren had considered sending someone else to greet Gu Ruoan but was afraid that some other blind fool would anger her again. Therefore, after considering it for a long while, he finally decided that it would be safer to step forward personally. Besides, as the champion of the assessment, it was natural that he should personally greet the little girl. It would also not expose her identity. Just as Elder Tianren had been waiting anxiously, a few figures finally arrived very slowly. His eyes lit up as he quickly rushed forward to greet them. At the same time, the two disciples also noticed Gu Ruoan approaching them and frowned. What is this fellow doing here again? Could it be that they've sworn not to give up on worming their way into the Secret Order? Besides, now that Elder Tianren is still here, if we accidentally allowed this fellow to enter the Secret Order, the Elder would certainly punish us for our lapse in managing our duties. Chapter 1370, Defiance 2. The two disciples of the Secret Order felt mildly annoyed. They laughed icily and were about to speak when they suddenly noticed Elder Tianren walking towards the oncoming Gu Ruoan. They were in shock as their eyes followed Elder Tianren's movement in astonishment. Could it be that the Elder knew that these people were spies with intentions of sneaking into the Secret Order? Was that why he had decided to act personally? However, that does not seem correct as well. There were no signs of anger on the Elder's face and instead, he was smiling. Furthermore, it was unusual for Elder Tianren to be standing outside the gates. They suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Elder Tianren is actually here to personally greet us. You overwhelm us with your favor. Despite her words, the smile on Gu Ruoan's face was indifferent. There was no sign of surprise on her face at all. Hee. Elder Tianren chuckled. I heard that you had been barred outside the gates yesterday. To avoid anyone else from acting out of ignorance, I felt that it would be better if I had come here personally. Little girl, I've already made arrangements for your room to be tidied up. Come with me. All right. Gu Ruoan curled the corners of her lips indifferently and slowly walked into the Secret Order as the two disciples at the gates watched in terror. The two disciples were entirely shocked. They were unable to regain their senses even after those figures have disappeared. They continued to stare dazedly at Gu Ruoan and the others as they slowly made their way in. A sense of terror then crept up from within the disciples' hearts which made them tremble. We're finished. They were really guests of the Secret Order and we had stopped them from entering. The two Secret Order disciples felt an urge to bang their heads against the wall at the thought of this to make up for the previous mistake. Gu girl, these are the living quarters which we've arranged for you. After leading Gu Ruoan into the courtyard, Elder Tianren turned around and fixed his gaze upon her with a smile. This courtyard belongs to you. Besides, no one will disturb you here no matter what you wish to do. However, there is one thing I need to inform you. What is it? Gu Ruoan raised her brows and asked. Little girl, even though you have received the title of champion, whether you can accept the inheritance will depend on your performance in the Secret Order. Our clan leader will be testing you personally. Once you have passed the tests, the Secret Order will then give the inheritance to you. Elder Tianren looked at Gu Ruoan and said, after all, your powers are still not strong enough. In order to successfully receive the inheritance, there is no other way. Most importantly, the clan leader had wanted to test her and see if she has the right to meet the Sacred Beast. I understand. Gu Ruoan nodded. What should I do next? Hee. Elder Tianren laughed. You don't need to do anything. Just cultivate in the Secret Order, that is enough. The spiritual energy in the Secret Order is much denser and this is very useful for your cultivation. I hope that you will value this opportunity. All right. Gu Ruoan smiled faintly and replied airily, I will then enter cultivation in a while. The spiritual energy in the secret order is dense enough. With the addition of the Strid gathering pill, her cultivation process would be half the work with twice the effect. Goo girl, if there's anything that you need, you can come to see me at the Elders' Courtyard. After all, you are the champion of the secret order's assessment. Whether it's the clan leader or me, we look forward to seeing your progress. Elder Tianren then laughed heartily before he kindly exclaimed to Gu Ruan, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Chapter 1371, Defiance 3. Gu Ruan gently nodded and did not say anything else. Elder Tianren did not disturb her anymore as he chuckled and headed out from the courtyard, soon disappearing from view. Master, what do you think the secret order is trying to do? They had asked you to enter the secret order to accept the inheritance, yet they're now asking you to go through some test. I can't shake off the feeling that they do not harbor goodwill. Ziyun scoffed. It was obvious that he was still pretty sore about what had happened with Mu Chu, and he believes that the members of the secret order were not good people. Chu Luo rolled her eyes at him and exclaimed with mockery and ridicule, you better concern yourself with your own matters. Master can take care of herself, so there's no need for you to say anything more. Besides, I don't think the members of the secret order could keep anything from our master. Ziyun scoffed and did not say anything more. The two of them had been in conflict since half a year ago. To this day, nothing has changed very much. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would notice a peculiar look in Chu Luo's eyes whenever she looked at Ziyun. Let's go. Gu Ruan turned away and calmly mused, let's go back and cultivate. There are 3 rooms here. You can make your own arrangements for the other 2 rooms. After saying her piece, Gu Ruan walked into the room in front of her on her own. After she entered the room, she immediately began to cultivate. At her rank, she would have forgotten all about time upon entering cultivation. If it had not been for the sounds of a quarrel from outside her door, she would not have stepped out of her cultivation state so soon. Wen Ya, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Ziyun's voice was filled with rage and he could be heard outside the door. When Gu Ruan heard the name, Wen Ya, a cold light flashed in her eyes. She then slowly rose to her feet and opened the door. Creak. The room's door opened and the sunlight illuminated Gu Ruan's delicate features. Wen Ya's heart was filled with jealousy. In contrast to Gu Ruan's private courtyard, she had been forced to cram into a large courtyard with the other disciples of the secret order, and the environment was not so clean either. If it had not been for Gu Ruan, the title of champion of the assessment would belong to her. This courtyard would also have belonged to her. She took a deep breath and looked at Gu Ruan, who had just emerged from her room. A friendly smile hung on her beautiful and graceful face as she said, Gu Ruan, I have something I need to talk to you about, may I come in and discuss it with you? Hearing this, Gu Ruan glanced at her and calmly replied, what? You haven't had enough of a taste the last time. I have 100,000 types of pills to use against you. I wonder which would you like to choose? Wen Ya's expression changed. She then clenched her fists in a tight grip to suppress her anger, but her expression remained just as graceful and beautiful as ever. Gu Ruan, in the secret order, we are both strangers in a strange land. We need to stick together, that's the only way for us to stand firm on the ground. Wen Ya then smiled and said, I know that I've done wrong in the past, all of that had been for the sake of obtaining the title of champion in the assessment. Actually, at the end of the day, we do not have a deep hatred between us. Why should we fight senselessly? Gu Ruan smiled icily, no deep hatred. Shall I tell you everything the Wen family has ever done to me? Who were the ones who had ordered the Lin family to capture my big brother and caused my parents to separate? Who also refused to let him go after all these years and tried to refine him into a puppet? Chapter 1372, Defiance 4. Upon hearing this, Wen Ya's expression instantly turned pale. She bit her lip as she tried to defend herself. Gu Ruan, I admit that the Wen family has wronged your family, but isn't your family reunited now? Gu Shangshao is also now safe and sound, so can't you spare me? If you help to get rid of the poison inside me, the Wen family can agree to help you stand on your own 2 feet in the secret order. Besides, my little sister is going to marry the secret order's emissary. With the addition of this connection, you never need to worry about suffering any abuse in the future. At this moment, Wen Ya was clearly not aware that Mu Chu was already being punished because of what he had done to Gu Ruan. Hence, she had said these things due to her ignorance. As soon as she had spoken, a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Once Gu Ruan gets rid of the poison inside me, I will have other ways of getting rid of her. Now, each time I think about treating her unfavorably, my head would feel a pain as if someone was punching on my skull. Even my soul would feel a searing agony. So, as long as the poison is still inside me, I can never have my revenge for the rest of my life. Wen Ya, next time you want to plot against me, you'd better put your vicious currents away. Gu Ruan smiled indifferently. Otherwise, the aura in your body would betray your own intentions. Besides, I'm not so stupid as to create trouble for myself. If I really want to cure you of your poison, I'm afraid that from now on, I'd have to face the Wen family's relentless assassination attempts. I'll never have a moment's peace. Wen Ya's expression changed again. She stared at Gu Ruan in shock as if she never expected this little girl to see right through her intentions. How great you are, Wen Ya. Even to this moment, you are still scheming against my master. Ziyun was angered and he glared furiously at Wen Ya. How can my master allow you to provoke her? Haven't you had enough after the lesson you've received in the arena? I really can't understand how someone like you refuses to repent at all. If you really end up defying my master, no one can save you. Lord Chanbei loves their master deeply. How could he allow anyone to plot against her? If this reaches Lord Chanbei's ears, the entire Wen family would suffer a calamity. After all, that man's power was too horrifying. He has grown much too quickly, and it was likely that it would not take too long before even the great protectors would be unable to match up with him. Gu Ruan, I don't know what you're trying to say. Wen Ya put the emotions in her eyes away and smiled gracefully. I merely want to ally myself with you. If we join forces, we would certainly stand firm in the secret order. At this moment, she no longer held the murderous intent in her eyes. It was replaced with a sense of sincerity. The cold smile in Gu Ruoan's heart deepened. If she had not been aware of Wen Ya's personality for a long time, she might have been fooled by the sincerity in her eyes. Unfortunately, she knows this woman's sinister cruelty better than anyone else. Once she cures her of her poison, there would be countless troubles coming her way. She was confident that the Wen family would not be able to kill her, but she could not destroy the entire Wen family either. Hence, in order to avoid trouble, she could never take the poison away. Wen Ya, after the Wen family had torn our family apart, you should have known that you would have to pay the price for your actions sooner or later. Gu Ruoan lifted her gaze and stared indifferently at Wen Ya. Even 10 years is not too late for someone to take vengeance. One day, I will make the Wen family disappear from this world. Chapter 1373, Defiance 5. Wen Ya's eyes darkened. Even though she was aware that Gu Ruoan was not someone who could be easily controlled, she never thought that she would reject her in such a straightforward manner. She had not even spared the Wen family's dignity. Wen Ya took a deep breath at the thought of this and flashed a graceful smile on her face. Gu Ruoan, I thought that you would put the fact that we had both entered the secret order at the same time into consideration and agree to join forces with me. I never thought that such a smart person like you would be so ignorant of what's good for you. She then looked at Gu Ruoan and slowly exclaimed, besides, let me tell you something, only the members of the secret order have ever been allowed to obtain the secret order's inheritance. After all, only one person is allowed to have this chance every year. Yet now, you, as an outsider, have taken the inheritance away. There are many people in the secret order who are not satisfied with this. By then, many will step forward to provoke you. If you join forces with me, I can ask the left emissary to protect you. Otherwise, you have no kin or purpose in the secret order. I'm afraid that you won't be able to survive for very much longer. Ziyun was extremely angry and glared at Wen Ya. He was just about to point out that Mu Chu was now powerless to defend himself, but was cut off by Gu Ruoan's calm, breezy voice. If the purpose of your visit here is simply for these matters, you can leave now. I have no interest in joining forces with the Wen family. Wen Ya's expression turned extremely cold. She laughed icily as her dagger-like glare turned towards Gu Ruoan. Gu Ruoan, I had given you a chance, but you were the one who did not value it. Don't blame me for not helping you out next time. After saying her piece, she turned around and walked out the courtyard without any hesitation. Very soon, her figure disappeared from view. Gu Ruoan fell silent as she stared at Wen Ya's disappearing figure. After a long pause, she said, Ziyun, Chu Luo, Wen Ya is right about one thing, the disciples of the secret order highly covet the inheritance. They have worked hard just so they could have the chance to receive the inheritance. Now, I have taken that chance away. They would never leave us to cultivate in peace so easily. You must be ready to face them at any time. Just because the secret order had concealed itself from the world for so many years does not mean that everyone was united to one purpose. How could there not be any infighting in such an ancient order? They were only united in the face of outsiders. Internally, they would squabble over promotions just like every other organization. If an order loses its competitive strength, it would be very close to destruction. Only a strong competitive spirit would motivate the disciples of the order to work hard in their cultivation. Hence, the elders of the secret order had tactfully accepted this. Master, Ziyun shook and stared at Gu Ruoan puzzledly. Elder Tianren seems to be treating you very well. With him around, perhaps no one would dare to cause trouble for us. Otherwise, the left emissary would never have received such a severe punishment. Gu Ruoan shook her head. Elder Tianren had punished the left emissary because he had used his public office position to revenge private wrongs. Not only had he prevented us from entering the secret order, he had also secretly tried to hurt us. However, it's an entirely different matter after entering the secret order. Only the capable deserve the inheritance. If we can't even deal with nitpicking disciples, how can we successfully receive the inheritance? Hence, if a disciple really does cause trouble for us, Elder Tianren will not stand up for us. He might even silently allow this kind of attitude. Master, wouldn't it be troublesome for us in the future? Ziyun furrowed his brows and asked worriedly. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly and replied in her usual nonchalant manner, since we're here now, we might as well stay and make the best of it. If the disciples of the secret order really do come and provoke us, I have nothing to fear. Chapter 1374, Defiance 6. Ziyun nodded after hearing what Gu Ruoan had said. I understand, Master. If anyone really dares to cause trouble, I'll show them the devil's sex might. As soon as he had spoken, footsteps sounded from outside the courtyard. Gu Ruoan turned around and immediately saw a group of people dressed in the secret order's attire walking in. The leader of the group was a young man. The space between his brows was filled with arrogance as he stared coldly at Gu Ruoan's group in front of him. Are you the champions of this round's assessment? The young man swept his gaze from Gu Ruoan to Ziyun. He then looked at Chu Luo, who was standing right behind Gu Ruoan. Based on his observation, Chu Luo's power was the strongest amongst the three of them. She was the only one who has already entered the refined state. Hence, it was clear to him that Chu Luo was this group's master. I don't understand what the elders are doing these days. The inheritance belongs exclusively to the secret order, yet they've allowed an outsider to accept it without offering any good reason. As a result, the secret order's outstanding disciples have lost their chance for nothing. The young man's tone of speaking clearly displayed his jealousy. He could be considered as one of the more outstanding disciples in the secret order. Initially, he had the chance to obtain the inheritance, yet these outsiders have now snatched his chance away. He would not have taken it so hard if this inheritance had fallen into another disciple's hand. So, you think that outsiders should never be able to accept the inheritance? Gu Ruoan raised her brows calmly as she looked at the young man with a rigid smile. Based on Elder Tianren's explanation, a powerful cultivator had left this inheritance here on a temporary basis. He had then ordered the secret order to guard it but had not given the inheritance to the secret order's members. However, after so many years, the secret order has long turned the inheritance into an exclusive item and no one else was allowed to profane it. HMPH. The young man laughed icily and exclaimed haughtily, "That's right. This inheritance has always belonged to the secret order and none of you belong to the secret order. What right do you have to fight with the secret order's disciples over this inheritance?" Guruan shrugged her shoulders. "If you have any objections, you can speak to the secret order's elders. After all, they were the ones who had organized the assessment. I was only lucky enough to receive the champion's title." "You." The young man's expression changed drastically. "Raise my concerns to the elder. Would I even have the courage? If I had the audacity, I wouldn't need to cause trouble for these people now, would I?" "I have no interest in speaking to you," the young man replied disdainfully and turned to look at Chu Luo, who was right behind Guruan. "You must be the Devil Sect's master. Doesn't the Devil Sect have any rules? You've even allowed a subordinate cut into a conversation like that. If this were the secret order, no one would ever be allowed to say a single word during an elder's discussion. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. However, I find it hard to imagine that the Devil Sect would lack so much discipline." Chu Luo eyed the young man as if she was looking at an idiot. Her exquisitely beautiful face then lit up with a disdainful smile. Secret Order's members really are quite well behaved. You can't even differentiate who the real master is before sprouting such brash accusations. The Devil Sect is just fine without having to learn from this kind of behavior. The young man's expression instantly turned as cold as ice. His haughty face then displayed a flaming rage. What is this fellow talking about? What does she mean by, you can't even differentiate who is the master? Unless. Chapter 1375, Defiance 7. Suddenly, the young man returned to his senses and his handsome face turned rather unsightly. So, what this fellow means to say is that this puny exceptional state woman is their master. His face turned extremely ashen at the thought of this as he turned defiantly towards Guruan and asked in a dark voice, "Are you the Devil Sect's master?" Guruan smiled indifferently and declined to provide a reply. The young man instantly reacted when he saw her smile. "I've just acknowledged the wrong person. After all, most people would have assumed that the most powerful person would be the master while the rest who were weaker than her would be the subordinates. However, how could anyone have guessed that Guruan, who was only a cultivator at the exceptional state, would have a cultivator at the refined state as her subordinate?" HMPH. The young man returned to his senses with great difficulty and scoffed as he said, "Since you're the Devil Sect's master, I want to have a competition with you. I certainly would like to see what kind of power you hold to be able to obtain the secret order's inheritance." Each time he remembers how an outsider had obtained the chance to receive the inheritance, the young man would feel very annoyed and grit his teeth furiously. He felt a great urge to throw the entire group out of here. "What do you want to do?" Guruan fell silent for a while before she asked indifferently. "It's simple, I want to challenge you." The young man pointed at Guruan and raised his chin haughtily before he coldly exclaimed, "If you can't even defeat me, what right do you have to accept the secret order's inheritance? I want you to promise me that if you lose in this competition, you will leave the secret order and you will never be allowed to set foot in here again." Guruan looked at the young man and asked, "And if I win?" He. The young man laughed icily and replied disdainfully, "If you defeat me, I will apologize to you for my rudeness today. Furthermore, I will run errands for you from then on." Which meant that if Guruan could defeat him, he was willing to be made into her little brother. However, was this even a possible outcome? Guruan was only at the late stage of the exceptional state. He, on the other hand, has already stepped into the refined state not too long ago. There was a massive difference in power between the exceptional and the refined state. It would be quite impossible for her to surpass him. This was why the young man had dared to have such confidence. "All right." Guruan smiled calmly and replied breezily, "I'll leave you to determine the time and venue." 3 days later, a cold light flashed in the young man's eyes as he stared dominantly down at Guruan who was standing before him. "I'll give you 3 days to prepare. You are also allowed to back out during this time. As long as you back out, I will spare you with the condition that you must leave the secret order of your own accord. Who cares if this woman is the champion of the assessment? The people of the secular world are nothing but a pile of garbage. They can't be compared to a true genius from the secret order. Now that they've entered the secret order, I'll definitely make them understand what it means to be a true genius." Guruan shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. "What about the venue of the contest?" "The secret order's tournament plaza." The young man's eyes flashed with arrogance, clearly viewing Guruan as an insignificant being. "I will be waiting for you at the tournament plaza in 3 days. I will also make you understand the difference between a disciple from the secret order and an outsider like you." Chu Luo and Ziyun's faces filled with rage when they heard what the young man had said. However, Guruan did not give the order, so they did not have the courage to charge forward irrationally, lest they end up causing even more trouble for her. Chapter 1376, Defiance 8. "I will step forward in 3 days' time. If you have no other business, you can leave now." Guruan raised her brow and stared at the young man with a smirk. "I'm aware that many of the secret order's members aren't satisfied with me winning the championship. Since that's the case, we can call upon a general tournament on that day. Anyone who feels unsatisfied with me can challenge me. Everyone is welcome. Ziyun, Chu Luo, let's go." After saying her piece, Guruan turned around and walked back into her house. The door banged noisily as it closed, startling the young man back to his senses. His eyes turned icy cold and sour as he scoffed with an emotionless look on his face. "What extreme arrogance. She's only a woman at the late stage of the exceptional state, yet she wants to challenge so many of us. She has really overestimated her abilities. I'd love to see what kind of abilities she has." News of the upcoming fight between Guruan and the secret order's disciple instantly spread throughout the entire secret order. Not only had Wen Ya, who had arrived at the same time as Guruan, found out about this, it has also reached the ears of the clan leader who had remained behind closed doors the entire time. A white-haired old woman was seated on the ground in the clan hall. Her eyes stared calmly at Elder Tianren before her as she spoke in a voice steeped with experience. "Elder Tianren, I heard that Yunyan has challenged the Gu girl." That's right. Elder Tianren nodded. Yun Yan would have had the chance to receive the inheritance this year, yet the Gu girl had snatched that chance away unexpectedly. He could not accept it, so he challenged the Gu girl and wants to use it as a means to force her out of the secret order. Clan leader, should we stop this? After all, Yun Yan's power has reached the refined state while the Gu girl has only just entered the late stage of the exceptional state. The clan leader fell silent and asked, has the Gu girl accepted the challenge? Elder Tianren flashed a bitter smile when he heard this and sighed exasperately. Now that you've mentioned this, I myself can't seem to understand what the Gu girl is thinking. If she had not accepted the challenge, she would still remain as the heir to the inheritance and no one can shake her from her position. Yet, she had insisted on accepting it. What if she loses to Yun Yan? How will things end then? Clan leader, we must stop this competition before it starts. Otherwise, Gu Ruoan might actually have to leave the secret order. Elder Tianren admires Gu Ruoan very much because of her shocking level of talent. However, the difference between an early stage refined state cultivator and a late stage exceptional state cultivator was far too great. Not many can overcome this gap in power. By accepting this challenge, it was equivalent to Gu Ruoan giving up her rights on the inheritance. Therefore, Elder Tianren felt very exasperated. No, the clan leader thought for a moment before shaking her head. Since the Gu girl has accepted this challenge, we shall sit back and observe the show. You don't need to stand up for her, as I believe that Yusa's daughter would have inherited her character. Besides, it's the perfect timing for us to assess the Gu girl's capabilities. The clan leader holds such a strong belief in Gu Ruoan's capabilities mainly because she was Dongfang Yu's daughter. Elder Tianren was a little shocked at the clan leader's decision. However, since the clan leader has spoken, he did not say anything more. However, his heart was still full of worry and his elderly eyes filled with hesitation. Elder Tianren, you may retire. Remember, there's no need to interfere in these matters. I believe that Yusa's daughter has the ability to handle this. The clan leader paused before she continued. Besides, if she can't even deal with these matters, do you really think she'll be able to accept the inheritance successfully? Chapter 1377, Defiance 9. Elder Tianren fell silent. After a long pause, he nodded. You're right, clan leader, regardless of how powerful the Gu girl's talents are, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to shoulder this responsibility if she can't even solve her own problems. I understand what should be done now. He joined his fists before he turned around to leave the clan hall. Once Elder Tianren has left, the clan leader closed her eyes once again and entered into her secret cultivation. Wen Ya, who was in the secret order disciples' living quarters, raised the teacup in her hand and gently took a sip. She then put it back down on the table. Her graceful face carried an unreadable light as her lips curled into an angle. Is what you've said true? Gu Ruoan has accepted the secret order disciples' challenge. Upon hearing this, the young guard who was standing behind her joined his fists and said, reporting to you, my lady. I have indeed heard the secret order disciples' discussion. It's likely that everyone in the secret order has heard of this matter. I had got the news from their own mouths. Also, Gu Ruoan promised that if she lost the competition, she would leave the secret order on her own accord. When Ya's eyes flashed, the secret order disciple who had challenged Gu Ruoan, what state is he in? The guard continued to report, it is said that the secret order disciple has reached the refined state. He is a rare genius in the secret order as well. Refined. The smile on Wen Ya's face deepened and she muttered to herself, Gu Ruoan, you rejected the offer to cooperate with me, so you should be aware of this kind of situation. Wen Ying, where has the left emissary gone after in the last few days? Did you manage to find out? Upon hearing this, the guard who was addressed at Wen Ying eyed Wen Ya cautiously. Eldest lady, I have already investigated this. The Lord Left Emissary seems to have offended Elder Tianren and has been locked in confinement. I'm afraid that he won't be coming out anytime soon. Locked in confinement. Wen Ya was shocked for a moment. She then threw this information out of her mind and slowly raised the corners of her lips. Her eyes carried a serene light. Forget it, even without the Left Emissary's help, it would not be too difficult for me to stand firm in the secret order with my own abilities. Only that hateful Gu Ruoan had actually dared to poison me, and that is preventing me from having any venomous thoughts towards her, or I would have to suffer an intolerable agony. However, one day, I will make her personally remove the poison from my body. Wen Ya gritted her teeth. Even though her heart was filled with maniacal rage, she did not dare to curse Gu Ruoan in her heart. Otherwise, once those thoughts appeared in her mind, she would feel an unbearably agonizing pain exploding in her mind. If she had not been limited by this poison, Gu Ruoan would not be of any match for her. Besides, that woman must be terrified of the Wen family, or she would not have poisoned her otherwise. Of course, what Wen Ya does not understand was that Gu Ruoan was not afraid of the Wen family. As long as she wants to escape, the Wen family would never be able to catch her. However, she could not neglect her family members who were on two different mainlands. She also does not want to constantly face this kind of trouble after drawing the Wen family's ire. Wen Ya took a deep breath as a light flashed across her eyes. Wen Ying, you may retire. If you have any more information, come back and report to me. Young lady. Wen Ying fell silent. After a long pause, he slowly replied, I've heard a rumor, but I'm not sure if it's accurate. That's why I had hesitated to tell you. Is it related to Gu Ruoan? Wen Ya raised her willowy brows. Chapter 1378, Defiance 10. Wen Ya was only interested in news concerning Gu Ruoan. Yes, Wen Ying replied reverently. I overheard the secret order's disciples say that the elders should have immediately brought Gu Ruoan to accept the inheritance once she has entered the secret order as the champion of the assessment. However, the elders have not let her set foot into the inheritance area but had arranged it all at will. The disciples took this to mean that there were many elders in the secret order who were not happy with Gu Ruoan as the champion and did not want her to accept the inheritance. He paused before he continued. Besides, no elder has stepped out to stop them after they had openly challenged Gu Ruoan. Perhaps the elders want to use the secret order's disciples to force Gu Ruoan to give up on the inheritance on her own. After all, if such a large organization like the secret order goes back on their word, they would suffer from gossip. As for why they had assigned a private living quarter and courtyard to her, it was for the sake of their reputation. They could not let anyone else in the first city know that the secret order was treating the champion unfairly. Hence, these elders are waiting for an opportunity. Once Gu Ruan loses the competition, she would have no choice but to give up the inheritance. Wen Ya's eyes flickered as a sense of joy flashed across her eyes. If Gu Ruan gives up the inheritance, doesn't that mean that I would still have a chance? At this moment, Wen Ya was blinded by greed. Even if Gu Ruan lost her chance to accept the inheritance, there were still many other disciples in the secret order in line to the inheritance and she would still have no chance at all. Unfortunately, her entire head was now filled with thoughts about the inheritance and she lost her powers of judgment. A few days ago, she had secretly received information on the secret order's situation from the left emissary. All the disciples who had received the inheritance would experience a sudden spike in power, so Wen Ya knew that they had all failed in accepting the inheritance fully. Even after failing to receive the inheritance, they would still gain such a sensational effect. If someone were to succeed, how powerful would they become? By then, the entire mainland would trample beneath her feet. Besides, if she successfully accepts the inheritance, the members of the secret order would certainly have a whole new level of respect for her. She might even have the chance to climb her way up to the clan leader position. After all, so many geniuses in the secret order had failed to fully accept the inheritance. If she manages to accept it, why should the members of the secret order not put her in high regard? Gu Ruan, are you not powerful? But so what? That inheritance will belong to me. A fierce light flashed in Wen Ya's eyes and she no longer held her once gentle and graceful air. Even her voice has become sinister. No one should be able to continue living safe and sound after crossing me, Wen Ya. Once I have successfully received the inheritance, forget about you, even the sacred lady of the secret order will have to grant me some leeway. Perhaps the entire secret order would turn into useless scoundrels before her. Wen Ying did not react to her sinister face as if he already knows Wen Ya's personality like the back of his hand. As her trusted aide for so many years, how could he not be aware of the young lady's personality? Her attitude to the situation now could be considered pretty good. After all, she had never spared anyone who offended her interests even if they were her own brother or sister. Wen Ying, you may leave. Wen Ya put her intentions away and calmly mused, furthermore, watch Gu Ruan's every move. I cannot let her accept the inheritance. Understood, young lady. Wen Ying joined his fists and took his leave after receiving the order. Once Wen Ying had left, Wen Ya's body crumbled and she nearly fell to the ground. At this moment, her face was extremely pale and sweat was slowly forming on her forehead, soaking her entire head. Even if I'm not even planning to hurt Gu Ruan, I can still feel such agony. Are the effects of the poison really that powerful until I can't even talk about her? Why is this poison so potent to actually be able to control my every move? Chapter 1379, The Challenge 1. 3 days later. A young man was holding his sword firmly in his hand as he stood in the Secret Order's tournament stage. His eyes were filled with disdain as he stared at Gu Ruan who was slowly walking towards him. He then raised the corners of his lips and said scornfully, Gu Ruan, I thought you would retreat at the last minute. I never thought that you would have the courage and audacity to challenge me. Since that's the case, I will make you understand the price of your egotistical attitude. Gu Ruan slowly stepped up the tournament stage amidst Yun Yan's disdainful sneers. Her green robes fluttered gently against the wind, making her resemble a tall and proud bamboo tree. The space between her brows was filled with a fresh, cool air. Since I've agreed to the challenge, I would definitely keep my promise. Gu Ruan's eyes were just as cool and indifferent as ever as her gaze enveloped Yun Yan like the clear and cold light from the moon. It gave Yun Yan's heart a rather uncomfortable feeling. However, that feeling quickly disappeared and he quickly returned to his senses. He laughed icily as he said, Gu Ruan, remember our promise. If you lose the competition, you must honor your word and leave the secret order. The crowd watched as Yun Yan pointed his sword at Gu Ruan. His eyes were filled with arrogance as if Gu Ruan was of no importance at all. Hearing this, Gu Ruan smiled indifferently. If I lose, I will leave immediately. However, if you lose, you must honor your word that from then on, you and your life shall belong to me. Gasp. The crowd burst into a sensation when they heard her words and the shocked stares gathered upon her figure. They have long been aware of Yun Yan and Gu Ruan's challenge but they never knew about this bet. If she lost, she would only have to leave the secret order, but if Yun Yan became the loser, his life would then belong to her. Was there anyone in this world who was more malicious than this woman? Yun Yan's expression changed drastically as well. I only promised to become your little brother. I never agreed to give my life to you. Stop making false accusations against me. Gu Ruan glanced at him and gently raised the corner of her lips. What's the difference between becoming my little brother and giving your life to me? It's fine if you don't agree. This fight will then end here. Ziyun, Chu Luo, let's go. After Gu Ruan said her piece, she turned around and made to leave the arena. As the crowd watched the woman who was about to walk off the tournament stage, their cries could be heard. Senior brother Yun Yan, she's only a cultivator at the late stage of the exceptional state while you are already at the refined state. Besides, you also have a spiritual weapon in your hands. What are you afraid of? This woman is no match for you. She had said those things on purpose. She's probably regretting her decision in accepting the challenge and is trying to make you give up on your own. You must not fall for her trap. Make this woman understand the might of the secret order's disciples. Yun Yan's expression slowly returned to normal from his initial ashen expression. He looked at Gu Ruan and exclaimed disdainfully, Woman, you asked for this. I promise you that if I lose, I will give my life to you. Be it to kill me or cut off my flesh, it's up to you. However, since you're using my life as a bargaining chip, then I must have another in return. He took a deep breath and spoke with a sharp look in his eyes. If you lose, I don't need you to leave the secret order anymore. Instead, I want you to warm my bed. As he spoke, Yun Yan raised his head and stared domineeringly down at Gu Ruan. Chapter 1380, The Challenge 2. Warm your bed. Gu Ruoan's eyes narrowed instantly. Murderous intent began to explode around her body as she turned her clear and cold eyes to glare at the arrogant-looking Yunyan. Are you sure? Boom. After hearing Yunyan's demands, Ziyun and Chulua were instantly enraged. Their rage began to spill over as they glared furiously at the young man in front of them. This damned bastard wants their master to warm his bed. How could they not feel enraged at such an insult? It was especially hard for Ziyun to tolerate as Chanbei had placed master in their care before he left. They have the responsibility to protect her in his stead. Now, he has to watch Gu Ruoan being insulted by another. How could he tolerate this? That's right, Yunyan laughed icily and turned his mocking gaze towards Gu Ruoan. If you want my life, I want you to warm my bed in return. These are our stakes. What? No guts to accept it? He had made this decision not because he was interested in Gu Ruoan but because this woman had wanted his life. Since she dared to humiliate him, he must make her pay tenfold. He will make her understand that the people of the secret order are not so easily abused. If you want me to warm your bed, you must at least have that power. Gu Ruoan raised her lucid and cold eyes. Her vision focused upon Yunyan as she exclaimed indifferently, I accept your wager. The only thing is, I won't be giving you the opportunity to win. Ha ha ha. Yunyan laughed maniacally. He finally stopped laughing after a long time as a disdainful smile appeared on his handsome face. Gu Ruoan, I'll let you make the first move. You can't possibly defeat me anyway. If this had been anyone else, they would certainly be more courteous to Yunyan after hearing his declaration. However, Gu Ruoan was not like most people so naturally. She attacked immediately without holding back. Crackle. A small cluster of flames appeared in Gu Ruoan's palm. She then reappeared in front of Yunyan in a flash and her palm slammed fiercely on his head, carrying an aura which was similar to breaking a bamboo tree. Yunyan laughed nonchalantly. His feet had remained perfectly still as he raised his hand leisurely to block Gu Ruoan. However, in the next second, a heart-wrenching scream sounded. It pierced through the clouds and slammed against everyone's hearts. Arg. The scream made everyone jump in fright as they all lifted their heads in unison to look at Yunyan who was screaming his head off. Some of them could not understand what was going on and asked dazedly, Senior brother Yunyan, what's happening? At this moment, Yunyan was in so much pain that he could not speak. Cold sweat began to drip down his forehead and he stared at Gu Ruoan with a pale look on his face as he spat. What was that secret weapon you had concealed in your hand? Why do I feel such a piercing pain when I went up against your palm? You mean this? Gu Ruoan slowly opened her hand. In that instant, a small cluster of black flames appeared in her palm. They flickered and danced in the wind and looked as if they could be snuffed out by a small gust of wind. However, that piercing pain had felt so clear that Yunyan did not dare to underestimate her anymore. This is. Elder Tianren had been observing the battle from a hidden location. He instantly rose to his feet and stared fixedly at the 9 underworld flames in Gu Ruoan's hand. His elderly features were filled with shock followed by a strong sense of excitement. Are those the 9 underworld flames? That's right, those are the 9 underworld flames. I never expected this little girl to have such good fortune and manage to obtain the 9 underworld flames. Chapter 1381, The Challenge 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 9 underworld flames were legendary. It was said that the 9 underworld flames' power was exceedingly great. Once the flames were fully grown, they could instantly destroy an entire city. Amongst the many flames on the mainland, it was second only to the ancient divine phoenix's flames of world devastation. However, the ancient divine phoenix had disappeared many years ago. Perhaps he has never even existed in this world. Hence, when Elder Tianren noticed the flames in Gu Ruoan's hand, he was so shocked that his face drained of color. Elder Tianren's expression began to change unpredictably at the thought of this, but his eyes continued to stare fixedly at the flames in Gu Ruoan's hand. In the beginning, he had no idea why the clan leader holds such a strong belief in her abilities. Now, after seeing the 9 underworld flames, his heart was filled with confidence. Even if Gu Ruoan was at the exceptional state at the moment, that does not mean that she has no way of defeating Yunyan who was at the refined state. If Yunyan ever finds out what Elder Tianren was thinking, he would probably have gone mad with rage. After all, he was a disciple of the secret order, yet an elder of the clan had actually placed his hopes on an outsider's victory. I have truly underestimated Gu Ruoan. A sharp, cold light flashed in Wenya's eyes as she stood in the crowd and stared icily at Gu Ruoan who was at the tournament arena. She then slowly exclaimed, I never thought that she would hold such a treasure in her hands. This time, perhaps Yunyan will really go down. Upon hearing this, the guard behind Wenya was filled with shock. He finally spoke with reverence after a long pause, Young lady, since Gu Ruoan holds such a precious treasure in her hand, why don't we use the Wen family's might and take it for ourselves? Wenya raised her willowy brows and stared at Wen Ying indifferently. Her face was a little pale as she spoke in a calm voice, what do you think the 9 underworld flames are? It's not a divine weapon. Once a divine weapon has recognized a master, that divine weapon would have no master if their master was killed. Flames are different. The 9 underworld flames could not be subdued by anyone, but Gu Ruoan had managed to easily obtain it. Now, these flames have already merged with her body. Even if we kill her, no one else could ever hold the 9 underworld flames after her. If Gu Ruoan dies, the 9 underworld flames will vanish along with her. This was why Gu Ruoan was bold enough to display the 9 underworld flames on the tournament stage. In life or death, the 9 underworld flames which she had subdued would only ever fight for her forever. Even if her soul was destroyed, the 9 underworld flames will never leave her physical body. I admire Gu Ruoan most for this, her luck is extraordinarily good. Wenya's heart was filled with jealousy. After all, Gu Ruoan has managed to obtain a mystical object like the 9 underworld flames. How could Wenya not fall into maniacal jealousy? However, Wenya curbed her jealous feelings as she would never be able to take the 9 underworld flames away from Gu Ruoan. In the tournament arena, Yunyan was staring in shock at the dark blue-black flames in Gu Ruoan's hand. He could not believe that these small, flickering flames had managed to hurt him. The assimilating temperature which the flames emitted has created a lingering fear in his heart. Even so, he was not willing to lose to Gu Ruan just like that. Besides, there were so many people watching him in this fight. If he were to lose, he would also lose his dignity in the secret order. Yun Yan gritted his teeth at the thought of this and said, Gu Ruan, I admit that these flames are unlike any other kind of fire. However, you must be living a fool's dream if you think that you can use them to defeat me. This flame can't make up for the distance between a refined state cultivator and an exceptional state cultivator. Chapter 1382, The Challenge 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zoom. Yun Yan's body instantly turned into a sharp light as he charged towards Gu Ruan. At that moment, his body resembled an incomparably piercingly sharp sword and carried a powerful stabbing force. Gu Ruan, since you refuse to admit defeat, I will beat you until you cannot stand up. Boom. A powerful force stabbed out from the young man's fist and brought a powerful wind whirling towards Gu Ruan's body. In that instant, his waving fist was about to land on Gu Ruan's face. His movements were as quick as the wind and could not be seen by the naked eye. Hence, everyone assumed that Gu Ruan would not be able to avoid the attack. The audience's hearts began to race as they stared at the two figures on the stage, unable to turn away. Even though the crowd in the secret order was standing on Yun Yan's side, it was undeniable that they all wished for the opposite result. This way, the fight would be much more exciting. Bang! A hand appeared and grabbed hold of the young man's insufferably arrogant attack. A thread of dark flames then emerged from her cold and greasy-looking hand and wrapped around Yun Yan's fist. The dark blue flames displayed an eerily cold aura, silencing the chattering crowd. She had caught it. She had managed to catch Yun Yan's attack. After all, Yun Yan was a refined state cultivator, so his speed was vastly faster than a cultivator in the exceeding state. Nevertheless, she had managed to catch the attack of a refined state cultivator. Yun Yan had not expected Gu Ruan to see through his actions. His expression changed drastically and a burning pain from his fist made him gasp. Gu Ruan, you have the right to become my match. After a long pause, Yun Yan slowly returned his senses and stared coldly at Gu Ruan. However, do you think that this is the full extent of my power? It's true that I admit you stand a chance against a refined state cultivator like me with the help of those flames. Unfortunately, you're not the only one who holds a precious treasure in your possession. As he said this, Yun Yan raised his head arrogantly and spoke in a condescending manner. If you can defeat the spiritual weapon in my hand, I will willingly serve you. To him, she would never be able to defeat a refined state cultivator who holds a spiritual weapon in their hand. A spiritual weapon. Gu Ruan glanced indifferently at the long sword in Yun Yan's hand and gently raised the corners of her lips. It's only a spiritual weapon. Do you think you're the only one who has such a weapon? It's only a spiritual weapon. After hearing Gu Ruan's exclamation, many of the disciples in the secret order lost their cool. Does this woman even know what a spiritual weapon is? She even dares to spout such egotistical words. A spiritual weapon was an extremely precious item in the secret order and most disciples only hold the crippled spirit weapon. There were only a few at Yun Yan's stage who were specially allowed to hold the true spiritual weapon. Even if this was only a low-class spiritual weapon, it could draw admiration amongst everyone on the mainland. If someone wanted to receive a middle-class spiritual weapon, they had to crawl to the elder's position. As for a high-class spiritual weapon, only the clan leader was allowed to hold that weapon. There were very few high-class spiritual weapons on the mainland. Aside from the one in their clan leader's hand, the rest were lying covered in dust in the tombs of ancient powerful cultivators. One could imagine that in contrast with the powers in the secular world, the secret order was much more well off. Since you look down on my spiritual weapon so much, it's your turn to show me what you've got. Yun Yan laughed icily, but he was shocked after saying his piece. What did he just see? When had a broken sword appeared in that pure and honest-looking woman's hand? Chapter 1383, The Challenge 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Forget about Yun Yan, even Elder Tianren, who had been watching the fight from the back, was shocked. At this moment, Gu Ruan was a thorough fool in everyone's eyes. The opposition was utilizing a spiritual weapon in a fight against her, but in the end, she had chosen a broken sword. Does she really believe she could depend on this sword to defeat Yun Yan? Yun Yan remained shocked for several seconds before he could not help but burst into scornful laughter. Gu Ruan, have you run out of weapons to think of using a broken sword to fight against me? How very laughable. If you don't have any weapons, I don't mind lending you 100 gold pieces so you can buy a weapon to your heart's satisfaction. In a fight like this, you're actually using a broken sword to go against me. If you're not living in a fantasy, you're looking down on me. In Yun Yan's heart, by using a broken sword against him, Gu Ruan was looking down on his abilities by thinking that a broken sword could actually defeat him. This was an insult, so how could the arrogant Yun Yan endure this? If he does not teach this little girl a lesson, he would never be able to quell his anger. Gu Ruan stared at Yun Yan indifferently. Her eyes were pure and cold, as if she paid no attention to Yun Yan's disdain. Her indifferent attitude made Yun Yan furious. His gaze, which was previously sober and calm, turned red. Without preamble, he turned towards Gu Ruan and launched his attack. The long sword in the young man's hand carried a sharp aura as he brought it downwards in a furious slash. The attack was like a bolt of lightning, shooting across the sky towards Gu Ruan, who was standing on the ground. Despite facing such a powerful attack, Gu Ruan's facial expression had not changed at all. A great wind rose and her green robes gently fluttered in the wind. Whoosh! As the energy from Yun Yan's sword fell from the sky like lightning, Gu Ruan finally made her move. However, everyone could only see her raising her broken sword very slowly and brandishing it towards the powerful sword energy. Her fine hair fluttered in the wind and slowly brushed across her delicate features. The crowd stared at her without turning away. They really wanted to know if the broken sword really could block Yun Yan's attack. However, the crowd soon laughed mockingly at themselves. After all, not only was Yun Yan at the refined state, he was also using a spiritual weapon in his attack. Gu Ruoan was only at the late stage of the exceptional state. How could her broken sword block his attack? In the very next moment, the mocking smiles on their faces disappeared and were replaced by a sense of shock. As the sword energy, which was as powerful as a bolt of lightning, sliced towards the broken sword, a protective shield seemed to rise towards it, blocking the sword energy. That was right. She had actually managed to block the attack. She had used only a broken sword to block Yunyan's attack. In the next instant, the entire place fell silent. It was so quiet that they could hear the anxious breathing of the person next to them. Out of everyone else, no one was more shocked than Yunyan. He knows better than anyone else of the scale of his own spiritual weapon's power. However, an attack from such a powerful spiritual weapon has actually been blocked by this broken sword. Could it be that this broken sword was in a higher class than his spiritual weapon? A middle-class spiritual weapon. Yunyan's heart trembled violently. The spiritual weapon in Gu Ruoan's hand was a middle-class spiritual weapon. Otherwise, it would not have such great power. As for why Yunyan had not considered it to be a high-class spiritual weapon, one would need a weapon spirit to promote a middle-class weapon to a high-class spiritual weapon. Without a weapon spirit, the highest rank that sword could have was at middle class. Chapter 1384, The Challenge, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Have you used all of your attacks? Gu Ruoan glanced at the ashen-faced Yunyan and spoke indifferently. If that's the case, it's my turn now. Yunyan was momentarily dazed. While he was still in his daze, Gu Ruoan aimed her broken sword at him and a thread of dark blue flames filled the air, gathering towards the blade. He does not know why, but when he saw the dark blue flames merging with the blade, Yunyan felt very uncomfortable. He has never felt such an uncomfortable feeling before. You said that if I were to lose, you would make me warm your bed. Gu Ruoan turned her gaze towards Yunyan and smiled calmly. Since you've said something like that, you should have been prepared for failure. Boom. Just as Gu Ruoan spoke, the broken sword with the dark blue flames instantly shot towards Yunyan. At that moment, Yunyan's face drained of color as he raised his long sword in panic, blocking the force that caused him to feel palpitations. Clang. A clear, ringing noise sounded and the dilapidated broken sword suddenly became extremely sharp, instantly slicing Yunyan's sword into two. Yunyan felt a coolness on his neck and the eerily cold broken sword was now pointed at his throat, carrying a chilling temperature. Yunyan's face was completely ashen as if he did not know what Gu Ruoan had just used to defeat him. Out of everyone in the crowd, perhaps only Elder Tianren understood that Gu Ruoan had completely utilized the power of the 9 underworld flames in order to use this broken sword to defeat the refined state Yunyan. Without the 9 underworld flames, she would never have been able to display such great power with only the broken sword. Elder Tianren sighed and flashed an exasperated, bitter smile. I really don't know what kind of luck this little girl has run into to enable her to obtain the 9 underworld flames. Now, even though she is only at the late stage of the exceptional state, she can use the 9 underworld flames to fight against the refined state cultivator. This was the power of the 9 underworld flames. Unfortunately, Gu Ruoan was not powerful enough at the moment and could not display the 9 underworld flames' power to its true potential. Gu Ruoan, I have unfortunately lost to you. I will keep my word, so you may kill me or cut my flesh. Do whatever you please. Yunyan then shut his eyes, calmly accepting his fate. After all, Gu Ruoan had mentioned that if Yunyan lost, he would have to give his life to her. Would she not want to kill him now? Gu Ruoan put the broken sword in her hand away. She then swept her clear and cold eyes across Yunyan's body as she replied calmly, That's true, your life now belongs to me. Hence, from now on, you must listen to my orders. Yunyan was shocked. His eyes opened wide as he stared at Gu Ruoan in disbelief. You're not going to kill me. Why would I kill you? Gu Ruoan looked at Yunyan and asked. This time, Yunyan was in a daze. He muttered, Didn't you want me to give my life to you? I thought that you were going to kill me. Could I have misunderstood her? Yunyan looked rather embarrassed at the thought of this. I had said things like warming my bed to her because I thought that Gu Ruoan had intended to kill me. Yet, I now realize that I have misunderstood her. At this moment, Gu Ruoan also arrived at a sudden realization. As it turns out, Yunyan had misunderstood her wager from the very beginning. Chapter 1385, The Challenge, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I never had any intention of killing you, I only wanted you to follow me. Gu Ruoan returned to her senses and calmly replied. Upon hearing this, Yunyan sighed with relief. As a disciple in the secret order, he has his pride. This pride had driven him to issue a challenge to Gu Ruoan. Similarly, it has also caused him to concede defeat. If he had vehemently refused to admit to it after his defeat, he would have caused the secret order to lose face. Hence, as the secret order's disciple, Yunyan may have looked down on Gu Ruoan in the beginning, but he was daring to act and courageous enough to take responsibility for it. If Gu Ruoan really did kill him, he would have been perfectly happy to accept death all for the sake of his pride. However, who would not be afraid of death in this world? Even though he had willingly accepted the punishment of defeat, it does not mean that he does not want to live. To be able to live was good news. Hence, once he found out that Gu Ruoan had no intentions to kill him, his heart relaxed. I can promise that aside from the secret order, you are someone whom I will pledge my loyalty to. However, if you ever harbor any bad intentions towards the secret order, I will take my word back even if I have to endure the scorn of everyone in the world. In Yunyan's heart, the secret order was still the most important to him. It was also a part of him that he could not live without. The reason why he had willingly conceded defeat was also because of the secret order's good name. To him, the secret order's dignity was far more important than his one surname. Don't worry, as long as the secret order doesn't do anything to hurt me, I won't harm the secret order. Of course, if the secret order does try to hurt me, I won't spare you either. Gu Ruoan smiled faintly. Her voice rang through the air and was just as light and airy as ever. Yun Yan pursed his lips and did not say anything more. He knows that from now on, aside from a secret order, he has to listen to this woman's orders. Master. Ziyun and Chu Luo stepped onto the stage simultaneously and walked towards Gu Ruoan's side. They then spoke in unison, "Congratulations, Master, you've gained another subordinate. Ziyun, Chu Luo, let's go." Gu Ruoan yawned, looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. Let's go back and continue our cultivation." "Yes, Master." Ziyun and Chu Luo joined their fists and quickly chased after Gu Ruoan. A complex look appeared in Yun Yan's eyes as he stared at the three departing figures. At the same time, a torrent of comments has risen in Tournament Plaza. Not a single disciple ever thought that senior brother Yun Yan, who was at the refined state, would lose to a woman at the late stage of the exceptional state. If this matter were to leak out, the entire mainland would dive into a sensation. Of course, they would never reveal how a disciple of the secret order had been defeated by an outsider even if they were beaten to death. Otherwise, the secret order would lose face. Thus, the secret order's disciples cordially sealed off this piece of information and the people of the secular world were ignorant of the matters surrounding Gu Ruoan in the secret order. As a result, news of Gu Ruoan's arrival in the secret order never reached Dongfang Yu's ears. As for Wen Ya, there was not even a need to mention this, she would never proclaim her own enemy's rise to fame. At the disciples' chamber in the secret order, Yun Yan closed his eyes to regain his composure and began to cultivate the mental energy which he had used up in the day's fight. Another disciple walked in and joined his fists as he said, "Senior brother Yun Yan, Wen Ya has requested for an audience." "Wen Ya, who's that?" Yun Yan furrowed his brows and asked, mildly astonished. Reporting to senior brother, Wen Ya is the runner-up of this round's assessment. The left emissary had personally escorted her into the secret order. Chapter 1386, The Challenge 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The secret order's disciple replied with reverence. "Oh," Yun Yan responded in surprise, she had received the right to enter the secret order along with Gu Ruoan. They must have an amicable relationship. Since that's the case, let her in. Remember to be more cordial to her. If she has a very good relationship with Gu Ruoan and you offend her, it might anger Gu Ruoan. "Yes, senior brother Yun Yan." Upon hearing this, the secret order's disciple retreated. Not too long after, he led a figure into the room. When Yun Yan laid his eyes upon the graceful figure, his eyes flashed with clear surprise. Soon, his surprise vanished, but even so, Wen Ya had caught it easily. There was a sweet smile on her flawless and beautiful face, but her heart was filled with disdain. She never expected that Yun Yan, despite being a disciple of the secret order, would turn out to be such a pervert. He could not even bear to blink after seeing her. Since that was the case, it would be much easier to use him. Senior brother Yun Yan, Wen Ya slowly stepped forward as her smile grew even more graceful and moving. Her light yellow robes made her look absolutely stunning and even more seductive. "I've heard of your great name, senior brother Yun Yan, long before I had set foot in the secret order. Now that I've seen you, you're indeed young and highly talented, senior brother, as well as outstanding and magnificent. If you had not met that opponent who holds the 9 underworld flames in her possession, you would not have lost the competition today." The 9 underworld flames. Upon hearing the name of the flames, Yun Yan's interest was piqued. "You're saying that the flames in Gu Ruoan's hands are the 9 underworld flames?" As expected. Wen Ya's smile deepened when she heard the way Yun Yan had addressed Gu Ruoan. Judging by the way this fellow had addressed Gu Ruoan by her name directly, that means that he has not accepted her as a leader from the bottom of his heart. After all, as a disciple of the secret order, Yun Yan has always been placed high above everything else. How could he possibly agree to become someone else's subordinate? However, Wen Ya was not aware that Yun Yan had not changed his manner of address, not because he has not accepted Gu Ruoan as his master, he had merely slipped up at the moment. "That's right, those are indeed the 9 underworld flames. I happen to be fortunate enough to have heard of those flames." Wen Ya's eyes flickered as she spoke sympathetically. "If the 9 underworld flames were in your possession, I believe that your power would increase twofold, senior brother Yun Yan." This also meant that the 9 underworld flames were wasted on Gu Ruoan. Nevertheless, because of Gu Ruoan's poison, Wen Ya had not dared to say it explicitly and only hinted at it. Besides, she believes that even as a disciple of the secret order, Yun Yan might not be aware of the fact that the 9 underworld flames cannot be passed to a different master. After all, she had also accidentally discovered this fact herself. Yun Yan was laughing icily in his heart, but his expression was one of ignorance. "How unfortunate that I can't take the 9 underworld flames for myself. These things are prohibited in the secret order. If I do that, the elders of the secret order will never let me get away with it." His voice was filled with regret, as if he really did believe that Gu Ruoan's possession of the 9 underworld flames was truly a pity. Realizing the implication in his words, Wen Ya's heart leaped with joy. "Senior brother Yun Yan, if you need help, I will never refuse you." Help? How can that be the case? She was merely using this man, so why should she take the risk and help him? Gu Ruoan was such a sinister character, and being her enemy would result in having her bones turned to dust if she was not careful enough. Besides, she was still poisoned. Each time she has intentions of hurting Gu Ruoan, she would suffer a searing pain. Chapter 1387, The Challenge 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hence, she has no way of helping Yun Yan in her present condition. "Help me." Yun Yan's eyes darkened as a smile hung on his face. "I wonder how you would like me to repay you for providing this help to me." Wen Ya bit her lips before she raised her head to look at Yun Yan's handsome face and said, "I want the secret order's inheritance." "The secret order's inheritance?" Ha ha ha. Yun Yan laughed maniacally internally. He then turned his disdainful glare towards Wen Ya. "Wen Ya, aren't you overestimating yourself? You even had your eyes set to obtain the secret order's inheritance as well. Keep dreaming, the secret order will never give the inheritance to a sinister and vicious woman like you." Wen Ya was shocked. She stared at Yunyan in astonishment as if she could not understand how this man had managed to change his demeanor so quickly. Besides, you also tried to trick me into stealing the 9 underworld flames. Do you take me for a fool? The 9 underworld flames only acknowledges one master and will never change alliances. Even if Gu Ruan dies, the 9 underworld flames would never bow to anyone else. Do you think that I don't know that? Yunyan's words were filled with rage. In the beginning, he thought that Wen Ya has a good relationship with Gu Ruan, which was why he had agreed to see her. However, he never thought that this woman would try to trick him into stealing the 9 underworld flames. Wen Ya's face drained of color as she never thought that Yunyan would know about this. Didn't grandfather tell me that he was the only one who knows that the flames would never change their allegiance? How did the members of the secret order find out about this? Unfortunately, despite Wen Ya's lifelong intelligence, she had been fooled by her general impressions. The secret order has 10,000 years worth of history. How could they fall behind the other organizations? They could not possibly be ignorant of these kinds of things. Otherwise, Gu Ruan would never have had the courage to unveil the 9 underworld flames in front of the secret order's members. She understood that the members of the secret order would know that the 9 underworld flames would never change its allegiance. Senior brother Yunyan, Wen Ya bit her lips and tried to explain herself, but she suddenly realized that all forms of explanations would be useless. She could not manipulate this man. Hence, Wen Ya would rather shut her mouth and say nothing at all. Wen Ya, let me give you a piece of advice. You better mind your actions in the secret order. Yunyan laughed icily. Though you and Gu Ruan may not be considered as permanent members of the secret order, you two are now considered as partial disciples of the secret order. The secret order abstains from hurting members of our own clan above all else. If you can't accept that, you can settle it in the tournament arena. We don't allow private conflicts and killings. This secret order's rule. It was also a rule which they have always abided by. Even if Gu Ruan was not Yunyan's superior right now, he would never allow Wen Ya to act with such impudence for the sake of the secret order's rules. Senior brother Yunyan, Wen Ya returned to her senses as she flashed a graceful smile on her beautiful face once again. She then acted as if nothing had happened and spoke gently. Thank you for your tutelage and I recognize my mistake. That's right, I'm jealous of her and I can't accept that I've received the second place. Hence, I wanted to join forces with you for the sake of obtaining the inheritance. As for the fact that the allegiance of the 9 underworld flames cannot be changed, I was not aware of this. No matter what, she was never going to admit that she had purposely tried to manipulate Yunyan. Yunyan did not say anything else. He then waved his hand and said, remember what I've told you. If this happens again, I will report this to the elders. By then, you will have to leave the secret order. You may now take your leave. Furthermore, stop scheming against Gu Ruan. She is now my superior, so if you ever dare to attack her, I will never let you get away with it. Chapter 1388, The Inheritance 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wen Ya turned very pale in the face. She immediately lowered her eyelids, concealing the cold light within her gaze. Senior brother Yunyan, I understand. I can guarantee that I'll never do this again. Upon hearing this, Yunyan's expression softened. All right, you may leave. Wen Ya took a deep breath upon hearing Yunyan's words. She then slowly left without another word. However, when she closed the door, her graceful and beautiful expression turned horrifyingly sinister. In the room, Yunyan stared at Wen Ya's departing figure and entered into deep thought. This Wen Ya is not like anyone else. He exclaimed after a long pause. She could still manage to explain herself so calmly after I had chastised her. Not many would have such wisdom. I want you to go pay Gu Ruan a visit now and inform her of this matter so that she can be aware that this had happened. Yes, senior brother Yunyan. After hearing Yunyan's instructions, the disciple by his side joined his fists in respect. His expression was filled with reverence. Gu Ruan was seated cross-legged with her eyes closed in her room. A faint spiritual energy circulated around her body, expanding and contracting according to her pause before being absorbed into her being. Suddenly, a knock on the door disturbed the peace and quiet of the room, snapping her out from her cultivation state. Come in. Gu Ruan replied calmly. The room's door was then pushed open and a secret order disciple walked in. He joined his fists in reverence and said, Lady Gu, I have come here under senior brother Yunyan's orders to provide you with some information. What is it? Gu Ruan paused and asked. Lady Gu, Wen Ya had visited senior brother Yunyan and tried to manipulate him into attacking you. Senior brother was able to see right through her schemes. Even so, senior brother asked me to report this to you and ask you to be more careful in case you end up falling into danger. After the secret order disciple had conveyed his message, a small smile formed on Gu Ruan's face. I understand. Wen Ya. Looks like she still can't get rid of her inclination to destroy me despite after contracting my poison. However, I want to make the Wen family pay, so I need to eliminate the entire Wen family in one stroke. Hence, it's not the time for me to go up against the Wen Ya yet. However, if Wen Ya really insists on attacking me time and time again, I'll have to kill Wen Ya even if I end up alerting the enemy. Lady Gu, I've completed the task which senior brother Yunyan has given me, so I should take my leave now, said the secret order disciple with a joined fist. Gu Ruan nodded. The secret order disciple then slowly withdrew and closed the door to Gu Ruan's room as he left. Master. A childish voice rang out from Gu Ruan's side. She then saw the little vermilion bird who had appeared out of thin air by her side. Her adorable face was filled with rage. I'm going to slaughter Wen Ya. Gu Ruan smiled and replied faintly, I've already poisoned Wen Ya so she can't create too much trouble. Now, the most important thing is the inheritance. Once I've accepted the inheritance, I can search for Xiao Yi and Big Brother. Gu Ruan had never considered Wen Ya as her rival from the very beginning. To her, Wen Ya was an insignificant figure, so how could she be compared with the inheritance? She smiled bitterly at the thought of this as her cool eyes turned towards the blue sky outside her window. I don't know where Big Brother and Xiao Yi are right now, either, she murmured. Chapter 1389, The Inheritance 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sky was a brilliant red like a raging sea of flames, covering the world in an omnipresent manner. Underneath this sky, a large dragon was spitting flames. Its red pupils carried a ferocious light while its entire body was filled with a powerful deterrent force as if it was ignited with flames. However, most importantly, the dragon has 3 heads. Each head had an enormous mouth which would spew out flames, terrifying the humans who were standing beneath the flames. A head of silvery hair was fluttering in the wind in front of the 3-headed hell dragon. The crimson-robed man was standing tall in a cold and distant manner in midair. His eyes carried a bloodthirsty light and his vicious glare was fixed upon the ferocious 3-headed hell dragon. Chanbei, cough, cough. Suddenly, someone coughed near the silver-haired man in crimson robes. A heavily wounded man in black robes with a mask covering his face crawled to his feet from the ground. His handsome face was entirely pale and his voice carried an obvious sense of astonishment. Why? Are you here? What about my little sister? Where is she? Chanbei looked at the cold and grim black-robed man before he placed his attention on the 3-headed hell dragon. He then spoke in a cold and vicious voice, let him go. The 3-headed hell dragon fell silent but his eyes remained just as fearsome as ever. His icy cold voice carried a murderous intent as he replied, I never thought that someone as powerful as you would invade my dark earth realm all for the sake of one small, insignificant human. How are you related to this human? He's my brother-in-law, a precious relative of my bride-to-be. I'm going to take him with me no matter what today. Ha ha ha. The 3-headed hell dragon burst into laughter as if he had just heard a hilarious joke, bride-to-be. I never thought that a cruel, bloodthirsty man like you would fall in love with a woman and would willingly journey to the dark earth realm for the sake of her relative. Unfortunately, I cannot let you take this man away. He had the audacity to enter the dark earth realm and had tried to steal the dark earth realm's treasures. Hence, I will never let him go. Hearing this, Gu Shangsha laughed bitterly. He had been turned into a half-puppet by the Wen family and he had heard that the dark earth realm was the only place which contains the earth lotus heart which could restore him into a full human once again. Hence, he had taken the risk and stepped into this place. However, he never expected to bump into the 3-headed hell dragon once he had entered the dark earth realm. And if I insist on taking him away, a wave of eerily sinister aura erupted from Chanbei's body as his bloodthirsty eyes glared at the 3-headed hell dragon. I admit that you were very powerful in the past but you aren't at your peak strength now. Do you think that you can defeat me with your current abilities? However, on account of our old friendship, I can give you a choice. You can stay in the dark earth realm in exchange for his freedom. The 3-headed hell dragon laughed sinisterly but his eyes were filled with mockery as if Chanbei was only a toy in his hands. Chanbei raised his head. His features became increasingly magnificent in the face of the raging flames as he said, all right, I'll agree to it. The 3-headed hell dragon was shocked as if he never expected Chanbei to agree so readily. Chanbei, don't forget, you have countless enemies in the dark earth realm. If you remain in the dark earth realm, there are many who would want to turn your bones into dust. Are you truly willing to exchange yourself for this human's freedom? The dark earth realm, also known as the underworld, was, of course, different from the mythical underworld where humans would journey to after death. This underworld was not very much different from the mainland where the people of the world reside. It was made up of large organizations and orders as well. However, humans who live in the underworld have extremely long lives. Hence, the gate to the dark earth realm was guarded by the 3-headed hell dragon so people from the outside could not enter and those on the inside could not escape. Hence, after a long period of time, the underworld has turned into a myth. A rumor then appeared from out of nowhere, saying that great sinners would be sent to the underworld upon death. Actually, that was not the case. The underworld was only a small, sealed-off dimension. As it was far too mysterious, rumors like that had begun to circulate on the mainland. I had promised my bride-to-be that I would bring her big brother back to her. Chanbei looked at the 3-headed hell dragon and said, I will keep every promise I have ever made to her. Chapter 1390, The Inheritance 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Chanbei, since you've made this decision, you better not regret it. The 3-headed hell dragon laughed icily. There was a dense, cold light in his malicious eyes as he turned towards Chanbei. You shall stay here. As for this human, I will send him off later. Gu Shangshao's body stiffened when he heard this and he quickly rose to his feet. The cold and grim face beneath his mask was filled with anxiety. If you're staying behind, what about little sister? A faraway look flashed in Chanbei's eyes as if he was thinking of the woman's elegant features. After a long pause, he gathered his emotions before calmly replying, you must help me cover up the fact that I have been detained in the dark earth realm. Don't let her find out about this. Otherwise, knowing her, she would disregard everything and storm into the dark earth realm. The dark earth realm is fraught with danger and she's still in the midst of her growth. I cannot let her take this risk. Chanbei paused and his eyes softened as he instructed Gu Shangsha, tell her that I've run into some favorable circumstance and I would need a few more years before I return. Ask her to wait for me. No. Gu Shangsha clenched his fists in a tight grip while his grim eyes filled with a sense of determination. I don't want to owe you this favor. Besides, I don't want you to leave Yunsa either. You should leave, there's no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. He was already far too indebted to his younger sister. How could he possibly bear being the cause of his little sister's loss of happiness? The dark earth realm was so treacherous. Once someone enters this realm, they would never be able to leave for the rest of their life. Since that was the case, Gu Shangsha might as well continue to stay here. Chanbei was powerful enough to ensure his younger sister's safety for the rest of her life, there was no doubt about that. Chanbei's eyes turned to look at Gu Shangsha. He then approached the latter. Chanbei's silver hair rose beneath the blooded sky. His crimson robes were the color of blood as if he had molded into the skies of the dark earth realm. What are you doing? Gu Shangsha's mental state began to expand as he watched Chanbei approach him. He stared warily at the peerless-looking silver-haired man. Go back and tell Yunsa that I will find her again in a few years' time. However, you must not tell her about the fact that I am in the Dark Earth realm. I don't want her to take this risk for me. You. Gu Shangshao looked at the man before him and was just about to speak when a powerful force landed upon his body. Before he could react, he had been sent flying. His body flew across the air like an arrow released from its bow before turning into a ball of light under the blooded sky. His figure then vanished. Once Chanbei saw that Gu Shangshao had left, he slowly turned around. His cruel and bloodthirsty eyes swept towards the three-headed hell dragon behind him as a cold, sinister smile appeared on his peerless features. You want me to enter the Dark Earth realm? Aren't you afraid that I'll raise foul wind and bloody rain there? The three-headed hell dragon laughed icily. In the past, you would indeed have had this ability, but now, you are no longer at your peak. There are countless powerful cultivators in the Dark Earth realm. I don't know if you'll be able to leave this place alive. Chanbei did not reply, but a sliver of red light flashed across his bloodthirsty eyes. It was almost unnoticeable under the contrast of this blood-red sky. However, the three-headed hell dragon paused and stared at the man's peerless features with disdain. I never expected a valiant man like you to show such deep affection to a woman. You had plunged into danger without any hesitation just to save her older brother. If I were that woman, I would be filled with great emotion to have received such affection from you in this lifetime. Let me guess who this woman is. Could it be that person? Chapter 1391, The Inheritance, 4.